Chapter 1, Working Part-Time, Encountering a Drugged School Beauty. Yichuan, 18 years old, physical potential development level, 6%, punching force, 98 kilograms, speed, 9 ms, nerve reflex speed. Talent rating, F level. According to federal law, those whose physical potential development level is less than 8% will not be able to enter public martial arts universities for further studies. Please work hard on your training. In the school office, the head teacher handed the data sheet to Luchuan. This is a routine after the major test. Each student will be called to the office for a private talk, and the class teacher will give some suggestions based on the student's grades and family situation. For example, for students whose scores are close to the passing line, he will recommend taking out a loan to buy some medicine. He will also recommend students whose physical potential is less developed but who have good financial conditions to attend private universities. As for poor students like Yichuan, who were too far from the admission line, Laogua thought about it and said, "Don't be discouraged. There are still 3 months until the martial arts college entrance examination. Who knows, maybe you will awaken your special talent on that day. This is tantamount to saying, buy a lottery ticket, maybe you will win the first prize." Even Laogua himself laughed. "I heard you have to work part-time every week. How about this? After graduation, I can help you write an application and assign you to a farm or mine to do production. That way you can have a stable job." In the end, Laogua couldn't bear it. "Thank you, Teacher Gua." Yichuan nodded gratefully. However, his eyes were filled with resentment towards his fate. A time traveler has ended up in such a state. Is there anyone more miserable than me? Yichuan laughed at himself. 3 years ago, he was ecstatic after traveling to this advanced martial arts world, imagining the glorious scene of being surrounded by beauties and suppressing the entire planet in the future. However, reality soon gave him a loud slap in the face. Not only do I have no money or background, I also have poor qualifications. After school, I still have to worry about my stomach every day. At that moment he realized that time travelers also need to eat. 3 years passed. From the ambition he had when he first crossed over, thinking that he was the chosen one, to now working part-time jobs everywhere to make a living, he has accepted reality. Go! Laogua waved his hand. He really couldn't see any hope in Yichuan. Back at the rental house, Yichuan threw himself on the bed. Fuck you. He punched the quilt several times to vent his frustration. After venting, Yichuan had to face reality again. He picked up his phone and started looking for a job in the part-time job group. Looking for martial arts sparring partners, starting from 3K per day, DD with potential above 7%. Recruiting bodyguards, potential above 8%, salary negotiable. The Crown Club is recruiting male models. Young men with potential above 6% are welcome to consider us. Sighing, Yichuan finally picked up the yellow helmet beside him and said, "In my previous life, I worked as a food delivery driver after graduating from university. This way, I've saved myself 4 years of detours in this life. This is the reality. If your potential is low, you can't even sell your ass." He skillfully rides his electric scooter through the streets and alleys. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Yichuan took off his helmet and prepared to find a clean roadside stall to eat a bowl of noodles. Fuck! Just as he was about to quit accepting orders, a high-priced order suddenly popped up. Yichuan accepted the order immediately without thinking. Got it. Destination, Dihao Club. Note, buy me a box of blue tablets. Deliver them within 15 minutes for a 1,000 yuan tip. I'm rich. Yichuan didn't think much about it and immediately walked into the street pharmacy. The Dihao Club is not far from his residence. It is a top-notch club. Yichuan can't help but take a few more glances every time he passes by. He's probably a wealthy man who's not doing very well. Yichuan expressed contempt for this. Some people dream about it day and night, but can only be a craftsman, while others are surrounded by beauties but cannot even raise their heads. Come out quickly. The security guard at the club's entrance just glanced at him indifferently. Yichuan nodded immediately. There's no way around it, these goalkeepers are naturally unsuitable for guys like him in yellow. Walking into the club, the colorful lights, passionate music, and the young ladies dancing sexy dances made Yichuan feel as if he was in another world. The air is filled with the smell of hormones, alcohol, and various perfumes, which makes people indulge their desires. Yichuan, wearing a delivery uniform, looked so out of place. It's great to have money. After sighing, Yichuan stopped a waiter and said, "Hello, where is the Supreme 888 private room?" "The innermost private room on the second floor." After receiving the reply, Yichuan immediately walked to the second floor. To Lu Yang's surprise, there were several men in black uniforms and headsets guarding the stairs. Delivering something. Seeing several people looking at him, Yichuan politely raised the bag in his hand. Generally speaking, these people would not make things difficult for delivery people like him, but would just remind them to get in and out quickly. Seeing this, several people looked at him warily, checked the bag in Yichuan's hand, and immediately let him go upstairs with a strange look on their faces. "It's still early, let's put some water in first." Walking to the public restroom, Yichuan decided to leave some traces in this high-end place. As soon as the gate was opened, a figure rushed in. Before Yichuan could react, the man covered Yichuan's mouth and pulled him into a compartment. Woo-woo. Yichuan was shocked and struggled hard. It was no big deal that the baby was looked down upon, after all, he had enough money, and he was worried that this person had other ideas. Damn, this can't be a backdoor deal. Yichuan wanted to die. However, when their bodies touched and Yichuan felt two soft lumps on his back, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay as long as she was a woman. "Don't talk, or I'll kill you." The woman grabbed Yichuan's neck from behind with one hand, while listening vigilantly to the movements outside. The voice sounds so familiar? Su Ying Shui. Although he only saw a profile, Yichuan was very sure that he would not make a mistake. That exquisite and beautiful face had appeared in his dreams countless times. Su Ying Shui looked at him in surprise. Yichuan quickly took off his helmet and pointed at himself. "It's me, Yichuan, a classmate." Yichuan was very familiar with this girl who was recognized as the school beauty by all the teachers and students in the school, not to mention that they were classmates. Although Su Ying Shui rarely came to the classroom, it did not prevent Yichuan from having a deep memory of her. How come she is here? Could it be one of those novels where the school beauty works part-time at a nightclub? Or is she being supported by a wealthy sponsor? Many guesses popped up in Yichuan's mind in an instant, but he quickly denied them. Impossible. Su Ying Shui drives a flying car to school, and the nobility that comes from long-term cultivation of money in her body is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. "You are Yichuan?" Unlike Yichuan, who recognized Su Ying Shui at first sight, Su Ying Shui was stunned for several seconds before she remembered that there was indeed such a person in the class. Yichuan, a tall and silly boy who always sits in the last row of the class and whose long hair usually covers half of his face, is quite inconspicuous in school. After confirming that it was Yichuan, she loosened her grip a little, but did not let go completely. "I've been drugged. Can you take me out?" Her words were urgent, and only then did Lu Yang notice the abnormal blush on her delicate and flawless face. At this moment, a burst of dense footsteps came over. "Search. If we can't find Su Ying Shui today, everyone will be punished when we get back." "Captain, all the private rooms are empty." "Captain, the women's room is empty." "Captain, do you want to search the men's restroom?" "Nonsense. Search each cubicle one by one for me." Hearing this, Su Ying Shui's body obviously tensed up a bit. Chapter 2 Help me detoxify, I will compensate you later. Boom boom boom. Is anyone there? Nonsense. Damn it, didn't you see the door was locked? Are you blind? As the doors of the closed compartments were knocked one after another, shouts and curses from the people inside were heard. Those who can consume on the second floor all have connections, so these people don't dare to act recklessly, but they still knock on the door one by one to confirm. When it was Yichuan's turn to knock on the cubicle, Su Ying Shui's body visibly tensed up. Is anyone there? Someone. After hearing the low voice, these people didn't think much about it. Boss, we've checked, no one's here. Then search the first floor and notify the door to prevent anyone from escaping. Yes. As the dense footsteps faded away, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he's gone. Yichuan realized something was wrong right after he finished speaking. Hey, what are you doing? Su Ying Shui's eyes had become blurred without her knowing when, and her sexy lips were touching his neck. The hand that was originally pinching his neck had already touched his chest, and her delicate and exquisite body was wrapped around him, and her breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Fuck, Su Ying Shui, wake up, we haven't escaped yet. Yichuan pinched her delicate and beautiful face hard. At this time, he couldn't care less. If Su Ying Shui was caught, he would be finished. As for what he did with the school beauty here, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know how he died the next day. Perhaps it was a little painful because of Yi Chuan's pinch, and Su Yingxue immediately regained consciousness. What should we do? Her face turned red and her voice stammered. Well, you put on my delivery uniform and a helmet. Yi Chuan expressed his thoughts. Change here? What else? Then, take it off first and turn around. Su Yingxue blushed. This was her first time wearing men's clothes, but she couldn't think of a better way. After a while, a delivery man wearing a large delivery uniform and a helmet walked out of the club, and the security guard at the door didn't even look at him. And followed closely behind. A tall young man in a vest staggered out as if drunk. The security guard took a look and then looked away. While the security guard wasn't paying attention, the two men rode away on their electric scooters. I'll take you to the hospital. It's too late. What should we do then? Go to your house. Do you have a way to detoxify? That's fine. Don't die in my house, or I won't be able to explain myself. Through the rearview mirror, Yi Chuan clearly saw Su Yingxue rolling her eyes. Yi Chuan is not a gentleman, but he does not have any bad thoughts. Su Yingxue is a gifted girl with a wealthy family and the most beautiful appearance in Anping No. 1 middle school. However, such a gifted girl is far beyond his reach. What's more, Su Yingxue could easily crush him to death. The house Yi Chuan rented was on the top floor of a public housing complex. Cold in winter and hot in summer. His purpose of renting this place was simple: he could run up the stairs after school every day to exercise his physical fitness. Help Su Yingxue open the rental house. The house is a small 2-bedroom apartment, shared by Yi Chuan and his good brother Chenwei. However, this LSP often does not come home at night, so Yi Chuan usually keeps it very clean. This is my room. Take a rest first. I'll get you a glass of water. After helping Su Yingxue into the bedroom and putting her on the bed, Yi Chuan was about to get up to get some water when Su Yingxue grabbed him. You, go take a shower first. Su Ying blushed, looking at Yi Chuan with complicated eyes. Thinking that this young lady had mysophobia, Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly and went to the bathroom with the only towel behind the door. As for detoxification, that is Su Yingxue's own business. 1 minute later. Yi Chuan grabbed the wet long hair and pulled it back, making the whole hairstyle look like a slicked back bun. He knocked on the door and said, "Sorry, I forgot to bring a change of clothes." In the past, he would go straight to bed after taking a shower, and would only wear underwear during this period. This has been his habit for many years. You, please do as you please. As soon as Su Yingxue finished answering, she was stunned. Because Yi Chuan who walked in was only wearing a towel. Yi Chuan? What's wrong? If you're shy, just turn around. I'll be there in a moment. Su Yingxue still stared at Yi Chuan. Without his long hair covering his features, Yi Chuan has delicate and handsome features. Coupled with his inverted triangle figure and bronze muscle lines, he looks particularly sexy. The main reason is that Yi Chuan's loser image in school is too deeply rooted in people's minds, which creates a strong sense of contrast at this moment. Although they were classmates, this was the first time Su Yingxue saw Yi Chuan's appearance clearly. How could he be my ideal type? Perhaps it was the effect of the medicine. Su Yingxue couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and the grievance in her heart was alleviated a little. At least this man's appearance and figure are the type she likes. Well, don't keep looking at me. I'll be nervous. Being stared at like this by a top beauty, Yi Chuan's face turned red. After all, this is Su Yingxue. That. Su Yingxue suddenly became shy and wanted to say something in a voice as soft as a mosquito. The lanterns outside the window were bright, but the atmosphere between the two people was very subtle. Although it was a familiar home, Yi Chuan was tiptoeing. He cursed in his heart, thinking that his roommate Chenwei must have taken his underwear away. The poison I was poisoned with was Halwan powder. Su Yingxue finally uttered a complete sentence. If I don't have sex with a man for 3 hours, I will die of the poison. After a pause, she added, as if possessed by a mysterious force, by then, you might not be able to explain yourself clearly. Yi Chuan was petrified instantly. No, miss, please don't hurt me. After realizing what was happening, Yi Chuan's first reaction was that the sky was falling. If Su Yingxue died here, wouldn't it be like yellow mud falling into his crotch, which would be shit anyway? Miss, we have no grudges in the past and no hatred in the present, so please don't die in my family. Yi Chuan had a sad face, full of grievance. Ha! Su Yingxue was stunned, and then she laughed out of anger. Am I really ugly? Or did this guy not understand what I meant? I won't force you. If you don't want to help, I'll leave immediately. What? Let me help? Yichuan's brain short-circuited for 0.01 seconds, and then he suddenly reacted, wait a minute, you said you wanted me to help you detoxify? No wonder Yichuan was surprised. Whether in his past life or this life, he is at the bottom of society. Although I once fantasized about marrying a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman and reaching the peak of my life, this is the reality, and the person in front of me is Su Yingxue. Yichuan once thought that he would never have any intersection with such a gifted girl in his life. Su Yingxue was born in Rome, and he was destined to be a beast of burden for the rest of his life. This was reality. What else? Su Yingxue's voice became much colder. She had exhausted all her courage to hear him say such words in such a humble manner. If you are willing, I will give you some money, but you are not allowed to mention this to anyone in the future, otherwise I will kill you. When Yichuan heard this, he frowned. Give me money? Isn't this an insult? He really needed money. He needed money to buy high-energy food, to buy nutrient solution, and even to sign up for an off-campus martial arts training class. But what he heard in Su Yingxue's tone was a kind of charity and a warning. Cattle and horses also have dignity. Su Yingxue, don't be too. Yichuan said with a cold face, about to get angry. Ding, 100,000 yuan has arrived in your imperial bank card with the last number 9527. The rest of Yichuan's words were stuck in his throat, and the shame and anger on his face disappeared. Don't want what? That. Yichuan cleared his throat and unconsciously lowered his voice by a few decibels. Do you want to take a shower first? Chapter 3 How can a man say no? 100,000 yuan. This is more money than he can earn in a year working part-time. This was the money Su Yingxue gave him. Screw dignity, I want to take genetic drugs, I want to become stronger. With this money, he can concentrate on training until the martial arts exam. What's more, the person in front of him is Su Yingxue. This is my towel. I use it to wash my hair, bathe, and face. There's shampoo in the bathroom. I can use it to wash my hair, bathe, and face. Su Yingxue? Disgust was written all over his face. However, she, who has always been a germaphobe, still walked into the bathroom and said, turn off the lights and wait for me in bed. Why do I feel like I'm sleeping with you? About 10 minutes later. In the dim light, Yichuan saw a graceful figure walk into the room and quickly crawl in from the other side of the quilt. Looking at Su Yingxue's delicate and beautiful face, he could vaguely see complexity and shyness in her beautiful eyes like black gemstones. I'm ready. Seeing that Yichuan didn't move for a long time, Su Yingxue bit her lower lip and reminded him softly. Looking at her shy and charming appearance, Yichuan's heart seemed to skip a beat. So beautiful. This is the most talented and beautiful girl in the school. The cold and arrogant school belle is going to become his woman? Even if it was just to detoxify, even if it was just for one night, Yichuan's heart was burning with passion. The air was filled with Su Yingxue's unique body fragrance and a hint of ambiguity. Goddess. The woman he had never dared to dream of. Although he had experience in his previous life, his girlfriend in this life was still the Five Fingers girl, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. You can't let them take the initiative. With this idea in mind, Yichuan suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and decided to take the initiative. Su Yingxue. You are so beautiful. Without waiting for her reaction, he kissed her. When he started, Yichuan discovered that Su Yingxue's whole body was already burning hot. It was obvious that she had been trying her best to suppress the love poison. However, with Yichuan's initiative, her last bit of rationality was completely shattered, and Su Yingxue began to respond actively and awkwardly. Outside the window, the lights are bright and the traffic is endless, while inside the house, people are arguing. Half an hour. Fortunately, it's not too embarrassing. Seeing that Su Yingxue was still in the afterglow, Yichuan suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. So sensitive. Yichuan was about to say something when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the first time in his life, and the strongest companion system is activated. Help your partner become stronger, and the host will receive a reward for their cultivation. The host and his partner can cultivate together to improve the host's cultivation. Note, as your partner's favorability towards the host increases, the host will receive a training time bonus. The above bonus will be available after your partner's favorability reaches 60. The companion the system is looking for the host must have a face value of no less than 85 points and a cultivation talent of no less than C level. Current partner, Su Xue. Physical potential development level, 43% intermediate warrior. Appearance, 98. Cultivation qualification, S level. Current favorability, 30. After reading it, Yi Chuan was stunned where he was, and then he was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha, I'm also a man with a cheat code. When activating the system for the first time, the host will receive a novice gift pack. Do you want to open it? Open. The novice gift pack was successfully opened, increasing physical potential by plus 1%, and obtaining the Shen level martial art Hercules fist. Yi Chuan only felt as if an electric current was flowing into his body. The fatigue just now dissipated completely, and the blood in his body was surging, as if he had endless power. Increased potential also means increased strength. The higher the physical potential is developed, the higher the person's martial arts potential and the stronger his strength. The potential development of ordinary people is between 1% and 6%, while the potential development of warriors is more than 20%. The minimum admission standard for public martial arts universities is 8%. When the potential reaches 8%, one is considered a quasi-warrior, which means that there is a high probability that this person will become a warrior in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must be a quasi-warrior before the age of 25. When the average person reaches 40, their physical functions begin to decline. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical potential development level, 7.1%. Punching power, 158 kilograms. Speed, 15 ms. Nerve reflex speed, advanced quasi-warrior level. Current partner, Su Xue, favorability 30. The degree of physical potential development has increased by 1.1%. The reward for the newbie gift pack is 1%, so what is the extra 0.1%? Thinking of this, he set his gaze on Su Xue beside him. Su Xue happened to look over and blushed as she asked tentatively, "Are you okay?" Obviously, the poison of love has not been completely eliminated. How could a man say no? I've been saving for 18 years, who am I looking down on? Yi Chuan turned over. This time he was not only trying to help Su Xue detoxify, but also to verify the system rules. 2 hours later. His physical potential has indeed reached 7.4%. Compared to the fatigue in his waist, Yi Chuan's heart was burning with joy. It's been 3 years, and he's been eager to become stronger. The night is long and the lights outside the window are still on. I don't know how long it was before the protest from my kidneys began. When everything calmed down, only heavy breathing could be heard in the room. Even if Yi Chuan was at the age when he wanted to give the most, he couldn't bear such hardship. I think, you shouldn't force yourself anymore. Su Xue under him had opened her beautiful eyes at some point and whispered softly. At this moment, the coldness in her round and charming eyes had long since faded, and only a blur remained. Her pretty face was full of delicate beauty, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. This scene stunned Yi Chuan. After taking a look at the system page, Yi Chuan frowned. "No, I think you still have some poison left." Are you kidding? His physical potential has already reached 7.9%. Just 0.1 more and he'll reach the admission standard of a public martial arts university. I have to die again. God knows if Su Xue will let him touch her if he misses today. Today I must reach the admission line of the public martial arts university. Hey, what are you doing? Su Xue exerted force on her waist, and the two of them reversed their positions. You've been tired all night, let me let you enjoy it for a while. She looked down at Lu Yang, ignoring the beautiful scenery. Her sweaty hair fell on her smooth and delicate skin, making her look even more charming. This scene made Yi Chuan's nose hot, and a stream of heat flowed out uncontrollably. Su Xue covered her mouth and chuckled. The sound of mean started again, melodious and beautiful, and the two were no longer as restrained as before. Another hour. I think we can buy insurance again. Yi Chuan. Are you serious? Looking at the exquisite and beautiful Su Xue, Yi Chuan began to doubt his life, especially when he felt the fighting intent in the other's eyes, which made his scalp tingle. Warriors, so terrifying. You, wait for me. He thought of the little blue tablets he had bought for the customer, and at this moment he didn't care about his face anymore in order to help the customer. With the blessing, each one is full of confidence. I don't know how long it took this time. Ha! I can't take it anymore, let's just call it a draw. The morning glow had risen outside, and Suing Shue no longer had any strength left. She felt depressed. Isn't it said that only cows die of exhaustion? But this guy's recovery ability is too good. Yi Chuan rubbed his sore waist, feeling neither amused nor helpless. With the system's rewards, the blood and energy in his body were constantly replenished, and he naturally became more and more courageous in battle. This is the benefit brought by the improvement of potential. Physical strength, endurance, and mental strength have all been significantly improved. Yi Chuan felt that even if he stayed up for 2 days and 2 nights, there would probably be no problem. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical development potential, 8.4%. Punching power, 306 kilograms. Speed 28 ms. Current partner, Suing Shue favorability 60. After the physical potential exceeded 8%, the physical attributes increased so much? Hey, the favorability level is 60. Yi Chuan was very surprised. He remembered that his favorability was only 30 last night. Sure enough, in-depth communication is the fastest way to improve favorability. Looking at Yi Chuan in a daze, Suing Shue raised the corners of her mouth. She felt a spirit of not wanting to admit defeat in Yi Chuan, which even aroused her desire to win, which made her inexplicably admire him. Chapter 4 Judging from Physical Strength and Endurance. Yi Chuan slept until the afternoon and was awakened by a knock on the door. Go open the door. I think the takeaway I ordered has arrived. Suing Shue's voice came from the bathroom. Walk out of the room. Suing Shue was wearing her sweatshirt, revealing her 2 long white legs. Her beautiful face was still flushed, and her wet hair was draped behind her. Yi Chuan couldn't help swallowing. Still looking, pervert. Feeling the heat in Yi Chuan's eyes, Suing Shue suddenly felt her legs go weak. Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly and looked away. It's actually the high-energy food from Dexianglu. It's not cheap. How did you know my address? Yi Chuan sighed that she was worthy of being the eldest lady. This takeaway meal was enough for him to work part-time for a month. I don't know your address here, I ordered it using your phone. Ha! Yi Chuan suddenly felt a pain in his flesh. The pain in my heart disappeared when I remembered that I accepted 100,000 yuan from someone last night. After taking out the dishes one by one, Yi Chuan was surprised to find that they were all dishes that nourished the yang and tonified the kidneys. Well, you worked hard last night. Suing Shue came over with a slightly red face, her nose twitched, and she immediately looked disgusted. Go take a shower first. Yi Chuan sniffed and found that in addition to the smell of sweat, there was also an indescribable smell on his body. Maybe because he consumed too much last night, most of the food on the table was eaten by Yi Chuan. Then the two of them went out together and took a taxi to a top shopping mall. Suing Shue took Yi Chuan to start shopping, and finally took him to a high-end image design center. Don't worry, you don't have to spend any money. As if she could see Yi Chuan's concerns, Suing Shue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly and then walked in reluctantly. When Yi Chuan came out again, his long hair had been parted and shaved, and with the high-end clothes on, his whole temperament had changed drastically. Yi Chuan had a good foundation to begin with, and with a little dressing up, he immediately turned into a handsome and sunny boy. Yeah, not bad. Suing Shue's eyes lit up, she nodded with satisfaction, and a happy smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. You boys are the best. The cost of becoming handsome is really low. After looking around at Yi Chuan, Suing Shue became more and more satisfied. Seeing Suing Shue constantly scrutinizing him, Yi Chuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Where are we going next? Budokan. Looking at Yi Chuan's silly look, Suing Shue smiled knowingly. I feel that the development of your physical potential is more than 6%. Yi Chuan was shocked. How did you figure that out? Suing Shue's pretty face flushed. What do you think? Yi Chuan thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. Is it because of my performance last night? Why are you covering my mouth? Suing Shue covered her face. How could this guy dare to say anything? So embarrassing. This is indeed the case. After all, how could a normal person last a whole day and a whole night? The most important thing is that this guy was still full of energy afterwards, as if he was still okay. Whether in physical strength, endurance, or mental strength, Yi Chuan's performance far exceeded that of normal people. Only then did she suspect that there was something wrong with the school's test. The two came to a majestic white building covering a large area. It was very similar to the global center in Roncheng in Yichuan's previous life. In the empire, the status of martial arts is unshakable, and martial arts halls can be found in almost every region. The martial arts hall is divided into 3 floors. The first level is where those below the quasi-warrior level can train. The second level is open to junior quasi-warriors whose physical potential has been developed to more than 8%. The third level requires more than 20% development of physical potential and completion of warrior certification to enter. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women appeared in the first floor lobby, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Is it Chuanzi? Although Yichuan's temperament changed drastically, Shen Wei, his unreliable roommate and good brother, still recognized him. Especially when he saw Suing Shua beside Yichuan, his eyes immediately emitted green light. Good guy, you have such a good resource but you didn't introduce it to your brothers. Shen Wei complained in his heart. Kawako. Yichuan turned around and saw that it was that bastard Shen Wei, accompanied by a pretty girl in yoga pants. When she saw Yichuan, the girl's eyes lit up. Ah Wei, who is this handsome guy? Upon hearing this, Shen Wei immediately put away his amazed gaze, quietly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and introduced with a smile, "This is my good brother Yichuan. Who is this lady?" He suddenly turned the topic to Suing Shua, and kept winking at Yichuan while touching his nose. The corners of Yichuan's mouth twitched, and he realized that this bastard's old habit had come back again. He stepped forward to block Shingo's sight and warned him with his eyes, "This is my classmate." He didn't mention Suing Shua's name. No need. "Oh, it's my schoolmate. I'm from the number 2 middle school next door, and this is my friend Ali." Even so, Shingo still forced a conversation. Before he could finish his words, he felt a pain in his waist. It turned out that the woman in yoga pants pinched his waist hard. The woman then looked at the cold and beautiful woman with hostility. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Ali, Awei's girlfriend, and the general manager of Huanshan Medical." Suing Shua watched coldly from beginning to end, and she didn't even raise her eyelids when she saw the woman extending her hand. At school, she is famous for her coldness. Even the school leaders did not dare to embarrass this campus beauty. "It's time to go." Suing Shua just said this calmly, turned around, and walked towards the elevator to the 3rd floor. "TSK, what are you pulling for?" Being ignored by Suing Shua, Ali suddenly became angry and said sarcastically, "This is your first time at the martial arts hall, right? You actually want to go to the 3rd floor. Do you think you can get in just because you look a little pretty? Junior, only warriors are qualified to enter the 3rd floor, and even if you are a warrior, you can only bring one person up." Shen Wei reminded with a smile. Suing Shue is really too beautiful, and her tight long skirt outlines her perfect figure. As an old wolf, Shen Wei can't resist. However, when Suing Shue took out a purple gold card representing her warrior identity and swiped it to enter the elevator to the 3rd floor, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. No matter where in the empire, the identity of a warrior represents privilege, status, wealth, and position. How could he not be shocked by such a young warrior, even if there was not even one in the entire number 2 middle school? Away, your friend is a warrior? Ali subconsciously thought that Yi Chuan was a warrior. Bullshit, he's weaker than me, how can he be a warrior? Hearing this, the woman's legs suddenly went weak. In other words, that cold woman is a warrior, and he has offended a warrior? Well, my mother is going to have a second child, so I'm leaving first. The woman left in a hurry, her legs feeling weak as she walked. On the other hand, Shen Wei's eyes were filled with even more astonishment. He didn't think that the other party was Yi Chuan's girlfriend. How could a blockhead like Yi Chuan with low emotional intelligence find such a beautiful and enchanting girlfriend? In the elevator, Yi Chuan looked at Suing Shue and felt that she had turned back into the aloof school beauty in front of outsiders. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Suing Shue asked in surprise when she noticed that Yi Chuan's gaze was always on her face. Yi Chuan smiled, shook his head, and said seriously, "It's really beautiful." With these 3 simple words, the coldness on Suing Shue's beautiful face instantly melted away, a blush appeared on her face, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. You're so smooth talking. I didn't realize a blockhead like you could compliment people. She said this, but she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Chapter 5 How can someone like you deserve a girlfriend? Suing Shue is also a woman, so naturally she likes to hear people praise her. However, she had seen a lot of hypocritical flattery and fawning since she was a child. Although Yichuan only said 3 words, she could tell that he was sincere. Do you know what the biggest improvement for us is when we become warriors? Suing Xue said with a smile. What? It's a mental improvement. Mind? Suing Xue nodded. Becoming a warrior can make people smarter. A strong warrior can even remember everything he sees. Some warriors even develop strange abilities. For example, I can see through the lies told by ordinary people at a glance. I can see that you feel bad when you spend money, but when I tell you that I pay, you feel especially happy. Ahem, why are you pulling me into this? Yichuan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, and his heart was filled with an even greater desire to become a warrior. Every time a warrior advances, it is a leap in the level of life, and his strength and lifespan will be greatly improved. Get out of the elevator. A middle-aged waiter dressed as a butler immediately came over. They were there to serve warriors. Help him take another martial arts test. Suing Xue ordered calmly. In front of others, she is as cold as ever. Sir, please follow me. The waiter bowed slightly and was very polite to Yichuan. The testing equipment at the martial arts hall is very professional and the test results are more authoritative, which is why Suing Xue brought him here for testing. The first thing to be tested is the degree of potential development. Sir, just give me a drop of your blood. At the service desk, Yichuan skillfully picked up the blood drawing needle, pricked his finger, and squeezed a drop of blood into the test tube. This is a test of strength. The waiter then took Yichuan to a strength tester. Although the system has given Yichuan's accurate data, the test also depends on individual performance. Yichuan walked to the testing machine, bent down, gathered his strength, and punched. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by 3 consecutive low sounds, the numbers on the test machine jumped rapidly. 306 kilograms. 309 kilograms. 306 kilograms. This is the rule for testing punching strength, and the average value of 3 consecutive punches is taken. Sir, your final value is 307 kilograms. The waiter was also surprised, and his attitude towards Yichuan became more respectful. With such potential, he would definitely become a warrior in the future if nothing unexpected happened. It's pretty much the same as what the system page shows. I wonder what will happen after I practice the Hercules fist. In the distance, Suing Xue raised her eyebrows. Even from such a distance, she could still judge Yichuan's punching power range through sensing. Sure enough, the school test was wrong. The test results also confirmed her guess. Physical potential development level 8.4%, punching force 307 kilograms, speed 28 ms, neural reflexes and perception have reached the warrior level. Suing Xue was also shocked when she looked at the data on the test sheet. Although she had tried her best to overestimate Yichuan, she didn't expect that there was still such a big gap. I don't know what those people in school do for a living. Suing put the test results away and said, I'll keep the form. I'll help you apply for compensation from the school. Compensate? Yichuan's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, Miss Su. You'd better call me by my name. She felt a little weird being called that by Yichuan. Yichuan nodded immediately, thank you, Xue. Suing Xue was stunned. She felt even more strange. I suddenly realized that Yichuan is actually quite naughty. If you were rich, you would definitely be a playboy. Are you trying to say that having no money makes me a good person? Yichuan admitted this in his heart, but he certainly couldn't say it out loud. No way, I'd be willing to be a pauper for the rest of my life if I could find a girlfriend like you, Xue. If she really becomes my girlfriend, isn't it the same whether Suing Xue is rich or I am rich? TSK tisk, it's actually true. Okay, I'm scared. Campus bell, you'd better keep this magical power. Yichuan was really scared of the feeling of being seen through by others. It seems that I have to avoid some sensitive issues when facing Suing Xue in the future. You look scared, but not every warrior can see through others. I can do it because of my special talent. Suing Xue smiled and comforted him, as if she saw what Yichuan was thinking. Considering that Suing Xue's physical potential has reached a terrifying 43%, it is not difficult to understand why she needs more special means. Looking at Suing Xue, who was so close to him, her pretty face was delicate and beautiful, and her facial features were exquisite and beautiful. Perhaps because she was a virgin, her every move had a touch of charm. What are your plans next? I mean, do you want to go back and stay one more night? The system defaulted to suing Shui as his partner, so Yichuan naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. His biggest confidence in saying this comes from the favorability displayed by the system. Suing Shui staggered. She rolled her eyes at Yichuan in embarrassment, and seeing him hesitating, she felt both angry and amused. No way, you still want to? This fool, doesn't he know that women who have just experienced sex need to be self-disciplined? It's only because I'm a warrior. No one else could withstand his torture. No. Suing Shui refused sternly. But seeing the disappointment on Yichuan's face, she softened her tone again. I need to rest for a while. Doesn't that mean it can be done later? When Yichuan realized what was happening, he was overjoyed. I'm sorry, Shui, I forgot that you were a virgin. I was inconsiderate. Yichuan said apologetically and held Suing Shui's hand. It seems that the favorability is still reliable, and I have reached the passing line in her heart. This is Suing Shui. You, let go. Suing Shui was a little flustered when her hand was held in public. She tried to pull her hand back awkwardly, but Yichuan wouldn't let go. Never mind, it's okay to let him hold it. Anyway, the two of them are already like that, and now they are just holding hands. Thinking of this, Suing Shui finally stopped resisting, and she didn't even notice that a smile had appeared at the corner of her mouth. Kawako. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, Yichuan heard the familiar voice again. LSP Chen-go is still here. Shen Wei trotted over with a smile on his face, but when his eyes fell on the hands of Yichuan and Suing Shui, he froze for a moment. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell are you doing? Chen-go grabbed his hair with both hands, as if he had seen something incredible. Then the whole person fell into frenzy, with disbelief on his face. Impossible, absolutely impossible, tell me this is not true. You're a straight guy working part-time, how can you possibly find a girlfriend? What's more, she's such a beautiful girlfriend, and she's also a warrior. This is more painful than killing me. Shen Wei pointed at Yichuan's nose and gritted his teeth. I'm telling you, a guy like you doesn't deserve a girlfriend. You know what? You don't deserve it. Break up with me immediately. And you, my schoolmate. At this time, Chen-go no longer cared about Suing Shui's identity as a warrior, he just wanted to make the other party realize his mistake and return to the right path. He bared his teeth and said viciously, you are a warrior, what do you like about this guy? Ha! Let me tell you, this guy is dirt poor, and his martial arts talent is rubbish. He has no emotional intelligence and is a blockhead who doesn't understand romance. What do you see in him? Break up soon. You two being together is more painful than killing me. At the end of the conversation, Chen-go actually started rolling on the ground. The two of them were stunned by this scene. Yichuan looked at the dog doing stupid things, but he felt extremely happy. Who made this guy change his girlfriends every few days? He always shows off in front of him and brags about being a playboy every day. Puff. Even the cold Suing Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Okay, you two brothers, chat, I'm going back first. She could see that Shen Wei and Yichuan were true brothers. Yichuan nodded, well, you can go back. Take care of yourself and get more rest. Chapter 6 Night Talk, Chen-go's Heart Knot. Okay, everyone has left. Yichuan squatted down and looked at Chen-go lazily. Gone? Broken up? Hearing this, Chen Wei smiled happily. What the hell is this? Can't you just hope for the best for me? Yichuan curled his lips. I hope you're doing well, but I don't want you to be this well. Chen Wei's face immediately drooped, and he looked heartbroken. Tell me the truth, how did you manage to pick up such a gorgeous girl without anyone noticing? Is she blind or does she have some fatal leverage in your hands? Any leverage? Come to think of it, it's true. But even if he and Chen-go were good brothers, he couldn't tell them. Yichuan thought for a moment and said, you don't understand. We've grown close over time. Hey, you're such a bargain, kid. Chen Wei slapped his thigh, thinking that it was only because they were classmates that Yichuan had deceived an ignorant girl. I've always treated you as a brother, but I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Then Chen-go seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes turned. By the way, does your girlfriend have any sisters, friends, or anything like that? So what if there is? If so, you will be my godfather in the future. No? If you don't have it, get out of here. I'm tired of looking at you now. Okay, don't you have enough women around you? You won't allow me to have a girlfriend? Yi Chuan raised his foot and kicked, and was so angry that his teeth were poking. Chen Wei sighed, "You don't understand, the women around me are just greedy for my talent, a bunch of mediocre women, just faded flowers and willows." Compared with Su Yingxue, he felt that all his previous girlfriends were vulgar. "Get out of here." Yi Chuan was too lazy to listen to his boasting and said directly, "Barbecue beer and crayfish, it's my treat." "Come on, damn it, I'm going to kill you today. Order whatever you want and drink whatever you want today." Yi Chuan smiled, showing his rare generosity. He and Chen Wei both came from an orphanage. Chen Wei is an extrovert and has a lot of fun outside. He is never short of girlfriends. In comparison, Yi Chuan is rather dull. Apart from working a part-time job, he devotes all his attention to martial arts and rarely even has contact with the opposite sex. When he first saw Su Yingxue, Chen Wei was certain that they were just ordinary classmates. He even fantasized about asking Chuanzi to introduce him to her, so that he could go back and call her his godfather. But when Chen Wei saw Su Yingxue and Yi Chuan holding hands, his fantasy was completely shattered. This was the shortest love in his life. From falling in love to falling out of love, it took less than 2 hours. At the night market. "You're a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You usually look quite honest, but I didn't expect that you were secretly deceiving female classmates." After drinking a few bottles of wine, Chen Guda was still obsessed with this matter. Yi Chuan smiled and said nothing. It's hard to say about him and Su Yingxue. With Su Yingxue's extraordinary talent, she will definitely be able to enter the Imperial School in 3 months. And what about him? Even if the system is awakened, it is only qualified to enter the lowest level public martial arts university. Thinking of Su Yingxue's 43% development of her physical potential, Yi Chuan was still deeply shocked. The second is the difference in status between the two people. The concept of hierarchy in this world is very strong. It is almost impossible to find warriors among the poor. Who can tell in the future? Yi Chuan picked up his glass and clinked it with Chen Go. Hearing this, Chen Wei seemed to have thought of something and nodded in agreement. "Come to think of it, I was planning to go back to see you these days." After a pause, Chen Wei picked up the wine and drank it all, then continued, "I seem to have found a clue about my father. It's in the Magic City. I plan to go check it out." Devil City? It is one of the most prosperous regions in the empire, and Wuhan University in the Magic City is one of the 3 most famous universities in the empire. Chen Wei picked up another bottle of wine and gulped it down. "I just want to ask that person why he abandoned us, mother and son. I want to see if it's worth it for my mother to protect someone before she died of overwork. I'm more curious to know whether he will be surprised or frightened when he sees me appear." At the end of his words, Chen Weisan smiled coldly with a hint of amusement. Yi Chuan had never seen Chen Go like this before. Chen Go had always given him the impression of being unruly and cynical. "You, never mind, just do as you please." Yi Chuan wanted to say something to comfort her, but he couldn't find the right words, so he gave up. He understood that this was a knot in his good brother's heart, and no one could help him solve it except himself. That night, the two of them drank 5 bottles of wine each and ate all the skewers at the barbecue stall. The boss was dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone eat so much. "I tell you, women need to be coaxed, and they need to be deceived." Chen Go stuck out his tongue and shared his experience in picking up girls with a proud look on his face. The next morning, Chen Wei left in a hurry, taking only a bank card and a few sets of clothes. He wants to travel all the way to Shanghai by hiking. In his words, maybe he could even have a few fleeting romances along the way. "Brother, you need to have a long-term vision. The pinnacle of martial arts is what you should pursue. Romanticism will only hinder your ability to draw your sword. If you two ever break up, remember to give me a call. As a brother, I will definitely be happy for you. Get out." Yi Chuan waved his hand with a cold face. After Chen Wei left, Yi Chuan planned to use the empty room as a training room. In the short term, he no longer has to worry about rent and living expenses. The best way is to practice wholeheartedly. Once he becomes a warrior, status and wealth will come naturally. According to Yi Chuan's plan, he was going to study hard until the college entrance examination. Just as he began to practice the Hercules fist, the smart terminal he had just bought on his wrist suddenly vibrated slightly. When Yi Chuan opened the message sent by Su Yingxue, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. The school said there was an error with your test sample. As a reward and compensation, the school will let you take a free course on Yuan Nung Tuna method and give you a 10,000 yuan scholarship. Energy cultivation methods or martial arts require official authorization before practice. These licenses are ridiculously expensive. The energy cultivation method can increase the speed of the practitioner's potential development, while martial arts can directly improve the practitioner's own combat power. Yi Chuan remembered that the authorization fee for the lowest level of energy cultivation method was hundreds of thousands. I can only say that having a rich girlfriend is great. Just finished reading it, another message came. Regarding cultivation, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can send me a private message. Teach me alone? Outside, private lessons for martial artists start at a minimum of 1,000 yuan, and advanced ones can even cost several thousand or tens of thousands. They only last an hour, and are not one-on-one lessons. Yi Chuan was very touched that Su Yingxue was willing to teach him individually. Thank you, Yingxue baby, Mua. Perhaps the tips on picking up girls that Chen Go taught him worked, and Yi Chuan sent back a cheesy message. Chapter 7 Favorability Improvement, Gain Training Time. Su Yingxue responded with a surprised expression, "That's so corny. I think you should stay away from your scumbag brother. He's gone. He went to the Magic City to look for his relatives. So, you live alone now? Well, you can come and stay anytime if you want. Humph, you wish for it. Don't think I don't know what you are planning." Oh? Then tell me what I'm planning? In a coffee shop in Wutong City, the provincial capital. Xiao Xue, who are you chatting with? You look so happy. Su Yingxue was startled, her pretty face slightly red as she said, "No, I was just chatting with a friend." What friend? You're not my boyfriend, are you? We called you several times but you didn't hear us. Exactly. My face is red from chatting. Could it be something inappropriate for children? The gossip fire of several girls was immediately ignited, and they all clamored to see the content of the chat. They wanted to see who could chat so happily with this beautiful lady. There's really nothing to see. By the way, I remember Elle has released a new product. Why don't we go and take a look together? Su Yingxue didn't dare to show it to them and immediately changed the subject. The main reason was that she and Yi Chuan really talked about unspeakable things. It's all Yi Chuan's fault. He actually learned to make dirty jokes. To protect Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. After finishing the chat, Yi Chuan was in a good mood. Chen Go is right. Joking and chatting with girls will make the relationship between you two closer. He could feel that Su Yingxue and he had more and more topics to talk about. It seemed to confirm Yi Chuan's guess. Ding, Su Yingxue's favorability plus 5, reward, 5 years of training time belongs to the spiritual level. The host can use it to improve the progress of martial arts training, adding several years of martial arts training memories to the mind, but cannot be used to temper physical fitness. Practice time? Good stuff. It seems that the reward for the increased favorability is this training time. Yi Chuan couldn't wait to click and use it. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, practice progress %0 not yet started. Do you want to use practice time? 1 year of use. Ding, you've spent a year diligently practicing boxing and finally mastered the Hercules Fist. Your current training progress is 15% beginner level. Your punching power has increased by 30%. Suddenly, countless memories of practicing boxing merged into Yi Chuan's mind, as if he had really practiced boxing hard for a year. It only took you a year to get started? Yi Chuan was a little dissatisfied. But when I think about the fact that I only have the lowest level F qualification, it's okay. 2 more years. Ding, you have practiced hard for 2 years and have mastered the Hercules Fist to a minor level of success. Your current progress is 51%. Your punch power has increased by 100%. After getting started, my cultivation progress has been much faster. 2 years left, come again. Ding, you've been practicing boxing for 2 years. Your Hercules Fist training progress has reached 81%. Your boxing power has increased by 300%. I've spent 5 years increasing my punching power 3-fold, and I still haven't achieved full power? The difficulty of practicing martial arts was beyond Yi Chuan's imagination. Is it because I am too poorly qualified? It seems that the system only gave me a golden finger to change my destiny, but it did not change my qualifications. The next morning, Yi Chuan got up early and chose to run to school as usual. This was a habit he had developed over the years, and he never wasted any opportunity to exercise. In the past, no one would pay attention to the students running to school on College Road. But when an extremely handsome guy appeared among them, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Fuck, Yi Chuan? This was a tall and thin man wearing glasses, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He was Yi Chuan's deskmate Zhu Zixiao. Old Zhu. Yi Chuan greeted with a smile. Zhu Zixiao is a typical introverted and reserved person. Compared to Yi Chuan, Zhu Zixiao can talk freely in front of boys, but dare not even fart in front of girls, and Yi Chuan was similar before. Is it really you? After receiving the response, Zhu Zixiao's eyes widened. Old Ji, have you been to Country H these past 2 days? This change is too big. Isn't it just a change of hairstyle and clothes? In fact, even Yi Chuan himself didn't realize that as the system was activated and his potential increased, his own temperament also changed a lot. Become more confident and calm. That's true, but I feel like you've been reborn. The difference is huge. Zhu Zixiao took a closer look and found that it was indeed the same Yi Chuan as before, but his appearance and temperament were very different now. The Yi Chuan of the past was someone who would go unnoticed even in a crowd. And now Yi Chuan is sunny, confident, calm and handsome, and is definitely the most outstanding one in the crowd. Outfit and hairstyle are just appearances. A dramatic change in temperament is the key. He didn't know that Yi Chuan had no hope in martial arts before, so he naturally seemed decadent and inferior. Now that Yi Chuan has a golden finger, his strength has become much stronger. He is full of hope for the future and naturally becomes confident and calm. The two chatted briefly, and Zhu Zixiao's attention was quickly attracted by the luxury cars at the school gate. It's Link's latest hover car, and it costs over $1 million. This is XX's old car. It cost nearly $3 million back then. Looking at the second generation driving hover cars to school, the two were envious. Yi Chuan knew that when they were students, they could still have some interactions with these second generation people, but after leaving school, it would probably be difficult for some of them to even meet them. Just like himself and Su Yingxue. According to the normal trajectory, the two people's lives may be two parallel lines. If Yi Chuan did not have the awakening system, he would not even have the chance to go to college. After graduating from high school, he would most likely still be at the bottom of society, doing a job that relies on physical strength and time to make a living. Su Yingxue will enter the top university, become a future strong man of the empire, and even go to the starfield to expand territory and see a wider world. Look, it's the flying car produced by Thunder Corporation. Wow, this is a flying car worth $50 million. If it weren't for the fact that School Beauty Su has always been in our class, I would have suspected that she was the daughter of Chief Su from our Wudong province. The price and performance of hover cars and flying cars are very different, and Su Yingxue's car is a luxury brand in the starfield. The luxury flying car slowly landed and Su Yingxue walked out of the car. People around looked at him sideways. Those second-generation people also looked envious and amazed. They envied this cool luxury flying car and were amazed by Su Yingxue's beauty. This tall and beautiful figure is the white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in Anping No. 1 Middle School. There's no way, she's just too outstanding. It's so beautiful. I hope that Miss Su will never have a boyfriend in her life. School Beauty Su is beautiful and has a great figure, that's all, but she also has such a strong talent for martial arts and comes from such a good family. God is so unfair, he gave her all the best. If I could have a girlfriend like this, I would be willing to live 10 years less. I'd rather live 50 years less. I'm going to die tomorrow. You're cruel. Listening to the strange remarks of the people around him, Yi Chuan couldn't help but touch the bridge of his nose, thinking, if these animals knew that Su Yingxue was their partner, would they bang their heads against the planet? Su Yingxue had long been accustomed to this kind of attention. She ignored the gazes from all around her and walked towards the teaching building calmly and confidently. However, when her gaze fell on Yi Chuan, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she blinked at Yi Chuan in response. Fuck, the school beauty winked at me. Old Zhu's face turned red, and he instantly looked like he was energized. Tisk. The boys around him booed him. Only Yi Chuan smiled and shook his head, continuing to walk towards the teaching building. Chapter 8 Arriving at school, provoked by the school bully. Just as the two were about to enter the classroom, they were stopped by someone. Student, which class are you from? Don't you know that you can't just enter someone else's classroom? This person is called Lu Yang, and he is followed by several followers. He is also the monitor of Class 1, Grade 3. His physical potential has been developed to 9%, and he is a famous school bully. Yi Chuan didn't like this person, but he had no intention of opposing him. Team leader Lu, I'm Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan said with a smile. Yi Chuan? How is that possible? Lu Yang frowned immediately. Ha, squad leader Lu, I guess they didn't even recognize you. Lao Zhu laughed and said, Old Ji, what do you think? I told you that no one in the class would recognize you, right? And you said you haven't changed at all. After the shock, Lu Yang finally confirmed that this was really Yi Chuan. In his eyes, Yi Chuan used to be a transparent person and was insignificant in the class. But now Yi Chuan is well-dressed, sunny and handsome. He can't connect him with that poor student who has no sense of existence. A poor student whose martial arts skills were even worse, was actually dressed up like an ordinary person today, which immediately made him feel unhappy. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Yi Chuan. Lu Yang smiled wickedly and said in a lecturing tone, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your family isn't well off to begin with. Why are you wasting money on a hairstyle when you're almost graduating? Yo, you even bought a bunch of fake brand names. Lu Yang looked at the label on Yi Chuan's clothes and sneered. In his opinion, how could Yi Chuan afford a real brand name? To be honest, even if you were less talented and poorer before, no one would say anything. At least you seem to be working hard. But you don't learn from others and become a gigolo. That's a bit shameless. Although according to the imperial law, you can get married when you are 18 years old, I also know what you poor students are thinking. But please don't set your sights on the girls in our class. As the class monitor, I will never allow the girls in my class to jump into the fire pit. These words directly labeled Yi Chuan as a gigolo who intended to use his looks to deceive female classmates. The intention is very malicious. With the boss taking the lead, several of his followers also followed Lu Yang's words and began to mock him. That's right. I've heard that some poor students, worried about finding a wife after graduation, would bully the inexperienced female classmates before graduation. These people have no ability themselves, yet they try to deceive the girls in the class. How shameless! The group's words became more and more unpleasant. Even old Zhu behind Yi Chuan had an unhappy expression on his face, because he was also a poor student in the class. Lu Yang, don't go too far. Old Zhu clenched his fists, unable to bear it any longer. Old Ji just got a haircut and changed his clothes. What gives you the right to say that? Are you rich people the only ones who can dress up? You keep calling us poor students. Are we eating your rice? Lu Yang and his followers immediately became unhappy. Xu Zixiao, you are a piece of trash with less than 6% of your potential, and you are not worthy of shouting here. Who do you think you are? That's right, those of you sitting in the back row are destined to be at the bottom of society in the future. Sweeping the streets and picking up trash is where you belong. It's the era of the universe now. Martial arts are the foundation. Being a gigolo has no future. I didn't expect that the honest Yi Chuan would become this kind of person. People change. Knowing there's no hope in martial arts, it's normal to want to take shortcuts. Lu Yang smiled indifferently and spread his hands towards Yi Chuan innocently. As the class monitor, I'm just reminding the girls in the class not to be fooled by the appearances of certain people. If you like to identify yourself with them, it only shows that you have a guilty conscience. As Lu Yang and others led the discussion, many classmates also started talking, and many people looked at Yi Chuan with contempt. Yi Chuan's face was gloomy. Although he had long known that Lu Yang was narrow-minded, he did not expect that he would target him like this. Asshole. Xu Zixiao gritted his teeth. If Yi Chuan hadn't held him back, he would have gone up and fought to the death. Old Ji, let me go. I'm going to fight them. Don't be impulsive. Yi Chuan held Xu Zixiao and said in a deep voice, weapons are prohibited in school. If you take the initiative to attack, you will be punished. Sober up. Yi Chuan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Xu Zixiao's heart. Indeed. If he started the fight first, getting beaten would be a small matter, but he would probably be punished. If he was punished, it would be difficult for him to find a job after graduation. Without any ability or background, these students from ordinary families cannot compare with second-generation students like Lu Yang. This is reality. Compared to Xu Zixiao, Yi Chuan, who had lived 2 lives, was much calmer. Are you done? Good dog. Before he finished speaking, another cold voice interrupted Yi Chuan. Lu Yang, get out of here. These four simple words brought silence to the surroundings. Who dares to speak to the squad leader like that? Damn it, you don't want to be in number 1 middle school anymore, right? Who is it? Stand up. Lu Yang's followers shouted in a threatening manner. In Anping number 1 middle school, even Lao Gua has to give face to the Lu family. Who dares to tell him to get out in person? Lu Yang's face instantly turned gloomy. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful girl in a white dress with a calm expression walking towards them from behind the crowd with an indifferent look on her face. Her appearance made the air around her stagnate. Su Ying Xue. What a misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding, it turns out to be the school beauty Su. The few people who were shouting just now immediately showed their friendliest smiles and displayed their most humble side. Ying Xue, you're here. Even Lu Yang forced a smile after being stunned, his voice gentle, without any trace of the arrogance and conceit in his words. As a warrior, Su Ying Xue has privileges and even has her own exclusive training room in school. Normally, no one has the right to control whether she comes to school or attends classes, but every time she appears in school or in the classroom, she causes a sensation. Ignore the gazes of people around you. Su Ying Xue glanced at Lu Yang indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Do you want me to say it again?" The surroundings suddenly became quiet. This is clearly a lack of respect for the school bully. Everyone looked at Lu Yang. Lu Yang's face flushed red and the veins on his forehead twitched, but he didn't dare to refute a word. Finally, he tactfully stepped aside from the classroom door. With Su Ying Xue's identity and background, even his family couldn't afford to offend her. What's more, Su Ying Xue was so naturally gifted that even the principal had to worship her as a great god. I'm afraid that even if Su Ying Xue beat him, the school would not say a word for him, and might even blame him for being an eyesore to Su Ying Xue. Everyone was dumbfounded. With the comparison, at this moment they felt the terrifying power behind this beautiful campus beauty. Just a word. Lu Yang, the school bully who was bullying others just now, had to put on a smile after being scolded, and didn't even dare to fart in front of Su Ying Xue. Is this still the arrogant school bully? Everyone thought Su Ying Xue would walk straight into the classroom, but she paused and turned to each one beside her and said in a cold voice, "I bought too much breakfast." As he said this, he handed the breakfast bag to each one under everyone's jaw-dropping gaze. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, each one took the bag in astonishment, feeling like he had taken over a hot potato. It's over. Now I will probably become the public enemy of the whole school. Each one sighed inwardly, and at the same time noticed Lu Yang's extremely resentful and cold gaze. This idiot, can this be put on my account? After mastering the Hercules fist, he was not afraid at all when facing Lu Yang, who had 9% of his potential. TSK Tisk, it's actually high-energy food. In the last row of the classroom, old Zhu looked at the breakfast each one brought out with envy. This high-energy food is ridiculously expensive, but it can improve physical fitness. The most important thing is that this is the breakfast bought by Su Ying Xue. Chapter 9 Lu Yang's Revenge, Conflict in Practical Class. There are 4 classes in the morning. They are Pharmacy Knowledge, Martial Arts Theory, Starfield History, and a Practical Training class. Today's practical training session will be held outdoors. After Lu Yang made the announcement loudly, he took a deep look at each one. The practical class is taught by teachers sent by the Martial Arts Hall. The teachers who are sent here are at least at the intermediate level of quasi-martial artists. The group is assembled on the playground. Soon, a middle-aged man with a feminine appearance came over, chatting and laughing with Lu Yang. Coming in front of everyone, the man clapped his hands and said, "Hello everyone, I am your practical class teacher this time, you can call me Teacher Zhou. Today's combat training session is special in order to be more realistic. Students can choose to challenge someone of similar strength to themselves. Firstly, if the difference in physical potential development is not too great, the challenged party must accept the challenge. This will serve as practical training. Secondly, as Teacher Zhou finished explaining the rules, each one always felt that the other party looked at him a few more times. With each one's perception, this can't be wrong. Lu Yang's revenge? Really? As soon as Teacher Zhou announced the rules, one of Lu Yang's followers was the first to walk to the center of the field. I'm Zhou Qiang, and my physical potential has been developed to 6.3%. I want to challenge. Zhu Zixiao. Challenge me? Lao Zhu was surprised. Why, you don't dare. Didn't you say that this morning? If you don't dare, kneel down and call me grandpa, and I'll let you go. Xu Zixio was immediately furious. This guy was obviously stronger than him, yet he still had the nerve to challenge him. The potential gap is 0.5, Xu Zixio, you must accept the challenge. Before Mr. Zhu could speak, Teacher Zhou made the final decision. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Seeing this, Xu Zixio also took the risk. They were young men full of passion, and how could they bear being ridiculed in person? Old Zhu, let me do it. Yichuan wanted to stop Lao Zhu, as this game was obviously aimed at them. Yichuan, sit down if it's not your turn. Teacher Zhou stared at Yichuan coldly and said, you can only go into battle when you are challenged. This is the rule. Otherwise, do you still want to disobey military orders when you are on the battlefield? Yichuan's face suddenly turned cold. This Teacher Zhou is obviously favoring Lu Yong and his gang. On the opposite side, Lu Yong deliberately made a provocative gesture of wiping his neck towards Yichuan. It's okay, Chuanzi. I don't believe he can still beat me to death in front of everyone. Old Zhu was also aroused, so he rolled up his sleeves and walked to the center of the field. I'm not afraid of you. He roared, raised his fist and rushed forward. Seeing Xu Zixio coming to kill him, Zhou Qiang just smiled contemptuously and easily dodged Xu Zixio's attack by turning sideways. Xu Zixio chased him quickly, but didn't even touch the corner of Zhou Chang's clothes. The gap in strength between the two is too big. Just when Xu Zixio was getting a little angry, Zhou Qiang seized the opportunity and punched him on the glasses. Taking advantage of Xu Zixio's blurred vision, Zhou Qiang continued to attack with force. One punch, two punches. Xu Zixio's glasses were broken first, the fragments scratched his cheek and caused blood to flow, and soon his nose bone was also broken. Even though his vision was blurred, Lao Zhu still gritted his teeth and punched back, but unfortunately he gained nothing and was only met with Zhou Chang's ruthless teasing. Despicable and shameless. The classmates were discussing with each other, and they were surprised that Zhou Qiang actually used such despicable means. Although everyone felt ashamed, no one dared to speak out. No one is willing to offend a group of second-generation rich people for a poor student. Just like this morning, many people could see that Lu Yang was deliberately making things difficult for Yichuan, but no one dared to stand up and speak for Yichuan. On the field, Xu Zixio had been beaten to the point of being somewhat unconscious. He could only wave his fists around randomly and was soon beaten to the ground seriously injured. Get up, you useless piece of shit. Can't you just scream? Scream. Zhou Qiang mocked Xu Zixio wantonly, kicking him from time to time, and at the same time waved and showed off to Lu Yang and others. Lu Yang and his group clapped their hands and laughed, as if they regarded this one-sided beating as a performance. That's enough. Yichuan shouted angrily and stood up to help his friend who had fallen to the ground. Yichuan, what are you doing? Teacher Zhou said angrily, he hasn't admitted defeat yet. You have no right to interfere with classroom order. Teacher, don't you think Zhou Chang's methods are a bit despicable? That's how combat training is. The enemy won't talk to you about morality. Yichuan glared at Mr. Zhou, who was taking sides. But Xu Zixio has lost his fighting ability. Do you want to see him beaten to death? So what? This is the meaning of practical training. On the battlefield, others will not pity your weakness. Teacher Zhou remained unmoved. But this is a school. This is also a practical class, and I have the final say here. Teacher Zhou and Yichuan looked at each other, neither giving in. Old Yi, don't be impulsive. I surrender. Perhaps it was because he heard his friend's voice that Xu Zixio finally came to his senses and spoke with difficulty. You can still talk? Seeing Xu Zixio surrender, Zhou Qiang suddenly felt a little annoyed. What a pity, I haven't fought enough yet. As Xu Zixio surrendered, Teacher Zhou snorted coldly and stopped trying to stop Yichuan. But this made Zhou Qiang very unhappy. In his eyes, Yichuan was also a waste with 6% potential, and he could deal with such a person with one hand. Yichuan, since you like to meddle in other people's affairs so much, why don't you just be a good person and take the beating for him? Yichuan had just walked to the sidelines with Xu Zixio when Zhou Chang's voice rang out indifferently. Yichuan turned around and pointed at himself with a strange expression. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Why, are you scared? Zhou Qiang raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms across his chest, and looked down on Yichuan. Don't agree to him. This guy is very strong, and he is the nephew of Teacher Zhou. Xu Zixio knew some inside information and reminded in a low voice. Teacher? Yichuan ignored him and turned his gaze to Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou said indifferently, according to the rules, Yi Chuan must accept the challenge. Yi Chuan smiled. It seems that the teacher is not well informed this week. Let someone with 8.4% potential fight against someone with 6.3%? Okay, you asked for it. He was worried that he wouldn't have the chance to take action. Yi Chuan, if you don't go on stage, you will violate the classroom discipline and I will punish you. Seeing Yi Chuan's hesitation, Teacher Zhou thought Yi Chuan was afraid and threatened him. Old Zhu, just wait and see, I'll help you get revenge. Yi Chuan patted his friend's shoulder, stood up and walked towards the center of the field. Teacher Zhou, the rules are that only when one side says surrender can it be considered as admitting defeat? Since this is an actual battle, it's natural. After thinking for a moment, he added, however, if anyone dares to deliberately slack off and surrender, I will also punish them for disrupting class discipline. Teacher Zhou, what if you hit me too hard? Zhou Qiang sneered. Don't worry, the school clinic will treat the students free of charge. You just need to rest for a few days at most. I will take the responsibility if anything happens. Teacher Zhou said with a playful smile. I understand. Zhou Qiang immediately showed a look of joy. Yi Chuan, today I will let you know that not everyone can be offended by you. After saying that, he smiled cruelly and slapped Yi Chuan. He wanted to defeat Yi Chuan in the most humiliating way. Yi Chuan's calm demeanor made Zhou Qiang very angry. Chapter 10 I'm pretending to be your sister. I've disliked you for a long time. Like slapping? Facing Zhou Qiang's attack, Yi Chuan easily dodged it by moving slightly. It's a pity you're so slow. Although Yi Chuan felt that his talent in martial arts was average, his perception and nerve reflex speed had reached the warrior level, which even surprised Suing Xue. At this moment, in Yi Chuan's eyes, Zhou Qiang was like a 5 or 6-year-old child, waving his fists angrily and trying to knock down an adult. Asshole, is all you can do is hide? After several unsuccessful attempts, Zhou Qiang became angry. Are you in a hurry? Of course it's urgent. I need to get you to the hospital. Yi Chuan shook his head and laughed, really? If that's the case, then please help me stay in the hospital for a few days. Arrogant. Zhou Qiang was furious and rushed over again fiercely, go to hell. Yi Chuan did not hide this time, but just looked at Zhou Qiang coldly. Bang! With a crisp sound, everyone saw Zhou Qiang spin 2.5 circles in the air and fall to the ground. When everyone looked clearly, they saw 5 clearly visible finger marks on his face. What's going on? Everyone opened their eyes wide, not seeing clearly how Yi Chuan made his move. Before Zhou Qiang could come to his senses, Yi Chuan walked over, grabbed the still-dazed Zhou Qiang, and then slapped him hard in the face. You like slapping? Then I'll let you feel it. By the time everyone reacted, Zhou Qiang had been beaten into a pig's head by Yi Chuan, and all his teeth had been knocked out. Snap. I vote, bang bang bang. Zhou Qiang realized that something was wrong and wanted to surrender, but Yi Chuan would never let him do that. As soon as Zhou Qiang opened his mouth, he was greeted with a slap in the face. Pa 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 pa. After a while, Zhou Qiang was beaten and cried. His face was no longer recognizable as a human, all his teeth were knocked out, and only 2 slits remained of his eyes. That's enough. Teacher Zhou stood up angrily, thinking that if this continued his nephew would be beaten to death. What's wrong, Teacher Zhou? Yi Chuan pretended to be confused. You've already won, don't go too far. If he doesn't admit defeat, what does it have to do with me? Oh my god, slap slap slap. Zhou Qiang was about to speak when he was slapped a few more times. Teacher Zhou, look, this kid is still scolding me. Zhou Qiang burst into tears, I was saying I surrender, you knocked out all my teeth, so of course I can't speak clearly. He has no power to resist anymore, can't you see? So what? No one on the battlefield will pity his weakness. This is a school. This is also a practical lesson. The enemy will not show mercy to his weakness. Teacher Zhou, why does this sound so familiar? Damn, isn't this what I just said to him? Yi Chuan laughed and said, Teacher Zhou, have you forgotten? You just said that you have to surrender to be considered defeated. If he doesn't admit defeat, is there any problem with me beating him? No problem, good job. Old Zhu on the sidelines shouted happily. Teacher Zhou's face suddenly turned pale. Yi Chuan replied to him exactly what he had said before. Zhou Qiang was so angry when he heard this that he fainted in Yi Chuan's hands. No way, you're pretending to be unconscious. Yi Chuan slapped him a few more times, and when he found that the guy was really unconscious, he stopped reluctantly. I was careless. I can't give him the chance to faint next time. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly, and everyone immediately got goosebumps. This kid is so vicious. Just when everyone thought the challenge was over, they found that Yi Chuan was still standing in the middle of the field, looking at Lu Yang with a bad look. Why, just because you beat that loser Zhou Qiang, you think you're such a good fighter? Lu Yang was also amused by this. Being stared at like this by a piece of trash with only 6% potential was an insult to him. If the gap between him and Yi Chuan wasn't so huge, and he would be ridiculed if he challenged him, he wouldn't mind personally teaching this guy a lesson. I'm pretending to be your sister. I've disliked you for a long time. Yi Chuan had been holding a grudge since morning and was no longer polite. In this practical class, it was obvious that the other party was deliberately targeting him. Since that was the case, he would let the other party understand what it meant to lose more than gain. What did you say? Lu Yang suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Not only him, but the students around him were also very surprised. Is Yi Chuan crazy? Even though Lu Yang always likes to bully others, his strength is definitely among the best in the school. He is also a second-generation martial artist with extremely strong combat power. I'm telling you, I've been fed up with you for a long time. Come here and get spanked. Do you understand? This time, Yi Chuan deliberately raised his voice by several decibels. Lu Yang is a mad dog. I didn't provoke him, but this guy deliberately threw dirty water on me. Since we have become enemies, it is better to start a war directly instead of being remembered by this guy every day. When facing such people, you can only use your fists to speak. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yi Chuan feels that he can win. The top floor of the martial arts building. In Su Yingshua's exclusive training room, she was closely watching the developments on the playground through the one-way glass. Behind her stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was none other than Su Duong, the principal of Anping No. 1 Middle School. Xiaoxue, do you want me to step in and stop it? Su Yingxue pondered for a moment, and finally shook her head. He dared to take action even though he knew Lu Yang's strength. I believe him. Hearing this, Su Duong felt a little envious of this boy. I don't know what kind of luck Yi Chuan had to get the attention of this person. That's right. His reflexes and perception are both excellent. As a junior quasi-martial artist, he won't necessarily be at a disadvantage against Lu Yang. Su Duong agreed with a smile. The gap between the second generation and ordinary students is actually very large. Whether in terms of resources or knowledge, the second generation is far superior to ordinary students. With the same potential, the second generation can usually easily crush the civilians. The Lu family is definitely a powerful force in Anping district. Even he has to give the Lu family some face. Lu Yang is considered the top second generation of Anping No. 1 Middle School. On the playground. Lu Yang stood up suddenly. Yi Chuan, are you looking for death? His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. In the entire Anping No. 1 Middle School, who else except Su Yingxue dares to talk to him like this? Teacher Zhou, you saw it too. It was this guy who took the initiative to challenge me. Hearing this, Teacher Zhou smiled and nodded. Of course, we all saw it. I declare your challenge established. Yi Chuan was seeking death, so naturally he had to help him. Lu Yang suddenly laughed. Yi Chuan, since you're seeking death, I'll oblige you. Thank you for reminding me just now. I definitely won't let you pretend to be unconscious later. Oh, really? What a coincidence. I thought so too. I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Lu Yang snorted coldly, and then his whole body burst out with momentum, raising his fist to attack Yi Chuan. Die. He couldn't wait to crush the ant to death. To everyone's surprise, Yi Chuan did not dodge, but stood in place and threw the same punch. Boom! The two fists weighing more than 300 kilograms collided fiercely, the airwave spread, and the two men took several steps back. Lu Yang's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? How could you also be a quasi-warrior? When the potential reaches 8%, it is a primary quasi-warrior. When the potential is developed to 12%, it is an intermediate quasi-warrior. When it reaches 16%, it is an advanced quasi-warrior. Only when the potential of the body is developed to 20% can one be considered to have crossed the threshold of becoming a warrior. Hee, are you allowed to be a quasi-warrior? Yi Chuan sneered, and then took the initiative to attack. In the previous exchange of punches, he only retreated 2 steps more than Liu Yang, and he hadn't used the Hercules fist yet. Impossible, you're just a piece of trash with 6% potential, how could you be a quasi-warrior? Liu Yang found it hard to accept. Over the years, the family has spent countless resources to improve his physical condition. Yi Chuan is just a penniless orphan, how could he be a quasi-warrior like him? In the morning he mocked the other person as a waste. If this waste is better than him, then what is he? Go to hell, you bastard. Out of shame and anger, Liu Yang had already developed murderous intentions, and his moves became vicious and cruel. The two men exchanged punches and kicks in a quick exchange. Yi Chuan relied on his super-strong perception and nerve reflex speed. Although his moves were full of loopholes, he did not fall at a disadvantage at all. Chapter 11 Shocked, a genius cultivated by the school? Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Yi Chuan could actually fight Liu Yang without losing. After another round of fist and kick collision, Yi Chuan had a rough estimate of his own strength. Without using the Hercules fist, it is a bit difficult to deal with Liu Yang, a junior quasi-warrior with a potential of 9%. But if he uses the Hercules fist, the power of the fist will be increased 3 times, and he will definitely be able to crush Liu Yang easily. Is this all you have? After understanding Liu Yang's strength, Yi Chuan became more calm. Compared with Yi Chuan, Liu Yang's expression was as ugly as it could be. Originally, in his eyes, Yi Chuan was just an insignificant waste who couldn't even get into a public martial arts university and was at the bottom of society. But this morning he suddenly discovered that this loser was even more handsome than him, which made him intolerable. But this loser not only made him lose face, but also got Su Yingshu as breakfast. What right does he have as a waste? Jealousy had distorted him beyond recognition. He secretly swore that he would kill Yi Chuan, including his friends. So this special practical class came into being. Asshole, you are just an ant-like thing, and you are worthy of shouting at me? Liu Yang had a ferocious expression and roared that he would tear Yi Chuan to pieces. It's pretty loud, but it doesn't have much strength. Yi Chuan wanted to deliberately provoke Liu Yang in order to test his own strength. There were very few opportunities for actual combat like this in school. The two fought again. After a few moves, Yi Chuan was suddenly disappointed. This guy was so angry that even his moves were out of form. There was no point in fighting him anymore. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuan punched him in the abdomen. Puff! Liu Yang spurted blood and flew backwards, falling several meters away. Lying on the ground, feeling severe pain in his abdomen, Liu Yang almost couldn't breathe. Looking at Yi Chuan walking slowly towards him, a fierce force rose in his heart, and a blood-red pill was held in his hand at some point. It's a blood pill. Teacher Zhou's face changed drastically, and he said hurriedly, "Young Master Liu, no." Others were also surprised when they saw the blood-colored pill in Liu Yang's hand. This is just a practical training class in school, not a life-and-death fight on the battlefield. Liu Yang actually resorted to desperate means. Is he planning to fight to the death? Mr. Liu, don't be impulsive. You will be punished by the school if you do this. Yes, if we want to deal with Yi Chuan, we can take a long-term approach. Even Liu Yang's followers couldn't stand it anymore. Once the blood pill is used, the nature of the competition will change. Even if Liu Yang defeats Yi Chuan now, he will definitely be punished by the school. However, Liu Yang was not listening at this moment. The only thing he wanted was to kill this guy who brought shame to him. After taking the blood-colored pill, Liu Yang's eyes instantly turned red, his aura doubled, and his eyes became even crazier. Yi Chuan, I want you to die today. The two were very close to each other, and at this moment Liu Yang's speed was even more astonishing. He clenched his fist and punched Yi Chuan in the throat. Boom! With a muffled sound, the airwaves spread and smoke and dust rose up. After the smoke and dust cleared, everyone saw an incredible scene. Yi Chuan was still standing there intact, while Liu Yang fell more than 10 meters away, completely unconscious, with his right arm twisted abnormally. You're lucky. Because it was his first time using the Hercules fist, Yi Chuan was unable to control the strength well. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Liu Yang took the genetic medicine, but was killed instantly by Yi Chuan? I saw it too. He seemed to be taking a blood pill. Blood pill? A blood pill that doubles a person's strength in a short period of time by overdrawing their potential? After taking the blood pill, Liu Yang is probably close to becoming a mid-level quasi-warrior, but the result is... It was mentioned in the pharmacy class that blood pill is a genetic medicine with serious side effects, and many second-generation people will buy it as a last resort. A blood pill is worth more than 1 million. After learning the truth, everyone looked at Yi Chuan with awe. I didn't expect that Yi Chuan is the biggest dark horse in our school. Yes, it's hidden so deeply. Everyone agreed with this. Student Yi Chuan is not only handsome, but also very strong. However, he doesn't show off his abilities, unlike some people. I'm afraid if Lu Yang hadn't deliberately targeted him today, Yi Chuan wouldn't have taken action. Everyone could see in the morning that Yi Chuan was being deliberately targeted by Lu Yang, but no one dared to speak out because they were afraid of Lu Yang and the others. Now that Yi Chuan defeated Lu Yang in public, those who had mocked Yi Chuan became fawning instead, fearing that Yi Chuan would bear a grudge. This scene also made Yi Chuan sigh with emotion. This is the reality, strength is everything. By the way, classmate Yi Chuan doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? I don't know who said this, but several girls' eyes immediately became hot. With the potential Yi Chuan has shown now, he might be able to become a warrior after a few years of hard training. By then, he will have no shortage of money, status, and women. It will be difficult to get close to the warriors at that time. If I could become Yi Chuan's woman now, it would undoubtedly be the most cost-effective investment. Martial Arts Building. Su Yingxue slowly loosened her slightly sweaty hands, and the tension on her face dissipated. When she saw Lu Yang taking the medicine just now, her heart was in her throat. Unexpectedly, Yi Chuan had hidden his strength and killed Lu Yang with one punch after he took the medicine. This guy. Su Duong widened his eyes. With just one punch, he defeated Lu Yang who took the blood pill? No wonder you trust him so much, Xiaoxue. It turns out he has mastered a martial art. He did not ask about the source of the martial arts, but just marveled at Yi Chuan's talent. Great! I didn't expect there's such a genius in our school. Maybe he'll have a chance to get into a key martial arts university in this college entrance exam. Su Duong smiled brightly. Previously, Su Yingxue asked him for the Yuan energy breathing method for Yi Chuan on the pretext of compensation, which made him a little depressed. Now it seems that giving Yi Chuan the Yuan Ning breathing method is absolutely worth it. Su Yingxue nodded after hearing this. In the next period of time, I will give him special training. I will arrange the time. I understand. I'll notify them. You can arrange your time as you wish. I'll also help this kid apply for a subsidy separately. The better Yi Chuan performs, the more resources he will naturally get, and the school will only favor talented students. Just like Lu Yang, even though he was arrogant and domineering, the school turned a blind eye to him because he had the hope of becoming a warrior. Teacher Zhou, I didn't violate any rules, did I? Seeing that Teacher Zhou still didn't speak, Yi Chuan couldn't help but remind him. No violation. Teacher Zhou was stunned. He was the one who made the rules. Now that Lu Yang was beaten like this, he didn't know how to explain to the Lu family, but he couldn't get angry. At this moment, a bald middle-aged man wearing glasses came over. He was the school's principal. Teacher Zhou, you will bear full responsibility for the teaching accident caused by your improper teaching. Also, on behalf of the school, I'm informing you that you will no longer be employed by the school. We will report your actions today to the martial arts headquarters truthfully. After the dean finished speaking, Teacher Zhou's face turned pale. Not only was he being blamed for Lu Yang's disability, but his future was also being ruined. How could you do this? You think you can target the geniuses cultivated by our school? A genius cultivated by the school? Teacher Zhou looked at Yi Chuan in shock. Yes, with Yi Chuan's strength, he must be a genius secretly cultivated by the school. Figure this out. He glared at the unconscious Lu Yang with resentment. It was all this idiot's fault for not understanding the situation and bringing him into trouble. Chapter 12 Gaining Recognition and Resources Tilt. Yi Chuan, not bad, not bad. The principal asked me to call you over. After announcing the school's decision, the bald dean looked at Yi Chuan and a friendly smile immediately appeared on his face. What a talent! Without any resources or background, he managed to cultivate to this level quietly. What if there are resources? Yi Chuan nodded and left with the bald director. The dean took him to the martial arts building and told Yi Chuan to go to the top floor. When he walked out of the elevator on the top floor, he found himself in a large training room fully equipped with equipment. Su Yingxue and the principal Su Duong were waiting for him. Principal, Yingxue, classmate. Yi Chuan originally planned to call Yingxue directly, but considering that the principal was there, he forced himself to add the word classmate. Su Duong smiled and nodded, with an amiable smile on his face. He stepped forward and patted Yi Chuan on the shoulder. Young man, you've made our school suffer by keeping this a secret. Don't do this again in the future. From now on, the school will provide you with 3 meals a day of high-energy food for free, and give you a 6,000 yuan scholarship every month. In addition, we will also give you a set of energy cultivation methods for free. After hearing these conditions, Yi Chuan was also shocked. To sum up, it means giving them money, time, and resources so that they can practice with peace of mind. Thank you, Principal. Yi Chuan was overjoyed. He knew that this was the school allocating resources to him. Su Duong smiled and nodded, then clicked on the projection on the smart terminal in his hand. These are the methods of cultivating yuan energy. You can pick one for free. Yi Chuan looked at the 5 martial arts techniques projected in the air. De Yuan Shanggong, a mid-level yellow-grade cultivation method, can cultivate Yuan Li with flame attributes. Shui Yuan Ju, a mid-level yellow-rank cultivation method, can cultivate water-attributed Yuan Li. Red Gold Technique, a mid-level yellow-rank technique, can cultivate gold-attributed energy. Fragments of the Devouring Technique, a high-level yellow-level technique that can improve physical fitness through devouring. The introductions to the 5 energy cultivation methods are very simple, and they are all yellow-level cultivation methods. The effects and methods after cultivation are also mentioned after the introduction of each method. They are all yellow level, so there is not much difference. Yi Chuan said secretly. You have cultivated a strength-based martial art. I suggest you choose between the red gold art and the devouring art. Both of these techniques complement your martial arts. Principal Su Duong smiled and said, however, the devouring art is only a fragment after all, and it is also difficult to practice. No one knows if there will be any side effects in the future, so I suggest you choose the red gold art. Hearing this, Yi Chuan nodded slightly. The function of the Yuan energy cultivation method is to integrate the power of other attributes and accelerate the development of the body's potential. He also felt that the red gold technique was a good choice. Just as Yi Chuan was about to make a choice, he suddenly noticed a line of small words below the devouring technique. When the devouring technique is practiced to perfection, one can devour everything and strengthen oneself. I choose the devouring technique. The red gold art is actually very powerful. What? You chose the devouring art? When Su Duong saw Yi Chuan nod, he was planning to tell Yi Chuan about the mystery of the Red Gold Sutra, but he didn't expect Yi Chuan to choose the incomplete martial arts book. Are you sure you want to choose devour? Su Duong asked again to confirm. Sure. Yi Chuan's idea is very simple. Since only a fragment can be classified as a high-level yellow-grade martial arts technique, wouldn't the complete technique be incredible? The most important thing is that he has a system. He is not afraid of the difficulty of cultivation, he can just rely on time to accumulate it. Seeing that Yi Chuan had made up his mind, Su Duong stopped trying to persuade him. Okay, I'll send the technique to you right away. Soon, Su Duong had completed the authorization of the skills, and the skills were sent to Yi Chuan's smart terminal. As soon as Su Duong left, Yi Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Yingxue, thank you. Yi Chuan stepped forward and took Su Yingxue's hand, knowing that Su Yingxue must be the reason why he could get more resources. According to Chen Go, it is necessary to create opportunities to increase skin contact in order to enhance favorability. Chen Go said that if this kind of skin contact happens more often, the other party will acquiesce to his habit, paving the way for deeper communication in the future. After all, his union with Su Yingxue was just an accident. If he wants to get Su Yingxue's true heart, he still needs to continue working hard. You fought for it yourself. I didn't help at all. Su Yingxue pulled her hand back embarrassedly. Indeed. If Yi Chuan performed mediocrely, she would be extremely reluctant even if the school gave her face. From now on, the school will no longer regulate your time. You can come to my exclusive training room to practice. Su Yingxue said as she handed him an elevator card. This is the elevator and access card for the top floor. Don't get complacent just because you beat Lu Yang. Lu Yang is only okay at Anping No. 1 Middle School. He's only second rate in our entire Kongcheng. And Kongcheng is only at the bottom of our Wudong province. Our Wudong province is even on the edge of the entire Blue-Silver Empire. So, you still have a long way to go. Yi Chuan was also shocked when Su Yingxue said this. Yes. The Blue-Silver Empire is too big. Do you know how many people on our entire planet took the college entrance examination? 80 million. Among these 80 million people, more than 5 million have reached 8% of their potential. If you only want to enter the lowest level public martial arts university, your current strength is indeed sufficient. But if you want to become a strong person and pursue martial arts, or even leave Blue Silver Star, then your strength is far from enough. Even in our Wudong province, there are more than 100,000 people who have reached 10% of their physical potential development. Suing Shua's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking up Yi Chuan's somewhat inflated heart. At the same time, he was shocked. Every year, 5 million people in the Blue Silver Empire take the martial arts college entrance examination. Yi Chuan shudders at the thought of that scene. You should know that the martial arts college entrance examination is a real fight, and it will be broadcast live nationwide. This is the most lively annual event in the Blue Silver Empire. Every province hopes that its warriors can become famous throughout the country. Yi Chuan would watch the martial arts college entrance examination every 3 years after he returned. In his opinion, it was like a world competition, and each region would support its own warriors. I understand. I will continue to work hard, Yi Chuan said seriously. Yeah, that's right. Actually, it doesn't matter if you have a low starting point. Even if your university isn't very good, as long as you keep working hard, you will definitely go further than others. Is this a comfort to me? A warning to keep working hard even if I don't get into a good university? Yi Chuan understood what Suing Xue meant. However, Suing Xue didn't know that Yi Chuan had a system, so how could she be willing to go to an ordinary public martial arts university? I'll remember that. Seeing Yi Chuan put away his playful smile, Suing Xue nodded in satisfaction. That's good, let's talk about the battle just now. Your perception and reaction speed are far superior to Liu Yang's, yet it took you over 10 rounds to defeat him. It can be said that your moves are completely disorganized. Also, although your martial arts skills are good, your use of them is too rigid and lacks technique. She saw every detail of the battle clearly, and her words hit Yi Chuan's sore spot. Next, I will teach you actual combat. Wait a moment. Yi Chuan hurriedly called for a halt, crying, You can teach me, but can we eat first? I'm so hungry now. Yes, he is super hungry now. Ever since he became a junior quasi-warrior, his appetite has greatly increased, and ordinary food is simply not enough to fill his stomach. Chapter 13, Commoners Cannot Become Warriors. I forgot to tell you that after becoming a quasi-warrior, your body's metabolic rate is several times faster than before, so you naturally get hungry faster. Furthermore, your combat energy expenditure is several times greater than before. Ordinary food can hardly satisfy your energy intake. Yi Chuan immediately understood. No wonder many students from poor families take out loans to buy high-energy food, and many even take out loans of tens or even millions in order to become warriors. The poor cannot even afford to buy high-energy food to replenish their consumption. The second generation will go to cram school every day, and some will even spend a lot of money to seek personal instruction from martial artists. In the news, we often see those tycoons buying rare treasures from other planets to assist in their cultivation, and they have no shortage of martial arts techniques. The gap between people is so huge. Yi Chuan sighed. In short, from now on, you must fight. Suing Xue stared at Yi Chuan. If you hide your strength like you did before, others will not see your talent, and naturally they will not invest in you, and the school will not give you more resources. So, if you want to become strong, you must fight for resources. When students go to university, they will be ranked based on their talents and abilities. The higher the ranking, the more resources they will receive. At the end, Suing Xue clearly had a warning in mind. In her opinion, Yi Chuan must have hidden his strength in the past, but she didn't know that Yi Chuan really had no strength before, and only transformed after meeting her. Yi Chuan was secretly shocked. It turned out that college life was even more challenging. It seems that practicing martial arts is far from as simple as I thought. It used to be said that martial arts cost a lot of money and it was difficult for common people to become martial artists. It turns out that there are so many conditions required to become a martial artist. Not only do you need talent, you also need money and resources. Otherwise, if you can't even afford to eat, how can you practice martial arts? He had seen Suing Xue order one meal and it was enough for him to work part-time for a month, and he thought it was a waste. Now it seems that this is probably the daily life of a warrior. What are you standing there for? Let's go and have dinner. Seeing Yi Chuan in a daze, Suing Xue reminded him. Oh, isn't it time for dinner yet? We warriors don't need to wait until school is over. You can understand this as our privilege. Well, I have also become a member of the privileged class, Yi Chuan said jokingly with a smile. Walk into the cafeteria. The first floor of the cafeteria is a public area where ordinary students eat. Yi Chuan used to eat on the first floor. The second floor is where the second generation often spends time, with stir-fries, private rooms, and delicious fish and meat. Suing Xue took him to the fourth floor. Seeing Yi Chuan's confusion, Suing Xue explained, the third floor is where non-martial arts teachers eat, and the fourth floor is exclusively for martial arts practitioners. You are only qualified to come up here because the school supports you. Yi Chuan has broadened his horizons. Whether it is a martial arts hall or a school, it is full of warrior privileges. When we arrived at the fourth floor, the professional chef had already prepared the ingredients and arranged them on the plates in a self-service manner. These high-energy foods include grains, meat, vegetables, and fruits, and warriors can choose whatever they want. Yi Chuan first tasted a little of each food. He found that there was not much difference in taste between the high-energy food and the ordinary food he usually ate. It's just that these foods are more filling. Just like in the past, there was not much difference between organic food and ordinary food in terms of appearance and taste, but the price was several times higher. Yi Chuan finished his meal in no time, then picked up his plate and went to get more food. This time he chose steaks, sea cucumbers, and other meats. He took whatever was expensive and rare, and he also wanted to try things he had never eaten before. Suing Xue smiled as she watched Yi Chuan carrying the pile of plates. It seems the school will have to increase its expenses because of you. Hee, I don't have to pay anyway. Yi Chuan was satisfied. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Besides, the chef on the fourth floor is really good. Suing Xue also smiled. Being with Yi Chuan always gave her a very real feeling. He is not hypocritical or deliberate, his heartache is written all over his face, and he is also very tactful and will not ask questions that he shouldn't ask. Why are you looking at me? Eat quickly. Yi Chuan kindly reminded her, but he felt relieved when he thought that the other party was a wealthy woman. Forget that you are a young lady and don't have to worry about life. For me, this is taking advantage, but for Suing Xue, it may be just an ordinary daily life. Soon, Yi Chuan patted his obviously bulging belly with satisfaction. He felt a sense of accomplishment as if he had gone to a buffet and not only recovered his costs but also made a profit. If this continues, will my 8-pack abs disappear? Puff. Suing Xue couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, I'll help you digest it later. Help me digest, what do you mean? Yi Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Suing Xue's pretty face flushed. Put away your dirty thoughts. After returning to the training room, the two changed into their training clothes, and Yi Chuan finally understood what Suing Xue meant. This is jutsu. Even though Yi Chuan used all his strength, he was easily thrown over by Suing Xue like a sandbag. An hour later. This is grappling and fighting. After a few more rounds, Yi Chuan felt that his hands and feet were about to be twisted off. Then came the leg techniques, throwing techniques, joint techniques. The two of them trained until 9 o'clock in the evening, and Suing Xue finally stopped when she was satisfied. Get ready, I'll take you to the shooting range for actual practice tomorrow. Family violence clothes, family violence clothes. Yi Chuan was lying on the floor with tears streaming down his face. He couldn't understand why Suing Xue was using the same power as him, but he was the one being abused unilaterally. No, what will happen if we get married? I must be better than her. Get up quickly, take a shower and go home. Looking at Yi Chuan, who had been tortured by her for the whole afternoon, Suing Xue tidied her hair with a satisfied smile on her face. Let this bastard bully me all night long. Go home? Yi Chuan, who was lying on the ground, stood up with a somersault and asked, Are we going back to our home together? Suing Xue's pretty face instantly blushed. Why did this bastard get so excited when he talked about this kind of thing? It made her angry and amused at the same time. You wish, but if you can master the devouring technique, I wouldn't consider it. The probability of mastering the devouring technique is only 1 in 10,000. And if you haven't gotten started for more than 3 months, it proves that you are not suitable for practicing the devouring technique. She remembered that when she first practiced the Yuan energy technique, it also took her 10 days to get started, and that was even when she had a lot of information and didn't take any detours. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan collapsed immediately. With his lousy talent and no time to practice, who knows when he will be able to get started? Ying Xue, how could you do this? Who told you to keep thinking about all these messy things? That's fine. Yi Chuan made a gesture of compromise, but, can you give me some sweets first? No, a deposit. What deposit? For example, let's take a bath together, or something. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. An hour later. Suingxue blushed and glared at Yi Chuan fiercely, then left the training room with weak legs. It turns out that you can't believe a single word a man says. Chapter 14 Overnight, it became a hot commodity. After avenging the arrow shot in the afternoon, Yi Chuan immediately felt in a good mood. Ding, Suingxue's favorability +1, 1 year of training time reward, current favorability 66. Women are indeed animals who say one thing and mean another. Seeing the increase in favorability, Yi Chuan smiled. When he arrived at the 4th floor of the cafeteria, he didn't see Suingxue. He thought that she had already gone home. Thinking of the erotic scene just now, Yi Chuan couldn't help but order 2 more dishes to reward himself. After finding a corner to sit down, Yi Chuan opened his personal panel. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical potential development level, 8.5%. Punching power, 315 kilograms. Speed, 29 ms. Nerve reflex speed, elementary warrior level. Perception, primary warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules fist, training progress 81%, great success. Current partner, Suingxue, favorability 66. Satisfiedly closing the page, Yi Chuan opened the smart terminal while eating and began to look up the devouring technique. Ding, detected that the host has acquired a new skill. Do you want to learn it? Is this okay? Study. Obtained the first volume of the devouring technique. Some content has been corrected for you. Current cultivation progress 0%, not yet started. Do you use your practice time? Use. It took you a year to finally master the devouring technique. Your current progress is 17%. Congratulations to the host, your personal attributes have been comprehensively improved. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical development potential, 9.5%. Punching power, 385 kilograms. Speed, 35 ms. Nerve reflex speed, elementary warrior level. Soul perception, primary warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules fist, training progress 81%, great success. Practice method, devouring technique volume 1, practice progress 17%, beginner. Current partner, Suingxue, favorability 66. It's improved so much. Yi Chuan only felt a warm current entering his body, and all the fatigue from the afternoon was swept away. Although he knew that the Yuan energy cultivation method could enhance a warrior's potential, he didn't expect the improvement to be so great. Swallowing technique, able to devour the essence of all things for one's own use. Upon reaching perfection, all things in the universe can be devoured. After reading the system's introduction to this technique, Yi Chuan was also surprised. This devouring technique is surprisingly so overbearing and strange, capable of devouring life essence to feed itself. It's a bit like the legendary magic technique. Lu family. Looking at his son who was wrapped like a rice dumpling, Lu Nan was furious. This anger reached its peak when he saw his son's arm in plaster. Master, our son's hand bones are comminuted fractures. This hand is useless. You have to make a decision for our son, said the beautiful woman beside the bed. What a vicious boy, his attack is so cruel. Although current medical technology can cure his son, it would cost a lot of money, and he is reluctant to spend it. As a result, Lu Yang's arm was useless. Father, you have to avenge me. You must kill this kid for me. Lu Yang roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes full of resentment. Shut up. Lu Nang glared at his son fiercely. The school has already announced that they will focus on training this kid. How can you expect me to do anything? Dad, was our son beaten by that kid in vain? Lu Yang's mother was immediately unhappy. Isn't it all because of you? Lu Nang glared at the beautiful woman and cursed. Look at this useless person you gave birth to. He spent all my resources and couldn't even beat a poor student. What else can he do except cause trouble every day? The beautiful woman was scolded so much that she dared not say a word, but her eyes were filled with even more resentment. After Lu Nang finished scolding him and left, she spoke in a deep voice, call and tell your 7th sister. Yes, tell 7th sister. Lu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up while he was lying on the hospital bed. If 7th sister took action, it would be easy to deal with Yi Chuan. The next morning, Yi Chuan ran to school as usual. When he arrived at the school gate, he remembered that he no longer had to go to school on time. It seems that habits are really hard to change quickly. Senior brother Yi Chuan? A girl who was so beautiful that Yi Chuan was surprised walked over. Hello, senior brother Yi Chuan, I'm Song Siki from class 3. I brought you breakfast. The girl has a sweet face and delicate features. She wears 2 ponytails, a waist-bearing t-shirt on the upper body, a white pleated skirt on the lower body, and a pair of white sneakers. The tight t-shirt perfectly shows the girl's broad chest, her slender white waist shows her abs, and her long legs are also clearly visible. The girl was obviously dressed up carefully, with a confident and sweet smile on her face. Even Yi Chuan subconsciously took a few more glances at her. Hello, junior sister Song. I don't think we know each other. Yi Chuan took a step back cautiously. He. Song Siki noticed his little action, covered her mouth and chuckled. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. Now we know each other, don't we? I heard that you defeated Lu Yang, so I came here specially to thank you. Song Siki explained her purpose, and kept looking at Yi Chuan with her big eyes. He is tall, handsome, confident, sunny, and even more powerful. How come I didn't notice that there is such an outstanding senior in this school before? Thank yourself? No need. Lu Yang and I have a personal grudge. You don't need to thank me. Yi Chuan waved his hands hurriedly and didn't want to get entangled with Song Siki at the school gate. If Suing Shues saw this, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, so he'd better be cautious. The name Song Siki sounds familiar. Yi Chuan thought about it, but couldn't remember where he had heard it. Song Siki was slightly stunned. In this school, apart from the high-ranking campus beauty, she has the highest appearance, and she also has an extremely hot body. She is confident that no boy can resist her. But today, Yi Chuan rejected her. Looking at Yi Chuan's expression, he seemed to be afraid of having anything to do with her. What a straight guy. Jo Siki couldn't help but complain in her heart. Ever since she transferred to this school 3 months ago, Lu Yang has been pestering her in every way. Thinking that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and since she originally came to Wudong province to grab a place, she didn't bother with him. But that guy never stopped and kept trying to make his presence felt in front of her, which made Song Siki very annoyed. Yesterday she heard that the guy was beaten up, so she wanted to thank him, which led to the current scene. Interesting. Song Siki's lips curled up. The more this happened, the more her rebellious psychology was aroused. Okay, but we can add each other's contact information first. I'm afraid the Lu family will retaliate against you. I'll send you the Lu family's information later. Without the second half of the sentence, Yi Chuan would not have added her contact information, but when she reminded him, Yi Chuan suddenly woke up. This must be prevented. The two added each other's contact information, and Jo Siki left satisfied. On the next stretch of the journey, more girls came to Yi Chuan and some even expressed their desire to be his partner. Yi Chuan's face turned black and he refused directly. In fact, not only boys think about finding a female classmate to marry before graduation, girls also want to find a potential person to marry while they are studying. Yi Chuan is handsome, capable, and has no girlfriend, so naturally many girls are attracted to him. As soon as he walked into the classroom and sat down, old Zhu came over and proudly handed him a breakfast. Are you ready now? Seeing Zhu Zixio, who was intact, Yi Chuancher was very surprised. Yesterday, this guy was carried away on a stretcher by the school doctors. I don't know why. I felt better after a good sleep, but I felt super hungry when I woke up. Zhu Zixio scratched his head, saying that he was also confused. Old Ji, several girls asked me to deliver mail to you this morning. You know, I don't know how to refuse these girls, not to mention they even bought me breakfast. As he spoke, Lao Zhu handed over a stack of fragrant letters with a bit of embarrassment. They also said that if they could get your friend status, they would give me a big red envelope. Yi Chuan was speechless. He definitely wouldn't give her the friend status, so he casually threw the letter into the drawer. He knew what the content was without even thinking about it. It's nothing more than seeing your own potential and having some ideas about yourself. Chapter 15 Wasteland, Shooting Range. At this moment, the wrist terminal vibrated slightly. Yi Chuan clicked on the message and saw that it was Song Siki who sent him information about the Lu family. In the information, Lu Yang's grandfather was a high-ranking martial artist with 4 wives, 7 children, and 37 grandchildren. Lu Yang's father, Lu Nan, was his 3rd son. After reading the information, Yichuan now had another reason to envy warriors. Not only can he marry multiple wives, but he can also support such a large family. Imperial law clearly stipulates that in order to improve the population quantity and quality of the empire, warriors will not be restricted in the number of wives they can marry. I heard that in the universe, for a super family to have a population of over 100 million over a long period of time is normal. Although the more powerful a warrior is, the lower the probability of having offspring. Warriors have long lifespans. Everything else is fine, but Liu Yang has a seventh sister who was a genius from Wutong No. 1 Middle School. It is said that she has reached the half-step warrior realm. You should be careful. Wutong is the capital of Wudong province, and its teaching resources are very different from those of Kan. A half-step warrior proved that the opponent's physical potential had been developed to at least 19%, making him a tough opponent indeed. Thanks. After reading the information, Yichuan looked solemn. The message was immediately replied, "You are so cold. I gave you such important information, and you just said thank you and sent me away. You can't even treat me to a meal?" Yichuan was suddenly embarrassed. Come to think of it, the other party not only reminded him but also gave him information. It would not be too much to invite the other party to dinner. Then I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. You didn't even ask me if I had time? Forget it, you're such a straight guy, just tell me when you have time. Straight man? The corners of Yichuan's mouth twitched. When chatting with Song Siki, he always felt like he was being led by the nose. The terminal flashed again. This time it was Suing Xue who sent the message, asking him to wait for her on the top floor of the martial arts building. The top floor of the martial arts building. A cool flying car landed in the dedicated aircraft parking space on the top floor. The car door opened, and the person who came into view was Suing Xue in a dark red outfit. Get in the car. Sitting in the comfortable airline seat, Yichuan couldn't help but look at the interior curiously. It was equipped with a refrigerator and entertainment facilities. Go to the shooting range, turn on the zero-gravity chair, and simulate the exterior scenery. After Suing Xue finished speaking, the flying car started driving automatically. The seat under Yichuan stretched out in a reclining position, making him feel like he was lying on a ball of cotton. The interior of the vehicle also turned into blue sky and white clouds, and he could vaguely see tall buildings below him. Awesome! Feeling these magical technologies, Yichuan held his breath for a long time and only uttered two words. He used to think that these high-end luxury goods were a waste of money, but now he feels that they are indeed worth the money. This seat is so comfortable and spacious. Even if two people sit there, it won't be crowded. Yichuan stroked the seat made of some kind of leather, feeling the massage from his shoulders and neck to his waist, and sighed. Looking at Yichuan's excitement, Suing Xue smiled, but after hearing what Yichuan said, she didn't know what she thought of, and her pretty face instantly blushed. Rogue. Yichuan? Before Yichuan could speak, Suing Xue said seriously. We are now in the golden age of cultivation. Don't waste your time on boring things. Boring things? He instantly thought of last night and was speechless. This is the information I got about the devouring technique. According to the records, the fastest genius to master this technique only took 11 days. I don't expect you to reach this level, but I hope you can get started within a month, otherwise I suggest you try a different technique. Yichuan's smart terminal vibrated slightly. It was the information about the devouring art that Suing Xue had sent him, which also contained some insights and experiences of those who had experienced it. Getting started in 1 month? I have already gotten started, and my practice progress has reached 17%. Seeing that Suing Xue had closed her eyes to rest, Yichuan opened his mouth and decided to wait until she woke up to tell her. Time passes. Perhaps it was too comfortable, Yichuan actually fell asleep. Arrived at destination, aircraft about to land, 10, 9, 8. Awakened by mechanical sound. Yichuan looked around and found that they were already in a camp similar to a military camp, surrounded by a primeval forest. The car door opens automatically. As soon as he got off the car, Yichuan smelled a faint smell of blood and the smell of gunpowder left by weapons shooting in the camp. Is this a shooting range? While Yichuan was puzzled, Suing Xue had already taken out 2 heavy-looking boxes from the trunk of the car. Don't just stand there, come and get your equipment. Oh. Yichuan responded hurriedly, took the box and opened it. The box was full of weapons, including pistols, rifles, high-explosive grenades. In addition, there were throwing knives, bayonets for fighting, etc. Yi Chuan's eyes widened, and he swallowed unconsciously. Take them all? Suing Shue looked at him in surprise. Whatever you want. After saying that, she just took a sword and a few small flags that looked like hidden weapons. Yi Chuan was not vague and hurriedly put on his equipment, with his mouth grinning from ear to ear. No wonder men can resist these weapons and equipment? The tactical belt is hung upside down. You're hanging the grenade on the pull ring? Hey, you stupid guy, don't move. Finally, with the help of Suing Shue, Yi Chuan was fully armed. He felt like a mobile arsenal. Are you so happy? Suing Shue was puzzled. Hey, you don't understand. This is the scene from my dream in my previous life. Yi Chuan smiled proudly. In the previous life. Suing Shue rolled her eyes, thinking Yi Chuan was joking. The two walked towards the center of the camp. Only then did Yi Chuan notice that some people were coming from other directions. These people looked relaxed, chatting and laughing as they walked. They had all kinds of weapons, some holding swords, some carrying knives, and some even carrying chain hammers, but most of them were equipped with cold weapons. Looking at his own weapons, Yi Chuan felt that he was a little low. Fortunately, no one laughed at him, as they all thought he was an expert in using thermal weapons. I heard that something went wrong during the clearing mission at this shooting range, and 2 high-level warriors died. This is a young man wearing sunglasses, a black windbreaker, a cigar in his mouth, and a heavy sniper on his shoulder. He looks extremely cool. Upon hearing this, someone immediately took over. I heard too. It seems a red blood wolf king appeared. 2 of the 4 warriors responsible for the decapitation operation died, and 2 escaped with serious injuries. Finally, a Yuanwu warrior arrived and killed the beast with 1 strike. He's a Yuanwu warrior. Killing a beast king is naturally a piece of cake. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with awe for the strong man. Yes, but I heard that the Yuanwu is still just a student. I don't know if it's true. Hiss, that must be a monster from a prestigious school. After listening to these people's discussions, Yi Chuan finally understood what the shooting range was. For thousands of years, although 60% of the planet has been occupied by humans, the remaining 40% is still the territory of alien beasts, and these places are called wastelands. The war between humans and alien beasts has never stopped over the years. The strange beasts above the Beast King level here have been cleared out by human warriors, and the only ones left are some ferocious beasts. This kind of newly cleared place is called a shooting range. Many prospective warriors and second-generation warriors like to come to this kind of shooting range for actual combat training. But there is a charge for this. The entry fee this time is 200,000 per person. 200,000 tickets? Yi Chuan suddenly felt distressed. Although the money was not given by him, it was spent by him. It's so fucking dark. 200,000 is enough for me to work part-time for a few years. 200,000 tickets are quite cheap this time, but there are fewer people. The cool guy wearing sunglasses said with a smile. Yi Chuan. I thought to myself, is this the gap between people? I feel so sad, but others think it's a bargain. 2 high-level warriors died, and many people were afraid of accidents and didn't dare to come, so the tickets were naturally cheaper. Chapter 16 Actual Combat, Saber-Toothed Tiger? Coward, why practice martial arts if you're afraid of death? A red-haired young man sneered disdainfully. At this moment, the young man wearing sunglasses noticed Yi Chuan. Both of them were carrying thermal weapons, which made him feel close to him. Hey brother, your M7628 rifle is pretty good. Aside from the strong recoil, its single shot and continuous firepower are quite good. It's really suitable for jungle warfare. Yours is not bad either. Looking at the young man, Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly. The young man's sniper rifle had obviously been modified, but he couldn't say anything. You have good vision. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled brightly upon hearing this, feeling the excitement of being recognized by his peers. This Reaper sniper rifle of mine was modified using B25 alloy and weighs 87 kilograms. See that tree with a diameter of 3 meters? I can shoot through the beast hiding behind it with 1 shot. Yi Chuan looked at the big tree that the young man was pointing at and was also shocked. If this hit a person, wouldn't it be broken into pieces? Speaking of which, brother, you actually thought of bringing such a beautiful girlfriend to the shooting range. This is so creative. Why didn't I think of that? Cool guy gave a thumbs up, smirked and leaned close to Yi Chuan's ear and said, when a girl gets scared when encountering a strange beast, won't she just run into the arms of us boys? Then we can come to the rescue and turn the tide. Won't it be easy to take her down in a matter of minutes? The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth twitched. I thought to myself, why does this guy talk so much? He glanced at Suing Shue in front of him and thought that the other party might not have heard it. He then breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as a response to her. Well, if you don't say anything, I guess I was right. Speaking of which, this jungle battle must be quite unique. Just as the man in sunglasses finished speaking, Suing Shue in front of him almost sprained her ankle, and Yi Chuan immediately stepped forward to support her. Are you okay, In Shue? None of you men are good. Suing Shue spat with a red face and glared at Yi Chuan fiercely. Yi Chuan. Soon, hundreds of people gathered in the center of the camp, and a team of warriors in black clothes came in front of everyone. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at the people in front of him and smiled. I am Yunzong, the captain of the warrior team responsible for guarding the shooting range this time. I won't go into details about the rules, I'm sure you all know them. This shooting range will be open for 3 days. You are not allowed to leave the area within a radius of more than 30 kilometers. Our team will secretly protect your safety. Now, please, everyone, please enable location sharing on your terminals. If you encounter any danger, please press the rescue button in advance. The nearest member of our team will rush over immediately. I would like to remind everyone that even a clean shooting range does not mean it is free of danger. There have been many accidents at shooting ranges in history. Seeing that no one took it seriously, Yun Zhang shook his head helplessly. In fact, he didn't think there would be any deadly danger on the shooting range. Those who can enter the shooting range are at least quasi-warriors. Even warriors like Suing Shue can bring people in for training, so safety is definitely not a problem. Okay, now everyone can enjoy the hunting moment. As Captain Yunzong finished speaking, the second generations all cheered, as if they were participating in an entertainment carnival. Yi Chuan was also infected by this atmosphere, and his tense nerves slowly relaxed. Just as everyone dispersed, no one noticed that rats with green light in their eyes emerged from some corners of the camp. In Shue, where are we going? Suing Shue seemed to have a clear goal. After entering the dense forest, she had been using the smart terminal to locate and calibrate her route. Besides training you, I'll also see if I can find any loopholes. Suing Shue said something that left Yi Chuan confused. Picking up a bargain? What bargains are there to pick up in this desolate wilderness? Suing Shue did not hide it either. Didn't you hear before that 2 high-level warriors died? Yi Chuan nodded. I heard that he was killed by the Red Blood Wolf King, and the Wolf King was killed by the Yuanwu warriors who came over. When I was little, I read a record in a book at home that if the Red Blood Wolf King wanted to evolve into the Red Blood Heavenly Wolf, he needed a rare treasure called the Red Gold Fruit. Suing Shue speculated, since the Wolf King was able to kill 2 high-level warriors, he must be close to the Lord level. Furthermore, he risked his life and refused to leave. I suspect he's guarding the Scarlet Gold Fruit. Or maybe he just doesn't want to give up his home? Suing Shue rolled her eyes and said, the Beast Kings are already very intelligent. They won't just sit there and wait to die. If they evolve into lords, they'll be more cunning than many humans. Yi Chuan understood. These are not captive animals, but evolved ferocious beasts. Yi Chuan, Beast King and Warrior are at the same level, so what level is the Lord? The same level as the Yuanwu warriors among us humans. Is there anything more powerful? Of course there are. Those above the Lord level can no longer be called beasts, but demons. They can even speak human language and transform into human form. This is the most terrifying thing. At the end of her speech, Suing Shue looked solemn. Yi Chuan listened intently and subconsciously asked, doesn't that mean that fox spirits really exist? Suing Shue paused and looked at Yi Chuan with a strange expression, so what if it really exists? Are you planning to marry one home? Yi Chuan waved his hands hurriedly, that's not what I meant. I'm just curious, that's all. Humph. Now let's start training. As soon as she finished speaking, Suing Shue looked to the left and said, 800 meters to your left, there's a saber-toothed tiger approaching. Now. I leave it to you. After saying that, Suing Shue jumped up lightly, kept using the tree trunk to gain leverage, and quickly climbed up a tree over 20 meters high next to her. Hey, isn't it so sudden? Judging from Suing Shue's attitude, it was obvious that she had no intention of helping. Women really do hold grudges. Yi Chuan complained in his heart, and quickly clenched his weapon in his hand. It was his first actual combat, so he couldn't help being nervous. Yi Chuan could even hear his own heartbeat. Unlike yesterday, he was now facing a real bloodthirsty beast. Saber-toothed tigers are low-level beasts with cunning habits. They like to sneak up on their prey and then pierce their prey's body with their saber-toothed teeth. Adults weigh over 500 kilograms. Yichuan quickly recalled the information about saber-toothed tigers in his mind. These were the basic knowledge taught in class. Use a gun and force this guy out first. Yichuan finally chose the safest method. After turning on the safety, Yichuan didn't care about anything else and just fired from near to far in the front left direction. Day. As flames spurted out of the muzzle, bullets flew through the dense forest and bushes. A patch of bushes suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a 3-meter-tall tiger with long sharp fangs on its mouth rushed towards Yichuan. Chapter 17, Extremely Disappointed, What is Martial Arts? Fuck. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yichuan was still shocked. He immediately used the terrain as cover and rolled to avoid the saber-toothed tiger's charge, while bullets continued to whiz out. The injured saber-toothed tiger became more ferocious. After adjusting its body shape, it rushed towards Yichuan even more angrily. A man and a tiger are engaged in a chase. What a strong vitality. Even though he had shot the beast more than a dozen times, it was still chasing him vigorously. It was obviously too big, and the rifle could not cause fatal damage to the saber-toothed tiger. At this moment, Yichuan also felt the difference between classroom and actual combat. In class, we learned that the saber-toothed tiger's fur provides strong defense, so we should attack its vital parts such as the eyes and mouth. But in actual combat, he must avoid the saber-toothed tiger's sprint route before shooting, otherwise he will be in danger due to inertia. It was difficult to hit these vital points at once. I should have known not to carry so many weapons. At this moment, the various weapons on Yichuan's body became a burden for him to dodge. Yes. While dodging, Yichuan's eyes lit up. He threw away the rifle in his hand, rolled awkwardly to a bush and said, "Come again, beast." Roar. Seeing Yichuan's provocation, the saber-toothed tiger became even more angry and roared as it pounced on Yichuan again. This time, Yichuan did not dodge until the saber-toothed tiger rushed close to him. When it was about to collide with the tiger, Yichuan squatted down and pounced to the right. Squeak! Following the sound of flesh being pierced, a broken half of a tree trunk pierced the saber-toothed tiger's mouth at the place where Yichuan was originally located. The saber-toothed tiger's mouth was dripping with blood. Yichuan used his own body and the bushes as cover to successfully trap the saber-toothed tiger. Seeing that the beast was still struggling, Yichuan put another high-explosive grenade into its mouth before stopping. Tisk, it's worthy of being the hardest part of the saber-toothed tiger. It didn't even get damaged by the explosion. Yichuan picked up 2 lone saber teeth on the ground and put them into his backpack. A pair of saber teeth, worth 20,000 to 40,000 yuan, is what Yichuan remembers most clearly. Why are warriors so rich? This is because the materials from these exotic beasts are extremely expensive, and the treasures from some dangerous places are even more priced at sky-high prices. Materials like these exotic beasts' blood and flesh can be used to create biological medicines and high-energy foods, while their fur, swords, and fangs can be used to create collectible luxury goods and weapons. The higher the quality of the exotic beast material, the more expensive it is. It's a pity that the tiger skin is useless, but I heard that tiger penis is very expensive. Yichuan looked down, but ultimately did not dare to take action. Because Suing Xue fell from the tree. Ying Xue, how is it? Yichuan felt somewhat proud of himself for killing a ferocious beast for the first time. But he immediately found something wrong, because at this moment Suing Xue's face looked particularly ugly, and there was undisguised disappointment in her eyes. What is going on? Yichuan, you disappoint me so much. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger that was killed by Yichuan, there was no smile on Suing Xue's face. Have you forgotten your identity? Are you so proud of having killed a ferocious beast through scheming? When faced with a low-level ferocious beast, your first thought was to rely on external forces instead of your own strength. What's the point of your hard work and training? What's the point of your daily persistence? If a warrior doesn't even have the heart for martial arts, how can he become a strong warrior in the future? Since you've decided to embark on the path of a warrior, the opponents you'll face in the future will be even more powerful and dangerous. If you don't even have the courage to fight a beast of equal strength, you're destined not to go far. Ding, Suing Xue's favorability towards you 20, current favorability 45. Ding, Suing Xue's favorability with the host is less than 60. Please improve the favorability as soon as possible to unlock subsequent rewards. Su Yingxue was extremely disappointed with Yi Chuan. She didn't expect that Yi Chuan didn't even have the courage to fight against the ferocious beasts. How could he become a strong man in the future if he was so timid and afraid of fighting? Ignore the system pop-up prompts. At this moment, Su Yingxue's words were like a thunder that exploded deep in Yi Chuan's soul. Yes. Why would I be afraid of a saber-toothed tiger, a low-level ferocious beast? He admitted that if Su Yingxue had not asked him to deal with the saber-toothed tiger, he would have slipped away immediately. However, Yi Chuan seemed to have forgotten that he was a quasi-warrior, a powerful quasi-warrior with a punching force of nearly 400 kilograms and an explosive force of more than 1,000 kilograms when using martial arts. Even if facing an intermediate quasi-warrior, he is confident that he can fight. He also has super strong perception and nerve reflex speed. In terms of comprehensive strength, his strength is definitely not weaker than that of this saber-toothed tiger. But his first thought just now was to escape. Although he killed the saber-toothed tiger in the end, he was in a very miserable state, and his martial arts skills were completely useless. He relied on calculations rather than strength. This is also the reason why Su Yingxue was disappointed with him. After all, he was afraid. And what is the reason? Yi Chuan instantly understood the source of his fear. Subconsciously, he was still stuck in the traditional concepts of his previous life. When facing this bloodthirsty beast, his heart told him that he should run away as soon as possible. Sorry. Knowing what was in his heart, Yi Chuan sincerely apologized. He could see that Su Yingxue was truly doing this for his own good, but it was no use explaining at this point, not to mention that this kind of thing simply couldn't be explained. Go back to the camp the same way you came. I'll come back to find you after I check the Tiger King's lair. After saying that, Su Yingxue didn't wait for his answer and disappeared into the jungle in a few flashes. Yi Chuan sighed, and finally sat down on the ground dejectedly, falling into deep silence. The heart of martial arts. This reminded him of the first sentence he saw when he opened his textbook when he first came to this world. The road of martial arts is full of risks and dangers. The living fight against the sky, against fate, and against people. They cut through mountains and build bridges across rivers. Only those who are not afraid of difficulties and obstacles can reach the top. Martial arts, you have to fight. After realizing this, Yi Chuan's gaze became firm. After taking a look at the direction Su Yingxue left, Yi Chuan stood up and walked towards another road, not the road back to the camp, but Yi Chuan's trial road. He understood that with Su Yingxue around, the other party would definitely not let him fall into a real life and death crisis, but this kind of trial was not what he wanted. He wants to prove himself with practical actions. Just then, the bushes on the roadside suddenly shook, and an even larger saber-toothed tiger jumped out from the grass. Besides, sensing danger, Yi Chuan did not dodge this time. He immediately bent down to gather strength, and then punched out fiercely. Bang! The punch, with a force of over 1,000 kilograms, hit the saber-toothed tiger's head directly, knocking it to the ground. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger was stunned, unable to understand how the other party, with such a small body, could have such powerful strength. Yi Chuan seized the opportunity to ride on the saber-toothed tiger and smashed the tiger's head with his iron fist. One punch, two punches. Only when the saber-toothed tiger was completely dead did Yi Chuan stop, breathing heavily. There can't be two tigers in one mountain, unless one is male and the other is female. This saber-toothed tiger turned out to be a female, and its size was a bit larger than the previous one. Then Yi Chuan took out his saber and began to divide the materials according to the textbook knowledge. All of this was money. Chapter 18 Rat Tide Invades, Desperate Cool Guy. Fortunately, Yi Chuan had worked in a slaughterhouse and was familiar with the body structure of animals. Even so, he was exhausted and out of breath. The main reason was that 2 consecutive battles had drained a lot of his physical strength. Looking at the huge bloody tiger corpse on the ground, Yi Chuan suddenly had an idea. He almost forgot that he had practiced the devouring technique. Yi Chuan immediately began to practice the devouring technique, and a black bubble-like energy gushed out from his fingertips. He controlled the black energy point on the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, and suddenly a stream of pure blood flowed into his body from the corpse. The saber-toothed tiger's corpse shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment, Yi Chuan withdrew his hand. So strong, all the fatigue is gone. Ding, physical potential plus 0.1%. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical development potential, 9.6%. Punch force, 390 kilograms. Speed, 35 ms. Nerve reflex speed, intermediate warrior level. Perception, intermediate warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules fist, training progress 81% great success. Current cultivation method, devouring technique volume 1, cultivation progress 17.1 beginner. Current partner, Suing Xue, favorability 46. Fuck, is this even possible? Yi Chuan was ecstatic. The next 2 days, Yi Chuan hunted frantically in the jungle, and his strength was greatly improved, but he also had a murderous aura. Depending on the size and level of the beast, the blood energy obtained will also be different. This was the biggest danger he had encountered in the past 2 days, a high-level ferocious beast hiding in an underground cave, probably not far from being the Beast King. The two fought bloody battles for 3 hours. Yi Chuan was in danger several times and half of his body was numb from the poison. This guy is extremely powerful, has venomous attacks, and is protected by hard scales all over his body. Yi Chuan has no way to deal with it. Fortunately, Yi Chuan had made great progress in the past 2 days. Relying on his super soul perception and nerve reflex speed, he seized the opportunity and threw the high explosive grenade on his body into the giant snake's mouth. The benefits were also huge. Killing the giant snake increased his physical potential by 0.5%, and the paralyzing toxin in his body was also restored. Beast! Yi Chuan snorted coldly and kicked the snake's head away. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical development potential, 12.6%. Punch force, 997 kilograms. Speed, 83 ms. Nerve reflex speed, elementary warrior level. Perception, primary warrior level. Martial arts training, Hercules fist, training progress 83% great success. Practice method, devouring technique volume 1, practice progress 36% beginner. Current partner, Suing Xue, favorability 46. After 2 days of crazy fighting, Yi Chuan's devouring technique improved greatly. What surprised Yi Chuan the most was that because he often used the Hercules fist, his proficiency in it had also improved a bit. It's a pity that as my strength increases, these beasts are becoming less and less helpful to me. Especially after the physical potential reaches 12%, the improvement in killing low-level ferocious beasts is pitifully low. However, even he himself did not notice that there was a faint flash of red light in his pupils. Carrying a tactical backpack as tall as a person, which contained some exotic beast materials, Yi Chuan prepared to return to the camp. It seems the shooting range isn't 100% safe either. A ferocious beast like this hiding underground could easily slip through the net. In a dense jungle not far from Yichuan, a red-haired young man was standing next to the corpse of a brown bear with a smug look on his face. He clicked on the terminal on his wrist, ready to take a photo of himself and his prey. However, when he took the photo and clicked to check it, his expression changed drastically. Because in the photo, in the dense forest around him, there were countless small eyes emitting green light. These eyes looked like countless fireflies in the photo, which made him feel creepy. Rat tide. In an instant, this scalp-tingling word popped up in his mind. Run, run. He pressed the rescue button without hesitation and rushed out immediately. However, he was horrified to find that countless rats had swarmed out and surrounded him. Squeak! He ignored the ferocious rats rushing towards him. No! The young man only had time to let out a scream, and a moment later, only a skeleton without a trace of flesh and blood was left on the spot, telling of the tragedy that had just happened. At the same time, on a cliff. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by gunshots. A young man in a black windbreaker was enjoying the thrill of hunting from a high point. Little Earth Dragon, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in a cave? I only need to shoot you 4 times at the same spot and you're dead. After killing the Earth Dragon, the young man moved his sniper rifle sideways and began to search for his next prey. That brother was really fierce before. He actually killed a red phosphorus python in a single fight. It seems that he must have practiced the devouring technique. Indeed, only that perverted technique can devour the essence of living things. Just then, the red-haired young man's pupils suddenly shrank, and the scene of the red-haired young man being swallowed by the tide of rats happened to fall into his eyes. Oh no, it's a rat tide. The young man's face changed drastically, with unspeakable fear in his eyes. As he used the sniper scope to observe, his face became more and more ugly. A rat lord has appeared in this area. Only a rat lord could control rats to hunt humans in such a disciplined manner. As soon as he stood up, his hands and feet became cold. Because not far away from him, several rat-like beasts with green light in their eyes and over half a meter tall were staring at him. It's over. I'm being targeted. The young man looked ashen. No, there is still hope. The young man suddenly thought of Yi Chuan, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Think of this. The young man jumped off the cliff. During the descent, a grappling hook shot into the cliff. After landing safely, the young man headed straight towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan carried a huge backpack and shuttled through the jungle. Relying on his super perception, he could easily avoid the territories of some strange beasts. After 2 days of actual combat, he has become more proficient in the use of perception and can easily sense some changes in the surroundings. As he walked, Yi Chuan suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Why are there more life forces within my sensing range? No matter how I adjust my direction, it's the same. These auras are not strong, but there are a lot of them. At this moment, he sensed a powerful aura coming towards him. Yi Chuan took out his saber cautiously. The next moment, a figure appeared in a panic. It was the cool guy in the black windbreaker in his memory. However, the latter was in a very miserable state at the moment, with his body covered in tatters and wounds, his face stained with dirt and blood, and his shiny slicked back hair had become a messy mess. When the young man saw Yi Chuan, he seemed to have seen a savior, and he slid down to his knees and hugged Yi Chuan's thighs. Boss, I finally found you, you have to save me. Yi Chuan was confused, and then quickly moved away. No, buddy, what are you doing? Seeing Yi Chuan's vigilance, the young man didn't beat around the bush and immediately told him about the rat tide. Yi Chuan was stunned when he heard this. You said a rat lord appeared in this shooting range and controlled the rat tide to kill everyone? The young man nodded. If you don't believe me, you can press the rescue button. I think that team of warriors may be the Lord's priority. Yi Chuan immediately pressed the rescue button, but as expected, he didn't get any response, and his heart sank. Chapter 19 Others can't, but you can. Sensing the increasing breath of life around him, Yi Chuan's expression became extremely ugly. He already believed it about 70%. Boss, right now, you're the only one who can save me. If you take me out, I, Wang Zhan, will give you 1 million, no, 5 million. Wang Zhan didn't care about that anymore and immediately transferred the money to show his sincerity. I can give you a deposit of 1 million first, and I guarantee the reputation of Wang's biological that I will transfer the rest to you as soon as I get out. He also sensed the increasing number of rats around him and immediately offered conditions. 5 million? Yi Chuan was shocked by the conditions offered by Wang Zhan. For him at the moment, this is definitely a huge sum of money. No, buddy, you think too highly of me. Even the warrior team is dead, how can I take you out? Yi Chuan smiled bitterly. Although he was moved, Yi Chuan knew his own limitations. He had just broken through to the intermediate quasi-warrior level. Even if he fully unleashed his energy, he could only contend against high-level quasi-warriors at best. Facing the overwhelming tide of rats, how could he possibly escape? What's more, there is a lord watching secretly. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhan said firmly, others can't do it, but you can. Yi Chuan frowned. I wondered if this guy had gone crazy due to his obsession with gain and loss. Seeing Yi Chuan frown, Wang Zhan didn't beat around the bush, because you have mastered the devouring technique. This technique is extremely strange and only 1 in 10,000 can master it. If it weren't for this, even the first volume would be classified as a Daoxian level technique. And its second volume was directly classified as Earth level in the Magic City Wuda, which shows how powerful this technique is. The second volume of the devouring art is in the Magic City Wuda. Demon City Martial Arts University is one of the 3 major martial arts universities in the Empire, second only to Blue Silver Martial Arts University and Galaxy Martial Arts University. Although it is only at the bottom among the 3 major universities, those who can enter Wuhan University in the Magic City are undoubtedly true chosen ones. What does the powerful devouring art have to do with our current predicament? Besides, I've only just started with the first volume. Hearing this, Wang Zhan hurriedly explained, it seems that you didn't encounter a group of ferocious beasts. Your devouring technique is similar to the star-absorbing technique in novels. As long as the ferocious beasts stick together and get close to each other, their blood and energy will be devoured. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the level of these beasts must be lower than that of the practitioners of the devouring art. Time was running out, so Wang Zhan immediately told Yi Chuan the effect of the devouring technique without reservation. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. He hasn't really experimented with this. Ding, emergency mission triggered. Your partner Suing Xue is in danger of death. Please make a choice immediately. Choice 1, ignore your partner and flee immediately, earning the title of Turtle Man. After choosing this option, the host's future popularity with women will decrease, and their attributes will decrease by 50%. In addition, you will face retaliation from the Su family. Choice 2, go rescue your partner. Afterwards, Suing Xue will reward you with 10 times the critical hit rate and a copy of the Tranquility Technique. Tranquility Technique can temporarily suppress the negative emotions after swallowing blood and qi. The sudden appearance of the task pop-up window also scared Yichuan. Suing Xue's life is in danger? Choose 2. Yichuan didn't hesitate at all. Suing Xue is not only his partner, but also his helper in cultivation. She will be saved no matter how dangerous the situation is. At the same time, a new method of meditation appeared in his mind. Mr. Wang, right? I can try to take you away with me, but you have to pay me 2 million in advance, and I also have to pick up my girlfriend. Yichuan said calmly. This guy told him a lot, but he concealed the fact that using the devouring technique would produce negative emotions. He was probably afraid that after he told her, he wouldn't dare to use the devouring technique with all his strength, which would affect his chances of escaping. No problem, I'll transfer it to you now. Wang Zhan hesitated for only a moment before decisively agreeing. Because countless green little eyes have appeared around them, surrounding them. Squeak! The countless rats gathered together made people's scalp tingle. The next moment, these rats seemed to have received an order and turned into afterimages and rushed towards Yichuan and the others. Swallowing technique, start. Without any hesitation, a black energy surged out of Yichuan's body. In fact, he had no choice but to go all out. Fortunately, Yichuan won the bet. The moment the black energy touched the first rat, it quickly enveloped the rat and began to spread rapidly around it. Ding, your devouring technique cultivation progress plus 0.0001%. Ding, physical potential plus 0.0001%. Ding, your devouring technique cultivation progress plus 0.0001%. Ding, physical potential plus 0.0001%. Following the system's reminder, traces of blood and energy continued to flow into Yichuan's body. Although there is little blood and energy, it is too much. As this black energy continued to spread, he gained more and more blood and energy, and Yichuan's eyes, with the pupils as the core, quickly began to turn red. The surrounding rat tide, with Yichuan as the center, quickly shriveled up their bodies until their vitality completely disappeared and they turned into mummies. It's fucking weird. Looking at this evil scene, Wang Zhan's scalp tingled and his heart was shocked. At least several thousand alien rats died in this wave. How much blood and energy will be gained and how much awakening level will be increased? Wang Zhan smacked his lips, feeling very envious. However, thinking about the negative effects and consequences of practicing this technique, Ding, your devouring technique practice progress plus 0.1%. Ding, physical potential development level plus 0.1%, the restless heart instantly calmed down. Practicing is fast, but it takes life. Feeling that the strange rats had dispersed, Yichuan frowned, a violent emotion emerged in his heart, and he chased after the strange beast. If you dare to attack me, I must kill all of you beasts. Perhaps he had guessed Yichuan's thoughts long ago. Wang Zhan immediately reminded him, Boss, let's leave here first. Seeing that Yichuan was unmoved, he had to add, aren't you going to save your girlfriend? This sentence really worked. The red light in Yichuan's eyes slowly faded, and he stopped chasing the strange rat. Yes, I'm going to saving Xue. Yichuan pretended to come to his senses. In fact, he had been silently reciting the calming art. He had deliberately pretended to be impulsive just now. He didn't want others to know that he had a way to offset the negative emotions caused by the devouring art. Seeing that Yichuan suppressed his negative emotions, Wang Zhan also breathed a sigh of relief. These low-level alien rats have no intelligence. They must have sensed your difficulty and controlled them to disperse. Or, let's escape first and then think of a solution. In Wang Zhan's opinion, it was difficult to defeat the rat tide, but if he attracted the rat lord, he would be in trouble. If you're scared, just get out of here. 2 million is my reward for saving you. Yichuan frowned and glanced at Wang Zhan, then walked continuously in the direction indicated by the system. Fear of death is human nature. At this life and death moment, Yichuan could also understand Wang Zhan's selfishness. If he were Wang Zhan, he would never want to take such a risk. Chapter 20 Save Suing Xue, Reward Critical Hit. Wang Zhan was dumbfounded. Letting him go alone is like sending him to his death, isn't it? Yichuan is the key to curbing the rat tide. If he leaves Yichuan, he will definitely become food for these strange rats in minutes. Without hesitation, Wang Zhan followed immediately. Brother Yi, don't get me wrong. I think even Captain Gu Zhang would have a hard time surviving the rat tide. Your girlfriend might have already. Besides, there are so many beautiful women. As long as Brother Yi rescues me, I promise that I can help you find any beautiful woman you want. At worst, I can introduce my sister to you. Let me tell you, my sister is the campus beauty of Wuhan University in Shanghai. Wang Zhan obviously didn't want to take any risks, and he was trying to persuade Yichuan in his words and deeds. This guy's sister is from Shanghai's Wuhan University? Being able to enter Wuhan University in Shanghai at least proves that his sister is definitely a genius among geniuses. Does your sister know that you sold her out like this? Wang Zhan was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. He coughed lightly and said, I'm only responsible for the introduction. Whether I can pursue her or not is none of my business. Seeing this guy's guilty look, Yichuan was speechless. Okay, if you want to live, follow me. If you keep talking nonsense, get out of here. Yichuan had seen through it before. This guy looked harmless, but was actually very scheming. Moreover, the two of them were not related, not even friends. Yichuan saved him just for money, so naturally he would not be polite. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhan's face darkened for a moment, and then he stopped talking and followed Yichuan closely. Half an hour later. Following the system's guidance, Yichuan quickly saw where Suing Xue was. This is a valley. Outside the valley, there were dense swarms of rats everywhere, but they were blocked by an illusory light curtain. It's actually a formation. Wang Zhan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yichuan's girlfriend had such a background. Formation? Yichuan was puzzled. Formations are a method used by ancient qi cultivators. They are rarely seen in the Blue-Silver Empire. He didn't explain much. Then Wang Zhan pointed to a few spots in the distance. They were the small flags that Suing Xue had brought with her. Those are formation flags, used to lay the foundation for the formation. But it looks like a corner of them is broken. Following Wang Zhan's gaze, Yichuan indeed saw that a small flag was broken. In the valley. Suing Xue was already covered in wounds. If it weren't for the high level of her combat uniform, she would have died long ago. Opposite her was a strange rat with gray hair and over 1 meter tall. The strange rat leader stood up with his feet on the ground and stared at Suing Xue coldly with a pair of green eyes. Whoosh! A gray light flashed, and Suing Xue only had time to raise her sword before she was knocked away. There was another wound on her combat uniform. Squeak! The rat lord shouted somewhat proudly, then raised his paw and pointed at Suing Xue's left hand. In Suing Xue's hand, there was a golden fruit. It was thanks to this fruit that Suing Xue was able to survive to this day. I can give you the red gold fruit, but you have to let me go. Suing Xue held the fruit tightly. It was her last amulet. Squeak! The alien rat lord seemed very angry at the human who dared to negotiate with it, and roared with his fangs bared. No, even if you don't take action, I will still die in the face of the rat tide. Suing Xue seemed to understand what it meant and shook her head decisively. The man and the mouse were in a stalemate. The rat lord was not sure that he could kill Suing Xue instantly. Before his death, Suing Xue would definitely destroy the red gold fruit, which he did not want to see. Suing Xue wanted to survive. Even though she was seriously injured, she did not give up hope of living. She knew that if she destroyed the red gold fruit, the strange rat would definitely kill her instantly. At this moment, she glanced at her wrist out of the corner of her eye and then froze slightly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Just as the rat lord was about to attack again, Suing Xue suddenly gave in. As she stretched out her left hand, her 5 fingers slowly loosened, and a fruit with golden light inside appeared in front of the strange rat. In an instant, the eyes of this lord-level alien rat lit up. It seemed that this spiritual fruit had some kind of magic, and its mind was instantly attracted to it. Bang! There was a gunshot and a bullet hit its head. Due to inertia, the strange rat was knocked out and fell into the cliff beside it. Then several bullets hit the strange rat. The gunfire only stopped when the cliff collapsed. It didn't explode, worthy of being a lord level. Wang Zhan picked up his sniper rifle, blew away the smoke from the muzzle, and said disdainfully, "You're unlucky to have met me. Without the rat pack, you'd be nothing." Yi Chuan ran over and supported Su Yingxue. Seeing that she was covered with scars, he carried her on his back and left without saying a word. "Stop pretending, its aura is still there." Yi Chuan glanced at Wang Zhan, who was posing, and said lightly. Hearing this, Wang Zhan's legs softened. "Brother, wait for me. Take my backpack with you." "Okay." Seeing Yi Chuan running towards her, Su Yingxue burst into tears. "Why are you so stupid? Didn't I tell you to stay in the camp? 5 minutes ago." "Yi Chuan, can we enter through the gap in the formation?" Wang Zhan, "Okay, but that rat lord is inside. Are we going in to get killed?" Yi Chuan looked at the sniper rifle on Wang Zhan's back and asked, "Can your sniper rifle hurt the lord?" "Wang Zhan, brother, are you serious? Answer me." "It should be possible, but the lord's reaction and speed are too fast, it's impossible to hit him. If you miss, the three of us will die here together." "No way, big brother." At the same time, a message from Yi Chuan popped up on Su Yingxue's smart terminal. "Can you attract the attention of the rat lord? It will only take a moment. I have a way to save you." So the scene just now happened. If I don't save you, am I still your man? In Yi Chuan's mind, it is natural for a man to protect his woman. But in Su Yingxue's ears, all that echoed was Yi Chuan calling himself the man. Fool. In an instant, Su Yingxue's heart melted and she hugged Yi Chuan tightly. Ding, Su Yingxue's favorability towards you plus 24, current favorability 70. Triggering a 5-fold bonus critical hit, you gain 20 years of training time. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of rescuing his partner and receiving an additional reward, flashing body skill Shen level intermediate martial arts. Yi Chuan was overjoyed. Click on the panel. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical development potential, 14.2%. Punching power, 1,123 kilograms. Speed, 97 ms. Nerve reflex speed, intermediate warrior level. Perception, intermediate warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules Fist, training progress 84% great mastery flashing body skill, training progress 0% not yet beginner. Kung Fu, devouring technique volume 1, cultivation progress 42% beginner. Current partner, Su Yingxue, favorability 70. Remaining training time, 20 years. 20 years of practice time? Fuck, I'm rich. Yi Chuan immediately clicked to use the practice time. The most urgent task, of course, is to improve our strength first. You have spent 8 years and 5 months cultivating the flashing body technique to perfection. Your current cultivation progress is 100% when performing it, your speed increases tenfold. You have spent 7 years and 5 months practicing the devouring technique to perfection. Your current progress is 100%. You can now create a 10-meter wide devouring field. You have spent 2 years and 2 months practicing the Hercules Fist to perfection. Your current practice progress is 100%. Your fist power has increased tenfold. Chapter 21 Wang Zhan Sneak Attack, The Law of the Jungle. Okay, stop showing off your affection and run for your lives. Wang Zhan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The three rushed out of the valley. Su Yingxue was also curious about what methods Yi Chuan had to deal with the rat tide. When he saw Yi Chuan just snapped his fingers, a black bubble spread out, and the swarm of rats within a radius of 10 meters instantly turned into mummies. Su Yingxue was stunned. Swallowing domain, is this the culmination of the swallowing technique? Seeing Yi Chuan nod, Su Yingxue felt that her worldview collapsed. She boasted that her talent was not inferior to others. When she first practiced the Yuan energy method, it took her only 10 days to get started. And what about Yi Chuan? It's only been 2 days and it's already accomplished. In 2 days, you have mastered the devouring technique? Su Yingxue confirmed again. I feel like I'm very suitable for this technique. Yi Chuan didn't blush or feel nervous. It was a rare opportunity for him to pretend in front of Su Yingxue. To be honest, it felt really good. Wang Zhan standing by was also stunned. But before he could open his mouth, a roar suddenly came from the valley, and a terrifying breath surged in. No, he's recovered. Upon seeing this, Su Yingxue formed a strange hand seal, and then took out a white crystal from somewhere and threw it at the formation. The formation that was originally missing a corner was instantly activated. Let's go. The formation won't trap it for long. The three of them didn't dare to stop, and Yichuan took the lead with Su Yingxue on his back. Where are you going? Back at the camp, the smart terminal shows that my flying car has not been damaged. The three of them ran all the way. Fortunately, thanks to Yichuan's devouring technique, the surrounding rat horde, although fierce and fearless, could not hinder the three of them. We are about to reach the camp. Yichuan suddenly felt a palpitation, and an inexplicable fear filled his heart. Before he could react. Bang! Swoosh! A gunshot rang out, and a sword rang out. Yichuan looked back in shock, only to see Wang Zhan holding a sniper rifle with the muzzle pointing at Yichuan's back. Su Yingxue held a long sword in her hand, with blood dripping from the sword. The next second, a thin line appeared on Wang Zhan's arm and blood splattered out. His entire arm, including the sniper rifle, was split into two. Wang Zhan? Yichuan immediately understood that this bastard was actually repaying his kindness with enmity and wanted to kill him by a sneak attack. Looking at his fallen arm, Wang Zhan was horrified. Impossible, you were clearly on his back, how could you react? Su Yingxue looked at him coldly. When we met, you kept staring at my red gold fruit, and then you greedily peeked at my combat uniform. At that moment, you were already a dead man. Hearing this, Wang Zhan finally became scared. He didn't expect that his every word and action was being observed by this woman. No, you can't kill me. I'm the successor of Wang's biology. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape. My sister is a genius at the Magic City Wuda University. If you dare to kill me, she will definitely avenge me. Seeing that the two remained unmoved, Wang Zhan was completely panicked. I can give you money, a lot of money, 10 million, no. I can give you 50 million. Boom! Before he could finish his words, he was blasted away by Yichuan, with all his tendons and veins broken. You dare to destroy me? Yichuan looked at him deeply. Wang Zhan taught him a severe lesson. If Su Yingxue had not been prepared, he might have died. The two of them had previously ambushed the Lord together and escaped from the rat tied together, which made Yichuan gradually lose his guard against him. He never expected that this guy would launch a sneak attack and kill him with one blow. Being hit by this special sniper, Yichuan had no doubt that he would be torn into pieces. After all, this was a weapon that could even hurt a lord. Let's go and let him fend for himself. He made up his mind that from now on, if he was sure that someone was an enemy, he would kill them without mercy. Yichuan doesn't want to experience being bitten back like this a second time. The two had just left. A gray-haired strange rat appeared in front of Wang Zhan, its small green eyes staring at the enemy who had attacked him. Wang Zhan wanted to say something else. The next moment, the strange rat bit off his neck. High in the sky, Yichuan happened to see this scene and felt very sad. Monster beasts are particularly vengeful. They follow the law of the jungle, the true survival of the fittest. Su Yingxue said. Well, it is indeed forced eating. Looking at the scene of Wang Zhan being eaten, Yichuan deeply agreed. Back to Can. Yichuan's nerves finally relaxed. Although he was away for less than 3 days, Yichuan's strength grew a lot. Click to open the panel. Host, Yichuan. Physical development potential, 16.6%. Punch force, 2,300 kilograms. Speed, 196 ms. Nerve reflex speed, intermediate warrior level. Perception, intermediate warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules fist, training progress 100% great success. Martial arts, flashing body skill, training progress 100% great success. Kung Fu, devouring technique volume 1, cultivation progress 100% great success. Current partner, Su Yingxue, favorability 70. Remaining training time, 2 years. According to the Empire's classification, he is already considered a high-level quasi-warrior. Yingxue, why don't you just not go back? Su Yingxue, whose hand was being held, blushed immediately. You bastard, you still want me even though I'm injured like this? I don't mean that. I just want to hold you while sleeping. Yichuan explained awkwardly. In the end, even he himself didn't believe it. By the way, Yingxue, where should I sell my exotic beast materials? Yichuan quickly changed the subject. If you want to sell it at a high price, then sell it to the Blue-Silver Chamber of Commerce. They are the largest chamber of commerce on Blue-Silver Star, composed of the 9 major financial groups of the Blue-Silver Empire. If you want contribution points, you can also sell it to the Martial Arts Hall. Contribution points can be exchanged for martial arts and energy techniques, but their purchase price will be 20% lower than the market price. Besides that, you can also go to the Mercenary Guild and have a look. People there often offer rewards for certain special exotic beast materials, and the price offered is generally higher than the market price. In short, there are many channels, and warriors generally let their stewards handle it according to the maximum benefit. After listening to Su Yingshue's words, Yi Chuan's eyes were suddenly opened. I didn't expect that there are so many tricks to selling exotic beast materials. You warriors have housekeepers? Su Yingxue nodded. Not only do they have housekeepers, some also have their own personal financial management teams and agents. After all, warriors' wealth is incredible. They are usually busy with training and have no time to manage their wealth. Yi Chuan nodded, feeling that he had broadened his horizons. Chapter 22 Why Can You Survive? After Su Yingxue left, Yi Chuan went to the martial arts hall and sold the exotic beast materials for 600,000, and also obtained 60 contribution points. Yi Chuan wants to exchange for a cold weapon martial art. Hercules' fist is suitable for close combat, and his fleeting body movement is suitable for pulling. The only thing he lacks is a cold weapon martial art. When he arrived at the exchange room, Yi Chuan was dumbfounded. Under the holographic projection, thousands of martial arts are densely arranged. Right, process of elimination. Cold weapons, Xian level and above, high power requirements. He looked down upon the yellow level martial arts. After all, the two martial arts he was currently practicing were both at the Xian level. However, after eliminating all the options and seeing the prices, Yi Chuan felt terrible. Damn, the cheapest low-level Xian level 1 costs hundreds of contribution points. How can you kill a pig? The staff member beside him immediately glanced at him with disdain. Sir, according to the regulations, you can also earn contribution points by making donations. For every 10,000 donated, you can earn 1 contribution point. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth twitched. Doesn't donation cost money? The Xian level martial arts here cost at least several million, which is not enough for Yi Chuan's entire family. This time he got 2 million from Chuan Wangzhan, plus the 600,000 from selling materials, but he still couldn't afford to buy a Xian level martial arts book. By the way, I heard that after completing the advanced quasi-warrior certification, you can go to the wilderness? Yi Chuan thought of a way, which is to go to the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts. Yes, sir. High-level quasi-warriors can join a group to hunt exotic beasts, but warriors can act alone. The staff member was very surprised, but still explained, if you are under the age of 20, after completing the advanced quasi-martial artist certification, you will be awarded the title of martial arts talent. Once you obtain the title, you will have the privileges of a warrior. You will be able to train freely on the 3rd floor of the martial arts hall. Your file will be transferred to the martial arts hall headquarters, and you will also receive monthly welfare subsidies from the martial arts hall. Furthermore, from now on, only the martial arts hall is qualified to handle matters involving you. After listening to what the staff said, Yi Chuan was very surprised. But it's normal to think about it. If one can become a high-level quasi-warrior before the age of 20, it is almost certain that he will take the next step and become a warrior in the future. Then help me test it. Yes, sir, please follow me. The staff's attitude changed drastically and they became extremely respectful. Are you kidding? Such a young high-level quasi-warrior, as long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become a warrior in the future. Alright sir, your level information will be updated in the system within a week, and you will receive a warrior purple gold card then. The staff member bowed slightly, his eyes full of shock. Because in the test just now, except for his potential, Yi Chuan has already reached the standard of a warrior. This is no longer talent, this is a genius who can fight across levels, a genius even rarer than a warrior. This is the result of Yi Chuan using martial arts. The Hercules fist combined with the tenfold burst of his flashing body technique allowed his speed and punching power to reach the standards of a warrior. Adding on to his original mid-stage warrior level sensitivity and nerve reflex speed, and there was indeed no difference between him and a real warrior. Yi Chuan has too many secrets. Su Yingxue also specifically told him to keep the fact that he had mastered the devouring technique a secret. So he thought about it and decided to just get the identity of a warrior. With the identity of a warrior, he could act alone in the wilderness. At the same time, in Wutong City, in a conference room on the top floor of a 100-story building, dozens of people sat around a conference table. Director Wang, we've checked and found out that only 3 people who participated in the shooting range trial survived. An intelligence officer respectfully reported. The three are Gu Zhang, the warrior in charge of protection, and Suing Shui and Yi Chuan, senior students from Kongcheng No. 1 Middle School. Also, 3 hours before his death, young Master Wang Zhan transferred 2 million yuan to Yi Chuan's card. Sitting in the main seat was a capable middle-aged man with a shiny slicked-back hair. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned extremely gloomy. 3 people survived? And my son died? Wang Zhan is his most valued son. He knows when to advance and when to retreat, has a broad perspective, and is able to endure. Although he seems careless, he is actually meticulous and ruthless. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as the successor of Wang's biology. Based on his understanding of his son, he should be able to seize any hope of survival. Hey, Dad, didn't you say that only someone with this kind of mentality could go far in the martial arts? But he still died? The person who was speaking was 70% similar to Wang Zhan. He had red Korean-style messy hair and silver earrings, and he was the kind of handsome and cool guy. The young man didn't show any sadness at all, but rather a bit of gloating. If you ask me, the way of martial arts should be unbridled and unrestrained, crushing all enemies along the way. There's no need for so many tricks. Wang Bowen has 3 children. His eldest daughter, Wang Zian, has the highest talent and was admitted to Wuhan University in Shanghai. His second child, Wang Zhan, and his third child, Wang Chao, are twins. However, the twins are completely different in both personality and talent. Wang Zhan has average talent, but he is cunning and ruthless, yet he has high hopes for him. Wang Chao is unscrupulous in his actions, and this character makes him helpless. Ignoring Wang Chao's ridicule, Wang Bowen said in a deep voice. Before Zhaner died, he transferred money to Yi Chuan, proving that he had a way to survive. The facts prove that Yi Chuan did survive, but Zhaner died. There must be something fishy going on. Send someone secretly to deal with that warrior. He deserves death for failing to protect him. Also, come with me to Cannes. If my son's death is related to these 2 people, I will make them regret coming into this world. He knew how terrible the rat tide was. But his son died, but there were still people alive, which was not fair. Why are these 2 people able to survive? Wang's biological is definitely a giant-level force in the Wudong province, and there are only a handful of forces that can suppress the Wang family. Dealing with a few people is as easy as crushing ants. The next morning, Yi Chuan was woken up by a phone call. Teacher Gua, are you saying that the director of education is looking for me? Is it because he became a warrior that he received the attention of the Cannes Education Bureau? He thought it was very likely. However, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then he asked tentatively. Yi Chuan, have you committed something wrong? This time, the director is accompanied by people from the inspectorate. Yi Chuan suddenly sat up and frowned. Inspectorate? I didn't do anything. In the Blue-Silver Empire, the inspectorate was equivalent to the police station in his previous life. It was definitely not a good thing for these people to come to him. Forget it, you should come over first. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Yi Chuan quickly put on his clothes and rushed to school. Since it was the inspectorate looking for him, hiding was definitely useless. For a moment, Yi Chuan reviewed all the bad things he had done since he was a child. At the school gate, Old Gua had been waiting for a long time, and immediately went to greet Yi Chuan when he saw him. When Lao Guo learned that Yi Chuan was a genius, he was shocked. Later, he called Yi Chuan and blamed him for concealing his strength and missing out on the allocation of resources. Chapter 23. If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext. Teacher Gua, what's going on? Seeing Lao Guo's nervous expression, Yi Chuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Did you offend some big shot? They just went to the archives to retrieve your file. Old Gua said worriedly. In his eyes, Yi Chuan has always been a hardworking and low-key student, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly attract the attention of the Education Bureau and the inspectorate. It's okay. I'm not afraid of any crooked shadows. Don't worry, Mr. Gua. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the office. When Yi Chuan opened the door and saw Wang Bowen and his son, he immediately understood the reason. Especially Wang Chao, except for their hairstyle and outfit, the 2 are almost identical. In addition to Wang Bowen and his son, Yi Chuan focused on 2 people. A man in standard military uniform. Yi Chuan had seen this man on the local news. He was a deputy director of the inspection department. The other person was a middle-aged fat man with squinty eyes wearing glasses and a suit. He was the director of the Education Bureau, whom he had seen on TV. No wonder even the principal Su Duong could only stand aside. Only at this moment did he realize that he had underestimated the power of the Wang family. He did not expect that for a small figure like him, even the two big leaders of Kongcheng would be dispatched. Ever since Yi Chuan entered the room, Wang Bowen had been looking at the young man, while Wang Chao was sitting with his legs crossed, chewing gum, and casually flipping through Yi Chuan's personal file. Yi Chuan, right? You are suspected of killing young Master Wang Zhan of the Wang Group. Now please hand over your smart device and your personal weapon. In addition, we will also freeze your personal bank card. The middle-aged man in uniform spoke first. As soon as he opened his mouth, two guards came out immediately, and one of them reached out to take the smart terminal from Yi Chuan's hand. Wait a moment. Yi Chuan asked directly, "Excuse me, do you have any evidence to prove that I killed someone? And according to imperial law, shouldn't the inspectorate produce an arrest warrant before arresting someone?" Warrant? Wang Chao threw Yi Chuan's file casually and said sarcastically, "You are a poor student, but you know the law well. Unfortunately, the law only restricts the poor. Tell me, how did you kill my second brother? And how did you cheat my treacherous second brother out of 2 million? Personally, I'm more curious about the latter question." Wang Chao is unscrupulous. He did not restrain himself at all because someone from the inspectorate was there. Even though the deputy director looked embarrassed, he did not dare to refute. "Mr. Wang, this is a school after all, and the matter has not been clarified yet." Su Duong couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to speak up for Yi Chuan. "Are you the principal of this school?" Wang Chao glanced at him and then gave the director of the Education Bureau a look. Seeing this, the squinting-eyed director said in a cold voice, "Old Su, you're so confused. You're actually shielding a criminal. I think it's time to replace the principal of Anping No. 1 Middle School." Su Diwang's face turned pale and he said angrily, "Director, don't forget that our purpose is to educate people, not to be someone's lackey." In fact, Su Duong was gambling on the relationship between Yi Chuan and that person. "That's enough." The squinting director was furious. "It seems you are really getting senile. Starting tomorrow you will no longer be the principal of Anping No. 1 Middle School." Seeing this scene, Yi Chuan's heart sank. At this time, a guard brought a polygraph, turned it on and stared at Yi Chuan coldly. "Okay, you can answer Mr. Wang's questions now." Everyone looked at Yi Chuan. It was clearly written in the file that Yi Chuan was just an orphan and a poor student who had to work part-time every day to make a living. Although Yi Chuan now has the strength of a junior quasi-warrior, they don't care at all. In front of a giant force like the Wang family, a junior quasi-warrior can't make any waves at all. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chuan tried hard to suppress his anger. Is this reality? Today he finally saw the true side of the world. He was a poor boy with no money and no background. In the eyes of others, he was just an ant that could be crushed to death at will. In the face of enough benefits. The so-called law and justice are nothing but empty talk. Even Su Duong probably spoke up for himself just for Su Yingshue's sake. "I didn't kill Wang Zhan. This is why he gave me 2 million. As he said this, he clicked on a video on the terminal, which was the video that Wang Zhan had taken when he begged him to save him. Yi Chuan recorded this video with the intention of asking Wang Zhan for the debt after he was released. Swallowing technique? Everyone thought to themselves, no wonder Yi Chuan was able to escape the rat tide. What a lucky boy. Only Su Duong suddenly widened his eyes, and then looked at Yi Chuan as if he were a monster. "Since you promised to help my son, why did you escape but my son died?" Wang Bowen stared at Yi Chuan sharply. The lie detector showed that Yi Chuan was not lying, but he still did not give up. He was killed by the Beast Lord himself. As for the reason, he ambushed the Lord with his special sniper rifle. Yi Chuan changed his statement and did not mention the fact that Wang Zhan had plotted against him. Hearing this, everyone looked at the polygraph. He didn't lie, the guard shook his head. Upon hearing this, someone's mouth twitched. A sneak attack on the Lord? Isn't this just asking for death? As we all know, alien beasts are the most vengeful, let alone an alien beast lord whose IQ is not inferior to that of humans. Ha 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 ha. Wang Chao couldn't help laughing first, and then burst into laughter. "Dad, this is the successor you chose? You even asked me to learn more from him, ha 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 ha." Wang Bowen didn't expect to get such an answer. My son can't be that stupid. Tell me why he attacked the Lord? He didn't believe that his beloved son would be so stupid. The reason he attacked the Lord was naturally to save his life. Secondly, it was probably because of the red gold fruit. Yi Chuan deliberately mentioned the red gold fruit. In his opinion. At that time, Wang Zhan refused several times, but finally agreed suddenly. He must have recognized the red gold fruit in Su Yingshue's hand. Red gold fruit? Are you saying that eating the red gold fruit can increase a person's chance of being promoted to Lord level by 50%? I heard that this treasure is also effective for us humans, and it is priceless in the market. If it's the red gold fruit, it's definitely worth the risk. The reason why Wang Zhan attacked the Lord can now be explained. Even Wang Bowen believed it to some extent. The lie detector still showed that Yi Chuan was not lying. Could it be that his son really lost his life because of greed? But so what? Since his son is dead, let this kid be buried with him. There was a glint in his eyes, and the polygraph immediately sounded a warning. Boy, you are lying. It is obvious that you killed my son. The facts cannot be argued. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura suppressed everyone present. Field? Everyone was shocked. Yi Chuan only felt a terrifying pressure coming, and the middle-aged man opposite him seemed to have become the only one in the world, and he became a puppet being controlled. At this moment, he couldn't even speak. Originally, he had thought that if these people forcibly slandered him, he would use his identity as a warrior. Now it seems that he was too naive. What a great patriarch of the Wang family! He never lacks excuses when he wants to accuse someone of a crime. He even used his domain to suppress a student. What a powerful person! Chapter 24 Chapter 20 For the general manager appears, domineering and powerful. A faint voice resounded through heaven and earth, instantly breaking through Wang Bowen's domain. Wang Bowen's expression changed drastically. Bang! As the office door was slammed open, two figures slowly walked into the office. He was a middle-aged man in formal attire, with short, neat hair and eyes as deep as the stars. Just standing there made people want to worship him. He clearly didn't exude any aura, yet he made everyone feel as if they were facing a prehistoric giant beast. Next to him was a cool and beautiful girl with delicate and three-dimensional features, waist-length black hair, and a perfect and slender figure. But there is always a coldness about her that keeps people at a distance. It was Su Yingxue. General Manager. Chief. Everyone stood up hurriedly, some even with trembling voices. Even the carefree Wang Chao instantly restrained himself, not daring to show any disrespect. In the Wudong province, the name Su Wendian is a household name and he is the real boss. Because he has another job title director of the Wudong Province Martial Arts Hall. It can be said that he has power in one hand and force in the other. Commander, why are you here? Wang Bowen was surprised, but his face was full of a smile that made people feel like spring breeze, and even had a bit of flattery. The Wang family is powerful, but facing this general, he is afraid from the bottom of his heart. If I don't come, are you planning to kill this guy? Su Wentian's voice was calm, but it made everyone present break out in cold sweats. Why does it sound like the chief is here for Yi Chuan? Chief, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to take him to the inspectorate for questioning. If he's innocent, my Wang family will naturally not make things difficult for him. At this point, how could he dare to slander Yi Chuan? Ha! Inspectorate? Su Wendian snorted coldly. When did the inspectorate take over the B-level geniuses of my martial arts gym? B-level genius? The fat, squinty-eyed director said hurriedly. Captain, you must be mistaken. This kid is at most a junior quasi-warrior. A B-level genius needs to reach the strength of a warrior before the age of 20. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that everyone was looking at him as if he were an idiot. What is a B-level genius? How could the general not know? Besides, even if Yi Chuan is not, since the director said he is, he must be. That's not what I meant. The squinting-eyed director wanted to explain, but the next moment he collapsed, spitting blood. Oh look. The previously high-ranking director of the Education Bureau was seriously injured. The Inspectorate and the Education Bureau, it seems like it's time for a cleanup. Su Wendian retracted his gaze and looked at Wang Bowen, whose expression was a little grim. Don't you want to know the cause of your son's death? As he said this, he waved his hand. A video projection appeared in the office, showing the scene of Wang Zhan's sneak attack on Su Yingxue. Your son coveted my daughter's treasure in battlesuit. Not only did he repay her kindness with hatred, but he also tried to attack her from behind. He deserves to die. A sneak attack on the chief's daughter? Wang Bowen looked at Su Yingxue beside the chief and felt like the sky was falling. Isn't this the girl who survived the 3 incidents? Is she the Director General's daughter? At this moment, Wang Bowen felt extremely regretful. If he had known that this was the chief's daughter, he would not have dared to cause trouble even if he had 100 times the courage. What puzzled him the most was how the director's daughter could study in such a remote and ordinary middle school. Commander, He wanted to explain, but Su Wendian didn't give him the chance. In an instant, a terrifying pressure rushed towards Wang Bowen, and the glass of the entire building shattered. Yichuan only felt like a lone boat in the ocean, which could capsize at any time. This was when Su Wendian did not target him. Before, he could roughly feel Wang Bowen's realm, which was roughly above the Lord and 1 level beyond the Yuanhui. The Su Wendian in front of him gave him a sense of fear that came from the soul. This is caused by the difference in life levels. Wang Bowen, who was facing this impact head-on, spurted blood instantly and flew out through the wall like a cannonball. Yichuan stared, he didn't even see how the chief made his move. This is too overbearing. No more nonsense, just do it? He thought that the fight between big men must involve a huge amount of things, and the process should be to argue first, then make harsh words, and only take action as a last resort. After dealing with Wang Bowen, Su Wendian looked at Yichuan. Ha 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 ha, kid, are you stunned? Don't be brainwashed by the media on TV. This is the way warriors of my generation should reason. Ask them, who dares to disobey? Martial artists should be unbridled. Otherwise, what's the point of risking our lives and training so hard? Su Wendian patted Yichuan on the shoulder and said with a smile. You have great talent. You've already reached the strength of a warrior at the age of 18. From now on, you should cultivate well and pursue the limits of humanity. Don't limit your vision to such a remote place. You saved my daughter and gave her the red gold fruit. My daughter said you have a very high talent for cultivation. Let me give you 2 choices. First, I'll give you 500 million in cash as a reward. Second, you can choose a technique or martial art from the Shen level to the Earth level within 1 billion, and I will help you pay for the authorization. Yichuan was completely stunned. Oh my god, he asked for hundreds of millions? This was an astronomical figure for him, who was still worrying about his next meal a few days ago. Haha, are you stupid again? Seeing Yichuan stunned, Su Wendian burst into laughter. Boy, don't let your guard down. When you become stronger, you'll find that money is just a number. There are many things money can't buy. Okay, you think about it first, I'll go deal with this bastard first. As he spoke, the figure flashed and disappeared. Yichuan stood there in a daze. The director's arrogance, and clear distinction between right and wrong deeply affected him. Man lives for a lifetime, just as plants and trees live for only 1 autumn. What is the point of tying your hands and feet? I should create something earth-shattering. Otherwise, what's the point of me traveling here? For the first time in many years, Yichuan found the meaning of life. At this moment, the cage of his thoughts was completely broken. Become strong, so strong that no one dares to bully you, so strong that money loses its meaning. Going on adventures, exploring the galaxies, and exploring the unknown in the universe are what he should do. Yichuan has found his future direction. Don't tell my dad about our affairs. Su Yingshue's words brought Yichuan back to reality. Her voice was very low and there was not even a trace of expression on her face. In fact, Yichuan had noticed from the very beginning that Su Yingxue was deliberately distancing herself from the matter and obviously didn't want Su Wendian to know about them. Yichuan nodded. He is not stupid. If Su Yingxue had no feelings for him, she wouldn't deliberately find reasons to make old Su drop gold coins. It was true that he saved her, but the red gold fruit was not given by him. Su Yingxue did this deliberately to make old Su owe her a favor. Chapter 25 Extreme joy leads to sorrow, a sudden breakup. Next, Yichuan saw a scene that made him feel refreshed. The chairman of Wang's Biological was seen being swung and hit by the general manager, leaving big holes on the ground. The general manager did not stop until the man was on the verge of death. Go back and tell old man Wang to give me a satisfactory explanation, otherwise, After beating someone up, he still has to make the other person explain. This is the director's tyranny. It is estimated that if Su Wendian had not taken into consideration the ancestor of the Wang family, he might have killed Wang Bowen directly. Su Wendian looked at Su Duong again. I think you're a good principal. You can take the fat guy's seat for the time being. Su Duong was overjoyed. Thank you for your cultivation, chief. Finally, he glanced at the people who were trembling with fear and lowered their heads. You bunch of people, pack up and get out today. A bunch of officials come to bully an orphan? If you weren't so weak, I would give you a slap in the face. These people were so disheartened that they could only curse the Wang family in their hearts and did not dare to refute the general manager at all. After all, the last person who refuted the general is still twitching on the ground. Wang Bowen, who was only breathing his last, was taken away by his son without even saying a word before leaving. With Su Wentian's quick and decisive approach, the matter came to an end. Yi Chuan escaped unharmed. He experienced the feeling of going from hell to heaven, and at the same time he also witnessed the jungle law of this world: whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Captain, I choose martial arts. After everyone dispersed, Yi Chuan did not hesitate and directly chose martial arts. If it weren't for what happened today, he would definitely choose 500 million in cash. Then he could date girls, drink tea with them, and live a comfortable life. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But from today on, improving his strength became his only thought. You have money but no strength. Someone can kill you with just one slap, and you still want to lie down? That's right. You are not blinded by money. Su Wentian nodded with a smile. He had a very good impression of Yi Chuan, not entirely because he saved his daughter. But in his opinion, Yi Chuan is an orphan with no resources or background, and he is already very outstanding for being able to reach where he is today step by step on his own. Before coming, he only regarded Yi Chuan as a student who saved his daughter. But on the way, he received Yi Chuan's test data from yesterday and was immediately surprised. It is not uncommon for people to reach the combat power of a warrior at the age of 18, but those are all children of wealthy families. The fact that a poor student can make such rapid progress can only mean that this kid has an extremely high talent for martial arts. So he increased the reward he had originally planned to give from less than 100 million to less than 1 billion, as a way of making a good relationship. As Su Wentian clicked on the terminal projection, tens of thousands of skills and martial arts appeared. Yi Chuan exclaimed in amazement. He was indeed worthy of being the director. The martial arts and skills he could authorize were far beyond what the Anping branch could compare to. Fortunately, he had experience and used the process of elimination to screen. Martial arts, Earth rank, within 1 billion. After he finished screening, there were only a few martial arts books left. So little? Yi Chuan was shocked. Not only were there few of them, but they were all low-level Earth grade. The value of Earth grade martial arts far exceeded his expectations. Boy, do you think Earth-level martial arts are easy to come by? Even some big families would be lucky to have one Earth-level martial art. Furthermore, the cultivation of Earth-level martial arts is extremely difficult. Even those evildoers can only master 1 or 2 Earth-level martial arts at most. It's hard to say whether you can even get started. Su Wentian was telling the truth. In his eyes, Yi Chuan had some talent, but it was only above average. After all, he had seen too many geniuses. Whether it was himself back then or his daughter now, their talents were all above Yi Chuan. It was hard to say whether Yi Chuan could enter the Earth level. Hearing this, Yi Chuan could only smile awkwardly. In the end, he chose a book called Dragon's Roar, which contains secret techniques of spearmanship. Firstly, it is the most expensive one, costing 980 million, and secondly, he has always liked spears. Boy, you are really not polite to me. Su Wentian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. Why are you being so polite? Aren't we all family? Yi Chuan chuckled, his heart burning with excitement as he looked at the authorized Earth-level martial arts. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Su Yingxue told him that she had been specially recruited by Blue Silver Martial Arts University in advance and would go to the imperial capital to practice. Moreover, as Su Yingxue's identity became public, she naturally could not continue to stay here, as old Su had many enemies. Su Yingxue's words were full of reluctance. In her opinion, since the two of them were separated this time, it would be a long time before they would see each other again. At this moment, the affection in her eyes was no longer hidden. He understands. Even if Yi Chuan already has the strength of a warrior, it would be difficult for him to keep up with her. Moreover, now that she has obtained the red gold fruit, she will definitely be able to reach the Yuanwu realm within a year. To stay. Su Yingxue said she wanted to say goodbye to her classmates, but old Su didn't suspect anything and left in a carefree manner. No extra words. The two went straight to Yi Chuan's rental house, and before entering the elevator, they were already kissing deeply. This time, Suing Shue no longer restrained her desire and responded to Yi Chuan enthusiastically, completely ignoring the people around her. She wrapped her arms around Yi Chuan's neck, letting his claws do whatever they wanted. Putting Suing Shue on the bed, he began to take off his clothes. Go, take a shower. Suing Shue's pretty face blushed with shame, and although there was affection in her eyes, she still spoke. Yi Chuan couldn't wait any longer, so he chuckled and carried Suing Shue in a princess hug towards the bathroom while she exclaimed, "A sleepless night." What surprised Yi Chuan was that Suing Shue was surprisingly proactive. Suing Shue actually met all of Yi Chuan's excessive requests in the past. This also made Yi Chuan surprisingly satisfied. With such a beautiful wife, what else could I ask for in life? Congratulations to the host, physical potential plus 0.1. Congratulations to the host, physical potential plus 0.1. The next morning, Suing Shue, walking a little unnaturally, left quietly. A moment later, Yi Chuan received a message on his smart terminal. "You bastard, let's break up. The beginning of our relationship was a mistake. If we stay together, it will only bring you misfortune. I hope you'll find someone who loves you in college." Yi Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Who am I and where am I? Were Suing Shue's passionate emotions last night all fake? Ding, Suing Shue's favorability increased by 1, currently at 71. You triggered a critical hit and received a reward of 8 years of training time. Are you kidding me? Seeing the system refresh the favorability, Yi Chuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you dare to play this kind of joke on me? Next time I will make sure you can't get out of bed. Yi Chuan smiled triumphantly and quickly replied to the message. However, as soon as it was sent, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. The smile on Yi Chuan's face suddenly froze. Really, deleted me? Chapter 26 A sudden breakup, got kicked out? Message sending failed, the other party is not your friend yet. Was he really kicked? Yi Chuan was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Suing Shue's affection for him had obviously increased, so why did she break up with him? Could it be that the truth has been revealed? Thinking of this, Yi Chuan shuddered suddenly. If the director knew that I had taken his cabbage, would he slap me to death? Wrong. If Su Wendian knew about this, the message Suing Shue sent him should have been telling him to run away. I can't figure it out. But Yi Chuan could understand. In his previous life, he had a girlfriend in college who he dated for 3 years, but they broke up after graduation. The reasons are complicated, including family conditions, working in a different place, and the girl's parents not wanting their daughter to marry far away. Compared to the previous life, the class concept here is more serious. But there is one difference. The class here is determined by martial arts prowess, so if you are strong enough, you alone are a wealthy family. Fuck, scumbag. Ha 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 ha. Chen Wei's happy laughter came from the other end of the phone. I told you that you, a blockhead, are not worthy of me. However, there are only 3 reasons why women do this. First, you can't do that. You can't let her experience the joy of being a woman. Yi Chuan's face darkened. Get lost, skip this one. Hey, don't be embarrassed. Shengo said something suggestive, and then continued, the second thing is that the other person doesn't see a future with you. Why would a warrior like you be interested in you? Finally, if she really likes you and you still choose to break up, it only means that she has her own reasons for leaving you. For example, I was with a young woman before. Excluding the first and third options, Yi Chuan felt that the second option was the most likely. Do you think you are weak? Yi Chuan gave a bitter laugh. He finally managed to awaken the cheat, but now, it's gone again. The lack of Suing Shue's reward feedback is undoubtedly a huge loss for Yi Chuan. As for feelings, Yi Chuan admitted that he really liked Suing Shue. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful, wealthy, and beautiful schoolgirl? But it is far from the point of life and death. After all, the two had been together for less than 10 days. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chuan went out to the martial arts hall. He planned to buy some training potions, and he also planned to buy a spear. I can't practice spearmanship at home. Coming to the independent training room on the 3rd floor, Yi Chuan wanted to try to get started on his own. As a result, he studied it for a long time but still had no clue. Is my talent so poor? Yi Chuan sighed. Suing Shue was gone, and without the source of time to cultivate, he really couldn't bear to use the time for cultivation. Forget it, the most urgent thing is to become stronger and use the time for training. Ding, you have practiced hard for 10 years and finally cultivated the secret skill Dragon Roar to 9.86%. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical development potential, 17.6%. Punch force, 2,410 kilograms. Speed, 211 ms. Nerve reflex speed, intermediate warrior level. Perception, intermediate warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules fist, training progress 100% great success. Martial arts, flashing body technique, training progress 100% great success. Secret technique, Dragon Roar spear, training progress 9.86% not yet beginner. Kung Fu, devouring technique volume 1, cultivation progress 100% great success. Current partner, Suing Xue, favorability 71. As the training time ran out, the spear in Yi Chuan's hand suddenly became extremely familiar. He looked like an ascetic who had practiced spear for 10 years. It's just sad that he didn't achieve enlightenment after 10 years of hard practice. No wonder the commander-in-chief said that it is extremely difficult to practice earth-level martial arts. Those powerful monsters can only master 1 or 2 high-level martial arts at most. This kind of training is indeed far more difficult than practicing Xian-level martial arts. At this moment, his smart terminal vibrated slightly. Busy man, you said you'd treat me to a meal earlier, where have you been these past few days? Song Siki was originally just curious about Yi Chuan. She came from a big city and had naturally seen many geniuses. If she had not wanted to secure admission to a prestigious school, she would not have transferred to Cannes. However, just yesterday, she actually saw Yi Chuan chatting with the general manager. In the evening, Uncle Su revealed a piece of news to her, saying that Yi Chuan was also a B-level genius. Yi Chuan is a warrior? Song Siki was immediately shocked. Such a young warrior was definitely a genius even in those provincial capitals. Thinking about Yi Chuan, he is still so handsome. Song Siki made up her mind that she must not let this fish escape. Song Siki? Yi Chuan then remembered that he did seem to owe her a meal. Okay, you choose the place, it's my treat. Song Siki's message came back immediately. Then I won't hesitate. Let's go to the Ryan Hotel. The environment there is very nice, and there are people dancing in the evening. Good. Yi Chuan didn't hesitate at all. Now that he is worth more than 2 million, he naturally doesn't care about these things. In the evening, Yi Chuan took a taxi according to the navigation and came to this restaurant. This is a 60-story hotel that offers restaurants, massage services, KTV, etc. It is one of the more upscale social venues in Cannes. Hey kid, this is a private hotel, do you have a reservation? Yi Chuan was dressed in casual clothes and was about to enter the hotel gate when he was stopped by a security guard in uniform. Yi Chuan was stunned and pointed at the hovercraft that drove in from the side. Why don't you ask them? The security guard looked him up and down, curled his lips and said, you can tell he is spending power at first glance, and look at you. Yi Chuan looked down at himself. The clothes were a sweatshirt he used to wear. Although it was clean, it looked cheap and had serious wear and tear in some places. The same was true for the pants. He immediately understood that he was being looked down upon by others. Boy, even though you look good, if you want to hook up with a rich woman, you have to at least have a decent outfit. Yi Chuan. Looking at the security guard's disdainful look, Yi Chuan was so angry that he laughed. Okay, it's okay if I don't go to your house to eat. He wasn't angry with the security guard at the door, but he was unwilling to go in and spend money. Hey brother Yi Chuan, you're here early. Just as Yi Chuan was about to leave, a convertible hover sports car stopped beside him. Song Siki said in surprise, Yi Chuan, get in the car quickly. I have already reserved a seat. Seeing that Yi Chuan didn't move for a long time, Song Siki thought he wouldn't open this hidden door, so she got out of the car immediately, pulled Yi Chuan to the passenger seat, and helped him open the door herself. However, the moment their skin touched. Ding, a partner meeting the requirements has been detected, binding in progress. Name, Song Siki. Physical potential development, 17%. Appearance, 94. Cultivation qualification, B level. Business talent, S level. Current favorability, 30. Yi Chuan's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that skin contact could have such a function. What's wrong, brother Yi Chuan? Seeing Yi Chuan's hesitation, Song Siki thought that Yi Chuan didn't like this place, so she immediately smiled understandingly. If brother Yichuan doesn't like it here, let's go somewhere else. How about we go to the Changnan night market? Song Siki secretly called herself an idiot. Yichuan is an orphan, so it's normal that he doesn't like such luxurious places. It was his own mistake. Chapter 27 System Binding, Socialite Song Siki? No need. I just met a guard dog who looked down on people. Yichuan shook his head, sat in the passenger seat of Song Siki's car, and fell into deep thought. Suing Xue's departure left him without a cultivation accelerator, and now Song Siki has appeared. What surprised Yichuan the most was that Song Siki actually had a 30% favorability towards him. You have to know that he and Suing Xue only developed a good impression of each other after they had taken care of the beauties, and Song Siki had only met him once, so where did the 30 points of good impression come from? And Song Siki obviously went a little too far. Calling him brother Yichuan right from the start, coupled with that intimate tone, could easily lead to misunderstanding. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. The other party obviously had some plans for him, so Yichuan decided to wait and see. The security guard who stopped Yichuan was dumbfounded. What's going on? He was just mocking the boy when a supercar stopped next to him and a hot and sexy girl got out and opened the door for him. Why are pretty boys so popular? Without thinking too much, he hurriedly opened the door and saluted. Facing the big shot driving a supercar, he didn't dare to show any disrespect. However, not long after the sports car entered, a personnel notice of his dismissal was conveyed. Western restaurant on the 3rd floor. Song Siki kindly asked Yichuan about his taste and then ordered the dishes. I'm sorry, brother Yichuan, I've wronged you. How about this, I'll treat you to this meal, and next time you can choose the place. One sentence subtly expressed her apology and also laid the groundwork for the next time they met. Combined with her already beautiful face and exciting figure, it was really hard to refuse. Only then did Yichuan look at the person in front of him seriously. Song Siki has a pretty face like a flower, big bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and naturally upturned corners of her mouth. Her delicate oval face always has a gentle smile. This time she was wearing a black round neck, tight-fitting t-shirt, revealing a large area of snow-white skin under her slender swan neck, and the pendant of the platinum necklace fell into the ravine between the two peaks. Following the slender waist, she wore a knee-length tight skirt, showing off her plump and round buttocks and long legs. If you changed the t-shirt into a shirt, wouldn't that be a stewardess outfit? She looks absolutely stunning in her stepmother's skirt, her uniform and stockings are also a perfect match, and she looks so alluring in her nurse outfit and teacher outfit. Gurgle. Yichuan couldn't help swallowing. This woman is a witch. Suing Xue is cold and beautiful, just like the snow lotus on the towering Tianshan mountains, always giving people a feeling of being out of reach. Song Siki, on the other hand, can make people's blood boil and arouse their most primitive desires. Moreover, the woman in front of him has a very high emotional intelligence. Her words always make Yichuan feel comfortable, and she knows how to provide emotional value to others. A girl like this calls you brother all the time, can you refuse? Yichuan couldn't figure it out. Song Siki is obviously a few months younger than him, but why does she look like a seasoned female demon? Considering Song Siki's S-level business talent, Yichuan thought of a word to describe her, socialite. Noticing Yichuan's throat rolling, Song Siki curled up the corners of her mouth. She thought Yichuan was really a straight man. It's okay. I told you it's my treat, so order whatever you want. Yichuan withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and moved his eyes elsewhere. Well, since brother Yichuan insists on treating us, I will treat him to a movie after dinner. Seeing Yichuan's actions, Song Siki smiled even more. She is very good at handling this kind of young boy. Whether in the past or after transferring to Wonping No. 1 middle school, she has been surrounded by countless suitors. Often she only needs a word, an action, or even an expression to easily control this innocent little boy. Ding, Song Siki's favorability +5. Could this woman really be interested in me? Ahem, I'm going to the bathroom. Yichuan felt that he was being manipulated by the other party and was ready to ask Shingo for advice. After entering the bathroom, Yichuan hurriedly called Shingo and told the LSP everything without any further ado. Fuck, there is such a good thing? Seeing the photo of Song Siki that Yichuan sent him, Shingo is shocked. Brother, listen to me. You can't handle this kind of sea queen. Introduce her to me. Get lost. I'm asking you for some advice. Also, why do you think she's the queen of the sea? Song Siki meets his system requirements, so he naturally won't give her to this guy. What a sin. I don't know why these gorgeous girls all fall for a blockhead like you. Chen-go complained for a while before explaining, this woman has fully demonstrated her talents and knows how to please men. If she's not the queen of the sea, then what is she? Don't tell me this is a talent. This is experience that can only be acquired through interacting with many boys. According to what you said, she deliberately took the initiative to contact you. Either she has a crush on you and wants to take you into her fishing pond, or she plans to use you. In short, if you're not sure you can get it completely, stay away from it. Otherwise, if you get sold out, you might end up helping them count the money. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chuan became secretly alert. Although Chen-go's words were a bit exaggerated, it's always better to be careful. Yi Chuan walked towards the hall. But he saw a group of people gathered in the distance. Looking closely, he saw that it was the table where he and Song Siki were sitting. Siki, what a coincidence, you are here too. Lu Yang smiled flatteringly. When I was discharged from the hospital, I wanted to treat you to a meal, but you blocked me again. Siki, I really love you so much, please don't treat me like this, okay? I've reserved a table in a private room, come join us. Lu Yang's attitude was almost humble. Yi Chuan stood behind the crowd with a strange expression. A dog licker, a total dog licker. I never thought that Lu Yang, who was fearless in school, would be so humble as to be someone's bootlicker. The people watching were Lu Yang's followers. Lu Yang was discharged from the hospital today, so he booked a private room here and happened to see Song Siki. No way. Song Siki's appearance and figure are indeed hard to ignore. Yes, Siki, let's have a meal together. Sister Siki, don't you like to meet strong people? Brother Lu's seventh sister is here today too. She's a half-step warrior. Sister Lu Mei is a super genius from Wutong No. 1 Middle School. It won't be long before she becomes a true warrior. Not everyone can get to know her. If you and Brother Lu are together, you will be family in the future. When Song Siki mentioned her seventh sister Lu Yang, she was shocked. Your seventh sister is not in the provincial capital, why did she come back? When mentioning his seventh sister, Lu Yang smiled proudly, of course she is helping me to get revenge. That Yi Chuan is despicable and shameless and plotted against me. I will make him pay the price. What he told his seventh sister was that Yi Chuan had attacked him and crippled one of his arms. This is how the other party was persuaded. Chapter 28 Confusion of right and wrong? Anger attack. A sneak attack on you? Song Siki frowned at him, and only said disdainfully when Lu Yang blushed, it's well known that you fought a fair fight. You took the blood pill and still lost. Now you have the nerve to say that Brother Yi Chuan attacked you? Upon hearing this, the group of people blushed and were speechless. Fortunately, a clever follower retorted. Junior sister Siki, you misunderstood. It was Brother Lu who spared that guy at the last moment, but he suddenly attacked and injured Brother Lu. Yes. That's what happened. Yi Chuan is despicable and shameless. Wait for seventh sister to make a move, and I'll make sure he's in trouble. Oh, let me look good? Yi Chuan was so angry at the group of people that he laughed. He put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, I'm here today. How do you want to make me look bad? As soon as he opened his mouth. This group of people were like mice whose tails were stepped on. They jumped away in fright and kept a distance from Yi Chuan. They didn't expect that Yi Chuan was there too. Brother Yi Chuan. Song Siki smiled sweetly, and under the wide-eyed gaze of everyone, she ran over and hugged Yi Chuan's arm. Brother Yi Chuan, these people bullied me and insisted that I eat with them. Yi Chuan. Feeling his arm digging into two soft lumps, Yi Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. I'm afraid I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Really? Lu Yang's eyes turned red instantly. He stared at Yi Chuan intently, squeezing out two words from his clenched teeth, Yi Chuan. The others were also envious to the point of madness. What qualifications does this bastard have? Why does Suing Xue bring him breakfast and Song Siki throw herself into his arms? Seeing Yi Chuan's face full of resentment, Song Siki pursed her lips, her fox eyes curved into crescents, and whispered softly, please, help me. Obviously she wanted Yi Chuan to be her shield. Damn, can't this dog system bind a normal person to me? After cursing the dog system in his heart, Yi Chuan could only bite the bullet and go ahead, did you see that? If you dare to harass Siki again, don't blame me for being rude. What a big tone. Before he finished speaking, a tall woman walked out from the side. Seventh sister. Seeing the person coming, Lu Yang was overjoyed. He quickly walked to the woman and pointed at Yi Chuan and said, "Seventh sister, this bastard attacked me and now he has taken away my girlfriend. The woman's name is Lu Mei." Hearing this, she immediately imagined the scene where her brother was bullied at school and his girlfriend was taken away. She immediately flew into a rage. "Very good, if you dare to cripple one of my brother's hands, I will break all 3 of your legs today." As she spoke, the woman slapped Yi Chuan fiercely. "Get out of here!" Yi Chuan's eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to punch. Bang! Fists and palms collided, airwaves spread, and the woman took several steps back before she could steady herself, her eyes full of shock. How is that possible? She was a half-step warrior, and although she didn't use her full strength, she was knocked back by a punch from the young man in front of her. Didn't Lu Yang say that this kid was just a junior quasi-warrior? What a Lu family! You're so domineering and arrogant, confusing right and wrong. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lu Yang had deliberately provoked him before, and now he was confusing right and wrong and recruiting someone to deal with him. Yi Chuan was also aroused with anger. A flash of red appeared in his eyes. Yi Chuan rushed into the flock of sheep like a tiger. Under his terrifying speed and strength, these people were smashed away like sandbags. "Lu Yang!" Yi Chuan shouted loudly, then grabbed one of his arms and tore it off. Blood splattered and Lu let out a heart-wrenching howl. He was scared. A sense of fear from the soul enveloped his whole body. In Yi Chuan's hands, he was like an ant and couldn't even struggle. Waste! Seeing that Lu Yang's crotch was wet, Yi Chuan frowned and threw him out like a dead dog. "It's your turn." After dealing with the small fry, Yi Chuan's gaze fell on Lu Mei. Warrior! The young man in front of her was definitely a warrior, and Lu Mei was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Although she is also a half-step warrior, there is still a huge difference between her and a real warrior. This. Bang! She wanted to say something, but Yi Chuan was already in front of her and slapped her in the face. Fortunately, she blocked it in time. Although the slap didn't land on her face, the terrifying force still sent her flying. Before she got up, Yi Chuan followed like a shadow and kicked her in the abdomen again. Lu Mei coughed up blood and knocked over a row of tables and chairs, finally getting embedded in the wall. Seeing Yi Chuan coming again, Lu Mei finally got scared. She took out a blood pill and said in a trembling voice, "Wait a minute, I am willing to compensate senior brother for what happened today." Yi Chuan's strength was too terrifying. Even if she took the blood pill, she would not have any chance of winning. And she didn't want to fight to the death. Seeing that the martial arts college entrance examination is approaching, she can have a brighter future, and she doesn't want to die here. Compensation. Your Lu family has provoked me time and time again, and now you're asking me for compensation? Yi Chuan sneered. 50 million. Lu Mei spoke immediately. Yi Chuan paused. Seeing Yi Chuan hesitate, Lu Mei thought that Yi Chuan was dissatisfied, so she gritted her teeth and said, "I can also compensate you with a bottle of Zhang Yuan Dan worth 30 million. Lu Mei didn't know that Yi Chuan was actually shocked. Originally, he had no intention of really killing Lu Mei. After all, killing people in the city was illegal, and this was a rule ingrained in him. Unexpectedly, the other party's opening price was 50 million. Then, fearing that he would not agree, they added another 30 million pills, which really shocked him. Come back to your senses. Yi Chuan remained calm on the surface, and said in a cold voice, "Didn't you say you wanted to cripple 3 of my legs? That's exactly what I plan to do." "Don't want!" Lu Mei exclaimed in surprise. The scene of Yi Chuan tearing off Lu Yang's arm was still vivid in her mind. She had no doubt that Yi Chuan would do this. It would be better to kill her than to be deposed. "Brother, don't do that. If you don't mind, I am willing to be your woman." "Bah, you wish." Before Yi Chuan could speak, Song Siki became angry. She hurried forward and hugged Yi Chuan's arm, glaring at Lu Mei, "Give us 200 million and make the Lu family promise, and forget about this matter, otherwise." Then she pointed at Lu Yang's group of followers and said, "You also need to give an explanation to my brother Yi Chuan." After she finished speaking, she did not forget to quietly remind Yi Chuan that Zhang Yuan pill is not worth 30 million at all. If brother Yi Chuan wants it, I have a channel that can get it at a 30% discount. Seeing how Song Siki handled the situation, Yi Chuan just stood there in a daze. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Yi Chuan's mind. Ding, Song Siki's favorability increased by 15, currently at 50. Strong strength is the best aphrodisiac for women. At this moment, Song Siki looked at Yi Chuan with eyes full of admiration. And Yi Chuan is immersed in the 200 million? He was already very satisfied with 30 million, but he didn't expect Song Siki to ask for so much. Can the Lu family agree to such a high price? I can't make the decision. I need to ask my family. Lu Mei's face looked ugly, but she didn't dare to refute. Song Siki nodded. You stay, and the others can go. I'll also pay you for the hotel's damages. Chapter 29 Chapter 29 S-level business talent, 200 million compensation. Lu family, inside the ancestral hall. You bastards, look at what you and your son have done. As he spoke, Lu Nang raised his hand and slapped the beautiful woman kneeling in the ancestral hall in the face. Do you know what it means to be an 18-year-old warrior? If Yi Chuan holds a grudge against me, it might bring disaster to my Lu family in the future. You two idiots have not only implicated Xiao Mei, but also my entire Lu family will have to pay for your stupidity. As he said that, Lu Nang beat the beautiful woman violently again. The beautiful woman was terrified and screamed in pain from being beaten, but she didn't dare to refute. The Lu family's greatest source of confidence is the head of the family, Lu Zhong, who was sitting in the main seat, a high-level warrior who was nearly 80 years old. However, after learning that his grandson had offended an 18-year-old warrior, Lu Zhong felt a chill down his spine. Father, Xiao Mei is the descendant of my Lu family who has the greatest hope of becoming a warrior. You must save her. Lu Nang pleaded. 200 million in cash is a huge sum of money for the Lu family, and even he cannot come up with that much money. As for revenge against Yi Chuan? Unless my father takes action, he will be killed with one blow. Otherwise, if Yi Chuan escapes, it will be a huge disaster for the Lu family. Lu Zhong sighed. Go reply to the message, we promised. Also, once Lu Yang wakes up, send him to the Star Domain battlefield. Whether he survives or not depends on his luck. Finally, he pointed at the beautiful woman twitching on the ground and said, break this vicious woman's hands and feet and throw her out of the Lu family. Inside the restaurant. Song Siki saw Yi Chuan's concerns and said with a smile, don't worry, the Lu family will definitely agree. Of the 200 million, a small part is due to you, but a larger part is due to her. Song Siki pointed at Lu Mei lying on the ground. The Lu family is currently in a period of transition, and she is the only one with the hope of becoming a warrior. Do you think the Lu family should be saved? Yi Chuan suddenly realized. The fact was just as Song Siki said, the Lu family responded to the message quickly. In just a moment, 200 million was transferred into his account. Yi Chuan couldn't help but admire Song Siki's clear thinking and meticulous planning. The result was exactly as she said. As expected of someone with S-rank business talent. Seeing how Song Siki easily helped him deal with the mess and obtained the greatest benefit for him, Yi Chuan also looked at her with admiration. It is said that big breasts mean no brains, but this statement is obviously not true. Why, are you interested in this girl? Noticing Yi Chuan's gaze, Song Siki smiled slyly. If brother Yi Chuan pursues me, I will definitely open a back door for you. As he spoke, he tightened his arms around Yi Chuan. Ahem. Yi Chuan's old face turned red, and he felt the two soft lumps wrapped around his arms, and his mouth suddenly became dry. Fairy. After dealing with this matter, Song Siki took Yi Chuan away. I haven't eaten yet. This time, Song Siki asked Yi Chuan to choose a place. Yi Chuan hesitated for a moment and finally chose the barbecue stall that he and Chen Wei often went to. Since the system has been bound to Song Siki, he also has some good feelings towards her, so he simply no longer hides his true self. He is not like Shen Go, who doesn't know how to use sweet words. It's better to be real than to pretend. In front of the night market stall, a supercar hovercar suddenly stopped. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Yi Chuan calmly got out of the car and said, Boss, the same old rules, add 10 more kidneys. Yi Chuan brought out 2 small stools and set them up, then brought himself a bottle of cold beer, just like he was at home. The boss was surprised when he saw Yi Chuan. Xiao Yi, are you rich now? Looking at Song Siki getting off the car, the boss's hand trembled and the brush in his hand fell to the ground. Xiao Yi, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. Old Wu, don't talk nonsense. Yi Chuan was about to explain, but was interrupted by Song Siki. She smiled sweetly. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Brother Yi Chuan and I just got together. Can you tell me about Brother Yichuan? Oh, you really have good vision. There aren't many children like Xiaoxuan who can endure hardship. Let me tell you. Seeing the two of them chatting, Yichuan was speechless. Unlike Su Yingshua's cold and indifferent attitude, he felt that Song Siki could chat with anyone, and as long as she wanted, she could even quickly get close to anyone. This made him look at Song Siki with even higher regard. Chatted for a while. Song Siki helped bring a plate of barbecued meat. Hey, Brother Yichuan, your big kidneys. With a sly smile on her face, she leaned close to Yichuan's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, as the saying goes, like cures like. Yichuan won't, can't? Yichuan blared. How can this be tolerated? Do you want to try it? Seeing Yichuan's aggressive attitude, Song Siki smiled even more. I'm not Brother Yichuan's girlfriend, so it's not my turn to try. You. Yichuan was about to speak when he suddenly thought of Chen Wei's advice. This kind of sea queen has a deep understanding of people's hearts and can easily catch you as a black base. Combined with Liu Yang's previous attitude of bootlicking the dog, the evil fire in Yichuan's heart was instantly extinguished. She wants to hook me? That's right, you're not my girlfriend. Yichuan suppressed his anger, picked up a string of kidneys and started chewing them. A hint of surprise flashed across Song Siki's eyes, but she immediately picked up the skewers and started eating like Yichuan. Huff, spicy, spicy. She had just taken 2 bites when the spiciness got so intense that she stuck out her tongue and fanned herself with her hand. Then she picked up the beer that Yichuan had drunk and gulped it down. Yichuan. She felt that this enchantress was seducing her everywhere, which made her feel hot in her heart. Let me try yours to see if it's not spicy. Before Yichuan could come back to his senses, Song Siki snatched the half-eaten skewer from Yichuan's hand and started eating it. Well, your skewer is not that spicy after all. Damn it! If your heart is as pure as ice, you won't be startled even if the sky falls. Yichuan silently recited the meditation technique 3 times in his mind, and only then did he suppress the evil fire in his heart. As Chen Go said, anything that is easily obtained will not be cherished. I cannot let this demon get me so easily. Chen Go, you beast. When did I ever say that? You can even tolerate this kind of top-notch girl? Go be a cuckold. Brother Yichuan, why is your face so red? I get drunk. Hey, your trouser pockets are bulging, what are you holding? An heirloom treasure that cannot be shown to outsiders. The barbecue made Yichuan very angry. On the contrary, Song Siki's smile became more and more charming, and she seemed to really like the feeling of teasing Yichuan. Let's go watch a movie. Although it was already late, Song Siki was still not going to let Yichuan go, and happily pulled him towards the sports car. Don't drink and drive. How about we do it another day? Yichuan wanted to slip away. It's a bit unbearable. Song Siki was stunned. Why can't you drive after drinking? And isn't there an automatic driving system? Yichuan then realized that there seemed to be no concept of drunk driving in this world. Oh, I see. Could it be that Brother Yichuan wants me to stay? Song Siki looked as if she had suddenly realized something, and then she said shyly, Brother Yichuan, you are so mean. I am not feeling well these days. Yichuan rolled his eyes. This goblin seems to be addicted to teasing me. Does he really think he is an innocent little boy? It seems I have to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Let her understand that if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Chapter 30 was attacked and killed. Who is the mastermind behind it? After the two of them finished watching the movie, Song Siki personally sent Yichuan back to the rental house. Brother Yichuan, why don't you invite me up to sit with you? I heard that the cats in your boys' homes can do backflips. I don't have a cat at home. Yichuan waved his hands hurriedly. He and Su Yingxue had wet half of the bedsheet last night and it was still hanging on the balcony. Fool. Seeing this, Song Siki thought Yichuan was shy and smiled even more brightly. However, just as Yichuan was about to enter the building, a creepy feeling instantly enveloped his whole body. He had only experienced this feeling before when Wang Zhan attacked him. No time to think about it. Yichuan instantly knocked Song Siki to the ground. After rolling several times, he carried Song Siki and rushed towards the residential building opposite at the fastest speed. At the same time. Bang! 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 The moment he moved, 3 consecutive sounds of heavy sniper fire were heard, and 3 large pits appeared where Yichuan and the others had just been. Damn it! Opposite top floor. Watching Yichuan rush into the residential building below, the man in black punched the ground angrily. Then he immediately stood up, slipped a grappling hook from his sleeve and slid down the sidewall. He wanted to kill the target with his own hands. Yichuan. Song Siki was also frightened, her voice was trembling, and she no longer had the playful smile she had just had. She held Yichuan's arm tightly with both hands. Ding, Song Siki's favorability +5. Just now, if Yichuan hadn't saved her, she would have died. Hide first and don't make any noise. Putting Song Siki down, Yichuan rushed to the top of the building without any hesitation, taking 10 steps at a time. Murderous. As soon as he climbed to the 5th floor, Yichuan sensed a murderous aura. It's the sound of the zipline. Didn't think much about it. He broke through the small window in the corridor and jumped out. In mid-air, he was facing a man in dark clothes. Both of their pupils shrank. Without a word of nonsense, the two of them determined that the other was their target. The moment he landed, Yichuan exerted force with his feet, and the hard concrete ground instantly collapsed into a small hole, and he pounced on the man like a tiger pouncing on its prey. One after another, powerful punches struck down. The man struggled to resist, shocked and angry. With a turn of his wrist, an eagle claw knife appeared in his hand. Yichuan was startled and quickly jumped back, but he was unable to avoid the wound and a cut was still made on his chest. Who are you? Why are you trying to assassinate me? Yichuan stared at the other person with a stern face. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been dead. Want to know the reason? I'll tell you when you die. The man sneered, holding an eagle claw knife in each hand and rushing towards Yichuan. Yichuan picked up a bamboo pole from the side and swung it down. Seeing this, the man tried to avoid it by turning sideways, but the bamboo pole suddenly changed direction and swept across to hit his chest, causing him to stagger. Marksmanship? The man spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said fiercely into the headset, "Damn, this kid is too evil, I have to pay more." He originally thought that this mission could be accomplished with one shot, and at the very least his strength was enough to crush the opponent. He didn't expect that this guy would be so troublesome. Fuck you, die. Yichuan was extremely angry. This guy still wanted to add money at this time, so he stabbed out with the bamboo pole as a gun. Boy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, he immediately swallowed a blood-colored pill, and his momentum suddenly increased. He cut the tip of the bamboo pole with one knife, and used the other eagle claw knife to cut Yichuan's fingers along the bamboo pole. Yichuan snorted coldly, raised his foot and kicked the bamboo pole in half, kicking away the man's dagger at the same time, and then slid the broken bamboo pole towards the man's throat. The man was horrified and looked up to hide. The moment the man's gaze shifted away, a gleam of light flashed in Yichuan's eyes. Blink. Hercules' fist. Almost instantly, Yichuan appeared behind the man and threw a punch. Crack. There was a sound of bones cracking, and the powerful force instantly broke the man's spine. The man screamed and rolled out. Without any hesitation, the man took out a needle and stabbed it into his carotid artery. Blink. Yichuan's figure appeared in front of the man again like a ghost, pinched the injection in his hand with one hand, and then punched him in the face. A spider web spread out from the ground with the man's head as the center, and the man's head was smashed into the road. Giving you one last chance. Who sent you? Boy. I'm defeated this time, but you won't live long. Bang. What responded to him was Yichuan's fist. The man's head exploded, and red and white splattered all over the ground. Yichuan had almost no hesitation in killing such a person. After killing the man, Yichuan found a token engraved with a red maple leaf on his body. Brother Yichuan. Seeing the battle was over, Song Siki ran over. She was relieved to see that Yichuan was fine. I've already notified the martial arts hall, and their people will be here soon. Yichuan nodded and then fell into deep thought. Who wants to kill him? Wang family? Lu family? Logically speaking, the Wang family had just been dealt with by the director yesterday, so they shouldn't attack him now, and Wang Zhan's death had little to do with him. In the eyes of the Wang family, he is just a small figure, and there is no need to anger the director again for such a small figure as him. However, the Wang family's suspicion cannot be completely ruled out. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. As for the Lu family, they had just reconciled with me, so it was impossible for them to assassinate me at this time. But apart from these two families, he really couldn't think of anyone else who had a grudge against him. Who is the mastermind behind this? Soon, a team of official warriors arrived at the scene. The leader was a middle-aged man with a flat head and a calm temperament. Combined with the signs of a struggle at the scene and the sniper rifle on the rooftop, it can be determined that this was a carefully planned assassination. This token belongs to the Blood Maple Leaf from the assassin organization. It's surprising that Mr. Yi is still alive. The man looked at the token in Yi Chuan's hand and was very surprised. Bloody Maple Leaf? Seeing Yi Chuan's doubts, the man explained. The Blood Maple Leaf is one of the 3 most powerful assassin organizations in the Empire. The assassins under its command are all warriors at the very least, and they rarely fail in the missions they take on. Upon hearing this, the others also looked at Yi Chuan as if he were a monster. A high school student actually killed the killer of Blood Maple Leaf, which is considered a miracle in the circle. They ask themselves if they can ever do it. This is definitely a practical genius. If a genius had not experienced the baptism of blood, he would not have had time to react to such an emergency, not to mention that he was facing a madman with bloody maple leaves. These crazy people are notoriously difficult to deal with. Even if it is a lion fighting a rabbit, they will use all their strength and there is no possibility of letting go. After comparing the data and confirming the killer's identity, the leading man smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you can leave now. We will contact you anytime if we need you." Yi Chuan nodded. There is also a sense of urgency in my heart. It seems that if you cultivate to the level of a Yuan Wu, you will be invulnerable to firearms. He remembered that when Wang Zhan used a special sniper rifle, he only injured the rat lord. Brother Yi Chuan, it's not safe here anymore. How about, you stay at my place? Song Siki walked over and said with lingering fear. After this crisis, she felt an indescribable sense of security in Yi Chuan. Oh well. Yi Chuan hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He felt that he should take some time to rent a new house, or at least find a place that was convenient for practicing. Chapter 31 Confession Bureau, Song Siki's Origin. Sitting in Song Siki's passenger seat again. The car drove into a quiet residential area. Jinshan Villa District? As the most high-end wealthy area in Cannes, Yi Chuan, who had delivered takeout before, naturally recognized it at a glance. Your home? Yes, it was assigned by my family. Distribute? Ox. He knew that Song Siki came from a wealthy family. After all, she was the one who could drive a supercar hover car, but he didn't expect that her family conditions would be so good. A villa here costs at least hundreds of millions, which even Yi Chuan can't afford now. Song Siki's family took it out to distribute. I didn't expect you to be a wealthy woman. Yi Chuan looked at the manor-style villas with interest. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. He heard that the villas here are calculated by the acre. Brother Yi Chuan, stop teasing me. Compared to your girl, I, a little girl from the Song family's side branch, am nothing. Song Siki smiled and drove the car into a manor. Yi Chuan was shocked. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Tisk, of course I'm talking about Suing Xue. Who else could I be talking about besides the chief's only daughter? Song Siki parked the car and leaned close to Yi Chuan's ear with a smile. Don't pretend, I know everything. Let's have a confession tonight. A fragrant breeze blew towards his nose, and looking at the person so close to him, Yi Chuan became alert. It seems like Song Siki knows him very well. But he knew nothing about Song Siki. This sense of information asymmetry forced him to be cautious. How did you know that? Not many people know about his relationship with Suing Xue. Okay, why are you so nervous? Pulling Yi Chuan into the villa, and after Yi Chuan sat down on the sofa, Song Siki spoke. Uncle Su told me. You have no idea how shocked I was. In my opinion, the difference between you two is as great as heaven and earth. I really can't understand what this young lady likes about you. Uncle Su told me last night that you were a Class B genius. I thought he was drunk and talking nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true. Song Siki is still in shock. A poor boy with no resources and no background actually became a warrior without realizing it. Who would believe it if I told them? At least she used to think Yi Chuan was overrated. However, after witnessing Yi Chuan's fighting power with her own eyes tonight, she realized that the so-called B-level genius was no longer enough to describe Yi Chuan's horror. A B-level genius only means that this person has reached the standard of a warrior. As for whether he can defeat a warrior in actual combat, it is hard to say. However, Yichuan actually killed a blood maple leaf killer tonight. This terrifying combat ability is definitely far beyond the scope of AB-level genius. She now felt that Yichuan was seriously underestimated. It was also because of this battle just now that Yichuan completely entered her heart. Principal Su? No wonder Song Siki knew so much. Yichuan felt a little relieved. Then tell me, did you deliberately ask me to go to the Ryan Hotel tonight? He had suspected before that he was being used. First, Song Siki took the initiative to invite him to the Ryan Hotel, and then he happened to run into Lu Yang and others treating them to dinner. It was all such a coincidence. Brother Yichuan, you misunderstood me. Song Siki immediately put on a pitiful look and said, the private room at the Ryan Hotel was booked by Lu Yang's mother. I didn't know about it beforehand. Besides, Lu Yang is not qualified to book a private room at the Ryan Hotel. Yichuan was skeptical. Although he didn't quite believe it in his heart, he eventually gave up the idea of investigating it further. Anyway, the result is good. What's more, the system has been bound to Song Siki, and he also needs Song Siki to help him improve his cultivation speed. At worst, we can just use each other. Song Siki's favorability towards him has reached 60. Turning a blind eye to some things will only damage their relationship and be counterproductive. Seeing that Yichuan believed it, Song Siki smiled happily. By the way, brother Yichuan, how did you catch up with that beautiful girl? Song Siki held her delicate face in her hand, the fire of gossip burning in her heart. Yichuan did not answer, but asked, then tell me your identity first, and what is your purpose in approaching me? Hearing this, Song Siki's smile faded. After a moment's silence, she slowly spoke, my mother is a, socialite. She got pregnant with me unexpectedly at a party. So, I became a collateral descendant of the Song family, one of the 9 major financial groups in the empire. Because of my average martial arts talent, I was assigned to this remote Wudong province to learn how to manage some industries. I took this opportunity to transfer to Wanping No. 1 Middle School. Of course, I came here just to get a better ranking in the college entrance examination so I could enter a better martial arts university. Song Siki hid nothing and was so frank that even she was surprised. Yichuan suddenly realized. The 9 major conglomerates are household names on Blue Silver Star. Song Siki was actually from the Song family, which was far beyond Yichuan's expectations. At the same time, he also remembered the reason why he was familiar with the name Song Siki. When Song Siki first transferred to Wanping No. 1 Middle School, her beauty caused several second-generation students to fight for her because of jealousy. At that time, everyone said that this transfer student was a witch, but he scoffed at it because in his opinion, Suing Xue was the only true god of Wanping No. 1 Middle School. Now it seems that Song Siki is a troublemaker who likes to play with others. As for the reason Song Siki mentioned for transferring to another school, it made sense. The Wudong province is a remote area that is rich in food and minerals. Before the system was awakened, Logwa said that he would help him find a stable job on a farm or in a mine. Compared to those areas that face the nests of alien beasts, the average combat power level of Wudong province can only be ranked at the bottom of the empire. As for my purpose of approaching you, every 4 years, the 9 major families hold a martial arts competition for the younger generation. Anyone under the age of 20, members of the 9 major families and their partners can participate. The higher the ranking, the greater the benefits. So, having said that, Song Siki stopped talking and stared at Yichuan with her beautiful eyes. Yichuan was stunned. Why are you looking at me? What a fool! Song Siki held her forehead inside, then spoke softly, I want you to help me participate in the competition. I'll help you? Yichuan was stunned. You want me to help you participate in the competition as your partner? He reacted instantly. Song Siki smiled and nodded, is brother Yichuan willing? Don't worry, I will give you a reward regardless of success or failure. If brother Yichuan can make it into the top 100, we will split the resources equally. 100? Yichuan frowned, wondering if he had underestimated himself. As if knowing what Yichuan was thinking, Song Siki explained. As one of the 9 wealthiest families in the Blue Silver Empire, every member of the family has countless resources from birth and is mentored by renowned teachers. The best among them will have the opportunity to go to the Star region for training. Even students from the 3 famous schools may not be their match. Brother Yichuan, do you still think it's easy? Yichuan was stunned. The 3 famous universities are already out of his reach, and even the students from the 3 famous universities are no match for him? But think about it. It would be impossible for the 9 major families to hold on to such a huge fortune without strong power. Alas, my knowledge is still too shallow. But Yi Chuan was not discouraged. After all, he was a man with a cheat. Chapter 32 Playing with fire and getting burned, the puppy becomes the Wolf King. If it's so difficult, why did you come to me? Because brother Yi Chuan is the best and he is also handsome. Song Siki praised him without hesitation. She has always had many suitors around her, and those people were also her chosen targets, but no one could meet her expectations. Until Yi Chuan appeared today. All right. Yi Chuan rolled his eyes. So those rumors about you before were because you were always looking for a suitable target? Song Siki smiled awkwardly and nodded guiltily. Brother Yi Chuan, please understand. I can swear that I have never had any other thoughts about anyone except you. After she said that, she suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth. Oh? You have other thoughts about me? Yi Chuan smiled playfully. Tell me about it, maybe I can help you realize it. Brother Yi Chuan, you are so bad. Song Siki chuckled and changed the subject. How about you talk about how you pursued senior sister Su? Also, how far have you guys progressed? How did I catch up with Su Xue? Yi Chuan was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. You can't say that love grows over time, right? Seeing Yi Chuan hesitate, Song Siki immediately smelled the scent of gossip. Did you hold hands? Yi Chuan remained silent. Kissing? Yi Chuan still didn't speak. Song Siki's eyes widened instantly. Could it be that you have already? I have to say that Song Siki's intuition is really strong. She can see through the truth just by looking at the changes in Ye's expression. Forget it, but I have to remind brother Yi Chuan that senior sister Su will never be with you, so don't get caught up in it. Yi Chuan was surprised. Song Siki seemed to know something. Why do you say that? Because she's engaged. Song Siki's words exploded in Yi Chuan's mind like a bolt from the blue. Are you married? How is this possible? Impossible. Yi Chuan suddenly stood up, unable to remain calm any longer. Seeing this, Song Siki hurriedly explained, when the general was training, he owed a favor to the head of the Shao family, one of the 9 major families. So after Su Xue showed amazing talent, the Shao family's head of household took advantage of the situation and came to propose marriage for his son. Speaking of which, the young master of the Shao family is also a person with great opportunities. At the age of 7, he was spotted by a powerful person from outside the domain, and he has soared to the sky since then. He became a warrior at the age of 12, a Yuanwu at the age of 16, and now he has the potential to be the second best among the 9 major families. Why the second person? Song Siki, because the undisputed number 1 among the 9 major families is a pervert from the Qin family. But I heard that the chief made a request at the time, which was that this young master must get into the top 3 of the 9 major families' martial arts competition. There's also a rumor that this young master has a perverse personality and even tried to drug senior sister Su in order to get her as soon as possible. Of course, this is just hearsay. This sentence shocked Yi Chuan, and he connected all the things that had happened before. Is that young master called Xiao Yifan? Song Siki was surprised. How did you know? It's him. It seems that it was Xiao Yifan who drugged Su Xue, but he didn't expect that he would benefit from it in the end. As for why Su Xue broke up with him, I think she is worried about Yi Chuan's safety, but at the same time she can't break off the engagement easily. Facing the entire Shao family, even the head of the family would find it difficult. Moreover, in the eyes of outsiders, the two are a match made in heaven. The two companies are a strong combination and a perfect match. Being in a wealthy family, this kind of marriage is very common. Okay, I promise to participate in the competition among the 9 major families on your behalf. Yi Chuan said in a deep voice after taking a deep breath. Seeing Yi Chuan's serious look, Song Siki suddenly felt a little sad, because Yi Chuan agreed to her because of Su Xue, not because of herself. There's still a year until the competition. As it concerns herself, Song Siki restrained her emotions and analyzed the situation for Yi Chuan seriously. If brother Yi Chuan wants to defeat Xiao Yifan, he must become a Yuanwu warrior within a year. Besides that, since brother Yi Chuan has agreed to help me, then starting tonight, we are officially contracted partners. As she spoke, Song Siki actually took out a contract that had been prepared long ago. After signing the contract, we will be a couple outside. At the same time, if you are willing, brother Yi Chuan, I can also help you manage your assets. Don't underestimate me, I'm very good at investing. Yi Chuan handed over the bank card without saying a word. This made Song Siki stunned. She asked in surprise, "Brother Yi Chuan trusts me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will deceive you? It's my bad luck to be cheated." Yi Chuan smiled calmly. "Just kidding, the system shows that Song Siki has S-level business talent, so he is naturally relieved." Seeing that Yi Chuan trusted her so much, Song Siki's face showed a sweet smile again. For a moment, Yi Chuan was stunned. Fairy. He found that Song Siki could be sweet, domineering, and cute, and the transitions between these types of characters were seamless. What makes people feel most powerless to resist is her devilish figure, which makes people unable to help but imagine that she is definitely a top-notch otaku goddess. Noticing Yi Chuan's fiery gaze. "Hey little man, I can't control you?" Perhaps because of the jealousy just now, Song Siki suddenly had a bold idea in her mind. "Why, does it look good?" As she said that, she actually took the initiative to sit on Yi Chuan's lap, and put her arms around Yi Chuan's neck so that their noses were almost touching. Feeling Yi Chuan's hot breath, Song Siki's eyes flashed with cunning. She stretched out her tongue and licked her lips slightly, and asked seductively, "Who is prettier, me or senior sister Su? Do you really think I am Liu Xiaohui?" Being at the age of full of vigor and vitality, Yi Chuan could not hold back. He suddenly put his arms around Song Siki's slender waist and kissed her deeply under her wide-open eyes. In an instant, Song Siki's mind went blank. How dare he? Especially when she felt the huge changes somewhere, she reacted with horror. However, at this time Yi Chuan had already conquered cities and plundered lands, crossed mountains and rivers, and explored the mysteries. Song Siki screamed and her whole body became limp and powerless. Only then did she understand. This is not some young puppy who is just beginning to fall in love, but clearly an experienced wolf king. It's a shame that I'm still playing with fire. No, yes, no. Yi Chuan? Do you want it or not? How can I not take responsibility for the trouble I caused? Yi Chuan said with a smile on his face. Rather than suspecting each other, it is better to know each other thoroughly. Just as they were about to enter the customs, Song Siki was very anxious. "No. The technique I practiced before becoming a warrior cannot, that. Brother Yi Chuan, please let me go. I promise to give it to you after I become a warrior." His voice was filled with desire. This put Yi Chuan in a dilemma. Chapter 33 Swordmaster's Internship Assessment. "I can help Brother Yi Chuan solve it," Song Siki said with a red face and lowered her head. An hour later, Song Siki rushed into the bathroom with her mouth covered. The next morning, Yi Chuan woke up because he was hungry. Song Siki was still sleeping soundly, so he had to go to the refrigerator to find food by himself. At the same time, Yi Chuan opened the system panel. Host, Yi Chuan. Physical development potential, 17.6%. Punch force, 2,410 kilograms. Speed, 211 ms. Nerve reflex speed, intermediate warrior level. Perception, intermediate warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules fist, training progress 100% great success. Martial arts, flashing body technique, training progress 100% great success. Secret technique, dragon roar spear technique, training progress 9.86% not yet beginner. Kung Fu, devouring technique volume 1, cultivation progress 100% great success. Current partners, Suing Shue, favorability 71, Song Siki, favorability 62. Time of practice, 12 years. Increased favorability by 2 points. Looks like I got another critical hit bonus. Chen Go is right. Women really do say one thing and mean another. Although the two did not know each other well, Song Siki still obtained the true scriptures. With the time for practice, Yi Chuan immediately used it to improve his marksmanship. Ding, you have practiced spearmanship diligently for 12 years and finally mastered the dragon roar spear technique. Your current progress is 21%. Following the familiar prompt tone, he suddenly felt a skilled shooting memory appear in his mind. At this moment, he felt that the spear was an extension of his body, allowing him to control it as if it were his own arm. However, the funny thing is that Yi Chuan has never touched a real spear so far. It's a pity that this training time is for the spiritual level and cannot be used to temper the body. The time spent on spiritual cultivation gave him more memories of practicing martial arts, but it did not enhance his physical fitness. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Yi Chuan's mind. Ding, your partner Suing Shue took the red gold fruit, and her potential increased by 1%. You received a 0.71% cultivation return. Ding, your partner Suingshua's potential increases by 1%, and you receive a 0.71% cultivation return. A series of prompt sounds rang in Yichuan's ears. He didn't stop until his physical potential reached 19.99. Yichuan was ecstatic. It seems that the system assumes that the red gold fruit was given to Suingshua by me, so I got the cultivation points returned. What's going on? After my physical potential increased to 19.99%, it stopped growing. Is this what they call a bottleneck? It is said that the worse the aptitude, the greater the bottleneck. Even with so much cultivation returned just now, I still couldn't break through the bottleneck of the warrior? This made Yichuan doubt his life. Are my qualifications really that bad? Suingshua once said that she had never encountered any bottleneck in her practice so far, but she encountered one after she broke through to become a warrior? Suddenly he glanced at the system page on the side and realized that he had forgotten that he was cheating. Now it was okay. If it doesn't work this time, we can just wait for next time. As long as he helps his partner improve his strength, he can get his cultivation points returned. If he used this red gold fruit, it would probably increase his physical potential by 2% at most, but Suingshua increased her physical potential by 10%. From now on, keep the treasures that help you break through bottlenecks for yourself, and give the rest to your partner. I am just a useless person with F-level talent, why should I waste the treasure? Just then, the phone rang. Yichuan opened the terminal and found that it was the official number of the martial arts hall. Mr. Yi, there is something important that I hope you can come to the martial arts hall in person. Okay, I'll be there in a moment. After hanging up the phone, Yichuan didn't have the heart to wake Song Siki up seeing that she was still sleeping soundly. But as soon as he left the house, he received a message from Song Siki, "Brother Yichuan, keep going." Yichuan was a little confused. Is that Mr. Yichuan? As soon as I arrived at the martial arts hall, I was immediately greeted by a staff member. The president and others are already waiting for you on the top floor. President? Yichuan was surprised. He didn't expect that his case would alarm the president of the martial arts hall. The staff member smiled enviously and said, "Yes, in addition to our president, there are several other sword holders. Mr. Yi must seize the opportunity." Sword bearer? Yichuan's eyes suddenly widened. If the inspectorate is an institution that supervises ordinary people, then the imperial swordsman is the sharp blade that manages those who are stronger than warriors. In front of the sword wielder, the inspectorate can only obey unconditionally. Moreover, the swordsman has the power to execute first and report later. If anyone is found to be obstructing law enforcement, he will be killed. This is a power that can intimidate people. The elevator reached the top floor. Yichuan was taken to an extra-large training room. There were 4 people in the training room, and the middle-aged man with a flat head who led the team last night was among them, looking at him with a smile. Next to him were 3 people wearing black windbreakers. The leader was a mature middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and an elegant smile on his face. Behind him was a muscular man with a square face. Yichuan estimated that this guy was about 2 meters and 2 meters tall. The other person was a lazy young man smoking. When he saw Yichuan, he just glanced at him lightly and then looked away. "Yichuan, we meet again." The person who spoke was the middle-aged man with a flat head who led the team last night. "You are the president?" Yichuan was stunned for a second before he reacted. "My name is Zhang He, and I'm the current president of Kongcheng Martial Arts Hall." Zhang He looked at the elegant middle-aged man beside him and said, "This is Qin Zhenyang, the captain of the Sword Master team from the Magic City. These 2 are Shirlei and Wu Yin, both of whom are his team members." After that, he pointed at Yichuan and introduced. "Captain Qin, this is Yichuan, the man I told you about last night who killed the Blood Maple Leaf Killer. He's currently a senior at Anping No. 1 Middle School, an orphan, and very talented." Zhang He praised him. Yichuan realized instantly that President Liu was speaking well of him. After hearing what President Liu said, middle-aged Qin Zhenyang was slightly surprised. Without any background or resources, he has actually made it this far. Not bad. He originally thought it was another second-generation person with a good background who came to him through connections. I didn't expect that he was a poor student. Boss, this is just President Liu's one-sided statement. The qualification of our sword master interns must be obtained through strength. Wu Yin frowned and reminded. He didn't believe that a person with no background and no resources could reach the strength of a warrior at such a young age. Qin Xinyang frowned slightly. Being recommended by the president of the local martial arts hall proves that Yi Chuan's information is absolutely true. Wu Yin's words were obviously a bit too much, but when he thought about the other person's character, he felt relieved. Yi Chuan, President Zhang recommends you to be an intern swordsman. Are you willing? Qin Xinyang looked at Yi Chuan with a smile. Yi Chuan was stunned. Enter the sword bearer? This kind of good fortune from heaven happened to me? Even though he's just an intern, he's still a swordsman. If he had this status before, would the Wang family dare to slander him? Would the Lu family dare to provoke him? Would the mastermind behind the scenes dare to hire an assassin to assassinate him? Forget about the last one. It seems that the Blood Maple Leaf has even assassinated the chief. I'm willing, I'd love to hear that. Yi Chuan quickly agreed. Very good. Qin Xinyang was very satisfied with Yi Chuan's reaction, but before that, you need to pass our test. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xinyang looked at the big man beside him and said, Shirley, come here. Remember, you can only use the strength of a junior warrior. Hey, no problem. Shirley smiled brightly and walked up to Yi Chuan. Boy, if you can last 10 moves without being defeated by me, you'll pass. Chapter 34 fully suppressed, obtained the internship quota. Yi Chuan nodded and smiled. Brother, just go ahead and do it. Good, that's straightforward. I heard that your physical potential hasn't reached the threshold of a warrior yet, so I won't bully you. I will fight you with 20% of my potential. After saying that, Shirley took a sudden step forward. Take my punch. Just in time. Yi Chuan bent down to gather strength, without dodging or evading, and also punched out. Bang! A muffled sound. Shirley was knocked back 5 steps, while Yi Chuan was knocked back 8 steps. Good boy, I admit that I underestimated you before. Shirley was overjoyed when he saw this. He hated fighting with those slippery warriors the most, and he liked head-on confrontations like Yi Chuan the most. Come again. Yi Chuan was secretly shocked. He used all his strength to perform the Hercules fist but was still at a disadvantage. He was indeed worthy of being the swordsman. But he was not afraid at all and took the initiative to meet him. The two men exchanged punches and kicks, fighting frequently. Yi Chuan was beaten back repeatedly, but he did not reveal any flaws. Although he seemed to be in danger, he refused to show any sign of defeat. Interesting. Qin Xinyang said with a half smile, this kid still has some energy left. Zhang Yi on the side was also surprised. He didn't expect that Yi Chuan could really fight with the swordsman of the same level. Wu Yin snorted coldly, you conceited brat, just relying on the fact that I'm not flexible enough. Following Shirley's powerful punch, Yi Chuan rolled over in mid-air, resisting the impact and landing steadily on the ground. Brother sure is indeed powerful, but 10 moves have already passed, look. Shirley laughed, I forgot. You're pretty good, kid. You've passed the test. Yi Chuan was overjoyed when he heard this. Wait a moment. Wu Yin suddenly interrupted, I think Shirley is deliberately letting me win, and this guy is a bit tricky. This time doesn't count. I want to test it myself. This made the other 3 people frown. This was obviously a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for them, but they had no reason to object. Because Shirley really only used 20% of his potential strength, and potential 20% 39.9% belongs to the primary warrior, but the strength of the two is more than twice as different. Strictly speaking, Shirley did let it go. But according to Yi Chuan's information, he was only a high-level quasi-warrior, so Shirley actually had the advantage. However, if Wu Yin insisted on using the rules as an excuse, there was nothing they could do. Wu Yin, I don't think this is necessary. Captain, I'm just doing my job. Otherwise, if a bad apple sneaks into the team in the future, wouldn't it be a burden to us? Wu Yin's words didn't give Yi Chuan any face at all. Yi Chuan also frowned. This guy was obviously targeting him and calling him a rat shit? I haven't offended him, right? At this moment, Yi Chuan received 2 messages on his smart terminal. Song Siki, oh, brother Yi Chuan, I forgot to tell you that I used your 200 million to smooth things over for you, and you got an interview opportunity for the intern swordsmanship position. You must grab it. Don't be angry, I think this is a very worthwhile investment, and according to my estimate, your chances of passing are at least 50%. Yi Chuan. My 200 million. I shouldn't have trusted this witch. Could she be taking revenge on me for asking her to go to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures last night? Is this another billionaire experience card? I once had a chance to become a billionaire, but I didn't take advantage of it. I only regretted it when it was gone. Yi Chuan, right? No matter what your life was like, we sword masters only look at strength. Wu Yin sneered, I will only use the strength of a junior warrior, but don't expect me to let you go. Pull back your thoughts. Feeling the hostility from Wu Yin, Yi Chuan was also a little puzzled. He remembered that he had never offended the other party from beginning to end. Not even a word was said. Is this guy mentally ill? It seems that the swordsman is not as selfless as I imagined. Before, he had a preconceived notion and equated the sword-wielding man here with the uncle in the hat in his previous life. Now it seems that this is a world where strength is respected after all. If you don't have the ability, no one will respect you. If you want to fight, then fight. I'm not afraid of you. Knowing that the other party had ill intentions, Yi Chuan was too lazy to be polite with this guy. He had been holding back before, thinking that as fellow swordsmen, they would see each other sooner or later, so he just had to give the other party some face and withstand 10 moves. But now Yi Chuan's thoughts have changed. He had already spent 200 million just for an internship position, and the other party was still making things difficult for him. Yi Chuan was definitely not going to swallow this. 200 million. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan felt so heartbroken that he bled. If I still can't get a spot, wouldn't it be a huge loss for me? How dare you? Wu Ying didn't expect Yi Chuan to dare to speak to him like that. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Yi Chuan on the right the next moment. He raised his foot and kicked him with a whip kick. Yi Chuan raised his hand to block it, but just as he raised his hand, Wu Yin's figure disappeared again. This time, Wu Yin appeared above Yi Chuan's head from behind and stomped hard on Yi Chuan's head. Get out of here! Yi Chuan's senses were fully activated, and as if he had anticipated it, he grabbed Wu Yin's ankle and threw him out. He no longer holds back on his strength this time. Wu Yin rolled several times in the air before he was able to resist this brute force. In their first confrontation, Wu Yin didn't gain any advantage at all, which made his face instantly gloomy. Very good, boy, but this kind of bare-handed combat is boring. You should choose a suitable weapon. As he spoke, a crescent dagger appeared in his hand. Another assassin? Seeing Wu Yin's posture, Yi Chuan immediately understood the other party's fighting style, but it also brought back bad memories in his heart. Could this guy be in cahoots with the person who assassinated him last night? In that case, don't blame him for being rude. Wu Yin, you passed. Xin Xinyang scolded in a deep voice, this is a test, not a life and death battle. Put away your weapons. It's fine. Yi Chuan smiled and said that he could do it. He walked to the weapon rack and took down a spear. Actually, I also want to experience the true skills of the swordsman. He held the spear horizontally in one hand, pointed the tip of the spear at Wu Yin, and his whole aura changed. Showing off one's edge. Xin Xinyan laughed. This was the aura a warrior should have, and he stopped trying to stop him. Snort! Wu Yin became more gloomy, and he burst out at full speed, turning into a shadow and rushing towards Yi Chuan in an instant. Blink! Almost instantly, Yi Chuan's figure also became blurred, and he instantly appeared in front of Wu Yin, sweeping out with his spear. Sweep away the enemy. Wu Yin was horrified and tried to resist in a hurry. Clang! He was knocked back, but Yi Chuan's next shot came in an instant. Mount Tai is pressing down on us. A long spear, smashing down violently. In a panic, Wu Yin rolled over violently and barely avoided the attack. The pursuit failed, the spear danced in Yi Chuan's hand, and then he stabbed out again. Bayonet. Spear-picking style. A surprise counterattack. Yi Chuan followed Wu Yin like a shadow, not giving him any chance to react. A series of combos didn't give Wu Yin any chance at all. From the start of the fight to being completely suppressed, it happened almost instantly, and Wu Yin had no power to resist at all. Earth-level secret techniques, so terrifying. Ah bastard, get out of my way. With Wu Yin's roar, a powerful momentum burst out, and Yi Chuan was really sent flying. That's enough. Xin Xinyang's voice calmed the furious Wu Yin down. Wu Yin, you lose. Chapter 35 Various Privileges, First Mission. According to the regulations, only the strength of a junior warrior can be used, and Wu Yin has violated the rules. Qin Jinyang looked at Yi Chuan and smiled with satisfaction. Very good, classmate Yi Chuan, I declare that from today on, you will officially become an intern swordsman. The internship period is 3 months. After completing the internship, headquarters will notify you of the onboarding assessment. After completing the assessment, you will become an official swordsman. Your personal information will be transferred to the sword-bearer headquarters. You will have law enforcement and supervisory authority. In addition, you will receive a level genius treatment, 40% off shopping privileges at the martial arts mall, exclusive butler privileges, and access to the swordmaster's internal network. Qin Jinyang took out a black box and a smart terminal bracelet. This is the standard equipment for sword wielders. The fluid battle suit in the black box represents your identity. It also has B-level defense, capable of withstanding 50% of a warrior's impact. It can also change shape according to your wishes. During combat, you can transform it into any state, providing maximum defense against your opponent's attacks, but you cannot change its color. But I hope you can turn it into a trench coat style like us when you're on a mission. Yi Chuan was puzzled. Is this the organization's regulation? No, this is the rule of our team. Qin Jinyang smiled and said, I think this is more elegant. Looking at Qin Jinyang, whose hairstyle was meticulously done, Yi Chuan suddenly looked strange. The big man Shirley laughed heartily. The captain said this is more impressive and will help enhance the image of us sword bearers. I see. Isn't this just to show off? Yi Chuan thought to himself. Qin Jinyang nodded and continued, this smart terminal has an additional function for detecting the opponent's strength. It also records the process of your enforcement. You will receive at least 3 tasks during the 3-month internship. Headquarters will review and assess your recorded law enforcement experience to determine whether you are suitable to become a sword bearer. Qin Jinyang said a lot in one breath, especially asking Yi Chuan to remember the intern rules. After listening to these introductions, Yi Chuan smiled brightly. What is privilege? Resources are tilted, privileges are granted, shopping is done directly at cost, and you can act first and ask for permission later. At this moment, he felt that the 200 million was worth it. With the blessing of the swordsman's identity, he is no longer a rootless duckweed, and others will have more concerns if they want to touch him. Murdering the sword bearer is a serious crime. Just as Yi Chuan was thinking, he suddenly felt a cold gaze falling on him. Looking back, Wu Yin was staring at him with resentment on his face. Seeing Yi Chuan looking at him, the latter snorted coldly and turned his head away. Yi Chuan was very familiar with this look. When Lu Yang was defeated by him, he stared at him with this kind of resentful eyes. What the hell, just because he's handsome makes people hate him so much? Through scanning with the smart terminal, he knew that Wu Yin was a mid-level warrior. It's not bad. Although I can't beat him now, I'm not far behind. As long as I cross the threshold of becoming a warrior, I should be able to beat him. His only concern was the identity of the person holding the sword. He silently wrote down Wu Yin in his little notebook. If there was a chance, Yi Chuan wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Compared with Wu Yin's resentment, Zhang He and Shirley were shocked. Powerful. So strong. If Wu Yin had not followed martial ethics and had not been protected by the fluid combat suit, he would have been defeated long ago. With the combat power of a junior warrior, Wu Yin had no power to resist Yi Chuan at all. Shirley gloated over the misfortune. Yi Chuan had obviously given him face before. Unexpectedly, Wu Yin pressed on step by step. Now we have brought shame to the headquarters. The assessment video will be uploaded to the headquarters. Should. He had long been annoyed with the petty-minded Wu Yin, who relied on his connections to act arrogantly all day long. Now that he saw Wu Yin suffering a loss, he naturally felt happy. Zhang He was shocked by Yi Chuan's potential. The information shows that Yi Chuan's physical potential is only at the level of a high-level quasi-warrior, but his combat power is enough to crush a junior warrior. This kind of talent is simply monstrous. When Yi Chuan becomes a warrior, I'm afraid even an intermediate warrior won't dare to say that he can suppress him. You should know that after becoming a warrior, every 20% increase in physical potential will lead to a promotion to a small realm, and the gap between warriors is huge. Yi Chuan was able to suppress Wu Yin, which was why Qin Jinyang gave Yi Chuan the A-level genius treatment without hesitation. Amazing. No wonder he was able to kill the assassin of Blood Maple Leaf. Brother Yi is truly gifted. Zhang He sighed sincerely, and his words already treated Yi Chuan as an equal. He didn't know that Yi Chuan was not so strong yesterday. It was mainly due to his introduction to spearmanship this morning, plus the feedback on his cultivation from Suingshua, which allowed Yi Chuan to have the combat power he has today. President Jiang, you're exaggerating. Yi Chuan did not explain. He now understood that only when you show yourself to be valuable enough will others treat you equally. Just like Wu Ying just now, he thought from the beginning that Yi Chuan was just to show off in a small place, so when Jiang He praised Yi Chuan, he was so disdainful. However, when Yi Chuan stepped on his face, he began to resent Yi Chuan again. He felt that if Yi Chuan had revealed his true strength from the beginning, he would not have gone to such trouble, but would have treated him equally. Yi Chuan, you have become the sword master, which is also a blessing for Kongcheng. I will not disturb you anymore. Jiang He knew that Captain Qin must have some rules to tell Yi Chuan, so he left tactfully. After Jiang He left, Xin Jinyang spoke, since you are already the sword bearer, then come with us to carry out the mission this time. Yi Chuan, is it so sudden? Is this the mission? Isn't it good to have a mission? I can get a regular job sooner. Shirlei laughed. He had a very good impression of Yi Chuan. The reason, of course, was that Yi Chuan did not let him down and even helped him vent his anger. Yi Chuan shrugged, feeling quite helpless. According to the rules of the sword holder, he, as an intern sword holder, had no right to object. However, Yi Chuan was still surprised when he learned that the mission this time was to eliminate the alien rat lord. What a coincidence! That shooting range is too close to a human city. If this overlord isn't dealt with, a rat plague will break out in the surrounding area within a few years. Xin Jinyang said, 3 days later, when the last member of the team arrives, we will set off. You will be responsible for containing the rat tide, and I will deal with the rat king. To contain the rat tide? Yi Chuan felt at ease and took this opportunity to devour a wave of energy and break through to become a warrior. Obviously, Xin Jinyang didn't know that Yi Chuan had faced a rat tide before, and he didn't know that Yi Chuan possessed the devouring technique. Yi Chuan was too lazy to bring it up. With Qin Jinyang, a Yuanwu warrior, here, he is just a bystander this time. Moreover, Suingshua once told him that he must keep secret the fact that he had completed the first volume of the devouring art. In addition, Yi Chuan has a secret in his heart. Suingshua told him that there were actually 4 red gold fruits. She only picked the ripe one at that time. The other 3 red gold fruits were not yet ripe. However, the unripe red gold fruits did not have the medicinal properties to help people break through. Chapter 36, The Drawbacks of the Devouring Technique and the Source of the Bottleneck. If you have the chance, you can also go to the canyon. Yi Chuan didn't care about this matter before. Firstly, there was a strange rat lord in that place, and going there would be tantamount to seeking death. Secondly, he overestimated his own qualifications and did not expect that he would be stuck at the bottleneck of becoming a warrior. The red gold fruit is not only effective for the breakthrough of alien beasts, but also for human warriors. Although he is now only a step away from being a warrior, God knows how long it will take him to break through that membrane, so it is necessary to be prepared for both situations. In the eyes of outsiders, he is a genius. In fact, his qualifications are only the lowest level F, and this has never changed. Retract your thoughts. Yi Chuan's eyes fell on the dark fluid in his hand. Following the instructions, he squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertips and dropped it on the liquid. The next moment, a strange feeling emerged in Yi Chuan's heart. A thought came to his mind. The fluid battlesuit seemed to come alive, covering his entire body along his fingers. Yi Chuan was very brave and could transform the fluid into various shapes immediately, having a lot of fun. They are so ignorant. When they face the rat tide, some people will be so scared that they will pee their pants. Wu Ying sneered. Fluid combat suits are indeed not uncommon in the martial arts circle, but they are magical to Yi Chuan, a time traveler. Shirlei patted Yi Chuan on the shoulder and said confidently, Brother Yi, stay closer to me when the time comes. Those little mice can't break my defense. In the team, Xin Jinyang is a Yuan warrior, Shirlei is a high-level warrior, Wu Ying is an intermediate warrior, and there is another one who has not come yet. In their eyes, Yi Chuan was just a high-level quasi-warrior. Although Yi Chuan had performed well before, he had no actual combat experience with strange beasts. Wu Ying snorted coldly. The big guy Shirlei always likes to go against him, but he can't do anything about it. Whether in terms of talent or strength, Shirlei is superior to him. Yi Chuan nodded. Shirlei is a special recruit, a 1 in a million awakener, whose awakened talent is to petrify himself. He can selectively petrify certain parts of his body, thereby increasing his attack and defense power. It is almost impossible for warriors of the same level to hurt him. This made Yichuan very envious. Awakeners are extremely rare. Once they appear, they will be fought over by all major forces, and even sword wielders will be specially recruited. No way. This is a talented monster with unlimited potential. Others who practice normally need to become martial arts masters to possess their own innate magical powers, but the awakened ones are born with them. How can this be compared? Okay, you guys go out, I have some rules to tell Yichuan. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin and Shirlei nodded and left. After the two men left, Qin Xinyang smiled and said, "That wasteland isn't very large, and the rulers aren't too hostile to humans, otherwise Wudong province wouldn't be so peaceful. The lords of this kind of place lack combat experience and are not worth worrying about. In places like our demon city in Nanling, we're fighting monsters almost every day, and many cities have been destroyed by monsters. Among them, there are even great demons in human form lurking among humans. They are the most terrifying time bombs." Obviously, he looked down on the beast lord in this remote place. In human form? Yichuan's mind moved. After these strange beasts cultivate into demons, can they really transform into human form? Of course you can. Qin Xinyang said firmly, humans are the spirits of all things. The ultimate goal of cultivation must be a humanoid form. The star region of the universe is not just about us humans. The demon race is also a super race. Not only the demon race, but other alien races will also transform into human form, but these alien races will retain some of their own characteristics. Great demons that transform into human form have always been the foremost enemy of the sword wielders of the Blue-Silver Empire. They instinctively hunt and devour humans, bringing disaster to all quarters. Qin Xinyang was in a good mood and gave Yi Trump some common sense about martial arts. Yichuan was shocked after hearing this. Anping No. 1 Middle School is just an ordinary middle school after all, and this knowledge is not taught in class. Then Yichuan asked some more questions. Although Wu Yin was laughing at him, he couldn't stop Yichuan's thirst for knowledge. The demon race devours humans to become stronger. Our 5,000 years of fighting with the demon race is actually just a microcosm of the struggle between the two races in the endless territory. Some powerful humans have also developed similar countermeasures to deal with the demon race. The most powerful of these is undoubtedly the demon ancestors' swallowing art. However, this technique is overbearing and strange, disregarding aptitude, and has a fatal flaw. When Yichuan heard the three words swallowing art, his eyes suddenly widened. It's overbearing and evil, has fatal flaws, and will be devoured by those with the same cultivation method later on. After hearing this, Yichuan felt his hands and feet were cold. Isn't this just raising a goo? Using the devouring technique as bait, these people with poor qualifications thought they had found a shortcut, but they didn't know that they had already become a poisonous insect. These poisonous insects rely on the devouring technique to quickly improve themselves, but are also affected by their negative emotions. When the devouring technique can no longer improve their cultivation, they will eventually choose to devour each other in order to continue to improve themselves. And the final Goo King may be the demon ancestor. Captain, if the devouring technique is so evil, why is it spreading everywhere? Yichuan also asked the doubts in his heart. Even Anping No. 1 Middle School has this skill, which shows how widely it has spread. Qin Xinyang glanced at Yichuan in surprise. You haven't mastered the devouring technique, have you? Seeing Yichuan's ugly expression, he immediately smiled. Don't worry, the first 2 volumes of the devouring art aren't that evil. First of all, the introductory level blocks 99.999% of people. Secondly, even if you cultivate the first volume, you can only devour strange beasts. The negative emotion generated is bloodlust, which is relatively easy to control. Practicing the second volume will create a devouring field. All creatures within the field, except humans, will have their life essence devoured. Negative emotions will amplify the desires of the practitioner. It can be seen that the demon ancestor's original intention was good. But devouring cultivation is a shortcut after all. The demon ancestor soon discovered that these people could not make any progress after reaching the level of Yuanwu, as if their potential had been exhausted. So he created the 3rd and 4th volumes. The 3rd volume concludes that everything can be devoured, including humans, and the core of the 4th volume is devouring one's own kind. In fact, the biggest side effect of practicing the devouring technique is that it will be more difficult to break through the bottleneck of the realm. But compared to those who have no hope of becoming a warrior, isn't the devouring art their only hope? Yichuan understood. No wonder I always encounter a big bottleneck when breaking through as a warrior. It turns out that the culprit is the devouring art. I was planning to rely on the devouring art to break through to the level of a warrior. If I really do that, I'm afraid I will have to rely on the devouring art for the next breakthrough. Once dependence is formed, there is no way back. As for the second volume of cultivation, each one has already given up on this idea. You have a cheat, so why bother looking for death? Just use the first volume. Ha? No. Each one suddenly woke up, because he had formed a domain after practicing only the first volume. After careful recollection, he remembered that when the system recognized the devouring technique, it prompted part of the content has been corrected for you. He didn't take it seriously at the time. Now it seems that someone may have secretly modified the martial arts technique. Thinking of this, Yichuan felt his scalp tingling. There is a dog in the dark. Chapter 37 Open Relationship, make preparations early. Yes, it's already difficult to become a warrior. Yichuan smiled bitterly and said, I have indeed practiced the devouring technique, but this technique is too difficult, and I have only just begun to learn it. Xin Jinyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but he was not surprised at all. He had already guessed it based on Yichuan's reaction just now. In his opinion, this is normal. A poor boy with no resources and no background can practice so fast, only the devouring art can do it. Did you know that the Magic City Martial Arts University has a special admission requirement, which is to be able to practice the first volume of the devouring art to a minor level of success before the martial arts exam? After saying that, Xin Jinyang stared at Yichuan closely. Yichuan was shocked. With just a small achievement, he could become a special student of the Magic City Wuda University? Wuhan University in Shanghai is one of the 3 most famous universities. If that is the case, why did Su Yingxue ask him to conceal his progress in practicing the devouring technique? Is there such a good thing? It's a pity that I've only just started, and even before I reach minor success, I'm still a long way off. Yichuan sighed with pretended regret and said, could it be that the Magic City Wuda wants to study the devouring technique? Seeing Yichuan's reaction, Xin Jinyang retracted his gaze and said, I don't know, but this is an order from His Majesty himself. His Majesty? The Emperor of the Blue-Silver Empire? Yichuan's hands and feet suddenly turned cold, and a terrible guess arose in his mind. Could it be that the Emperor of the Blue-Silver Empire was also? Damn it, I can't practice the second volume of this devouring technique. He didn't want to practice hard only to become someone else's nourishment in the end. Next, Xin Jinyang told Yichuan some rules for sword holders and let Yichuan leave. Walk out of the martial arts hall. Yichuan's back was already covered in cold sweat. This world is not as simple as you think. There are big pits everywhere, and if you are not careful you may become a stepping stone for others. If you want to become stronger, you not only need resources and background, but you also need to be careful and cautious in everything you do. It seems so far. Su Yingxue is still trustworthy. Firstly, they know each other well. Secondly, with the system, he can immediately detect the changes in Su Yingxue's affection for him. The little fairy Song Siki has a favorability level of 62 towards him, and since they have common interests, he can be trusted. One of the reasons is that Song Siki admires the strong. 62's favorability is still a bit low. I need to get to know him better as soon as possible so I can feel at ease. The main reason was that Yichuan discovered that every time he had in-depth communication with Su Yingxue's favorability towards him would increase. As long as you keep working hard, you will be able to increase your favorability sooner or later. Except for his 2 partners. He doesn't trust either Principal Su Duong or today's Qin Xinyang. Including the high-sounding Chairman Jiang, he just does things for money. The former can sell his secrets to the goblin without hesitation. The latter made Yichuan think about it with great fear. Just after leaving the training room, Yichuan carefully reviewed the situation and found that although Qin Xinyang seemed unintentional, he actually deliberately led the topic to the devouring art. I'm afraid Qin Xinyang had already guessed that Yichuan had practiced the devouring technique. Otherwise, how can we explain why a poor boy with no resources and no background can improve so quickly? But there was something that Yichuan couldn't understand. Logically speaking, if Qin Xinyang is really a descendant of the demon ancestor who practices the devouring art, he should not tell me these secrets. Wouldn't it be better to just get stuck in the mud? Wait until I have completed the 3rd volume, and then devour myself. Why should I wake myself up? At this moment, the smart terminal vibrated slightly. It was a call from the little goblin Song Siki. Brother Yichuan, you are amazing. I heard from the president that you even defeated the swordsman in the test. That's incredible. Song Siki came up and started praising Yichuan, which made Yichuan feel very comfortable. I have to say that the little goblin is really good at manipulating boys. Oh, keep praising me. I'm listening. Yichuan chuckled, I actually have something even more powerful that you haven't seen yet. Do you want to try it? Don't want. Song Siki was suddenly horrified. Her throat still hurts. But she changed the subject, I can show you something more exciting. Yichuan was stunned. More exciting? Forget it. You didn't call just to praise me, did you? Song Siki smiled and said, hee, brother Yichuan guessed it. It's like this. I want you to pick me up from school this afternoon. You want to make our relationship public? Yichuan reacted instantly and asked tentatively, are you preparing for the 9 major families martial arts competition? Hey, I feel like you become smarter, brother Yichuan. Song Siki was surprised. Yesterday she thought Yichuan was stupid and like a fool, but today she felt different. Yichuan not only dared to tease her, but also could guess her thoughts in an instant. Brother Yichuan guessed it. To participate in the competition among the 9 major families, we need to act like a couple in advance so that we don't become rootless duckweed. Temporary recruitment will not be recognized by the family. No one can break the rules of the 9 major families. So that's how it is. Yichuan suddenly realized. The 9 major families are not stupid. If they seek external help casually, they will definitely be discovered at the first time. Song Siki spoke again, the most important thing is that brother Yichuan's current data in the martial arts hall is only that of a high-level quasi-martial artist. Let's make our relationship public now. Even if brother Yichuan makes great progress, the family won't say anything. If brother Yichuan really defeats Xiao Yifan, then we will become rich. Not only will we receive the family's focused training, but we will also have unimaginable opportunities. Before school was over in the afternoon, Yichuan arrived at school early and waited downstairs of the teaching building as Song Siki requested. 1 minute before school was over, Song Siki walked out slowly. She tied her hair into a ponytail, making her pretty face look delicate and three-dimensional. She wore a one-shoulder tight white top, revealing her sexy collarbone. She has firm breasts and a slender waist. She is wearing tight jeans, revealing her perky peach buttocks and long, slender legs. The whole person is full of youthful energy. As Song Siki appeared downstairs of the teaching building, the bell for the end of get out of class rang and a group of students rushed out of the classroom. Everyone's eyes were instantly locked on the hot and sweet-looking Song Siki below. However, under everyone's astonished gaze, Song Siki ran towards a boy. Jump, hug, kiss. Fuck. It's Song Siki. Who is that man? Oh my god, Song Siki actually has a boyfriend. Take a picture quickly and post it on the campus network. In an instant, the entire teaching building exploded. Holding the soft and plump flesh in her arms, Song Siki wrapped her legs around Yichuan's waist. Yichuan only felt the blood rushing up and his scalp tingling. There was excitement in my heart, but more of it was panic. Damn! Do you really want to go this far? Now, not only have all the teachers and students in the school seen it, but it will probably also be posted online. I'm afraid I can't wash it off even if I jump into the Yellow River. This girl not only calculated the time well, but also did it in one step, forcing everyone to believe that this was the fact. Isn't it exciting? Kissing in front of thousands of people? Song Siki deliberately seduced Yichuan in his ear. Gurgle. Yichuan swallowed hard, but ultimately didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. After putting Song Siki down obediently, Yichuan took her hand and walked out quickly. Song Siki suddenly smiled. She raised her chin proudly, hugged Yichuan's arm and asked provocatively, where is your prestige from last night? Chapter 38 Song Siki does not play by the rules. Okay, I'm afraid of you. I could sense that Song Siki's heartbeat was noticeably faster, and it was obvious that she was really excited. Song Siki's pretty face flushed slightly, but she still argued in a low voice, don't you think it's super cool to do something exciting with the person you like? Yichuan. Do you know that you are inducing adults to commit crimes? Do you know how destructive this sentence is when it comes from the mouth of a beautiful woman? It hasn't even started yet, and brother Yichuan is already moved? Fairy. Yichuan bent his body, trying his best to make himself look less abnormal. At this moment, all he could think about was Shingongbao and fermented tofu. Could it be that the devouring technique has magnified his desires? Yichuan felt that this must be the case. This time Song Siki drove a commercial vehicle. The spacious airline seat was comfortable and soft. Before Yichuan could think, Song Siki sat directly on his legs the moment the car door closed. After exposing her special hobby, Song Siki became unscrupulous. In her words, the two of them are already in a relationship, and they have done everything they should and shouldn't do. As long as Yichuan doesn't resort to inaction, everything else is fine. How could Yichuan bear this? With Song Siki's figure and appearance, there is so much knowledge that can be unlocked. As if he had received an imperial edict, Ogawa instantly held his head high and stood tall. The vehicle is driving automatically. However, during the driving process, the car body was shaking and bumping. The two of them sometimes hesitated, and sometimes blended perfectly. The hover car took an hour to drive back to the manor, a 10-minute journey. On the way, Song Siki even drove the car into the downtown area. The one-way glass allows one to clearly see the vehicles and pedestrians on the roadside. Looking at the people coming and going and the heavy flow of traffic around him, Yichuan's scalp almost exploded. This witch, how dare she? After the car stopped, Song Siki wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth with a charming look and let Yichuan carry her back. No way. Her face was now flushed, her whole body was weak, and her body was like a pool of spring water, but her eyes were full of excitement and satisfaction. It turns out that being with someone you love can bring you so much happiness. It's over, it's over. I'm sorry again, senior sister Sue. I really have fallen in love with brother Yichuan. Thinking of this, even Song Siki herself found it incredible. She has cultivated a very special technique. She has always taken pleasure in playing with other people's feelings. But for some reason, after meeting Yichuan, I couldn't help but want to get close to him. It must be brother Yichuan who saved me yesterday and gave me a sense of security. Song Siki thought so. Ding, Song Siki's favorability towards you increases by +1, triggering a 5-fold bonus critical hit and granting 5 years of training time. Brother Yichuan, how about I continue to be your lover after the competition among the 9 major families is over? The two signed a contract. The contract stated that once the competition among the 9 families was over, the two would no longer have any relationship. Originally, this contract was intended to prevent Yichuan from pestering her, but now it has become a hindrance to her. Contract? From beginning to end, he never looked at the contract and just put it away after signing it. Yichuan was puzzled. Why be a lover? Why is it so complicated to get a certificate? After becoming a warrior, the empire will not restrict the number of wives one can marry, and will even encourage warriors to marry more, thereby improving the quality of the empire's newborn population. This is also the reason why Yichuan doesn't care about Song Siki making their relationship public. Moreover, the strongest partner system will automatically bind your partner, just like it bound Song Siki before. Maybe this dog system will bind another one to him one day. Moreover, if Yichuan wants to become stronger, he will definitely not have only one partner in the future. Letting Song Siki make their relationship public is also a preparation for the future. As for being afraid that Suing Shue would know. If Suing Shue accepts it, it's fine. If Suing Shue doesn't accept it, there's nothing he can do. There was no way he would give up the golden finger that could make him stronger just because of Suing Shue. Because, this is exciting. Song Siki said as a matter of course, how can owning something be as exciting as stealing it? Isn't that what brother Yichuan said? Yichuan opened his mouth. What kind of logic is this? Then he smiled bitterly, whatever you want. Song Siki's way of doing things is always so unexpected. After putting Song Siki on the sofa, Yichuan was about to get up, but he found that her arms around his neck had not loosened. Facing Yichuan's inquiring gaze, Song hesitated for a moment before speaking. Brother Yichuan, you don't think I'm that kind of person, do you? The kind who plays with other people's feelings? Of course not. Yichuan answered without hesitation. After all, favorability doesn't lie. Although 63's favorability is not high, it also means that Song Siki has feelings for him. After all, the two of them had only been together for 2 days, and it was very rare for them to have such a high level of affection for each other. Tell brother Yichuan. After much consideration, Song Siki decided to tell Yichuan. The technique I practice is called lovesickness technique. It comes from an ancient relic and is a practice of the ancient way of desire. Love is when one desires something but cannot obtain it. This technique focuses on cultivating lust, seduction, and the art of sexual union. The moves that Brother Yichuan is experiencing are from the Acacia technique. Strictly speaking, this technique is considered a dual cultivation technique. It requires stimulating the sexual desire of one of the partners to quickly improve their cultivation. But the downside is, it can easily drain your partner. But don't worry, Brother Yichuan. It's not the kind that will drain your energy, but a man's body won't be able to handle it. So that's how it is. Ancient ruins, he had heard the deceased Wang Zhan say this word. Suing Xue's formation came from the ancient ruins. In fact, that formation is still in that shooting range. Lustful words, no wonder Song Siki's words and actions always stir up lust. As for squeezing it dry? Just kidding, he does have some confidence. I heard that you raised a lot of fish before? Yichuan teased. Brother Yichuan is wronged. I only did that to cultivate and gain lust. Those people are not even as good as a finger of Brother Yichuan. I only need a glance, and they will obey my orders like fools. Only Brother Yichuan can ignore my charm and still make me want to have sex. I've only ever been attracted to Brother Yichuan. Yichuan rolled his eyes. He only believed 70% of what Song Siki said. However, thinking about their first meeting, Suing Xue standing at the school gate was indeed beautiful and charming. However, he was worried that Suing Xue would see her and misunderstand him, so he chose to deliberately keep his distance. Did she use charm at that time? When did I arouse your desire? He remembered that he had never taken the initiative to provoke Song Siki. Yes, the moment you admitted that you were senior sister Sue's man, I became jealous, and at the same time, I felt incredibly excited. Think about it, Brother Yichuan is a man like senior sister Sue, who is a favored daughter of heaven, and I secretly slept with him. Don't you think this is irritating? Yichuan. Chapter 39 The relationship is made public, and the campus network explodes. He was somewhat speechless. He really didn't know how to describe Song Siki's special hobby. Are you so sure I want to take you down? Of course I'm sure. Song Siki smiled ambiguously, her eyes as charming as silk, because I can clearly feel Brother Yichuan's lust. And Yichuan has been peeking at me. If he doesn't want to get her, what else could he be thinking about? Then I kept teasing Brother Yichuan and brought you home to see how long you could endure. I didn't expect Brother Yichuan to. She really likes the feeling of making others feel itchy, but she didn't expect to fail with Yichuan and almost lost her virginity. At that time, Yichuan was almost successful. This really scared Song Siki. Yichuan was a little embarrassed. But at that time he was really just observing Song Siki, wanting to see what kind of person the partner bound to the system was. However, high-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. He wanted to win Song Siki's favor, but she was attracted to him as a person. Why do I feel like I've lost out? Hey Brother Yichuan, why is your face so dark? Song Siki had a smile on her face and kissed Yichuan lightly on the lips in a flattering manner. Okay, I've told you everything honestly. Brother Yichuan, don't be angry anymore. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to break through to the warrior level as soon as possible, so that Brother Yichuan will be super happy. Yichuan. I'm going to take a cold shower. Song Siki's eyes lit up, I'm going too. After opening her heart, Song Siki completely let herself go in front of Yichuan. As soon as he walked out of the bathroom, Yichuan received a video call from Lao Zhu. Zhu Zixiao, Brother Yi, you are my biological brother. Are you really with Song Siki? Tell me quickly, this is not true. She is my otaku goddess. Yichuan, even you know? Zhu Zixiao, the campus network is going crazy right now. High-definition photos of you two kissing are everywhere, almost threadbare, and the comments section is filled with heartbroken voices. Yichuan suddenly realized. This was within his expectations. Tell me quickly that this is not true, and I will definitely help you, Brother Yi, to clarify it. Zhu Zixiao said urgently on the other end of the video. But the next second, his eyes widened. Because behind Yichuan, Song Siki walked out in a low-cut lace nightgown, with wet long hair and a smile on her rosy face. Hello, are you Brother Yichuan's friend? Song Siki came over with a smile and greeted Zhu Zixiao, who had a stiff expression. The two of them were face to face, without any scruples. The video screen seemed to be stuck, and Zhu Zixiao opened his mouth wide for a long time without moving. Hey, Lao Zhu. After a while, Lao Zhu slid down to his knees in front of the camera and said, Brother Yi is awesome. From now on, I will follow your lead. Get out, get out, get out. Alright, brother Yi and sister-in-law, you should go to bed early. Bah, it's you who should continue. After saying that, he quickly hung up the video. Yi Chuan had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a pair of boxer shorts. Combined with Song Siki's outfit, it was easy to guess what the two had just done. Hee, brother Yi Chuan, you are such an interesting brother. Song Siki covered her mouth and chuckled. Yi Chuan was helpless. Then he walked to the sofa and couldn't help but open the campus network out of curiosity. I found that the pinned and bold posts were all about him and Song Siki. Someone even dug up the fact that Su Yingxue had once brought him breakfast, which immediately caused an uproar in the comment section, and everyone was outraged. No, what virtue and ability does Yi Chuan have? Isn't it just defeating Lu Yong? He's just a junior quasi-warrior, and his family background is even worse. I don't know what the two goddesses like about him. That's right, why do senior sisters Su and Song both like such a poor student? I've always been proud of having two goddesses in school, but I never thought that both goddesses were deceived by the same scumbag. Give me back my goddess. Yi Chuan deserves to die. Apparently, the fact that Yi Chuan had martial arts skills had not spread throughout the school. After discovering Yi Chuan's strength, the second generation CB chose to pay compensation and apologize, and did not dare to tell anyone about the matter. This also led to the school's perception of him still being stuck at the time when he defeated Lu Yong. Although a junior quasi-warrior is considered excellent in the school, there are still dozens of people who have reached this level. If Yi Chuan announced his strength, this would never have happened. If these people knew that Yi Chuan had joined the sword bearer, they would probably be so scared that they would delete the post in minutes and then make a video to publicly apologize. But Yi Chuan didn't care about it. These people simply felt that his family background and strength were not worthy of Song Siki. This kind of thing is perfectly normal. The law that strength is respected is deeply engraved in everyone's bones. Just when he was about to quit the forum, a new post appeared and was instantly bolded and pinned to the top. When Yi Chuan saw the poster's avatar, it was Song Siki. He clicked on it and saw that the content was very simple, just a selfie. In the photo, she is wearing a lace nightgown, with a delicate and beautiful face and a smile on her lips, but this is not the point. The focus of the photo is the man on the sofa on the right who is checking the smart terminal. He is shirtless, with perfect muscle tones and handsome features. Although it was only a profile, everyone recognized it as Yi Chuan at a glance. Caption of the photo: "We are together." In just a few moments, hundreds of responses appeared in the post's comment section, all filled with heartbroken voices. Yi Chuan was dumbfounded. Aren't you bringing hatred upon me? I'm just expressing my loyalty to brother Yi Chuan. Song Siki giggled as she read the comments. If brother Yi Chuan has nothing to do, he should not go to school these 2 days. Yi Chuan looked at these comments and became furious. Damn it, why am I not worthy? You are the cow dung. I'm just a gigolo, but I'm not eating your food. Forget it, they are all a bunch of passionate young people. Yi Chuan cursed and closed the post. Although he was extremely angry, he would not really make things difficult for a group of students. And at the same time, in the principal's office of Anping No. 1 Middle School, Su Duong was also staring at the post in a daze. Saint, don't be confused. If you lose your virginity, your chances of obtaining the inheritance will drop by 90%. Without any hesitation, Su Duong immediately edited the message and sent it out. Wuhan University in Kyoto. After absorbing the medicinal power of the red gold fruit, Su Yingxue's potential reached 60%, officially becoming a high-level warrior. It seems we won't be fellow travelers after all. As her strength increased, Su Yingxue's heart began to calm down. She decided to forget Yi Chuan and treat him as a passerby in her life. But at this moment, the wrist terminal vibrated slightly. She looked carefully and found that the Anping No. 1 Middle School campus network had not been uninstalled yet. Just as she was about to delete the software, she caught a glimpse of a pop-up message. Young and promising, goddess, what exactly do you and senior sister Song see in Yi Chuan? Chapter 40 Cultivating a blood medicine? The officials are not human. Su Yingxue hesitated for a few seconds, and finally clicked on the campus network. The first thing she saw was the most popular pin posts. Click to take a look. Su Yingxue felt a sudden pain in her heart, and almost subconsciously wanted to call Yi Chuan. Not connected yet. She suddenly came to her senses and quickly hung up the phone. She remembered that she was the one who proposed the breakup and she was still engaged, so what right did she have to control Yichuan? After a long silence, Su Yingxue finally sighed. Ding, Su Yingshue's favorability towards you is 10. Please raise her favorability as soon as possible. The sudden prompt sound surprised Yichuan a little, but it was also within his expectations. It only lost 10 points of favorability. This surprised Yichuan very much. You should know that when Su Yingxue was disappointed with him, her favorability dropped by 20 points at once. In other words, Su Yingxue could accept that he had other women, but she could not accept that he had no ambition and no hope of becoming stronger. It seems that in this world, warriors having 3 wives and 4 concubines has long been accepted by the world. Only when you are doing nothing and don't have the heart of a strong person will you be ridiculed. After figuring this out, Yichuan felt relieved. Click on the system page. Host, Yichuan. Physical development potential level, 19.99%. Punch force, 5,102 kilograms. Speed, 501 ms. Nerve reflex speed, advanced warrior level. Perception, advanced warrior level. Martial arts, Hercules fist, training progress 100% great success. Martial arts, flashing body technique, training progress 100% great success. Secret technique, dragon roar spear, training progress 21% beginner. Kung Fu, devouring technique volume 1, cultivation progress 100% great success. Current partners, Su Yingxue, favorability 62, Song Siki, favorability 63. Practicing time, 6 years. They're both martial arts, but why are earth-level martial arts called secret techniques? What are heaven-level martial arts called? But this is not what Yichuan cares about. What he cares about is the devouring art. He clicked on the devouring art that had been corrected by the system, and at the same time opened the officially authorized devouring art on the smart terminal, and compared the two. At that time, the technique was recognized by the system, but he had never read the official version. After a long time, Yichuan took a deep breath. Because the official devouring art is missing half, and the devouring art corrected by the system completes the other half. That's not all. There is a reminder at the bottom of the system exercises. The devouring technique is a peerless magic skill that devours the essence of others for one's own use, and will take on the negative emotions of the devoured person. For example, snakes and rats are inherently lustful and cold-blooded killers, and swallowing too much will affect themselves. Long-term accumulation of negative emotions will turn into a demon. After relying on the devouring technique to break through to the Yuanshu realm, the practitioner will also become a blood poison in the eyes of other magic practitioners. The magic power has been reduced to a blood medicine. The more Yichuan looked, the more frightened he became. You must not use the devouring technique to break through the bottleneck, otherwise he will die one day without knowing how. The officials are not human beings. Such evil skills are being spread publicly, and there is no reminder about negative emotions in the official version. Isn't this clearly misleading? Fortunately, I have a cheat. No wonder I was able to cultivate the devouring domain. The so-called second volume of the official devouring art should be the castrated part of the original first volume, right? Wrong. Maybe the third volume is mixed up in the second volume. Even if someone can withstand the negative effects with great willpower, they may not be able to withstand the impact of subsequent exercises. This devouring technique is definitely not a yellow-level cultivation method. Thinking of this, Yichuan smelled a strong smell of conspiracy. Fortunately, Qin Jinyang told him that it was fine to practice the first 2 volumes of the devouring art. This hypocritical guy might have practiced some evil skills. However, this devouring technique is not impossible to practice. I have the tranquility technique to suppress negative emotions. As long as I don't rely on the devouring technique to break through the bottleneck, I won't become dependent on it. There is no way, my qualifications are really too poor. Su Yingxue left, and Song Siki couldn't take the last step, so he could only find a way out on his own. The next morning, Song Siki put on a sexy professional suit, tied her hair up, and dressed like a workplace elite. She suddenly became full of aura from being gorgeous and charming. Yichuan's eyes lit up when he saw it. A small suit, a white dress, a black silk hip skirt, and a pair of stiletto high heels perfectly hit Yichuan's aesthetic taste. Brother Yichuan, are you stunned again? You don't recognize me when I put on my clothes? Song Siki joked with a smile. Yichuan was helpless. This little devil really dared to say anything. Are you going to work? Song Siki chuckled and gave Yichuan a charming look. Yeah, how can I support brother Yichuan if I don't go to work? Ahem, I don't need you to support me. Yichuan coughed lightly. I'm just curious, who can afford to hire a young lady like you? Song Siki smiled brightly, sat on Yichuan's lap, and said with a smile, Brother Yichuan is so forgetful, didn't you ask me to help you manage your funds? Seeing Yichuan's doubts, Song Siki explained. Originally, I spent 200 million to help brother Yichuan smooth things over, but brother Yichuan's performance was too amazing. Not only did he pass the test, he even defeated someone. So they refunded the money immediately. Not only that, President Jiang said that your marksmanship is amazing, and he also gave you a spear as a gift. It will probably be delivered this afternoon. So I used the 200 million to help you set up an investment company and prepare to make some financial investments. So that is how it is. Sure enough, when you demonstrate your value, everyone becomes friendly. Chairman Jiang is clearly expressing goodwill. So it really was Song Siki who earned money to support him. So, my boss, the secretary can satisfy any instructions you have. Song Siki said with a charming look. When there is something to do, the secretary does it. When there is nothing to do, what else does he do? Yichuan smiled wickedly. Although it's always great, I still want to find a more secluded path. Song Siki blushed. No, let's change places. Afternoon. Yichuan indeed received a spear. The spear weighs 300 pounds and is made of an unknown alloy. When not in use, the spear can be divided into 3 sections for easy carrying, and can be assembled instantly when in use. There was a dragon carved on the gun body, and the tip of the gun could actually break through the fluid combat suit, which surprised Yichuan very much. Obviously, the material grade of the gun tip is better than that of the fluid combat suit. Although I can't tell what it's made of, this is definitely a good gun. He originally thought that President Jiang was just being polite to express goodwill, but now it seems that the other party is absolutely sincere. Yichuan danced with his spear and liked it more and more the more he used it. He didn't put away the spear until he had practiced the Yulong spear technique completely. After removing the gun body, Yichuan thought about it and the black sweatshirt extended to perfectly wrap and hide the 3 sections of the gun body. I owe you a big favor. The alloy weapons used by these warriors are ridiculously expensive. Song Siki did not come back for the next 2 days. It was not until he received Qin Jinyang's notification that Yichuan set out for the martial arts hall. Chapter 41 Hunting Mission, Conspiracy Revealed. Yichuan arrived an hour early. There is no way. This is the awareness of being an intern, and also the experience summed up by Yichuan from working like a slave. As the agreed time arrived, 3 flying cars landed on the roof, which made Yichuan very envious. The swordsman is really rich. However, besides Shirley and Wu Yin, there was also a woman who got out of the 3 cars. Yichuan understood that this was their last member. The woman had an ordinary appearance and a serious expression. As soon as she got out of the car, she set her eyes on Yichuan, which made Yichuan feel very uncomfortable. After waiting for a while, a flying saucer-shaped fighter plane flew in the sky and Qin Jinyang walked out with a smile. Fighter plane? Yichuan's eyes widened. He heard that a fighter jet would cost at least tens of billions. This captain was really rich. Yichuan, this is also our team member, Xia Yan, a senior warrior. This is Yichuan, the new trainee swordsman. Qin Jinyang introduced them to each other. I heard that you defeated Wu Yin in the test. Don't be too proud. Wu Yin's combat power is only at the bottom among sword wielders of the same level. The woman's voice was cold. When the hell did I become proud? Are you sick? Yichuan could only smile awkwardly. It was just luck, I will keep working hard. You are self-aware. The woman snorted coldly. Wu Yin next to him also looked unhappy. This woman not only stepped on Yichuan, but also mocked him, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. There's nothing we can do about it. This woman has such a strong background. Don't mind it, Xia Yan is just like that. Qin Jinyang said with a smile. Then, the group, with no one in it, boarded the UFO fighter plane. After flying for an hour, the UFO fighter entered the wilderness and landed on a high mountain. Qin Jinyang got off the fighter plane, took out a palm-sized instrument and clicked a few times. A 3-dimensional terrain map was instantly projected in front of everyone. Search for strange beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, small red dots appeared on the 3D topographic map. Just a moment later, an exceptionally conspicuous and bright red dot appeared. Found it, lock it for me. The fighter plane flew straight towards the red dot. My scanner can scan all strange beasts below the level of great demons within a radius of 30 kilometers. I spent 500 merit points to exchange it for it. Qin Jinyang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, except for Yi Chuan who looked confused, the other three all looked envious. Seeing this, Shirley explained to Yi Chuan, merit points are the exchange unit within a swordmaster's. 1 merit point is roughly equivalent to 1 million outside. Furthermore, merit points can only be obtained through swordholder missions and internal competitions. It's very difficult for outsiders to buy them. That means the palm-sized scanner costs 500 million. Yi Chuan was shocked, and at the same time he had a new understanding of the wealth of Yuanwu people. When the fighter plane landed, Yi Chuan frowned slightly. Because this is not the original canyon, the alien rat lord should be guarding the place where the red gold fruit tree is. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Qin Jinyang's voice rang out, I sensed it. The four of you will each guard one side to resist the rat tide, and I will deal with it. Even a Yuanwu warrior would find it difficult to face the overwhelming tide of rats, which is why 5 people are needed for this mission. Clear. The 4 of them responded at the same time. After saying that, the fighter plane descended vertically, and 5 people jumped off at the same time when it was 100 meters above the ground. It seemed to sense a powerful enemy. The moment they landed, the ground around them rolled like waves, and countless strange rats emitting green light crawled out from the ground and gathered towards them. Get started. As Qin Jinyang finished speaking, Yi Chuan and the other 3 rushed towards the rat tide, while Qin Jinyang took out a big knife and chopped it down hard at one place. While using his spear to resist the tide of rats, Yi Chuan also used a bit of his perception to observe this lord-level battle. As the blade flashed, a ray of light slashed the ground, tearing the earth and spreading downwards. So strong. This was the first time Yi Chuan saw a Yuanwei take action. He didn't expect that with the blessing of Yuanli, the power of a Yuanwei's sword would be so terrifying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A shrill rat cry rang in the ears of several people. The next moment, a brown light rushed out from the crack in the ground and headed straight for Qin Jinyang. Clang! The rat lord's sharp claws were instantly blocked by the knife. It was as fast as lightning, constantly attacking Qin Jinyang with its teeth and claws. Qin Jinyang quickly resisted with a knife, occasionally slashing out with the knife. The 2 men fought quickly, and for a moment it was difficult to tell who was better. No, that's totally wrong. Yi Chuan's face looked ugly, because this alien rat lord was completely different from the original one. The original lord had gray fur, but the one in front of him only had brown fur. He was smaller in size and had a weaker aura. However, just when Yi Chuan was considering whether to remind Qin Jinyang, Wu Yin approached him unnoticed. Yi Chuan's perception is so sharp. He sensed Wu Yin's murderous intent almost instantly. This bastard wants to kill him with a rat tide? Wu Yin, what are you doing? Yi Chuan suddenly shouted. I can't bear it anymore, brother Yi, help me. Wu Yin pretended to be struggling, but still led a wave of rats to approach Yi Chuan. However, before Yi Chuan could speak, Xiaoyan said, forget it, I'll help you. As she spoke, she led a larger group of rats towards Yi Chuan. The 2 men stood on the left and the right, leaving Yi Chuan no way to retreat. Deserting from the battlefield? That's a capital crime, and the law enforcement record on the terminal is still open. Moreover, the 2 of them had their reasons and evidence, so Yi Chuan really didn't know what to say. I don't believe you dare to attack me so blatantly. Yi Chuan's eyes were deep, wanting to see what tricks the 2 could come up with. As the 2 people approached, the swarm of rats around the 3 of them was overwhelming, and Yi Chuan was gradually becoming exhausted. However, seeing that Yi Chuan had not yet shown signs of defeat, Wu Yin and Xiaoyan looked at each other, and the former was suddenly caught by a strange beast and seriously injured. Not good. Xiaoyan pretended to be frightened and shouted, then rushed over to rescue Wu Yin. As Yi Chuan stared in amazement, Xiaoyan ran away with Wu Yin in her arms, leaving Yi Chuan alone to deal with the rat tide. Damn, bitch. Yi Chuan cursed loudly and fled quickly. He had never offended this woman and didn't understand why she wanted to harm him. These 2 people were obviously acting, their purpose was to kill themselves with the rat tide. Even if the authorities checked the recorders afterwards, they would not find any evidence. Xiaoyan ran away to save her teammates. She couldn't just stand by and watch them die, right? Fortunately, Yi Chuan has the ability to dodge instantly. In a few flashes, he broke out of the rat swarm faster than Xiaoyan and Wu Yin. Seeing this, Xiaoyan frowned. Yichuan, quickly cover our retreat, Wu Yin is injured. Old woman, you are a high-level warrior, and you want me, a quasi-warrior, to cover you? Yichuan sneered. Chapter 42 The Temptation of Spiritual Fruit, Killing Each Other. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyan became furious. You dare to say that to me, an old woman, you're looking for death. As she said that, she rushed towards Yichuan without saying a word. Wu Yin beside her also stopped pretending and followed closely behind the two of them. Okay, you forced me to do this. Yichuan took a look at the terminal positioning, then turned and headed towards the original canyon. Relying on the flexible changing of positions with the flashing body skills, Xiaoyan and the other two were unable to catch Yichuan for a while. Damn, why is this kid like a loach? Yichuan can change his body shape instantly, and he can escape from her hands every time. Old woman, I haven't offended you, right? Why do you keep killing me? Is Wu Yin your mistress? The old woman held a long sword in her hand, and every move was aimed at Yichuan's vital points, clearly intending to kill him. Is he worthy of it? I can only tell you that in your next life, don't get too close to people you shouldn't contact. Xiaoyan sneered. People you shouldn't be in contact with? The people of status and position that she had come into contact with during this period were Su Yingxue and Song Siki. Song Siki was once the queen of the sea, and she had countless suitors around her, so naturally it couldn't be her. Is it Su Yingxue? By the way, this old woman's surname is Xiao. Are you from the Xiao family, one of the 9 major families? Yichuan asked subconsciously. Hey, you're quite smart, kid. Really? Yichuan asked again, were you also the one who sent the blood maple leaf assassin? Xiaoyan sneered and said, I don't know what you are talking about, but if you dare to compete with our young master for a woman, your fate is already determined. In her opinion, Yichuan must die. Before taking action, she used a signal blocker, so Yichuan didn't even have the chance to ask for help. Xiaoyan threatened, Yichuan, you, an intern swordsman, actually dared to openly disobey orders. I now order you to give up resistance and come back with me to investigate. Old woman, are you still pretending to be your sister? If you want to kill your grandfather, show some real skills. This old woman wants to kill herself and also wants her to be killed? I'm going to tear your mouth apart later. Xiaoyan ran away and increased her speed again. She hated being called an old woman the most. Fuck you, Wu Yin, you old bastard. Just now, Wu Yin actually attacked him with a flying needle. Fortunately, Yichuan had amazing perception and covered his entire body with a fluid battlesuit in time. You're lucky, kid, but you won't be so lucky next time. Wu Yin said coldly. Yichuan was anxious. Wu Yin and Xiaoyan behind him had formed a horn-like situation, leaving him less and less room to maneuver. Yichuan encountered many dangers along the way and his body was covered with wounds. At the critical moment, he would rather fight with Wu Yin than fight with the old woman. If it weren't for the fluid combat suit, he would have died long ago. We're here. The formation is still functioning. Seeing the light curtain covering the canyon like water waves, Yichuan thought to himself, as expected. Without any hesitation, Yichuan instantly rushed towards the flaw in the formation. Outside the formation, Xiaoyan and Wu Yin were slightly stunned. Wu Yin, why is there an ancient formation here? Xiaoyan, I don't know, but it doesn't look very powerful, and it's just a trap. Wu Yin, you go in first. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm afraid that boy will do something to me. Wu Yin cursed in his heart, but just looked at Xiaoyan in a flattering manner on his face. Humph, useless thing. Xiaoyan snorted coldly and immediately rushed into the flaw in the formation. If we wait one more second, who knows if Yichuan will slip away from other places in the canyon. Since Yichuan dared to go in, she was naturally not afraid. As soon as the two of them entered the formation, they found that Yichuan had disappeared and there was no breath at all. Run away. The two men looked grim because Yichuan's breath disappeared. However, the two were immediately attracted by a burst of fruity fragrance. It's a natural treasure. Without any hesitation, the two of them headed straight for the source of the fruit fragrance. No wonder this place is hidden by a formation. It turns out to be the red gold fruit. The two soon came to a small pool deep in the canyon, where 2 golden fruits hung on a small red tree. The tempting fruity aroma is emitted by the red golden fruit. It's mature. Xiaoyan was overjoyed. With this red gold fruit, he would have hope of breaking through to become a Yuanwu warrior in the future. At this moment, it was about her own future. Yi Chuan had already been thrown behind her mind. Yi Chuan, who is not even a warrior, can kill at any time. But if you miss the spiritual fruit, you really miss it. As long as she breaks through and becomes a Yuanhui, even if Yi Chuan becomes a warrior, she can easily crush him to death. Wu Yin was also ecstatic. However, when he saw Xiaoyan's greedy expression, he knew that he would not get the spiritual fruit. If there were more than 3 red gold fruits, Xiaoyan might give him one, but if there were only 2, he would not be qualified to take it. However, he was unwilling to give up. He had finally spent a lot of money to find connections to join the Swordmaster, but could only be reduced to the lowest level of existence. Now he is 28 years old, and it would be almost impossible for him to break through to the Yuanwu level without an opportunity. However, now that the opportunity is right in front of him, how can he give it up? Wu Yin, how dare you? After hesitating for only a moment, Wu Yin took action when he saw Xiaoyan was about to pick the red gold fruit. He quietly took a red pill, then leaped up and slashed at Xiaoyan's head from behind. Xiaoyan reacted very quickly, but was still hit on the shoulder. The blade instantly sank into her shoulder and blood spurted out. One knife, serious injury. If it weren't for the fluid armor that weakened her attack power by 50%, she would definitely be dead. Yi Chuan, who was hiding in the soil, was secretly shocked when he sensed this scene. Allies and teammates are nothing in the face of sufficient interests. No wonder Wang Zhan attacked them without hesitation. The value of this red gold fruit was hard to refuse even for high-level warriors. That's right. After all, this is a spiritual fruit that can increase the probability of breaking through to become a Yuanwu warrior. Perhaps only Su Yingxue, the only daughter of the general manager, would not care about such a treasure. His original plan was to take advantage of the 2 people's hesitation and loss of sight, and use the devouring field to conceal his own aura and quietly slip away. But there is an element of gambling involved, betting that the gray-haired lord is not here. Now it seems that he made the right bet. There were even unexpected gains. Thinking about the 2 red gold fruits left, Yi Chuan also understood the origin of the reddish-brown lord. I'm afraid Qin Xinyang is feeling bad right now. In the jungle battlefield, Qin Xinyang naturally noticed Yi Chuan and the other 2, but he didn't have the energy to stop them. Qin Xinyang, who had originally suppressed the alien rat lord, suddenly felt a palpitation. It seemed as if a pair of invisible eyes were watching him in the dark. After forcing the beast lord back with one sword, Qin Xinyang immediately took out the detector. At this moment, the original big red dot on the detector has turned into 2. Damn, there's another lord deep underground. He assumed the other lord had avoided detection by hiding deep underground. Now the other lord obviously wanted to attack him by surprise. Run! Chapter 43 The Fisherman Gains Benefits, System Upgrade. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Xinyang only had time to roar at Shirley, and the next moment, a grey afterimage pounced towards him. Rat Lord? Qin Xinyang swung his sword to block, but he felt relieved in his heart. The most terrifying thing about the Rat Lord is his ability to control the rat tide. Compared to other strange beasts, his individual combat power is not that strong. Thinking of this, Qin Xinyang gritted his teeth, took out an eyeball covered with tentacles that looked like a living creature, and swallowed it. In the canyon, the fight between Xiaoyan and Wu Yin reached a critical moment. Although Wu Yin gained the upper hand with a sneak attack, Xiaoyan was a high-level warrior after all, and she dodged the fatal blow at the critical moment. Instead of killing Xiaoyan instantly, Wu Yin immediately distanced himself and carefully looked for an opportunity. Wu Yin, you are so brave, aren't you afraid of revenge from my Xiao family? Xiaoyan was hysterical, covered in blood, and her body was almost split in half. If it weren't for the strong vitality of warriors, she would have died long ago. Hey, you died in a rat tide, what does it have to do with me? Wu Yin smiled cruelly and was in no hurry to attack. I'll kill you and throw you into the rat tide. Who will know I killed you? Didn't you think the same when you killed Yi Chuan before? You. Xiaoyan's chest was heaving, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Yes. This was also their plan to kill Yi Chuan. Death in a rat plague or in the line of duty, what does it have to do with them? Wu Yin, I will drag you down with me even if I die. Wu Yan was furious. She reached out and took out a pill from her arms, ready to fight Wu Yin to the death. Wu Yin was shocked and immediately attacked. This genetic medicine that overdrafts life is their last means of survival. It is obvious that Xiaoyan is going to make a last attempt. Wu Yin obviously wouldn't give her a chance to take the pill. Xiao Yan was already seriously injured and missing a hand. She was no match for Wu Yin. As Wu Yin cut Xiao Yan's throat with a knife, Xiao Yan could only fall down unwillingly. The red gold fruit is mine. After killing Xiao Yan, Wu Yin finally smiled. He walked cautiously to the blood-colored sapling and slowly picked 2 red gold fruits, but his nerves were highly tense as he sensed his surroundings. Only after picking the fruit did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seems I was worrying too much. Fortunately, that kid ran fast. After putting away the red gold fruit, he looked at Xiao Yan's body, extended the fluid battlesuit in his hand, and dragged it into and out of the canyon. He wanted to throw the body to the rat tide to destroy the evidence. However, just as he walked out of the formation, a long spear arrived and pierced his throat in an instant. Wu Yin's eyes widened, and he wanted to turn back in disbelief. He couldn't figure it out. He clearly didn't sense Yi Chuan's presence, so why did Yi Chuan appear behind him? However, no one answered him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. After retracting his spear, Yi Chuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 2 red gold fruits in his hand, Yi Chuan's eyes were deep. After hesitating for a moment, he returned to the formation again. There is an even more terrifying Qin Jingyang out there. He didn't dare bet on human nature. Instead of doing that, it would be better to eat it now and take this opportunity to break through to the level of a warrior, making yourself more valuable. The golden fruit was crystal clear and exuded an alluring fruity aroma. Yi Chuan took a bite, and the flesh entered his mouth and turned into a warm current that entered his body. TSK. It's not sweet at all, it tastes just like a cucumber. The moment the red gold fruit went into his stomach, it turned into a surge of life energy. Yi Chuan hurriedly controlled the energy to cleanse himself. I don't know how long it took. Crack! The sound of shackles breaking rang out deep in Yi Chuan's soul. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chuan's body began to transform. Strands of black impurities began to be discharged from his body, and his life seemed to be sublimated at this moment. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a warrior. Reward: the secret technique Hidden Chi Art, 20 years of training time, and the secret technique Shock the God technique. System upgrading. Upgrade completed, gaining 10,000 cubic meters of system space. Host: Yi Chuan. Realm: Early Warrior Realm, 20% physical potential. Talent: F level. Spiritual power: High level warrior perfection, 32 times that of the same realm. Current cultivation method: Devouring Technique Volume 1, cultivation progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts: Hercules Fist, flashing body movement. Current cultivation secret techniques: Dragon Roar Spear Technique, entry level, Soul Shaking Technique, not yet entry level. Currently possesses the secret technique, Hidden Chi Technique, not yet mastered. Current partners: Suing Shuet, favorability 62, Song Siki, favorability 63. Time of practice: 26 years. Finally, there is system space. This made things much more convenient for him. The soul-shattering technique is a method of attacking with spiritual consciousness. I can practice it slowly in the future. The Hidden Chi technique can actually hide one's own aura. That's amazing. Yi Chuan immediately devoted his training time to the art of Hidden Chi, and it took him 16 years to master it. As soon as he thought about it, the warrior's aura dissipated instantly, replaced by the same aura as before. Even the smart terminal could not scan Yi Chuan's true realm. Retract your thoughts. Yi Chuan hurriedly got up and walked out of the canyon, taking away the bodies of Wu Yin and Xiao Yan. When it comes to destroying corpses and covering up traces, who can compare to me now that I have the system space? As the fluctuations of Yuanli in the distance subsided, Yi Chuan moved over cautiously and saw Qin Jingyang covered in blood, with 2 chopped-off Lord-level alien rats in front of him. So strong. Although Qin Jingyang seemed to be seriously injured, Yi Chuan could sense the majestic aura in his body, like a deep ocean. With the death of the 2 lords, the surrounding rat tide had long since receded. In addition to Qin Jingyang, there was also a man who turned into stone on the entire battlefield. Shirley. Yi Chuan? Qin Jingyang frowned slightly, as if he was surprised to see Yi Chuan alive. Where are they? There was obvious anger in Qin Jingyang's tone when he asked the question. Because the 3 people escaped, he had to spend more energy to deal with the rat tide. Although he won, he used his trump card. All in all, he lost everything. Captain, you saw it too. Those 2 guys suddenly chased me, and then. Yi Chuan immediately recounted the story, but omitted some key information. You said they gave up hunting you because of the spirit fruit, and then they killed each other? Seeing Yichuan nod, a cold light flashed in Qin Jinyang's eyes. He simply didn't believe such a childish reason. As if knowing what he was thinking, Yichuan immediately opened the smart terminal and showed him the video of the internal conflict between the two and Wu Yin's sneak attack and killing of Xiao Yan. I know the captain doesn't believe it, but take a look at this first. Yichuan clicked on the video on the terminal. At this time, Shirley, who had recovered, also came over and looked at the video doubtfully. After watching it, the three of them were dumbfounded. Of course Yichuan was pretending, but Qin Jinyang and Shirley were really stunned. After seeing the red gold fruit in the video, Qin Jinyang felt relieved. He murmured to himself, no wonder there's a second lord here. It turns out it's because of the red gold fruit. The end of the video. Wu Ying killed Xiao Yan, picked 2 red gold fruits, and dragged Xiao Yan's body away. Yichuan took the 2 of them to the scene again. Especially when Qin Jinyang saw the withered red gold fruit tree, he completely believed Yichuan. As for the formation flag, he put it into the system space. Qin Jinyang was unwilling to accept this. If he could get the red gold fruit, not only would he make up for his loss, but he would also make a fortune. His mental power swept over Yichuan. There's no sign of him using the devouring technique. Looks like I was wrong. He really doesn't have a deep understanding of it. So, we can only look for the blood medicine again. In the end, he took Yichuan and the other 2 with him, and flew a fighter plane to scan the surroundings several times before leaving reluctantly. Chapter 44 Song Siki returns, attributes skyrocket. Yichuan didn't know yet that he had escaped danger because of his caution. After returning to Can, Yichuan received a notification that the mission was completed. 5 points is equivalent to 5 million, not bad. Not only that, his potential rating also rose from the previous A level to S, which was considered to have barely entered the category of S-level genius. In addition, he also received a wanted notice. The swordsman Wu Ying betrayed the organization, ambushed and killed his own people, and now he is on the run for fear of being punished. You will be rewarded if you find or kill him. But this is no longer a problem that Yichuan cares about. He couldn't wait to get back to the manor. Now that he has broken through the bottleneck, he can improve his strength again, and he is looking forward to seeing how much potential Song Siki can return to him after eating the red gold fruit. As for taking it yourself? He only has F-level qualifications, so it would be a waste if he ate it. No matter how bad Song Siki is, she still has B-level qualifications, and once Song Siki breaks through to the warrior level, he can improve his cultivation through Superman, and also gain some favorability by the way, which can be said to be the best of all worlds. However, to Yichuan's surprise, Song Siki was not at home and her smart terminal was turned off. Helplessly, Yichuan could only stay alone in the empty room. This went on for 7 days, and it was not until the 7th night that Song Siki returned to the manor. However, the moment he saw Song Siki, Yichuan was shocked. At this moment, Song Siki was covered in wounds, especially several shocking penetrating wounds, as if caused by a crossbow arrow. What are you doing? However, before he could finish his words, a system message popped up the moment he touched Song Siki's hand. Current partner, Suing Xue. Physical potential, 23%. Appearance, 96. Business talent, S level. Succubus talent, level A. Cultivation qualification, A level. Current favorability, 63. Become so much stronger? Brother Yichuan, don't worry. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Seeing that Yichuan was worried about her, Song Siki smiled sweetly. Yichuan finally came to his senses. But I was still very shocked. After this little goblin went out, his strength and potential changed dramatically, and even his appearance improved. He was very curious about what Song Siki had done. I'm glad you're okay. Yichuan didn't say anything and carried her into the room like a princess. Next time you encounter such a dangerous situation, remember to take me with you. He wanted to say, I also want this great opportunity. Don't worry, brother Yichuan. But it was really dangerous. I almost got buried. Song Siki said with lingering fear. Oh, what do you mean? Yichuan asked tentatively. Seeing Yichuan's curiosity, Song Siki smiled and said, Didn't I tell brother Yichuan last time that I had obtained the ancient ruins of the martial arts technique? This time I went in again, and this time I got part of the inheritance again. It's a pity that the trials later on are too dangerous. I can only go next time. The inheritance of the way of lust. No wonder Song Siki has gained a succubus talent and her appearance has also improved. Unfortunately, this inheritance is not suitable for men, so Yichuan immediately gave up the idea. Then the two talked about their respective experiences. Yichuan was amazed. According to Song Siki, she also had competitors, and the tests she faced at each level were different. Some require wisdom, some are tribulations of the inner demons, and in the end there is a fight with real people, which is why he was left with injuries. Fortunately, she passed all the tests in the end and gained huge benefits. Sharp. Yichuan was truly impressed. Brother Yichuan is so amazing that he actually killed 2 high-level warriors. Song Siki was full of admiration. She was facing an opponent of the same level, while Brother Yichuan was facing a swordsman who was several levels higher than him. By the way, I left a good treasure for you. Yichuan took out the red gold fruit. Red gold fruit? Brother Yichuan wants to give it to me? Song Siki widened her eyes and reminded him, Brother Yichuan probably doesn't know its value. This rare treasure is worth nearly 1 billion. It's very expensive. Yichuan just listened calmly, and then threw it to her casually. Oh, I see, this is for you. Ah. Song Siki almost didn't come to her senses. Brother Yichuan, this is very expensive, and it can help you improve your strength. If you want to thank me, get well soon. Oh, I will definitely get better soon. Brother Yichuan, please be patient for a few days. Song Siki smiled charmingly and said meaningfully. Ahem, no rush. Yichuan left the room and closed the door. He couldn't trouble the beauty tonight, so he should go to bed early. Song Siki blinked, a warm feeling spread in her heart. Looking at the spiritual fruit in her hand, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What a fool. Ding, Song Siki's favorability towards you increases by +5, triggering a 10-fold critical hit bonus and granting 50 years of training time. Yichuan was overjoyed. Isn't this making money back? In the next few days, Song Siki continued to recover from her injuries, while Yichuan cultivated the Dragon Roar Spear technique to the minor success level, and also cultivated the God Shaking technique. Just when Yichuan was bored, the long-lost system prompt sound rang again. Ding, your partner has consumed the red gold fruit, increasing their physical potential by 1. You will receive a cultivation bonus of +0.68% of their physical potential. Ding, your partner has consumed the red gold fruit, increasing their physical potential by 1. You will receive a cultivation bonus of +0.68% of their physical potential. Song Siki's potential increased by a total of 10%, while Yichuan returned 6.8%. Host, Yichuan. Realm, Early Warrior Realm 26.8% physical potential. Talent, F level. Spiritual power, High level warrior perfection 32 times the same level. Current cultivation method, Devouring Technique Volume 1, cultivation progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, flashing body movement. Currently practicing secret techniques, Dragon Roar Spear technique minor success God Shaking technique. Currently possesses the secret technique, Hidden Chi technique. Current partners, Suing Shue, favorability 62 Song Siki, favorability 68. Seeing his strength improved again, Yichuan showed a satisfied smile. Just when Yichuan thought he could return to his superhuman state at night, a mission interrupted his plans. Sword Wielder Clearance Mission, the demon has recently been spotted in Wutong City, and the flesh and blood of those killed have shriveled up, turning into mummies. Those who have received this notification, please rush to Wutong City immediately. Yichuan frowned. The flesh shrivels up and turns into a mummy. Could this be related to the devouring technique? After taking the suspended train for 4 hours, Yichuan arrived in Wutong City near dusk. As soon as you get off the car, what comes into view is the colorful Steel City. As the capital of the entire Wudong province, Wutong City is a highly developed central city, and its prosperity is far beyond that of Can. After all, Can is just a small fourth-tier city that relies on agriculture and mining. Countless skyscrapers rise into the clouds. Hover cars, which symbolize the status of wealthy people in can be seen everywhere here. Even flying cars and private fighter jets can be seen occasionally. Yichuan, who saw this scene for the first time, was stunned. Is that Mr. Yichuan? Just as I was stunned, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked over. Chapter 45 Mission issued, Yin Yang Demon Cult. After verifying Yichuan's identity, the middle-aged man bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the exclusive butler for this mission. Now, I will take you to the exclusive hotel for this mission. All expenses for this mission will be reimbursed by the sword bearer headquarters. During this period, Mr. Yi can ask me anything he wants to know. It is worthy of being an official agency. No matter how big or small the matter is, he is rich and powerful. Yi Chuan nodded. Are all the people participating in this mission interns like us? Yes. The butler smiled and said, this is based on the difficulty of the mission and the required strength. Including you, there are a total of 30 interns participating in the mission this time. That makes sense. How could a provincial capital city not be able to deal with a few demons? It must have regarded this mission as a test for the sword master. As the car stopped at the foot of a 100-story luxury hotel, Yi Chuan was filled with emotion as he looked at the various luxury cars parked at the entrance. It's great to have money. Walking through the lobby of the luxurious hotel, the butler handed him a room card and then took him to a dining and rest area. He then said to the people chatting there, everyone, this is Yi Chuan from Kongchang. You can get to know him first so that you can work together in the future. We will release the corresponding mission requirements based on your strength. He finished speaking, but no one paid any attention. The butler was already accustomed to the arrogance of these young people, so he smiled and left after saying this. The strength of the trainee swordsman ranges from high-level quasi-warriors to junior warriors, and they are under 25 years old. These people are the pride of heaven in their respective cities, and naturally have pride in their hearts. Yi Chuan didn't care about this. To be able to become an apprentice swordsman at such a young age, one must either be extremely talented or have a strong background. He is the only trainee swordsman in the entire Can, so President Jiang is so polite to him. Compared to communicating with these people, the abundant food on the buffet counter obviously attracted him more. Ocean beasts, saber-toothed tigers. Hey, the earth-splitting bear king's paw? Yi Chuan was amazed by these rare ingredients. I never thought that the beast king who could rival warriors would become food here. You're such a jerk, you're ignorant. A contemptuous voice sounded. Yi Chuan turned his head and looked. The girl was not very old, with an oval face and was very beautiful. She had black hair like a waterfall with air bangs and a slender and well-proportioned figure. However, it was somewhat incongruous that she had earrings pierced on both ears and her face was full of arrogance. You're blocking me from getting the plate. The girl crossed her arms and looked defiant. Yi Chuan's mouth twitched and he turned and left. Not only did he not sense any hostility from the girl, but he also sensed that many pairs of eyes were fixed on her. This girl's identity is not simple. Seeing Yi Chuan move aside, the girl took a piece of matcha cake and left. As soon as she sat down, several young men surrounded her with humble smiles on their faces. Yi Chuan was holding a large plate of food and found a seat at the edge to eat heartily, but he was using his mental power to observe the girl. See this scene. He instantly thought of the dogs around Song Siki, who surrounded the goddess and tried their best to show themselves. But the difference is that this girl doesn't hide her arrogance at all, and her face has a completely condescending look. Even so, these bootlickers still don't care. This scene left Yi Chuan confused. If he could become an apprentice swordsman, shouldn't he be a bootlicker? He listened curiously to the discussions around him. TSK, she is worthy of being the little princess of the Shao family, one of the 9 great families. Not only is she powerful, but she is also so beautiful. Those few people are considered geniuses in Wutong No. 1 middle school, but they are also suppressed by Shaoningsan in school. I heard that this little princess of the Shao family is extremely difficult to approach, otherwise I would also like to pursue her. Wake up, I'm only 18 years old, my body potential is already 38%, and my strength is almost invincible among junior warriors. Can you save me? The Shao family. Yi Chuan frowned. Not only did the Shao family send assassins to kill him, but the old woman Xiao Yan even tried to murder him herself. The two of them could be said to have been mortal enemies for a long time. Should we take this opportunity to get rid of this little princess? After thinking about it, Yi Chuan gave up the idea. It's not that he has other ideas, but it's not wise to act in Wutong City. Since it is an official test, the authorities must have ways to monitor them, and if something goes wrong it can be easily traced back to him. Taking his eyes off the girl, Yi Chuan looked around and found that apart from himself, there were at least 2 or 3 other people huddled together. If these people are warriors from the same city, they must be from famous provincial schools such as Wutong No. 1 Middle School. There is a certain basis of trust. However, he was the only one who came to Can. Regional schools like Anping No. 1 Middle School have no presence in the provincial capital, and no one has even heard of it. Garlic bird, tigers walk alone, cattle and sheep walk in herds, first hide in the back and see what happens. After dinner, the terminals of everyone present vibrated simultaneously. Yichuan clicked it and took a look. Sword wielder mission, your mission is to kill at least 5 demon cult bishops. Mission details. The evil cult that committed the evil this time is the Yin Yang cult. These people devour people's essence through the Yin Yang technique. Their current activities are concentrated near the South District pedestrian street. The strength of the Yin Yang sect's followers is between quasi-warriors and half-step warriors, and the strength of the bishop is between primary warriors and advanced warriors. A bishop's arm would be tattooed with a Yin Yang ring. A bishop with 1 tattoo would be as powerful as a beginner warrior, and a bishop with 2 tattoos would be an intermediate warrior. Killing a 2-marked bishop is equivalent to killing 10 1-marked bishops, and killing a 3-marked bishop is equivalent to killing 10 2-marked bishops. After reading the information, Yichuan raised his eyebrows. The idea of Superman sucking people dry really opened his eyes. The mission required him to kill 5 bishops. I think it was arranged according to the strength of the test. During the test, he defeated Wu Yin, who used the perfect strength of a junior warrior, which allowed him to kill at least 5 people. However, with his current strength, Yichuan is confident that as long as he does not encounter a high-level warrior, he will be able to fight. That means I only need to kill 1 second striped bishop to complete the mission. Yichuan released his mental power again, wanting to eavesdrop on other people's tasks. Mine is to kill a member of the demon cult, what about yours? You want me to kill 3 of my followers. You are a half-step warrior, so this won't be difficult for you. You guys are fine, but I killed a bishop. Oh, I hope I don't meet a 2-striped bishop. Yichuan eavesdropped and found that those below the level of warriors were hunting down believers, while those who reached the level of warriors were asked to kill a bishop. Chapter 46 Carrying out the mission, Chengo's professional guidance. With the comparison, Yichuan suddenly felt unbalanced. The information clearly states that I am only a high-level quasi-warrior, so why should I be required to kill at least 5 bishops? He then extended his mental power to Xiao Ningyan and her group. Ningyan, what is your mission? Our mission is to kill a bishop. It would be safer to form a team later. Xiao Ningyan sat in the main seat, crossed her legs calmly, and said calmly, it's just killing 3 bishops. I can do it myself. I don't need you. She looked indifferent, arrogant, and confident. Yes, with your strength, Ningyan, it would be easy for you to kill a 1st mark bishop. Even a 2nd mark bishop would probably not be able to stop you. Several bootlickers immediately began to flatter him. Then, the exclusive butler came over with a tray. Various. This is magic phosphorus that detects magic power. Put it on your body. If it senses a target, it will automatically heat up. After saying that, he gave 1 to each person. Yichuan discovered that this thing was similar to fish scales and could be stuck on the body. Let's go and do the mission. Xiao Ningyan seemed to be annoyed by what she heard and was the first to get up and leave. Yichuan, who was sitting by the window, just saw Xiao Ningyan walk into a flying fighter plane through the window. As expected of the Xiao family's little princess. It's another day of envying the rich. Song Siki said before that her strength had greatly increased and she wanted to return to the family to fight for something. I don't know if she can return as a little princess. Song Siki, who received the inheritance, was completely transformed. After absorbing the red gold fruit, her strength increased greatly. She is probably almost the same as Xiao Ningyan. The most important thing is that Song Siki is the successor of the Way of Lust. It might actually be possible. As Xiao Ningyan left first, the others followed in 2s and 3s, heading straight for the southern region. However, Yichuan finished his meal calmly. Thinking that this mission was to track down the Yin Yang sect, he suddenly thought of the scumbag away. Maybe this scumbag knew where to find such a person conveniently. The information said that the Yin Yang sect was good at seducing single people and then draining them dry. He only needed to find the places where these people were, and when he encountered someone who was sensed by the magic phosphorus, he would quietly kill him. The call is connected. Ah Wei, let me ask you something. Where is your favorite place to go for a one-night stand? Chen Wei, fuck, Chuanzi, please stop slandering me. Am I that kind of person? Don't you dare slander my character? Alright, stop acting, there are no outsiders here. Do you have money? Vini 500, I don't have money for a room. Yichuan's mouth twitched, and he directly transferred 50,000 yuan. With his current net worth, he didn't need this little money at all. Unless Jinwei is penniless, he will not borrow money from this poor guy. Jinwei suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, Chuanzi, did you get rich? Or did you freeze and lose a few extra zeros? Stop talking nonsense. I forgot to tell you that I have already broken through and become a warrior." As a good brother who grew up together in an orphanage, Chengo is one of the few people Yichuan can trust. Have you awakened? Chenwei was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses from this news. Only the awakened ones could become warriors overnight. Yichuan was stunned. If he said that he became a warrior through practice, Chengo would definitely be deeply shocked. After all, he had only been away for a month. Moreover, Chenwei knew that he had only F-level rubbish qualifications. Well, I guess I've awakened. The awakening system is also considered awakening. Fuck, he's really awakened. My brother is actually a 1 in a million genius. Ha 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 ha. Chengo laughed loudly. Now I have something to brag about outside. No, it's not bragging, it's showing off. Okay, answer my question first. Okay, Chuanzi, you finally get it. Chengo smiled, thinking that Yichuan wanted to have a one-night stand. If you want excitement but are afraid to spend money, go pick it up near bars and nightclubs. However, the quality will definitely be a world away from your ex-girlfriend. He remembered Su Yingshua's stunning beauty. If you have a lot of money, you can just rent a hovercar and go to a nightclub to show off your money. Girls will naturally approach you. If you want to find something innocent, then go to those popular photo spots, like pubs, cafes, libraries, and the like. When it comes to his professional field, Chengo can talk endlessly. Damn, scumbag. After hanging up the phone, Yichuan went straight to the South District. He used the hidden chi technique to suppress his own aura to the level of a high-level quasi-warrior to avoid alerting others. Then he changed into a set of casual branded clothes, thought about it and got a few fake earrings, and simply fixed his hair, trying to make himself look a little more stylish. Dongtai Entertainment City. This is not the most luxurious nightclub in Wutong City, but it is the most popular one, because there is no question of identity here. As long as you pay money, everyone can enter. This is also the first choice for many young people to release hormones. As soon as he arrived at the nightclub, Yichuan saw a long queue. He had no time to wait in line, so he headed straight for the door. A gorgeous woman in a low-cut dress stopped him with a professional smile and said, "Hello, sir. Do you have an online appointment?" "No." "Do you have marketing reservations?" Yichuan shook his head again. The woman's smile disappeared instantly. "I'm so sorry. I have money." Before she could finish, Yichuan had already reached out and pulled out a black card. This is the black card that the Imperial Bank issued to him after he received compensation from the Liu family. A black card with over 100 million in cash. The woman's eyes lit up, and her face immediately became attentive. "Hello, sir, my name is Xiaolian. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me to book a table. I promise to make sure you have a good time." As she spoke, the woman took Yichuan's arm and led him into the nightclub. After finding a booth that Yichuan was satisfied with, he smiled slightly and said, "I won't bother looking at the drinks list. Just give me your most expensive drinks combo." Xiaolian's smile grew even wider. "Okay, sir. I'll arrange it for you right away. Do you have any other needs?" "Other needs?" Yichuan glanced at her deeply. This Xiaolian already had the words "I am willing" written on her face. "Not for now." Yichuan handed over the card as he spoke. Xiaolian smiled knowingly, and as she took the card, her fingertips gently brushed across Yichuan's palm. "Boss, feel free to call me if you need anything." The moment of contact. Name, Yang Xiaolian. Appearance, 83. Strength, primary quasi-warrior potential 9%. Cultivation talent, D level. Current favorability, 20. Women in nightclubs are different. Even though their favorability is only 20, they can pretend to be affectionate. Yichuan shook his head slightly. "I guess those 20 favorability points are also for my black card." Soon, Yichuan's handsomeness and wealth attracted several beautiful women to come over to him. Yichuan, on the other hand, looked unruly. He played small games with several girls, and was sometimes pulled into the dance floor for an intimate dance. In fact, he had been using magic phosphorus to sense the people around him. Chapter 47 Big Fish, 2 Mark Bishops. Did we find the wrong place? Just then, a stunning beauty in a black flowing dress walked in. She wore several stud earrings and a pair of chain earrings on her ears. The woman had a cold and arrogant look and a strong aura. Who else could it be but Xiao Ningyan? Xiao Ningyan also ordered the most expensive drink set and was seated next to Yi Chuan. Obviously her request was the same as Yi Chuan's. These are the 2 booths with the best views. When Xiao Ningyan saw Yi Chuan next to her, who was surrounded by women, she immediately frowned. What bad luck! She snorted coldly and immediately asked someone to change seats. Obviously, they thought Yi Chuan was a playboy who came here to have fun. Yi Chuan also snorted in his heart. He was too lazy to pay attention to this woman with eyes on her head. As long as she didn't ruin his plan, it would be fine. Time passes. Accompanied by dynamic music and brilliant lights, the hormonal atmosphere becomes more and more intense. Under the influence of alcohol, some of the men and women who were infatuated with each other could not wait to start communicating secretly. Yi Chuan's powerful mental power allowed him to sense the lewd music in the toilet, private room, and even in the center of the dance floor. No way, not even one? In contrast, Xiao Ningyan was sipping red wine elegantly, her eyes also searching the crowd. Yi Chuan decided to take the initiative. As he squeezed into the crowd, several beautiful women immediately extended olive branches to him. Sensing that the demonic phosphorus had no reaction, Yi Chuan suddenly lost interest. Who touched my butt? Hey, big sister, you're not my type. I have to say that handsome guys like Yi Chuan are indeed very popular in nightclubs. But Yi Chuan soon found the target. As soon as the woman entered the nightclub, she scanned the entire place with her eyes, and then her gaze fell on Yi Chuan. Found it. The corners of the woman's mouth turned up, and her eyes were wild. Although Yi Chuan didn't look at her, his mental power sensed her at the first moment, and a sense of danger emerged in his heart. Hidden aura? His powerful mental strength allowed him to vaguely sense that the woman was not simple. Wouldn't he be squatting on a 3-striped bishop? Sensing the woman approaching, Yi Chuan immediately realized that she was also targeting him. He pretended to look back casually. I found that the woman was only wearing a piece of flowing fabric similar to a belly band, with only a rope on her smooth back. She was wearing a mini skirt that just covered her buttocks, and a pair of high heels on her feet. Extremely sexy and hot. Although her appearance is not the best, her outfit and figure are definitely top-notch. Well, if Song Siki wore this set, I could definitely maximize my attack speed and critical hit rate. Brother, do you want to play together? Before Yi Chuan could speak, the woman came close to him with seductive eyes. Okay. At this moment, the demonic phosphorus sticking to Yi Chuan's chest has issued a high temperature warning. It is obvious that this woman is from the Yin Yang sect. Looking at the woman who was coming into his arms, Yi Chuan pretended to be at a loss, not knowing where to put his hands. The woman smiled knowingly. She grabbed one of Yi Chuan's hands and slowly placed it on the buttocks behind her, then grabbed his other hand and placed it in a place where she could not control it. At the same time, another man came to the door. The man looked at the woman who was rubbing against Yi Chuan's arms and smiled evilly. Slut, you found your prey so quickly? However, when he saw Xiao Ningyan sitting in the booth, his eyes suddenly lit up. In Yi Chuan's mind. Name, Lollies. Appearance, 84. Strength, Intermediate Warrior Potential 42%. Cultivation Talent, D level. Current Favorability, 30. Fortunately, it's still under control. After figuring out the opponent's strength, Yi Chuan was no longer in a hurry. On the dance floor, the woman rubbed against Yi Chuan, constantly giving her seductive hints, and her hands slid all over Yi Chuan's body. Especially when she explored a certain place, her eyes lit up. Yi Chuan felt very unlucky in his heart, but he didn't dare to show any abnormality. However, when he saw Xiao Ningyan being taken away by the suspicious man, he frowned slightly. This woman is a mid-level warrior, and as her accomplice, the man must not be weak either. Both of them concealed their breath. I have a system that can see through it, but Xiao Ningyan may not. What am I thinking? Wouldn't it be better if the Xiao family died? Besides, this woman has always been against me. Yi Chuan withdrew his gaze and decided to ignore it. The demon girl in his arms seemed to feel that the time was ripe and said with a smile. Little brother, it's so boring to play like this. Why don't I take you to play something more exciting? The woman's eyes were almost tearing. Yi Chuan discovered that this woman was actually moved. Because her body had started to feel hot, especially the base of her legs. Oh well. Seeing Yi Chuan agreed, the woman couldn't wait to pull him out of the nightclub. As soon as she got into the car, the woman couldn't wait to ride. Yi Chuan hurriedly stopped her and said shyly, "Sister, there are so many people here, I'm scared." Seeing Yi Chuan's shy look, the evil fire in the woman's eyes became even more intense. "Okay, it's my fault for being too impatient. I'll take you to a fun place right now." With that, he drove away quickly. "Sister, this is an abandoned factory, not a hotel?" Yi Chuan pretended to be confused. "You'll know when you get there. By the way, take this first." The woman handed over a pill. Yi Chuan took the pill and threw it directly into his mouth. In fact, the moment the pill entered his mouth, he put it into the system space. Seeing Yi Chuan take the pill, the woman smiled wantonly. "Good brother, you belong to me tonight. I haven't met someone as good as you in a long time. You won't be left with a single drop tonight. Yi Chuan. I'll make you laugh now, and then I'll deal with you later." He wanted to see where the woman took him. After all, the mission said that there would be extra rewards for killing more of these demons. Could it be a nest? If it is, we'll make a fortune. Not long. The hovercraft drove into an abandoned factory. As the door opened automatically, Yi Chuan discovered a disgusting scene. The factory is very large, and each glass room contains young men and women who are naked, some are covered in scars, and some have turned into mummies. In some of the rooms, men and women were having sex. Several members of the Yin Yang sect were watching calmly, pointing and commenting from time to time. "Your Majesty Bishop. I have met the bishop." These naked Yin Yang followers knelt down respectfully to the woman. "How is it, dear brother, is this place fun?" "Ha ha 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 ha." The charming woman suddenly laughed wildly, as if she wanted to see Yi Chuan panic. At this moment, a furious cry was heard, and then the door opened again, and a woman was thrown in like a dead dog. It was Xiao Ningyan, the little princess of the Xiao family. "Hey, you are injured?" The charming woman couldn't help but laugh when she saw the man coming in. Chapter 48, Love to Play? Then try something more exciting. The man snorted coldly and touched the wound on his neck. "This bitch actually has the strength of a peak beginner warrior. I was careless and almost got successfully ambushed by her. But it was a blessing in disguise. I caught this big fish. Ha 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 ha. I've already fed her the soul medicine and the enslavement love goo. From now on, she'll be begging me to succeed her." The woman's face turned cold when she heard this. "You actually gave her the only soul medicine. No, you can't keep her. We have an agreement. You must kill her after we are done." "Get lost, such a beautiful woman, shouldn't I have more fun with her?" The man pushed the charming woman away and said, "If you don't agree, go and get a few more pretty boys. I can change my taste even if I have nothing to do." Xiao Ningyan's identity is not ordinary. It is a real pleasure to train such an ice beauty. What's going on? Yi Chuan, who was standing by, was stunned. And Xiao Ningyan's eyes on the ground were full of despair. She didn't expect that this man was actually an intermediate warrior, and his strength had reached the peak of an intermediate warrior. Even if the opponent is at the beginner to intermediate level, she is confident that she can escape. But now, she has no chance. The other party also fed her a strange poison, wanting her to be his slave, which was even more painful than killing her. Especially when he saw the people in the glass room, Xiao Ningyan couldn't help but tremble. However, at this moment, she saw Yi Chuan with a playful look on his face. This pervert was brought here too, he deserves it. In Xiao Ningyan's opinion. It's obvious at first glance that Yi Chuan is not a good guy. Not only is he weak, he also comes from a poor family and has no experience. She even felt ashamed of herself at the thought of dying with such an aunt. What's that look in this bitch's eyes? He looked pitiful and desperate just now, but when his eyes moved to me, he became gloating and looked disgusted and disgusted. Is there something seriously wrong with this woman's brain? I didn't provoke you, but you act like you look down on me. Just then, Yi Chuan saw a scene that made his pupils shrink suddenly. In a glass room, two people were making love. The man twitched and the woman instantly turned into a mummy. But soon, the man who had devoured the woman's essence shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally an eyeball covered with blood-red tentacles crawled out of the man's eye socket. The eyeball crawled on the blood-colored tentacles, looking around curiously. It's done. I've refined another blood medicine. Outside the glass room, the Yin Yang sect disciple in charge of guarding it walked in excitedly and put the eyeball into a box. Yi Chuan then discovered that many of those shriveled corpses were missing an eyeball. Then Yi Chuan saw another person walk into a glass room where a woman was locked up, take out a pill, and then take out a wriggling worm, and force-feed them into the woman's mouth. Just a moment later, the woman's sexual desire erupted and she began to have sex with a man. The same script is being played out again. But this time, the one being sucked dry was a man. This is using a living person to make medicine. Yi Chuan could sense the majestic life force in that living eyeball. This scene once again refreshed his understanding of the demon cult. They really don't treat people as human beings. Hey, why hasn't your medicine taken effect yet? The two crazy husband and wife quarreled for a long time, and finally realized that there was someone watching the show around them. How about we play with this puppy together tonight? The man suddenly laughed. Okay, he's ours tonight. The charming woman's eyes lit up and she agreed readily. Slut, you're already dripping wet, can't you hold it back? Yi Chuan was speechless. These two people are arguing back and forth, and they don't take themselves seriously at all. Hee, since you two like to play so much, why don't we play something more exciting? Yi Chuan showed a harmless smile. More exciting? The seductive woman raised her eyebrows. The game begins. The next moment, Yi Chuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Puff! When he appeared again, one of his hands had already pierced through the chest of the charming woman. Yi Chuan grabbed the charming woman's heart and crushed it. Is it fun? Blood dripped, and the seductive woman looked down at the bloody hole in her chest, her eyes full of disbelief. Only when she died did she realize that she had been the prey from the beginning. Damn woman! The sudden change surprised the man. You bastard, die! The man roared and punched Yi Chuan. How about this, is it exciting enough? Yi Chuan chuckled and threw out a punch without dodging. Boom! With a loud bang, the man and Yi Chuan each took a few steps back. As expected of a mid-level peak warrior, this guy is probably not far from being a high-level warrior. After shaking his slightly numb wrist, Yi Chuan's hand flashed with a cold light, and a spear appeared in his hand. Such an opponent is worth his full effort. The next second, his figure flashed and the spear instantly appeared at the man's throat. Get out of here! The man knocked the gun tip away with a punch, but he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he quickly took out two hook blades from behind. I will kill you today, the man roared. What a coincidence, I thought so too. Yi Chuan looked indifferent as he swept his spear across. The man blocked it with his double hooks, then turned around and chopped at Yi Chuan's ankle with lightning speed. Yi Chuan stood still with his spear and did a backflip to create distance. The man followed closely, wanting to take advantage of the situation and pursue. However, he didn't expect Yi Chuan to suddenly explode and pierce his abdomen with a sneak attack, and blood gushed out. What a powerful marksmanship! The man's forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes became clear. On the other hand, Yi Chuan still looked calm. Now! Xiaoning Yan on the ground was already stunned, her face full of shock. How could he be so strong? He could kill an intermediate-level warrior in one move, and then suppress an intermediate-level peak warrior in a fight. What kind of strength is this? Isn't he just a high-level quasi-warrior? In an instant, Xiaoning Yan's mind was completely confused. He is fishing. Xiaoning Yan always thought that she was the smartest hunter, but who would have thought that the person she looked down upon the most was the real hunter? Now it seems that I am so ridiculous. If Yi Chuan wanted to attack her, her ending would probably not be much better than that of the charming woman in the pool of blood. The battle continues. Relying on the dragon roar spear technique, Yi Chuan managed to suppress this powerful warrior. Seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage, a ruthless look flashed in the man's eyes. Everyone, follow me to surround and kill this man. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yin Yang sect members immediately surrounded him and attacked him. Some of them were even naked, yet they still maintained their superhuman state. Yi Chuan had a look of disdain on his face, and then his spear swept across in all directions like a dragon. While these people were besieging Yi Chuan, the man quickly rushed to Xiaoning Yan and grabbed her in his hands. After Yi Chuan killed the other believers, the man had already put the hook blade on Xiaoning Yan's neck. Don't come over here, or I'll kill her. Unexpectedly, Yi Chuan did not slow down at all. The spear in his hand rubbed against the ground, sparks flew, and he walked towards him calmly. If you come any closer, I will really kill her. The man shouted sternly, the hook blade in his hand already scratching Xiao Ningyan's skin. You don't know her identity, do you? Yi Chuan scoffed, why should I care whether she lives or dies? If you want to do something, do it quickly. Ha! The man was dumbfounded. Does Yi Chuan really not know Xiao Ningyan's identity? Shock God technique. The moment the man was stunned, a mental shock came instantly. Immediately afterwards, a long spear hit Xiao Ningyan's cheek and pierced the man's neck directly, and warm blood splashed all over Xiao Ningyan's face. Yi Chuan calmly drew out his spear without even blinking. Even if this man really killed Xiao Ningyan, he would not be moved at all. Anyway, as long as he didn't do it, the swordsman couldn't blame him. Chapter 49 The effect of Soul Gu, slave Xiao Ningyan. However, at the moment when Yi Chuan pulled out the spear body touched a strand of Xiao Ningyan's hair. Ding, a partner meeting the requirements has been detected. Name, Xiao Ningyan. Strength, early warrior realm potential 38%. Appearance, 94. Practice qualification, a level. Current favorability, 30. The opponent does not have S-level talent, whether to bind depends on the host's wishes. Note, the other party's favorability towards you is negative, so you cannot be bound for the time being. Yi Chuan was a little surprised when he saw the last two system prompts. It seems the system is also very picky. It will automatically bind to someone with S-level talent. A gifted girl like Xiao Ningyan was not noticed by the system. Ding, Xiao Ningyan's impression of you has changed drastically, favorability plus 99. The sudden prompt made Yi Chuan slightly stunned. Plus 99? Yi Chuan almost thought he was dazzled, and looked at it 3 times before he was sure it was true. Look at Xiao Ningyan again. At this moment, her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Yi Chuan, and her heart was beating uncontrollably. Her original arrogance had disappeared. Just when Yi Chuan was confused, he suddenly remembered what the man had said before. He had given Xiao Ningyan the slavery love poison. The man once said that Xiao Ningyan would become his slave. Could it be that the thing is working? At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, Xiao Ningyan's favorability towards you plus 5. Ding, Xiao Ningyan's favorability towards you plus 5. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ningyan's favorability towards him had reached 99. System prompt, Xiao Ningyan's favorability towards you is indeed over 80. After binding, you can gain a talent upgrade. System prompt, Xiao Ningyan's favorability towards you exceeds 90. After binding, you can immediately draw one of her innate abilities. This scene left Yi Chuan dumbfounded. The favorability level was raised from negative to full in an instant. This slavery Hahuan Gu is too perverted. He immediately began to search for information on the terminal. The slavery Hahuan Gu is a soul Gu that can control the soul and produce an irresistible affection. This is the secret of the Yin-Yang demon cult. It requires one's own essence and blood as the guide, and soul as the medicine to be refined, and it can only be refined once in a lifetime. When recognizing the master for the first time, both parties must complete dual cultivation, otherwise the other party will be devoured by lust and die. After the master recognition is completed, the master can communicate with the slave through telepathy. The solution is to kill the person who made it. After reading the information, Yi Chuan guessed that Xiao Ningyan had a good impression of him because of the soul Gu. But what is the reason? Could it be that because he killed the refiner before the slavery of the Hahuan Gu took effect, Xiao Ningyan's favor was transferred to him? Master, you want me? While Yi Chuan was still thinking, Xiao Ningyan's soul parasite had already started to act up. She threw herself into Yi Chuan's arms without a care in the world and reached out to grab his handle. Yi Chuan glared. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to accept Xiao Ningyan. Firstly, this little princess can serve as his insider in the Xiao family, making it convenient for him to keep abreast of the Xiao family's movements at any time. Secondly, the system provides too many benefits. After accepting Xiao Ningyan, he not only gained a lot of time for practice, but also improved his qualifications and extracted one of Xiao Ningyan's innate abilities. This was too attractive to him. And the slaves would not betray him, and Xiao Ningyan was extremely beautiful, able to satisfy all his demands. Why not? Having made up his mind, Yi Chuan immediately uploaded the battle video. He chose to give half of the credit to Xiao Ningyan for the 2 second ring bishops. As for the remaining mess here, the swordsman would take care of it himself. The two of them have clear goals and are passionate about it. As quickly as possible, I booked a suite at the nearest hotel. The flowing skirt was pushed up to the waist. Under the control of the soul medicine, Xiao Ningyan has completely become Yi Chuan's slave. She will only try her best to satisfy all of Yi Chuan's needs. This night is destined to be sleepless. The entire suite, from the dining room to the sofa, from the balcony to the kitchen, from the bathroom to the bedroom, was a battlefield left by the two of them. Although Xiao Ningyan was extremely shy, her heart was full of love for Yi Chuan. For this, she is willing to do anything for Yi Chuan. After the extreme pleasure, Xiao Ningyan fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction and exhaustion. After a sleepless night, Yi Chuan didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was basking in the harvest. Host, Yi Chuan. Realm, Early Warrior Realm 27.8% Physical Potential. Talent, E level. Spiritual Power, High Level Warrior Perfection 32 times that of the same realm. Current Cultivation Method, Devouring Technique Volume 1, Cultivation Progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, Flashing Body Movement. Currently practicing Secret Techniques, Dragon Roar Spear Technique Minor Success God Shaking Technique. Currently possesses the Secret Technique, Hidden Chi Technique. Possessing Bloodline Ability, Dimensional / Not Yet Mastered. Current partners, Suing Shua, Favorability 62 Song Siki, Favorability 68 Xiao Ningyan, Favorability 99. Time of cultivation, 273 years. Not only did his qualifications improve, but he also extracted the Qin family's bloodline supernatural powers. In addition, he gained 273 years of practice time. This wave of profits was huge. Yi Chuan was so ecstatic that his mouth corners were grinning from ear to ear. This was the biggest gain he had ever made since activating the system. Of course, the biggest gain was Xiao Ningyan. The other party's favorability towards him reached 99, which meant that as long as Xiao Ningyan's cultivation level improved in the future, he would be able to get a 99% return of his cultivation level. Moreover, as Yi Chuan's slave, she didn't need Yi Chuan's help to find opportunities. The system had already assumed that everything of Xiao Ningyan belonged to him. Xiao Ningyan woke up and saw Yi Chuan beside her. Her usually cold and arrogant face suddenly bloomed with a flower-like smile, which was full of attachment and satisfaction. Under the effect of soul medicine, this unruly little princess has turned into a love-brained woman who is completely devoted to Yi Chuan. Master, what are you thinking about? From now on, you should still call me by my name in front of outsiders. At other times, you can call me whatever you want except the title of master. Oh, then I'll call you hubby. Xiao Ningyan said with a smile. Yi Chuan was stunned. But after thinking about it, it didn't matter, so he asked, tell me about the dimension / Oh, it's the bloodline magical power of my Xiao family. Xiao Ningyan said. Unlike ordinary martial arts, this is a heavenly level magical power inherited through blood. I have such a status in the Xiao family because of it. Only when the blood concentration reaches an extremely high level can this bloodline magical power be awakened. The awakened can use their essence and blood as a guide to teach this magical power once, but it is extremely difficult to practice. Heavenly magical power. After hearing this, Yi Chuan was overjoyed. His Dragon Roar Spear technique was only a low-level secret technique at the Earth rank, but it cost 10 billion. He couldn't even imagine the value of his heaven rank magical power. What does it matter if cultivation is difficult? He has been practicing for more than 200 years now, but he still cannot get started if he doesn't believe it. As for being discovered in the future, he was not afraid. He asked Xiao Ningyan to admit that she passed on her bloodline magical powers to Yi Chuan in order to repay Yi Chuan for saving her life. That way, no one else can say anything. He can also use this heavenly magical power reasonably. Chapter 50 My daughter has already gone all in, you can do whatever you want. Husband knows about the awakened, right? Yi Chuan nodded. The reason why awakened ones are so sought after by all the major forces is because of their innate magical powers. They are heavenly magical powers that belong only to them and are bestowed upon them by God. Of course, this magical power may not be very strong, but it must have its own special features. For example, some awakened ones can transform into stone men with amazing defense, while others possess healing abilities and can regenerate severed limbs. I see. Yi Chuan finally understood why the awakened ones were so popular. They had their own heavenly magical powers, so how could others compare to them? After expressing his feelings, Yi Chuan asked the question that concerned him the most, who has a higher status, you or your Xiao family's young master? Naturally, his status is higher, but I also have many supporters. Xiao Ningyan explained, in terms of blood concentration, I am the best in the Xiao family, but in terms of strength, I am far inferior to Xiao Yifan. However, they think that once I grow up, I will definitely be stronger than Xiao Yifan. If Xiao Yifan hadn't inherited the legacy of a powerful being from outside the domain, his status would only be below mine. His father is also my second uncle, the current head of the family. My father is the eldest. If Xiao Yifan hadn't crushed all his peers in the Xiao family, the position of head of the family should have been taken by my father. Feeling that Yi Chuan was dissatisfied with Xiao Yifan, Xiao Ningyan also became dissatisfied with her cousin. So, what is your cousin's current strength? Xiao Ningyan shook her head. I only know that he became a Yuan Wu practitioner 6 years ago. I don't know what his current strength is. Became a Yuan Wu 6 years ago? Yi Chuan felt a lot of pressure. Xiao Yifan was definitely a very talented person. Get ready and dressed. The two of them went back together to hand in the task. Last night, Yi Chuan turned off their smart terminals for fear of being disturbed during the recognition process. After leaving the hotel, Xiao Ningyan once again regained her arrogant and condescending look. The Soul Gu only made her loyal to Yi Chuan, but did not change her own personality and habits. The identity of the little princess of the Xiao family is enough to make countless suitors willing to be her bootlickers, which also makes her accustomed to the flattery and fawning of others. However, from now on, her tenderness, her gentleness and sweetness, her passion and fieriness will all belong to Yi Chuan alone. Certainly. In front of outsiders, Yi Chuan asked Xiao Ningyan to maintain her cold and arrogant attitude so as not to arouse suspicion. Now the two of them can communicate through telepathy, and many things do not require face-to-face meetings. Xiao Ningyan, Master, Ningyan has already placed an order for your favorite stockings, lace, hip skirts, and erotica. Master, I'll sleep next to you tonight, okay? I still have many positions to practice. Master, can I go to Can to serve you? Master likes that girl. I can help you with some advice. Girls understand girls best. I can definitely help you get her. Yi Chuan was speechless. This is too clingy. He felt that as long as he wanted, Xiao Ningyan would definitely do anything for him. You should practice well first. I will tell you when I need you. Yi Chuan replied helplessly. However, when the two returned to the mission-specific hotel, they were dumbfounded. Because a cordon has been set up here. Men in black robes and holding swords are on guard here. In addition, there are some strong men from the Xiao family. As soon as the two appeared, everyone noticed them immediately. Ningyan. A tall, dignified-looking middle-aged man walked over, and everyone consciously made way for him. Father. Xiao Ningyan walked over with a smile on her face. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Ningyan lovingly, and when he found that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Yi Chuan again. I saw your battle video. Thank you for saving my daughter. Here is 1 billion in cash as a thank you. As a powerful figure in the Xiao family, even though Yi Chuan saved his daughter, he still looked down on Yi Chuan. However, as soon as Xiao Wenshan finished speaking, Xiao Ningyan pinched him hard on the waist. Dad, come here. I have something to tell you. Then everyone saw that Xiao Wenshan's eyes were getting wider and wider, and his gaze towards Yi Chuan changed several times, and finally this gaze turned into a sharp sword. If looks could kill, Yi Chuan felt like he would have died several times. Good boy, you. When he came over again, Xiao Wenshan pointed at Yi Chuan and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Xiao Ningyan's words were very simple, that is, she had taken a fancy to Yi Chuan, and she also taught Yi Chuan the magical power of blood. To translate it, my daughter has already gone all in, so you can do whatever you want. How could he not be angry? His daughter has the highest concentration of Xiao family bloodline and has countless suitors. Why did you fall for this poor boy? He received Yi Chuan's information last night. He had been helpless since he was a child, so he felt that giving him 1 billion was enough. But who would have thought that his daughter would actually give away the most precious thing of the Xiao family? If he could get it back, he would not hesitate even if it cost tens of billions. Very good, boy. I'll give you 3 years. If you can come to me, I won't oppose you. After saying that, Xiao Wenshan waved his hand, and a purple gold dragon pattern card with the word Xiao printed on it flew out of his hand. This card represents my Xiao family status. I can enjoy the highest treatment and lowest discounts in any of the 9 major families' businesses. After saying that, he took Xiao Ningyan and left. Giving this card out in public undoubtedly shows the outside world that Yi Chuan will have his protection in the future, and anyone who wants to touch Yi Chuan will have to think twice. Xiao Wenshan was also helpless. He had seen so many geniuses that he naturally looked down upon Yi Chuan. However, his precious daughter had already gone all in, so he could only follow suit. Looking at the dragon pattern card in his hand, Yi Chuan smiled. Although Lao Dang is arrogant and domineering, he is a daughter slave. At the same time, he finally understood where Xiao Ningyan's arrogant and superior temperament came from. It's totally genetic. As soon as they met, Xiao Wenshan acted superior, even giving money as if it was alms. He still hadn't told Yi Chuan his name. If Xiao Ningyan hadn't told him about Xiao Wenshan's character earlier, he might have really been angry. Wait for Xiao Wenshan to leave. Everyone's eyes then fell on Yi Chuan, and the envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Everyone understood that there was only one possibility that could make Xiao Wenshan place a bet, and that was that the little princess of the Xiao family fell in love with this boy. What a leap to heaven! It's also my luck that I saved this little princess. Among the 9 great families in the empire, the Qin family is definitely in the top 3. TSK. It seems that today's interrogation is just a formality. Even the sword wielder had to bow down before the direct descendants of the 9 major families. Yi Chuan was suddenly shocked when he heard the word interrogation. Wait a minute, are all these sword-wielding men here to arrest me? What happened? Events proved Yi Chuan's guess, and he was soon taken to an interrogation room by a group of sword-wielding men. Chapter 51 Interrogation, the only 2 survivors. This is a room less than 20 square meters, surrounded by one-way glass. Yi Chuan's smart terminal has been taken away, and the swordsman wants to analyze the law enforcement process he recorded. Yi Chuan's powerful mental power allowed him to sense that someone was looking at him from the other side of the one-way glass. Fortunately, I have the ID card given by Xiao Wenshan. These people did not torture him, nor did they put special handcuffs on him, nor did they even ask him a single question. This made Yi Chuan a little confused. What's going on? Could it be because I slept with Xiao Ningyan? It's not the swordsman's turn to judge him. About an hour later, an old man with thinning hair walked in, followed by a man and a woman. Yi Chuan knew that the interrogation was coming. The old man sat across from Yi Chuan at the table and asked with a smile, Yi Chuan, can you tell me why you turned off your smart terminal last night? Yi Chuan was stunned. Then he asked in return, my mission is completed. It is my personal freedom to turn off the smart terminal or not. Be polite, kid. Answer whatever you are asked. The man behind the old man suddenly burst out with momentum, and a strong sense of oppression startled Yi Chuan. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Yuan warrior. The woman next to him also said coldly, where did you go last night? The 3 of them clearly had some ill intentions. If it weren't for Xiao Wenshan's face, these people would have taken action long ago. This made Yi Chuan even more confused. I clearly completed the task perfectly, so why am I being interrogated like a criminal? As if seeing Yi Chuan's uneasiness, the old man slowly spoke. Yi Chuan, just tell the truth. We can tell if you are lying. If you have no problem, we will never wrongly accuse you. Seeing the old man say this, Yi Chuan pondered for a moment and said, can you tell me what happened? Except for you 2, everyone else involved in this mission is dead. Yi Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. No wonder the swordsman made such a big scene, no wonder even Xiao Wenshan came. In an instant, everything made sense. Suddenly he recalled last night's fishing experience, in which there were many unreasonable things. It's a bit too coincidental. He and Xiao Ningyan were fishing when 2 intermediate-level warriors happened to come. It all seemed like a planned script. Especially last night, the man used the slavery love gu on Xiao Ningyan, obviously in order to control her. The other party obviously knew Xiao Ningyan's identity. Can you tell me now? Yi Chuan nodded. All the apprentice swordsmen are dead. This matter is too serious. I am afraid that even Xiao Wenshan cannot save him. Xiao Ningyan and I checked into a hotel last night. Xiao Wenshan in the next room instantly spit out a mouthful of tea, and then his eyes turned red. Damn, this brat, I'm going to kill him. The middle-aged man with a flat head next to him was stunned at first, then he quickly grabbed Xiao Wenshan and said, don't be impulsive. Wait for this kid to finish speaking first. This person was Su Wentian. Lao Su, don't stop me. I only have one daughter, and she was taken away by a poor boy. I can't stand it. Xiao Wenshan looked grim. In the interrogation room, the three people sitting opposite Yi Chuan were also stunned. Is this what we can listen to? Seeing this, Yi Chuan hurriedly explained, Xiaoning Yan has been poisoned and must be rescued immediately, and the process cannot be disturbed, so I turned off the smart terminal. The hotel we booked is the Hyatt Hotel, and the room number is. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, all three of them nodded. This guy didn't lie. Then the three of them operated on the smart terminal, and suddenly the surveillance video of the hotel lobby last night appeared, and then even the room registration records were retrieved. After reading this, the seriousness on the three people's faces finally faded. Everything matched up, which meant Yi Chuan was telling the truth. Ahem. Xiao Wenshan, who was sitting next to him, froze in thought and coughed awkwardly. Old Su, don't you think this kid knows that he could get himself killed if he says something halfway? Su Wentian rolled his eyes at him before returning to the point. This is obvious. A mole among the sword wielders betrayed them. This insider not only knows the strengths of all the interns, but is also able to accurately locate them through smart terminals. If Yi Chuan hadn't been hiding so well and succeeded in counterattacking, there probably wouldn't be any survivors this time. Hearing this, Xiao Wenshan nodded seriously. He was also frightened. He didn't expect that there would be another traitor among the sword bearers. Let's go. This time, we'll beat up the demon cult, the evil god society, and the demon clan and teach them a lesson. Xiao Wenshan said coldly. Okay, I can fight with you. It's a good way to loosen up your muscles. No matter what the outcome is. Find a reason to fight first, this is the law of the jungle between the major forces. Inside the interrogation room. The three asked some more questions, and Yi Chuan answered them fluently. These answers were similar to the information they knew. Combined with the fact that Yi Chuan had indeed killed two cult bishops, Yi Chuan's suspicion could basically be ruled out. After completing the procedure, the three of them smiled. The old man smiled and said, Don't mind, Mr. Yi. With such a big incident this time, everyone involved in the mission will be interrogated. Yi Chuan nodded, I understand. Following the commands coming from the headset. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Yi. We will give you additional compensation for your heroic performance in this mission. You may leave now, but you cannot leave the hotel for the time being. This is the rule, Yi Chuan could only nod. 3 days later. On the Sword Holder Forum, a post suddenly went viral. The post disclosed all the details of this major case in Wutong City, causing an uproar in the forum. The demon cult is plotting against the sword wielder, this is big news. It's actually him. Even Yi Chuan was shocked, and he was a little scared because according to the results of the investigation, the traitor behind the scenes was actually Qin Zhenyang. In order to refine the blood medicine called the Demon Eye, the Yin Yang cult plotted against all the interns participating in this mission. The demon cult and the sword wielder are inherently incompatible, and the reason behind this incident is no longer important. But apart from the incident itself, Yi Chuan also became famous. The first reason is that they are the only two survivors of this incident. Yi Chuan, who was only a high-level quasi-warrior according to the information, killed two intermediate-level warriors head-on, one of whom was a peak-level intermediate warrior. The post also included a video of his battle, which was awe-inspiring. This surprised Yi Chuan. The swordsman's information was the data from his last test when he applied for AB-level genius. As for the second reason for his sudden popularity, it was the scandal between him and Xiaoning Yan. Some people revealed that the little princess of the Xiao family fell in love with Yi Chuan, and others said that Xiaoning Yan passed on the heavenly bloodline supernatural power to Yi Chuan in order to repay Yi Chuan for saving her life. This immediately caused a burst of howling in the comments section. As for the third reason, it was that Yi Chuan's personal information was exposed. It is truly shocking that an orphan with no background could reach this point in such a short time. With talent, gimmicks, and scandals, the name Yi Chuan instantly became popular in the martial arts circle. Chapter 52 Chapter 52 A bounty has been placed on the head, the vengeful Yinji Empress. Recently, whenever Yi Chuan walked out of the room, he could hear people talking about him behind his back. This made Yi Chuan laugh and cry. It seems that whether ordinary people or warriors, the gossip heart is the same. However, he could not deny it, because he had spread the rumor on purpose, so that others would not be surprised when he used the Dimension Blade in the future. Yi Chuan felt a headache when he thought of the Dimension Blade. I've practiced for over 200 years, but I've only reached the minor success stage. Who would believe me if I told them? The difficulty of practicing the heaven-level magical power completely refreshed his cognition. Without the system, even if he was given a heaven-level magical power, he would never be able to practice it. Luckily, I have a cheat. In the room, as Yichuan's mind moved, his mental power surged out, and a nearly transparent blade of light appeared before his eyes. As long as Yichuan thinks about it, the slash will come out instantly. No wonder Xiaoning Yan was able to nearly succeed in her sneak attack. Even a high-level warrior would be hurt by this kind of power. It's a pity that I can only use it a few times with my mental strength, and Xiaoning Yan's mental strength is only enough to use it once. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yichuan immediately smiled. During this period, Xiaoning Yan came to see him every day. As the little princess of the Xiao family, no one dared to stop her. Husband. As soon as she entered the door, the coldness on Xiaoning Yan's face instantly melted away, and she threw herself directly into Yichuan's arms. Xiaoning Yan had her hair tied up, wore a black windbreaker, and carried a small handbag. She exuded an unattainable nobility. However, when she opened her windbreaker, she was revealed to be wearing a black silk suspender miniskirt. The contrast was truly dramatic. Next time I'll dress my husband in fishnet sexy translucent clothes, okay? Okay, but let's get down to business first. He is now under house arrest and cannot contact the outside world. The time the two of them can spend alone cannot exceed an hour, and every minute and every second is precious. For a moment, the room was filled with spring. With the blessing of critical attack speed, after 40 minutes, the battle ended with Yichuan's roar. After the extreme joy, Xiaoning Yan's eyes were blurred and she curled up in Yichuan's arms. She loved her husband so much. Don't worry, hubby. You'll be free in just 1 week. Wutong City has lost face this time and will definitely retaliate. This time, all the sword bearers from the entire Wudong province have gathered here. But there's one strange thing. Someone is offering a bounty of 5 billion for my husband in the underground world. Besides, the Yin Yang cult has also issued a bounty on my husband. These people are so abominable. If I catch them, I will definitely kill them. As instructed, Xiaoning Yan told him all the latest information she had received. However, Yichuan felt sick after hearing it. 5 billion. Yichuan never thought that he would be so valuable one day. I am a swordsman, but I have a bounty on my head? Why? He could still understand the Yin Yang sect. After all, it was he who ruined other people's plans. Who on earth hates me so much? Could it be Xiao Yifan again? Yichuan felt that this was the only possibility. Damn it, is being rich enough to make you so great? I'm going to kill this bastard sooner or later. Well, it's better to stay in the hotel for now. At least wait until the battle between the Yin Yang cult and the sword wielder is over before leaving. Here I can still be with Xiaoning Yan day after day. Apart from this, if he wanted to improve his strength, he could only go to the wilderness and devour strange beasts. Another 7 days passed. The operation to encircle and suppress the Yin Yang cult finally ended. It is said that even the commander-in-chief took action personally this time. The Yin Yang sect suffered heavy losses, and even several guardians were killed, and all their strongholds were eliminated. Yichuan was secretly shocked. The fact that the chief can personally take action is enough to show that this Yin Yang sect is not simple. Just then, Song Siki called. Brother Yichuan, haven't you finished your mission yet? I can't get through on the phone. If you don't come back soon, someone will go back and fight for the family property. Song Siki's sweet voice was filled with temptation, and she said with a hint of meaning, Brother, haven't you always wanted this? I'll satisfy you when I come back. Well, I'll make you unable to get out of bed, huh? Guliolu. Yichuan swallowed. Compared to Xiaoning Yan's obedience, he indeed prefers Song Siki's understanding and creativity. Forcefully throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yichuan said, Siki, let me ask you something. Do you know the Yin Yang cult? Yin Yang cult? Song Siki's voice suddenly became serious. Brother Yichuan encountered a madman from the Yin Yang cult? After thinking about it, Yichuan told her the whole story. After a moment of silence on the phone, the other person said, Brother Yichuan, be careful. The leader of the Yin Yang cult is called Lady Yingji, and she's a person whose yin and yang are hard to tell apart. Empress Yingji is good at creating slave puppet clones through the Hahuan Gu. This person is elusive, and you might have one of his slave puppets by your side. I guess the reason why the Yin Yang cult is wanted for Brother Yichuan is definitely because you ruined their plan to enslave Xiaoning Yan. This person is neither male nor female, and has many puppets, making him extremely difficult to kill. Even many major forces are helpless against him. Yi Chuan frowned immediately. Being targeted by such a lunatic is a headache. I'll tell you a little trick, brother Yi Chuan. If you say hermaphrodite sucks in front of his puppet, he'll be furious. Ah? Yi Chuan was stunned and somewhat skeptical. How do you know so much about this lady Yin Ji? Because we are from the same lineage? Song Siki explained, the Yin Yang sect, the Hawan sect, and the joyful Zen temple are all offshoots of the lustful Tao. Yi Chuan's expression suddenly became strange. This doesn't sound like a good thing. Oh, so which branch do you belong to? Brother Yi Chuan, which branch do you think I belong to? Song Siki teased on the other end of the phone. Hawan sect? Brother Yi Chuan has revealed his true nature. Ahem. Yi Chuan coughed awkwardly. You should tell me yourself. Chuckle. Song Siki covered her mouth and chuckled. Let me put it this way, I am a true disciple of the demon sect, while they can only be considered outer disciples. I'm familiar with their methods, but I'm too weak to defeat them right now. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chuan couldn't help but think. According to Song Siki, Empress Yin Ji is extremely vengeful and will definitely not let her go. Yi Chuan, when are you leaving? As soon as I walked into the hall, a bearded man said with a smile, your confinement period has expired. You can leave at any time. The person who was speaking was called Zhang Jun, who was the swordsman responsible for guarding Yi Chuan. He had been chatting with Yi Chuan frequently recently and they had gradually become familiar with each other. No rush, I've had some realizations recently, I'll talk about it later. Waited another half a month. Yi Chuan, why haven't you left yet? We've been waiting for so long, I think there shouldn't be any danger anymore. Zhang Jun said with a smile. Brother Zhang, I'm just trying to survive. Yi Chuan sighed helplessly, you know, I'm so valuable now. I might be targeted as soon as I go out. It's better to be cautious. Chapter 53 Chapter 53 Yin Ji puppet appears, and the killer follows closely. It's good to be cautious, but being too vulgar can easily affect one's martial arts spirit. Zhang Jun said earnestly, think about our human race's strongmen. Who doesn't have a bounty on their head? Every one of them has walked out of hell. I believe you can do the same. Do you believe it works? But I don't believe in myself. Yi Chuan looked at him deeply, and suddenly smiled, come to think of it, I was planning to leave today. Oh? Zhang Jun raised his eyebrows and said, since you are leaving, I will treat you to a meal as a farewell. Thank you, brother Zhang. Yi Chuan said with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. We hit it off right away. Maybe I'll need you to take care of me in the future. Zhang Jun hooked his arm around Yi Chuan's shoulder and walked out of the hotel. I know a barbecue restaurant. The barbecued Beast King there is unparalleled. Top floor of the hotel. Daughter, are you sure this kid can find the puppet clone of Lady Yin Ji? Xiao Ningyan nodded, Dad must help him. He was targeted by Yin Ji because he wanted to save his daughter. Xiao Wenshan sighed and nodded helplessly. Originally, he was reluctant to save such a small person, but since his daughter asked him to do so, he had no way to refuse. Brother Zhang, this route is wrong, right? The hovercraft has left the main road and is heading out of the city. Zhang Jun waved his hand and said indifferently. Hey, brother, you don't know this, right? The best food is usually not found in big hotels. Those shabby little restaurants hidden in corners are the eternal gods. Yi Chuan's smile widened and he nodded in agreement. Brother Zhang is right, but there aren't just fly-infested restaurants in these corners. There might even be some shady places. While speaking, Yi Chuan stared at Zhang Jun. Just as he was about to say the three words hermaphrodite, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged. Without any hesitation, Yi Chuan kicked open the car door and jumped out. Just as he finished jumping out of the car, a meteor hammer chain hammer wrapped in Yuanli instantly came at him. Boom! The hovercraft was directly blown into pieces. Yi Chuan rolled to the ground, but Zhang Jun took the blow and remained unharmed. Two people in front. He was a muscular man with a lowly holding a meteor hammer sitting on his shoulder. She was looking at them with a smile and swinging the chain hammer in her hand. At the same time, red maple leaves fell from the sky like snowflakes. Bloody maple leaf, two Yuanwu warriors. Yi Chuan smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that 5 billion was too attractive. But this is too much of an opinion of yourself. Sending out 2 yuan warriors just to kill him, a warrior? No wonder people say that Blood Maple Leaf has a high mission completion rate. It seems like he likes to bully the weak, right? Julio, Machue, you have crossed the line. Zhang Jun said coldly. Hey, do you know us? Loli looked at Zhang Jun in surprise. Since you know him, just leave him here. We won't make things difficult for you. She was very afraid that Zhang Jun could withstand her attack. Brother Zhang, hold on. Brother Wu and the others are patrolling not far away. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Regardless of whether Zhang Jun is in GS puppet clone, drag him into the water first. Really? As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the two people opposite immediately changed. Zhu Luo said angrily, kill this guy first, then Yichuan will not be a concern. Okay, let's do it. Knowing that the other side had reinforcements, the two men did not hesitate and rushed out instantly. The demon hammer swung the meteor chain hammer and leaped up, while Zhu Luo rushed over like a tank. The two of them cooperated very well and wanted to quickly get rid of Zhang Jun. Court death. Zhang Jun was furious. He drew out his long sword and attacked the two men head-on. His Yuanli exploded instantly, bringing up a violent gale. Seeing the three people fighting, Yichuan's pupils shrank. He was certain that there was something wrong with Zhang Jun, because Zhang Jun's swordsmanship was exactly the same as Qin Xinyang's. Regardless of whether the two of them practiced the same martial arts, Yichuan decided to run first. However, he flashed 50 meters away, and a flash of knife light came and chopped in front of Yichuan. Yichuan had no doubt that if Zhang Jun wanted to, he could definitely chop him down. Brother Yi, don't run around. There might be assassins from the Blood Maple Leaf lurking around. Zhang Jun's indifferent voice came. Yichuan laughed dryly, Brother Zhang is right, I just don't want to hold you back. It seemed that Zhang Jun didn't want to kill him, but Yichuan knew that if he was taken away by him, his fate might be worse than death. In the melee, Demon Hammer snorted coldly. Just take care of yourself first. As he spoke, the meteor hammer formed an S-shaped attack trajectory and hit Zhang Jun hard in the face. Half of Zhang Jun's face flew out with broken teeth and blood all over it. However, Zhang Jun just frowned, you irritated me. An indistinct sound was uttered, and a blood-red eyeball covered with tentacles appeared in his hand. He stuffed it into the other two's mouths in the astonishment of their faces. Yin Yang cult. The two men's faces changed drastically. These Yin Yang cult members are just a bunch of lunatics, crazy people who don't care about their lives. Kill him first. Magic Hammer gritted his teeth and shouted. Zhu Luo also nodded seriously. At this time, there was no way to retreat. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zhang Jun again. Yichuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had expected this, his heart still sank when he saw this scene. As Zhang Jun swallowed the eyeball, his breath suddenly soared. What made people even more desperate was that Zhang Jun seemed to have no sense of pain. Zhu Luo in the field had one leg chopped off by Zhang Jun, and Zhang Jun's chest was also dented by the magic hammer. As the meteor hammer was retracted, Yichuan vaguely saw the position of Zhang Jun's heart through his sternum, and there was actually a white worm wriggling. I'm going to fight you. Zhu Luo ignored the long knife piercing his abdomen and hugged Zhang Jun. Seeing this, Emo Hammer flew over and swung the meteor hammer to smash Zhang Jun's head hard. But at this moment, Zhang Jun's back suddenly split open, and 4 tentacles extended out, wrapping around the magic hammer in the air and piercing through it. I told you, you're looking for death. Zhang Jun sneered, making a teeth-grinding sound. However, the next moment, a white light flashed across his neck. Zhang Jun looked at his headless body in astonishment, his eyes fixed on the seemingly harmless young man. In front of the young man, 2-dimensional blades were slowly condensing. He was careless. After this period of hard training with Xiaoning Yan day after day, Yichuan has already reached the intermediate level of warrior, and his current potential development level has reached 41%. This is also the reason why he dares to fish. However, Zhang Jun's strength and weirdness were indeed beyond Yichuan's expectations. After killing Zhang Jun, who posed the greatest threat, Yichuan also did not intend to let the killer duo go. He immediately thought about it and launched 2 more slashes. Not good. Already seriously injured, he had no leverage from the magic hammer in mid-air and could only become a sitting duck. She is Yichuan's first target. As for Zhu Luo, he can't escape even with a broken leg, so he can deal with him slowly. However, just as the dimensional blade was about to cut through the magic hammer's neck, Zhu Luo suddenly pulled the meteor hammer and pulled the magic hammer down from the air. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he underestimated the cooperation between the two. However, he did not panic. He raised his hand and slashed at the two of them several times. If the two were at their peak, he might have turned around and run away, but at this moment they were already at the end of their strength, and now was the best opportunity to kill them. Chapter 54 Killing the Yuanwu. Xiaowanshan was shocked. However, what surprised Yi Chuan was that Zhu Luo actually chose to withstand Yi Chuan's attack by himself and protected the magic hammer behind him. Big guy, no! Mo Hammer cried out in grief, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. She lifted up the giant rope that was protecting her body and kept shaking. I can't survive. His slashing speed is too fast. I can't dodge it at all. He understood that he had lost a leg and was destined to become a sitting duck. Instead of that, he decided to save the magic hammer's life. After saying that, Zhu Luo was already dead. Yi Chuan, I want you to die. The magic hammer looks like a madman, and the murderous intent in his eyes is as big as the sea. Stop pretending to be so hypocritical. Do you think your lives are your own? If you dare to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me in return. He didn't care about the relationship between the two people opposite him. Since the battle is a fight to the death, Yi Chuan naturally won't give the enemy any chance. While knocking, a series of dimensional blades had already condensed and rushed out in front of Yi Chuan. Facing a Yuanwu warrior, this is his only means of attack. Once someone gets close to him, Yi Chuan can simply take his hands off the keyboard. However, the magic hammer was too flexible, and the dimensional blades passed by her. Although they brought blood, they avoided the fatal parts. I will smash you into meat paste and feed you to the dogs. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Yi Chuan, a cruel look appeared on Mo Hammer's face. Then she swung the meteor chain hammer in her hand and smashed it hard at Yi Chuan. However, just when the meteor hammer was about to hit Yi Chuan suddenly smiled. 50 meters, just right. The next moment, Yi Chuan's figure flashed and he was already in front of the magic hammer. Then he slowly extended a finger and pointed it at her forehead under the stunned gaze of Demon Hammer. Since you are so angry, I will send you down to reunite with him. A ray of white light instantly penetrated her brow. Boy, you too, will die. At the last moment, the magic hammer pulled the chain suddenly, and the meteor hammer smashed back, wanting to take Yi Chuan to die with it. However, Yi Chuan didn't even turn his head. The spear in his left hand blocked the fatal blow. The demon hammer's eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. She never understood until her death how two powerful Yuanwu warriors could die at the hands of an ant who was only a junior warrior in terms of information. Yi Chuan was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis came over me. Not good. Yi Chuan was shocked, but it was too late to react. A long knife came in an instant and was placed on his neck. Yi Chuan was shocked to find that this was actually a knife held by a tentacle. Boy, you're still a little naive to try to trick me. He saw that Zhang Jun's head, which he had originally chopped off, had been reconnected by several tentacles. On the head, the half-rotten face, covered in blood and flesh, still mocked Yi Chuan's ignorance. Just when Yi Chuan was in despair. Young man Yi, you are already very good, but you lack a little experience. When the voice sounded, Yi Chuan and Zhang Jun looked at the same time and found a figure standing 10 meters above the ground, floating in the air with his hands behind his back. An invisible field instantly enveloped Yi Chuan and the other two. Yi Chuan felt like he was trapped and couldn't even move his body. But seeing the person coming, Yi Chuan was relieved. He smiled and said, Dad, you're here. Xiaowanshan staggered in mid-air. Zhang Jun was also stunned. Kid, keep your mouth shut. Xiaowanshan glared at Yi Chuan, then looked at Zhang Jun. Inji, you dare to plot against my daughter? Don't let me find your true form, otherwise. Humph, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Zhang Jun snorted coldly, his voice sounding like a man or a woman. If it weren't for this brat, your daughter would have been my slave. It's a pity that the opportunity to inherit the heavenly rank divine power was taken away by this brat. But next time I train this kid into a slave, I can also master your Shao family's heavenly bloodline magical power. Empress Ji was arrogant and showed no fear at all. After hearing this, Yi Chuan suddenly understood. He instantly understood the whole story of the incident. This Queen Ji plotted against the sword wielder and actually set her sights on the Shao family's heavenly grade bloodline divine power. The purpose of killing all the sword bearers is to prevent outsiders from noticing anything unusual, so as to secretly control Xiao Ningyan and get the only chance to inherit the bloodline magical powers. However, he didn't expect that because he underestimated Yi Chuan's strength, Yi Chuan ended up getting the better of him. As for the bounty on Yi Chuan, it was to train him into a slave puppet, so as to master the Xiao family's magical power in disguise. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Chuan suddenly felt a sense of fear. What a jerk! The calculations were one after another. Fortunately, I hid my strength, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died. Poor interns, they became victims of this scheme. You're looking for death. Seeing that the other party was so vicious, Xiao Wenshan didn't bother to talk nonsense and pointed at the insect that instantly pierced Zhang Jun's heart. As the insects died, Yi Chuan saw Zhang Jun collapse instantly like a puddle of mud. Only then did he understand that the fatal weakness of Yin Ji's puppet clone was the poisonous insect. Don't let me find you, or I'll grind you to dust. It was obvious that Xiao Wenshan was very angry. It was extremely troublesome for him that his daughter was targeted by this madman. After killing the puppet, he turned his gaze towards Yi Chuan, with a hint of satisfaction evident in his eyes. Very good, kid. I admit that I underestimated you before. To be able to enter the heavenly level magical power in such a short time, your understanding and talent are indeed very strong. Let's go, come back to the Xiao family with me, no one will dare to trouble you. He had looked down on Yi Chuan before, but the moment he saw Yi Chuan use the dimension blade, this feeling completely disappeared. What a monster! Even though he had seen countless geniuses, there was absolutely no one who could learn heavenly level magical powers in such a short time. Even his evil nephew Xiao Yifan can't do it. What is even more terrifying is Yi Chuan's fighting power. He was just an intermediate level warrior, but he managed to kill 2 Yuan warriors. If he told others about this, even he wouldn't believe it. If this kid wasn't inexperienced, I'm afraid that the puppet clone of Queen Yin Ji would have also been in trouble. Although there is a reason for reaping the benefits, calculation is also a kind of strength. In comparison. Instead, he appreciated Yi Chuan's calculation even more. This also changed his attitude towards Yi Chuan. He no longer disliked Yi Chuan in his heart. He even felt that it was not impossible for Yi Chuan to be his son-in-law in the future. Yi Chuan also noticed the change in Xiao Wenshan's attitude. Originally, Xiao Wenshan basically looked at him with his nose down, but now he looked at him straight in the eyes, even with a bit of admiration. With Lao Deng's pride, it was not easy to achieve this step, not to mention inviting himself back to the Xiao family. I can go back to the Xiao family, but can Ning Yan and I live together? Xiao Wenshan glared, you're looking for death, kid. Chapter 55 Chapter 55 The Xiao family's attitude changes dramatically. In the end, Yi Chuan followed Xiao Wenshan back to the Xiao family. Now Empress Yin Ji wants to capture him and Blood Maple Leaf wants to kill him. The only safest place for him is to live in the Xiao family. In addition, he can also find opportunities to practice dual cultivation with Xiao Ningyan. Although Lao Deng disagreed, who asked Xiao Ningyan to listen to him. Xiao Family Manor. This is the Xiao family's residence in Wutong City. In the living room, a gentle and well-maintained woman was sitting on the sofa. She was slightly surprised to see her husband bringing back a young man. This is Xiao Wenshan's wife Song Ru, and sitting next to her is Xiao Ningyan. Mom, he is the Yi Chuan I told you about. Xiao Ningyan saw Yi Chuan and immediately introduced him with a smile. Mrs. Mei was even more surprised to see her daughter's sweet smile. No one understands her daughter's pride better than her. It is no exaggeration to say that she is too arrogant. Now her daughter likes a boy so much, which shocks her. Ningyan, hello, auntie. Yi Chuan greeted politely. Shenru just nodded lightly, but her eyes were always looking at Yi Chuan with a bit of scrutiny. Hey, are you the boyfriend my sister found? At this moment, a girl who looked 70% similar to Xiao Ningyan walked down from the second floor, looking at Yi Chuan curiously with her big eyes. I heard you're just a poor student. Tell me how you managed to trick my sister. Yi Chuan was stunned. The girl's posture was exactly the same as Xiao Ningyan's before. This family. It really is genetic. Ning Shuang, don't be rude. Xiao Wenshan glared at his little daughter. Xiao Ningyan's face instantly turned cold. Xiao Ning Shuang, I'll punish you by making you practice the basic martial arts moves 20 more times. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning Shuang's face instantly fell. No, sister, I'm almost exhausted. She walked over to Xiao Ningyan and said coquettishly, "Sister, I'm just helping you to judge the case, so you don't get cheated by some shady people." 30 times. Xiao Ningyan's voice became even colder. Okay, we are all family. Ning Xuan, go and practice 10 more times. Shen Ru immediately spoke up to help. Xiao Ningxuan glared at Yi Chuan fiercely, then turned and left angrily. Don't be surprised, Xiao Ye. These two girls have been spoiled by old Xiao. Shen Ru said with a kind smile. Yi Chuan smiled back, "You're too polite, auntie. How could I possibly argue with a child?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Ningxuan froze as she just walked to the door, and then turned back angrily. Mr. Yi, who are you calling small? Who are you calling small? I'm almost 17, and there's nothing smaller about me. As it spoke, it deliberately puffed out its chest. Yi Chuan. He really just said it casually, but he didn't expect the girl to react so strongly. Come with me. Xiao Ningyan stood up, grabbed her sister's ear and was about to walk out. No, sister, I was wrong. It hurts, Daddy, save me. When Yi Chuan saw this scene, he looked away silently. Okay, that's enough. Xiao Wenshan glanced at his two daughters and said angrily, "We are also about to take the martial arts exam, and others can kill Yuan Wu practitioners, and you are still afraid of hardship and fatigue every day. If you keep going like this, you won't even be able to compare to a single toe of theirs. How can I compete with the second one?" He has always been troubled by the fact that the second brother took away the position of the head of the Xiao family. Especially after seeing Yi Chuan kill two Yuan Wu warriors today, he felt even more depressed. They are the direct descendants of the 9 great families, and they have top-notch nutrient solutions and natural treasures, but the children they raise are not even as good as a poor student. Is it really true that I am not destined to be the head of the family? However, no one was listening to what he said next, and everyone's eyes were on Yi Chuan. Kill the Yuan Wu warrior? Xiao Ningxuang's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "Dad, you're not kidding, are you?" Yes, Lao Xiao, Ningyan said that Yi Chuan just turned 19 years old. How could he possibly kill a Yuan Wu warrior? Shen Ru also expressed doubt. Only Xiao Ningyan had a look of admiration on her face, and she believed in her husband unconditionally. Xiao Wenshan snorted coldly, "Do I still have the mood to joke with you?" Hearing this, Shen Ru's eyes lit up. I was wondering why my daughter would like an ordinary person. Come on, Xiaoye, please sit down first. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare a feast. A mother-in-law smile instantly appeared on her face. Being able to kill a Yuan Wu warrior at this age, no matter how Yi Chuan did it, has far exceeded the scope of genius. It can only be described as a monster. What a monster! The second branch of the Xiao family relied on the evildoer Xiao Yifan to snatch the position of head of the family from her husband. Now his daughter has found a handsome son-in-law. As long as he is trained, will he still be afraid of the second wife in the future? Thinking of this, Shen Ru's smile became even warmer. Oh my god, brother-in-law, did you really kill 2 Yuan Wu warriors? Compared with Shen Ru, Xiao Ningxuang directly changed her address to call him brother-in-law, which perfectly demonstrated that a man who knows the times is a hero. It is said that rich people change their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. Yi Chuan has broadened his horizons. Yi Chuan nodded, I guess so. Wow, brother-in-law, you are so awesome. I declare that you are my idol from now on. Xiao Ningxuang walked up to Yi Chuan, grabbed his hand, and said with admiration, Brother-in-law, I suddenly feel that my sister is not worthy of you. Why don't you consider me? I'm not as cold as her. We can get married in less than 2 years. As he said this, he deliberately used his eyes to demonstrate to Xiao Ningyan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ningyan ignored her completely. Instead, Yi Chuan hurriedly waved his hands and took 2 steps back. Ding, a partner meeting the requirements has been detected. Ding, because the other party is under 18 years old, binding cannot be completed. Yi Chuan was stunned for a moment, then felt relieved. The 2 sisters have similar looks and talents, so it's not surprising that they meet the requirements. Xiao Xuan, you are wrong. Your sister is actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Feeling Lao Zhao's unfriendly gaze, Yi Chuan tactfully kept his distance. Is this little girl trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Well, you're a smart kid. Only then did Xiao Wenshan look away. By the way, brother-in-law, what brand of nutrient solution and genetic medicine are you using? I used the blood of the gods, which costs 10 million per bottle. It's not expensive, but drug resistance has emerged. A few days ago, I spent 300 million to buy a 1,000-year-old black ginseng. Now my body potential has reached 19.3. 10 million, 300 million, not expensive? What a niche word. The life of rich people once again refreshed Yichuan's cognition. Yichuan laughed dryly. I have never used nutrient solution or genetic medicine, but I have eaten a red gold fruit. After chatting, he felt that this girl was not a bad person, but she admired the strong very much and did not hide her admiration for the strong. Brother-in-law, you don't know that the strongest warrior in our school, Ouyang Zhe, has only become an intermediate warrior. Now he has been regarded as a god by all the teachers and students in our school. If they knew my brother-in-law was capable of killing a Yuanwu warrior, they would kneel down and worship him. By the way, brother-in-law, let me tell you a secret. Ouyang Zhe is also my sister's lickspill, but my sister has always ignored him. Ouyang Zhe also said that he wanted to take advantage of this breakthrough to confess his love to his sister again. Brother-in-law, have you decided which martial arts university to go to? I plan to go to the same school as you in the future. If someone provokes me, you will help me beat him up. If I provoke others, will you also help me beat him up? Chapter 56 Starry Sky Academy, 80 million to select the top 3. School, military exam. Hearing these two words, Yichuan remembered that he was still a student and had to take part in the national martial arts examination. Thinking of this, Yichuan couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. He remembered that the strongest people in Anping No. 1 middle school seemed to be two high-level quasi-warriors, one of whom was Song Siki before she became a warrior. If I go back now, I will be in trouble. Wrong. Even in the current provincial capital of Wutong City, the strongest person in Wutong No. 1 middle school is only a mid-level warrior. Although Yichuan is also an intermediate warrior, with his fighting ability, he is not afraid even when facing high-level warriors, and he has no pressure when facing ordinary students. Can I get into the 3 top universities? Suingxue, I wonder what expression you'll have when you see me. Thinking of this, Yichuan couldn't help but ask, Uncle Xiao, do you know the difference between the 3 famous schools? You chose the martial arts university, but considering your ability, it's only natural. Xiao Wenshan smiled, then changed the subject. To the outside world, the 3 famous schools are indeed the ceiling of martial arts universities, but... Xiao Wenshan paused, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then said calmly, but to our 9 major families, they are all garbage. Yichuan. Crazy, too fast. If the person who said this was not Xiao Wenshan, he would have suspected that this person was crazy. Yichuan looked at the other 3 members of the Xiao family and found that they did not seem surprised at all. Then he said solemnly, Uncle Xiao, please give me some advice? Galaxy Academy. Xiao Wenshan only uttered 4 words. Seeing Yichuan's puzzled expression. After a moment's silence, Xiao Wenshan explained, Galaxy Academy is considered a high-level institution in the entire Milky Way star region. Its main campus is on Xinyun Star in our Milky Way star region, and there happens to be a branch campus on Blue Silver Star. However, this institution only admits no more than 100 students each year, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. I can tell you that students who graduate from Xingha Academy are at least martial arts masters. It's also extremely difficult to get into the Xingha Academy. Of the 100 places, our 9 major families occupy a combined 30%. I only helped Ningyan get 1 place. In addition to the fixed quota, the remaining places will also fall into the hands of other outstanding children of the 9 major families and the monsters of the major martial arts universities. The number of people who can actually be left out every year will never exceed the number on our hands. For just these few spots, you still have to compete with the awakened, with the special practitioners, and with the 80 million candidates every year. If you want to enter the Xingha Academy through the martial arts exam, you must be at least in the top 3 in the nation to have a chance. Graduate to at least martial arts master. 80 million candidates compete for 3 places. Oh my god. Yichuan was so shocked that he couldn't calm down for a long time. The top 3 in the country, that is, the 3 strongest among the 80 million candidates every year, have a chance. You have to know that Wudong province can only be ranked at the bottom in the Blue-Silver Empire, and there are nearly 80 provinces in the country. At this moment, Yichuan also felt a lot of pressure. Think of this. He finally understood why no one had been able to shake the status of these superpowers in the past 5,000 years. The real top-level martial arts resources have long been divided up by these superpowers. The lowest level of graduation is Grandmaster. Such a strong man would definitely be considered a big shot in a province, and this is just the minimum level of Xingha Academy. This Galaxy Academy is considered a top-level institution in the entire galaxy, which is enough to show how terrifying it is. No, I have to try it no matter what. Yi Chuan's fighting spirit instantly ignited in his heart. I don't believe that after entering Xingha Academy, Blood Maple Leaf would dare to assassinate me, and that Lady Yinji would still be able to capture me. Of course, it is extremely difficult to get into the top 3 in the country. In the past few decades, only Xiao Yifan in my Xiao family has achieved it 2 years ago. Xiao Wenshan promised. Yi Chuan, as long as you can enter Xingha Academy, I will never stop you and Ningyan from being together. Starry Sky Academy. If Yi Chuan could get in, he would at least be a martial arts master when he came out. With the Dimension Blade, he would definitely be a strong master among the masters. Only a Yi Chuan like that is worthy of his daughter. Xiao Yifan? Hearing this name again, Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Chuan nodded and said, I'll try my best. By the way, Uncle Xiao, is there any disguise technique that can change one's appearance? He has the secret of concealing his energy, and he only needs to change his appearance. He doesn't believe those people can still find him. This is easy. I can teach you how to mix and use the disguise cream. In the evening, Yi Chuan was arranged to stay in the guest room. He smiled bitterly. With Xiao Wenshan around, he had no chance to meet Xiao Ningyan in private. In front of such a strong man, his every move can be sensed clearly. This also further strengthened Yi Chuan's determination to go to the wilderness. No way. Song Siki returned to the family to compete for resources. Although he could control Xiao Ningyan, Lao Deng would definitely not give him a chance. Apart from dual cultivation, the only way to become stronger is to go to the wilderness. The next morning, Yi Chuan asked Xiao Ningyan to help him keep an eye out for rare treasures that could help him break through the bottleneck, while he quietly left the Xiao family and went to the wilderness. Yes, you have ambition. Looking at the direction Yi Chuan left, Xiao Wenshan nodded with satisfaction. The 9 major families have been able to achieve their current status because of their own strength. If they were afraid of death and kept hiding, they would not be able to achieve anything. 0069 Wasteland Base. Across the base, you can vaguely see the shadows of some skyscrapers in the distance. However, upon closer inspection, one can find that those skyscrapers have long been dilapidated, and it is actually a city destroyed by strange beasts. Yi Chuan has the ability to dodge instantly, so naturally he likes this kind of urban battlefield with cover the most. This place is called Tianhai City. Yi Chuan took the city train and it took him 2 days to get here. Looking at the huge military base in front of him, it was like a military fortress standing between monsters and humans. Countless flying cars descended from the surroundings like locusts. These are buses that go directly here. As long as there are warriors willing to go to the wilderness to kill strange beasts, these buses will take the warriors here for free. In the parking lot, Yi Chuan got off the flying car. He was surrounded by countless people who had gotten out of the car like him. Some of them were calm and composed, carrying various equipment on their bodies, some had serious expressions and solemn eyes, and others were looking at this huge military fortress curiously. Yi Chuan scanned his face and walked into the base. This is a rest area similar to a waiting hall, but the difference is that it is too large and is divided into various areas. Hey little brother, this is your first time going to the wasteland, right? Do you want to team up with me? As soon as I walked into the hall, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face invited me warmly. Yi Chuan looked around and found that many people were inviting others to form teams, but most of these invitees were young people like him. Unnecessary. Yi Chuan refused coldly and turned away. Little brother, if you're entering the wilderness for the first time, it's easy to lose your life without a guide. We're experienced, and the captain's commission isn't high. And we also know some places with natural treasures. The man pulled Yi Chuan and began to persuade him, as if he had no intention of letting him leave. Chapter 57 Entering the wasteland for the first time, an old acquaintance hides. Get out of here! Yi Chuan frowned, and a fierce aura burst out, pushing the man back several steps. After reaching the intermediate level of warrior, his mental strength had already reached the level of Yuan warrior, and combined with the soul-shaking technique, his aura was truly astonishing. The man, who was only a junior warrior, felt a tightness in his chest, his eyes were full of horror, and he didn't dare to get close to Yi Chuan anymore. Yi Chuan looked at him deeply, and then walked towards a crowded locker room. After Yi Chuan left. Picture 3, is this really the wanted guy? It's absolutely true. This person has a bounty of 5 billion. How could I be wrong? Alright, he's just a junior warrior. Since you've hidden the tracker in his backpack, we'll take action once we're out of the base. In the locker room, Yi Chuan reached into his backpack and took out a bean-sized bead, which turned out to be a miniature tracker. It was the one that the man had quietly stuffed into his backpack. It was because of this discovery that Yi Chuan was so angry. With a wry smile, Yi Chuan immediately began to use disguise cream to change his face shape, and then used the fluid battlesuit to change his body shape and height. A moment later, a 2-meter tall, fierce-looking middle-aged man in combat uniform walked out of the locker room, and Yi Chuan put his backpack into the system space. Yi Chuan sensed several pairs of eyes passing over him, but then these people looked away. The man just now was among them. However, these people automatically ignored Yi Chuan. Seeing this, Yi Chuan remembered these people in his mind, then he walked to the exit of the base, swiped his card to buy a single soldier motorcycle, and headed straight for the wilderness. The flowing silkworm pupa can increase the chances of a high-level warrior breaking through to the Yuan warrior level. The coordinates are located at Building 61, Shun's Community, South District. This is one of Yi Chuan's goals this time. Before approaching the ruined city, Yi Chuan put the individual motorcycle into the system space and entered it with a restrained aura. However, as soon as he entered the building complex, Yi Chuan sensed the fluctuations of battle. Maybe it was the gene of watching the fun before traveling through time that was at work. Yi Chuan's figure flashed and he quickly ran towards the battlefield. He found a damaged high-rise building and watched the battle in the distance. Looking closely, I found that it was a team of warriors who were besieging a slim woman wearing a white combat uniform. The woman had more than a dozen wounds on her body, and blood was oozing through her combat uniform. The combat uniform can reduce the enemy's attack power by 50%, but facing an entire team of warriors, the woman is obviously at a disadvantage. Yi Chuan didn't expect that the first thing he encountered when entering the wilderness was not strange beasts, but a civil war among the human race. What they say online is true. In the wilderness, some people are more dangerous than the beasts. To be able to render an entire team of warriors helpless, this woman is truly extraordinary. Yi Chuan subconsciously stood on the side of the female warrior, but he had no intention of interfering in her affairs. Instead, he watched the show calmly. On the battlefield, the woman, holding a short sword, moved nimbly among the ruins, trying her best to avoid a one-on-many battle situation. Among the 4 warriors team that were chasing, there was a strong warrior, a flexible warrior, a man holding a sledgehammer, and a man holding a bow and arrow. A warrior, a tank, a long-range output and a pursuer are the standard configuration of an ordinary warrior team. Watched for a moment. Yi Chuan discovered the key. The extremely fast pursuer was obviously no match for the woman, and was only able to hold the opponent back with the support of archers. However, as long as the 4 of them complete the encirclement, the woman will surely die. In the wilderness, people often use compound bows and crossbows rather than firearms, as firearms are too heavy and the sound of gunfire can easily attract herds of beasts. You bitch, hand over the materials of the black-armored Chow Chow, and the matter of you killing the 3rd brother will be written off, said the man holding the sledgehammer. I can give you the materials, and I can even give you another billion, as long as you help me kill Yun Zhang. The woman said coldly, I didn't intend to kill him originally. It was you, the 3rd brother, who tried to stop me. You're seeking your own death. Who can you blame? You stinky bitch, you want to kill our boss? You're looking for death. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the 4 of them increased their speed a little more. The woman snorted coldly, but she was not too worried in her heart, because as long as she entered the next area, it would be an environment she was familiar with. Then she will be able to easily shake off these people's pursuit. On the high building, Yi Chuan frowned and thought. Yunzan, I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. But at this moment, in the ruins beside the fleeing woman, a figure suddenly jumped up, sprinkled a handful of powder in his hand, and then hit the woman's chest with a stick. The woman was instantly thrown into an abandoned bungalow. The 4 men chasing behind were overjoyed and immediately surrounded the woman. Ha, the captain is still awesome. This woman thought we couldn't catch up with her, but she didn't know we were deliberately driving her here. Yi Chuan was surprised that he couldn't even sense the aura of the person who attacked him. This concealment method is really amazing. However, when he saw the man's appearance clearly, his pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Yun Zhang, it turned out to be him. This person was the captain of the warrior team who was responsible for protecting their safety when he and Suing Xue went to the shooting range. The report shows that Yun Zhang died from a rat infestation, doesn't it? Yi Chuan frowned. When they encountered the rat tide, they did not receive any warning. It would be fine if Yunzong died. This guy was clearly still alive, but he didn't give them any warning, which was enough to show that he did it on purpose. Wang Linger, right? I admit that you are quite powerful, but you actually dared to come and kill me, so? Yunzong had a playful smile on his face. Brothers, take turns having sex with her, and then remember to destroy the body. Okay, I'll go first. Damn it, I've been fed up with this bitch for a long time. If you dare to kill the third brother, I will make you wish you were dead today. The woman finally got scared. Her face was full of despair, and she wanted to struggle to get up but had no strength. Hey, guys, I won't be polite. The man put down the sledgehammer in his hand and reached out to grab the woman on the ground. Tear. The combat uniform was taken off, revealing a pretty yet flustered face. Fuck, it's actually a beautiful girl. The man was overjoyed. However, the next moment, a spear flew over and instantly pierced his body. The man fell down helplessly, and Wang Linger fell to the ground in horror. This sudden change shocked the other 4 people. Everyone looked back and saw a 2-meter-tall man walking slowly towards them. Who are you? Yunzong gripped the long stick tightly in his hand, his face solemn. His smart terminal showed that this was a junior warrior, but the opponent's aura was too strong, which made him feel fear from the bottom of his soul. He is a high-level warrior. This person can make him afraid and is definitely a terrible enemy. Yichuan just glanced at him indifferently and said in a cold voice, I'll give you 3 seconds. Yunzang stays, and the others can go. Chapter 58 Take action to save Wang Linger. You're looking for death. Seeing that Yichuan was coming for him, Yunzang's face darkened and he snorted coldly, brothers, he's just a junior warrior. Let's go together and kill him. Beginner warrior? You scared me. Hearing this, the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief, and anger erupted in their hearts. 3, 2. Yichuan locked his gaze on Yunzang, without even glancing at the other 3, and counted down calmly. I've been on the periphery so many times, but this is the first time I've encountered a fool like you. You're making me die of laughter. 1. Yunzang also sneered in feigned contempt, stop pretending, and do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 took action immediately. However, unlike the other 3, Yunzang, as the team leader, chose to escape in the opposite direction the moment the 3 team members attacked. As soon as Yichuan appeared, he had already thought of an escape plan. His warnings of danger had helped him escape death several times, but this time he still chose to believe his own warnings and betray his companions. What does the life and death of these people have to do with him? As long as you survive, you can recruit new team members next time. It's a pity that the emotional investment I made during this period has been wasted. Yunzang thought depressedly. Yichuan was also stunned. This guy just looked like he was going to fight me to the end, but... Without time to think, Yichuan didn't bother to hide. He raised his hand and 3-dimensional blades flew out, killing the 3 people in an instant. Then he used the flash dodge technique to chase after Yunzang. Cut. The moment he closed the attack distance, Yichuan launched a slash without hesitation. Puff. Yunzang wanted to block with a long stick, but in just a moment the stick broke into 2 pieces, and one of his hands was also cut off. Yunzang was so frightened that he almost died. He quickly took out a snake-head dagger and stabbed it into his waist. Then his speed increased several times in an instant. Damn, a Yuanwu warrior has to come to the outskirts to fry fish. What bad luck! Yichuan's attack power made him think that this was a Yuanwu warrior, and he was so scared that he dared not hold back at all. Yichuan was stunned as he watched Yunzang turn into a bloody afterimage and completely disappear from his sight. Run away? This was the first time he was left so far behind, he was simply out of reach. Wait for Yichuan to come back. Wang Linger was already dressed and was waiting for him quietly there. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Wang Linger spoke softly and bowed slightly. Okay, go ahead. This group of people had been hunting lone warriors outside the city and had a good harvest. It seemed that Wang Linger was also a victim, but he had an uncomfortable feeling about Wang Linger. Just save him and consider it a good deed. Yichuan waved his hand in boredom, thinking that he should come up with a more powerful martial arts skill. Whether it was escaping or hiding, Yunzang's methods were both extremely extraordinary, which made him very envious. Wait a moment, senior. Seeing Yichuan was about to leave, Wang Linger hurriedly called Yichuan. What's the matter? Is there anything else? Yi Chuan frowned slightly. I wonder if Senior has killed Yun Zhang. He ran away. Upon hearing this, Wang Linger's face flashed with undisguised disappointment. Then Senior, can you please take me with you? I can pay you. When saying this, Wang Linger seemed a little afraid. She was afraid that Yi Chuan had other thoughts about her. Oh, what's the reward? Yi Chuan suddenly became interested. Wang Linger quickly said, I'm very familiar with these areas and can help lead the way, Senior. Furthermore, I'm willing to give you all the materials for the black armored Chow Lion. Given her current physical condition, if Yi Chuan left her here, she would most likely become food for strange beasts. Okay, bring it here. Yi Chuan nodded. The black armored Chow Chow is a powerful beast that is close to the Lord. Its entire body materials can be sold for at least 50 million, not to mention that he really needs a guide. Senior, I have to make sure it's safe before I can tell you where I'm hiding. Are you kidding me? Yi Chuan's face darkened. Wang Linger was a little out of touch with the times. Wang Linger was startled, and when she looked at the 4 bodies on the ground, a chill instantly woke her up. If this senior wanted to kill her, he wouldn't waste any time talking to her. I'm sorry for being so rude. I'll take you to get the materials for the black armor Chow Lion right now. Wang Linger did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly led the way. At this moment, Yi Chuan sensed a rustling sound in the grass, and strange beasts were gathering around him. It was obviously a strange beast attracted by the smell of blood. Seeing Wang Linger limping, Yi Chuan was in a dilemma. How about I carry you on my back? Wang Linger's pretty face turned red as she looked at the ferocious Yi Chuan with obvious distrust. At this time, you still judge people by their appearance, right? Yi Chuan didn't say anything. He picked up Wang Linger and ran away, because he had already seen several giant pythons swimming towards him. At the same time, ding, a partner meeting the requirements has been detected. Name, Wang Linger. Strength, Advanced Warrior Potential 63%. Appearance, 89. Practice Qualification, B level. Current Favorability, 10. The opponent does not have S-level talent. Whether to bind depends on the host's wishes. He's actually a high-level warrior. But when Yi Chuan took a look at the favorability, wow, it was actually negative. Forget it. Yi Chuan decided to give up the binding. For some reason, he always felt a little disgusted with Wang Linger. Senior, please let me go. Wang Linger was very panicked when Yi Chuan suddenly lifted her up, but in response she was slapped on the buttocks. Keep your voice down, or I'll leave you here to feed the worms. Wang Linger was both embarrassed and annoyed, but when she looked up and saw the giant python emerging from the bushes behind her, she was so frightened that she dared not make a sound. Yi Chuan shuttled between the abandoned buildings. When he encountered a strange beast that he could not avoid, he would slash it with one blow and quickly rushed out of the area. Senior, go this way. As Wang Linger said, she was really familiar with this area, allowing Yi Chuan to successfully avoid several strange beast nests. Okay, Senior, you can put me down now. Yi Chuan nodded and continued to follow her to get the materials. But as they walked, Yi Chuan's expression changed. Seeing Yi Chuan stop, Wang Linger asked in confusion, What's wrong, Senior? The materials are in the abandoned mall ahead. After taking a deep look at Wang Linger, Yi Chuan raised the corner of his mouth and went up to hug Wang Linger's waist. It's just in front? Then let's go. Name, Wang Linger, current favorability 50. Seeing how much Wang Linger liked him, Yi Chuan's smile widened. Senior, what are you doing? Someone held her waist, and Wang Linger's eyes showed a moment of panic. At the same time, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, a young man was holding a sniper rifle and aiming at Yi Chuan. Boss, Linger is blocking my sniper route, what should I do? It's okay. I'll take action myself later. You can act according to the situation. A low reply came from the headset. Chapter 59, Repaying Kindness with Evil, a consequence of the same tradition. Don't be nervous, Senior is just afraid of danger and is staying close to you to protect you. Yi Chuan spoke in a high-sounding tone, while his hand slid towards the plump and round part. Since this woman has bad intentions and wants to repay kindness with enmity, it would be a waste not to take advantage of what is due. Yi Chuan didn't notice anything unusual just now. He just caught a glimpse of reflection from the roof of an abandoned building nearby. What really made him sure that Wang Linger had bad intentions was the change in her favorability. But he was not afraid. Instead, he wanted to see what this woman was up to. Ah! Wang Linger screamed when her sensitive parts were touched, and her face turned red instantly. A cold light flashed in her eyes, but she did not resist and chose to grit her teeth and endure it. Ding, Wang Linger's favorability towards you 20, current favorability 70, host, please be careful. By the way, Linger, why are you so determined to kill Yunzong? Wang Linger was silent for 2 seconds before she gritted her teeth and said, he indirectly killed my brother and seriously injured my father. Are you guys having a personal vendetta? Yichuan pressed on, could it be that he robbed and killed your brother? Wang Linger shook her head. My brother participated in the shooting range trial and unexpectedly encountered a rat tide. And Yunzong was the captain of the warrior team responsible for security that time. This guy left his post without permission, only caring about his own life, and ultimately harmed my brother in the rat tide. After listening to Wang Linger's words, Yichuan was completely stunned. It can't be such a coincidence, right? His surname is Wang. He died in a rat tide. His sister is also a warrior. Are you the sister who was studying at Wuhan University in Shanghai that Wang Zhan mentioned? Yichuan remembered that Wang Zhan had said that his sister was the school belle, and in order to please him, he even said that he would introduce her to him. Fate is really wonderful. Thinking of this, Yichuan couldn't help but sigh. He also saved Wang Zhan at the beginning, but after the latter escaped from danger, he attacked him from behind and wanted to kill him. This incident also taught Yichuan a lesson. Now he is cautious in everything he does, which is due to Wang Zhan's merit. I didn't expect that after saving his sister today, the other party would repay me with evil. We're truly a family. What did I do wrong? He had only saved Wang Zhan at the beginning, but Wang Zhan attacked him, and then Wang Bowen wanted him to be buried with Wang Zhan. He didn't expect that Wang Linger would do the same thing today. Senior, all the materials are there. Entering the mall, Wang Linger pointed to the rockery in the atrium, where there was indeed a tactical backpack. Yichuan came back to his senses. Looking at Wang Linger, who was trying hard to be obedient, he suddenly smiled. Under Wang Linger's stunned gaze, Yichuan grabbed her neck and said with a playful smile, Linger, do you know that being clever in front of your seniors is very dangerous? As soon as he finished speaking, 3-dimensional blades condensed in front of Yichuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 slashes rushed towards the rockery. Under the powerful attack force, the backpack was directly torn apart, and inside was a high-explosive remote-controlled bomb wrapped in animal skin material. There was even a bomb buried under the rockery. If Yichuan rashly tried to get the backpack, he would probably be blown to pieces. Senior, it's not. Seeing that her plan was exposed, Wang Linger still wanted to explain. Crack! Yichuan had already twisted her neck, as if he had stepped on an ant to death. Asshole, you dare to kill Linger. At the same time, 3 figures rushed out angrily. They were Wang Linger's 3 teammates. I saved her, but she plotted against me. Why can't I kill her? Yichuan threw Wang Linger's body away with an indifferent expression. Humph, you're clearly in the same group as those people, so why are you pretending to be a hero saving the damsel in distress? Looking at your ferocious appearance, it's obvious you're not a good person. The boy's eyes were full of hatred as he spoke. If he hadn't been held back by someone nearby, he would have rushed up and fought Yichuan to the death. Friend, even if Linger is wrong, you can't just kill her, right? The young man in the lead had a bad look on his face. Boss, why waste time talking to this bastard? I want to help my schoolmate Linger get revenge. But just as he finished speaking, a slashing attack came in an instant. Puff! One of the man's arms was cut off, and blood gushed out from the broken part like a fountain. Revenge? Just you, a high-level warrior and 2 mid-level warriors? Yichuan's voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. It's unreasonable, right? It just so happens that I know a little bit about fighting. Like the general, he will beat you up first and then talk to you about reason, and then ask you if you submit? Yuan warrior. The 3 of them were completely stunned, and the anger in their eyes disappeared in an instant. They dared to come out and cause trouble for Yichuan because the smart terminal showed that Yichuan was just a junior warrior. I thought that even if Yichuan hid his strength, it shouldn't be too much. Who knew Yichuan was actually a Yuanwu warrior? At this moment, all 3 of them were about to cry. Even the man whose arm was cut off by Yichuan was so frightened that he said nothing. The gap between warriors and Yuanwu is too big. The 3 of them are capable of fighting even against the peak warriors, but they are definitely not a match for the Yuan warriors. As for hot weapons? Even if the sneak attack is successful, at most the Yuanwu warrior will be injured, just like when Wang Zhan injured the Rat Lord. The greater possibility is that it will be avoided. Once dodged, the sniper is in trouble. Through Yichuan's attack, the three of them instantly determined that he was a Yuanwei, because only a Yuanwei had this kind of attack method that allowed Yuanli to leave the body. Where is your companion who was lying in ambush on the rooftop outside? The three of them twitched their lips. You know all this? Damn, senior, you are a Yuanwu warrior, but you pretend to be a junior warrior to fry fish. Is this how you play? At the same time, the three of them secretly cursed Wang Linger for being an idiot. He is a Yuanwu warrior. Not only did he save you, but you also want to plot against him. Even if they used high explosives, they might not be able to kill the other party. By then, I'm afraid all of them would be in trouble. I'm not afraid of god-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Soon, the four-member team gathered together. The four of them looked ashen and respectfully begged Yichuan for forgiveness. They didn't even have the courage to escape in front of the Yuanwei. The four of them even handed over all their gains this time. As for the young man whose arm Yichuan had just cut off, he was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. One of you goes up and stabs Wang Linger, and keep a natural expression. Yichuan calmly turned on the recording function of the smart terminal. The four people's faces changed drastically. No, senior, please be a human being. It seems like you want to reason with me again, right? Yichuan rubbed his wrist. The four of them woke up instantly. Senior, we hate people who repay kindness with enmity the most. She deserves to die. As he said this, he walked over without hesitation and stabbed Wang Linger's neck. Someone takes the lead and others follow suit. After filming the video, Yichuan smiled calmly. He believed that these four people would help him handle everything. If they failed to handle it and the Wang family tracked him down, he would send the video to Wang Wenchuan. As long as there is evidence, Yuan-Ti be the one who will be in trouble. Chapter 60, Crazy Devouring, Advanced Warrior Realm. Yichuan had no regrets at all for killing Wang Linger. Although Wang Linger meets the system requirements, God knows how long it will take for such a vicious woman to reach a favorability level of 60. What's more, he has no habit of keeping enemies around. South District, Chun's Community, Building 61. This is the location of the flowing silkworm pupae that Yichuan collected online. It took him half a day to find this place, but Yichuan did not rush in. Instead, he found an abandoned high-rise building nearby to observe. The fact that the information about the flowing silkworm pupa appeared on the internet and has not been taken away by anyone until now is enough to show that this place is not simple. Yichuan waited until night fell but still did not notice any danger. He had previously guessed that there might be groups of strange beasts or even lord-level strange beasts inside, but after waiting for a long time, he found nothing. No, this is a wasteland. How could there be no strange beasts in this area? Yichuan suddenly woke up. The safer it is here, the bigger the problem is. No other strange beasts dare to approach here, which means there is something here that makes other strange beasts afraid. Lord. Only Lord-level monsters can prevent other monsters from entering this territory. The bastard who provided the information had bad intentions. Yichuan couldn't help but complain. Although he has attack methods comparable to those of a Yuanwu warrior, he is not a true Yuanwu warrior. It is okay for him to use the dimensional blade to launch a sneak attack, but if he cannot seriously injure his opponent instantly, he will be dead. The Beast Lord has thick skin and flesh. Forget it, let's improve our strength first. After hesitating for a moment, Yichuan decided to give up. Just when Yichuanjua decided to rest here for one night, a light suddenly came on in a house in Building 61 in the distance. What's going on? Where does the power come from in the destroyed city? Could it be that a warrior has moved in? That's not right. Isn't this a bright light that illuminates the way for the surrounding monsters to have dinner? This is a wasteland. However, an even stranger scene appeared. Through the shadow reflected on the curtains by the light, a graceful female figure was dancing gracefully. Yichuan even saw the woman's exquisite profile flash by. Yichuan's scalp exploded. A word appeared in his mind. Monster. If I were to describe it, it would be a strange beast transformed into a human form. This person is at the same level as the director and Lao Shao. He can probably kill me with just one finger. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively. Yi Chuan was filled with fear, and instantly activated the hidden chi technique to its extreme, completely restraining his own aura. The bastard who spread the news is so vicious. If you go in stupidly, you'll end up having takeout delivered to your home. Fortunately, Yi Chuan was far enough away that even if the other party was a demon, he could not sense him. The next morning, Yi Chuan quietly left the South District. He has already regarded Chun's community as a restricted area in his mind and will never come to this area again. Bloodthirsty wild boar, black wild boar, loose dog. One after another, ordinary strange beasts appeared in Yi Chuan's sight. It's you! Yi Chuan walked out of the alley and looked at the 2-meter-tall wild boar covered with spikes. He couldn't help but pinch his nose and said, "It stinks." He. The bloodthirsty wild boar stared at the human in front of him who was wearing black combat uniform and holding a spear, and let out a low roar. As smoke and dust rose, the bloodthirsty wild boar rushed straight towards Yi Chuan like a heavy tank. The mouth full of sharp teeth opened and flew directly towards Yi Chuan to bite. A cold light flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes, and the long spear in his hand was like a dragon, instantly piercing through the mouth of the bloodthirsty wild boar, and the other part of the spear tip rushed out of its head. The bloodthirsty wild boar's 4 legs twitched for a few seconds before it died completely. The devouring field outside Yi Chuan spread, instantly devouring the bloodthirsty wild boar, and a wisp of pure life essence entered his body. Only in the wilderness did Yi Chuan dare to release the devouring field unscrupulously. This beast, not even a beast king, provides very little life essence. Fortunately, there are enough of them. Accumulating a little bit into a lot is faster than practicing dual cultivation. Boom! The ground shook and smoke and dust flew up. Yi Chuan set his eyes on the group of bloodthirsty wild boars attracted by the bloody smell, and the corners of his mouth rose. The next moment, he flashed and rushed directly into the herd of wild boars. In an instant, streams of blood spurted out from the bloodthirsty wild boars, making Yi Chuan's heart tremble. The devouring field spreads. The endless life essence turned into wisps of blood mist and merged into Yi Chuan's body. His eyes slowly turned scarlet and his bloodthirsty desire became stronger and stronger. In the end, Yi Chuan tore a bloodthirsty wild boar apart with his bare hands, and the remaining bloodthirsty wild boars actually began to run away. In their eyes, the humanoid creature in front of them looked like a demon. Kill, kill, kill. Dimensional blades condensed outside Yi Chuan's body, killing all the bloodthirsty wild boars. No, this isn't me, I've been affected by the devouring technique. After stopping the killing, Yi Chuan felt a sense of fear. He did not recite the meditation technique just now, which led to him being almost completely controlled by the desire to kill. This devouring technique is a double-edged sword. Although it can quickly increase your strength, it also makes it easier to become a demon. In the following time, Yi Chuan would return to the base every few days to process the exotic beast materials. Every time they saw him carrying back that exaggerated tactical backpack, they were envious. Everyone in the base knew that there was such a madman who was crazy about hunting exotic beasts. However, only the people in the martial arts hall knew that what Yi Chuan brought back were at least beast king level materials. A month passed like this. Host, Yi Chuan. Realm, Advanced Warrior Realm 73.5% Physical Potential. Talent, E level. Spiritual Power, Primary Elementary Warrior 68 times that of the same level. Current Cultivation Method, Devouring Technique Volume 1, Cultivation Progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, Flashing Body Movement. Currently practicing Secret Techniques, Dragon Roar Spear Technique Minor Success God Shaking Technique. Currently possesses the Secret Technique, Hidden Chi Technique. Possessing Bloodline Ability, Dimensional/Entry Level. Current partners, Suing Shue, Favorability 62 Song Siki, Favorability 68 Xiaoning Yin, Favorability 99. A late-stage high-level warrior? Unfortunately, the martial arts exam is only 3 days away, so I have to go back. My physical potential has not yet reached 80%, so I can't become a Yuan Wu. Originally, Yi Chuan planned to develop his body's potential to 80% through the devouring technique before the martial arts exam. However, as his strength increased, the life essence obtained from killing strange beasts became less and less effective. And for some reason, he has been attacked by the lords several times recently. And these lords seemed particularly hostile to him. In other words, Yi Chuan ran fast enough and his strength increased significantly, otherwise he would have died long ago. The junior lords can fight, but these guys have no martial ethics and like to gang up on each other. Yi Chuan touched his chest, where there was a penetrating wound. It was the closest he had ever been to death. It seems that I can't break through to the Yuanwu level before the martial arts exam. Although there were some regrets, Yi Chuan was still very satisfied. In just 1 month, my physical potential almost doubled. Who would believe it if I told them? Chapter 61 Back to school, the martial arts exam begins. Kongchang, Anping No. 1 Middle School. Faced with Yi Chuan, who suddenly appeared at the school, Lao Guo almost fell to his knees. Goddess of heaven, you and Zhu Zixiao are the faces of our class, yet you haven't come to school for nearly 3 months. Su Duong told him that Yi Chuan was a B-level genius with the strength of a warrior, which almost made Lao Guo excited. As a result, Yi Chuan only showed up during the martial arts exam. Zhu Zixiao? Yi Chuan was surprised. Seeing this, Lao Guo leaned over to Yi Chuan's ear and whispered, Zhu Zixiao has become an awakened one. What the hell? Yi Chuan was shocked. Shu. Lao Guo gestured for Yi Chuan to lower his voice, you and Zhu Zixiao are our school's trump cards now. Whether Anping No. 1 Middle School can be promoted to a key middle school depends on you. If Anping No. 1 Middle School is promoted to a key middle school in the city, as the homeroom teacher of Zhu Zixiao and Yi Chuan, his bonus will naturally not be small. As long as one of you can make it into the top 10 in the city or the top 1,000 in the province, getting into a key city middle school will be a no-brainer. Lao Guo patted Yi Chuan on the shoulder and said, don't worry, no one knows about your strength yet. Just be smart and don't get targeted. At this moment, Zhu Zixiao also walked into the office. Seeing Yi Chuan, Lao Zhu smiled and exclaimed, Brother Yi, you are finally back. A month ago, I couldn't get through to you on the phone. I thought you eloped with the 2 school beauties. His words were full of envy. Yi Chuan. A month ago, he seemed to be under house arrest. Stop talking nonsense and tell me how you became an awakened one? He and Lao Zhu were not polite to each other. Old Guo also looked interested. He, come to think of it, I have to thank you, Brother Yi. Old Zhu chuckled and said, didn't I get beaten on the playground back then? Later, it was you, Yi Chuan, who helped me get my place back. After that, I became very eager for power and fantasized about fighting alongside you, Brother Yi, one day. I was extremely unwilling to accept this. Why couldn't we, poor students, become warriors? As a result, a warm current appeared in my body that night. When I woke up the next day, I found that my injuries had miraculously healed. Yi Chuan nodded, he remembered this incident. At that time, he was wondering how Lao Zhu could recover so quickly. At first I didn't think much of it, I just felt really hungry, until I discovered I could control plants and punch through a tree. As he spoke, Lao Zhu raised his hand, and under Yi Chuan's surprised gaze, his palm turned into a branch and began to extend, and the green plants in the office also began to grow wildly. Yi Chuan was amazed at what he saw. It is worthy of being the magical power that belongs only to the awakened ones. This incredible ability cannot be learned by outsiders at all. Sharp. After leaving the office, the two walked arm in arm in the corridor. Old Zhu, can your whole body grow freely? Certainly. I don't believe it unless you can put Diao-chan on your waist. Diao-chan? Read them separately. Fuck, Brother Yi, you are shameless. Then Yi Chuan took Zhu Zixiao to a deserted place. He was extremely curious about the awakened ones and couldn't wait to see Lao Zhu's abilities. Brother Yi, you have to be careful. President Jiang, he said that my strength is comparable to that of an intermediate warrior. For safety reasons, Lao Zhu kindly reminded. Yi Chuan curled his lips and said, stop talking nonsense and just do it. Seeing this, Lao Zhu also became excited and stopped being polite. Here comes Brother Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chuan felt the earth and rocks rolling under his feet, and strips of plants rushed out of the soil and hit Yi Chuan fiercely. Interesting. Yi Chuan's figure flashed and he dodged easily. Old Zhu, just let go and use your hands and feet. Don't worry, I can handle it. What a fast body movement. Brother Yi is worthy of being Brother Yi. Zhu Zixiao was also shocked. He originally thought that he could beat Brother Yi after becoming an awakened one, but he never thought that the strength Brother Yi had shown before was just the tip of the iceberg. He is worthy of being the man who can conquer 2 school beauties. Thinking of this, Zhu Zixiao also let go. Countless vines rose from the ground, and each vine had countless sharp thorns, which whipped towards Yi Chuan fiercely. Yi Chuan's fingers flashed, and the dragon roar spear spun and flew, easily crushing the vines. Entangle. As soon as Zhu Zixiao finished speaking, vines grew out from under Yi Chuan's feet and quickly wrapped around and tied him up. Brother Yi, are you okay? After wrapping each one like a rice dumpling, Zhu Zixiao shouted proudly. You kid, use all the tricks you have. Yi Chuan said as his whole body shook, and all the vines wrapped around his body were broken in an instant. Zhu Zixiao stared. Brother Yi, your strength is too strong. The guild leader said that even an intermediate-level warrior can't break free from my attack. I won't fight you anymore. He does have some tricks up his sleeve, like making vines with poisonous spikes to tie up his opponents. But these methods are not suitable for sparring. What's more, seeing that Brother Yi looked relaxed and at ease, it was obvious that he was not using his full strength. Yi Chuan smiled. Now he has reached the level of a high-level warrior, and with a number of powerful martial arts at his disposal, he can fight even against a primary-level warrior. It doesn't take much effort for him to suppress Lao Zhu. Brother Yi, I will follow you from now on. Just tell me if you need anything. Lao Zhu adjusted his glasses and said with a smile. Yi Chuan nodded. The awakened one has strange methods and grows quickly, and is indeed a good helper. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam was divided into two parts, with those with physical potential less than 8% taking the exam in the city. Students who have reached the level of quasi-warriors will go to the provincial capital, Wutong City, to take the exam together. The exam process will be broadcast live on TV. At this moment, the future of all students has begun to emerge. The entire team was led by Su Duan, who was promoted to Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, and Zhang Yi, President of the Martial Arts Hall. Students, more than 1,000 of you represent our entire can. This exam will be broadcast live on provincial television. Your live broadcast will be broadcast in schools, factories, farms and mines. Students who perform well, our Education Bureau will reward you and provide you with scholarships. We hope you can also appear on the live broadcast. Come on, young people. Amid Su Diwang's high-pitched speech, more than 1,000 quasi-warriors from the entire Kongqing boarded the Airbus to Wutong. Countless parents came outside the venue to see their children off. Zhu Zixiao was also very excited and waved goodbye to his parents. Father, mother, I will definitely make you proud. Lao Zhu shouted. In the crowd, only Yi Chuan watched this scene quietly. Every time this part came up, he always seemed out of place. 3 hours later. At a huge military base on the outskirts of Wutong City, Airbuses landed one after another. Crowds of people began to gather in groups. A huge electronic screen showed that the number of candidates taking the exam here was 100,861. Each one took a glance and it seemed that Kongqing's team was the smallest, while Wutong City, as the provincial capital, had more than 20,000 people. This gap really surprised Yi Chuan. Xiao Wenshan said that Wutong province is the weakest province in the empire. Even the weakest province is of this size. What about the imperial capital and the demonic capital? Chapter 62 Rules, looked down upon. All candidates assemble, and accompanying personnel clear the venue. As an invisible barrier separated everyone, 10 huge metal gates in the military base opened, like 10 entrances to the abyss ready to devour anyone. For a moment, all kinds of noisy discussions, nervous breathing, and excited conversations came together. Brother Yi, there are too many people. I'm so nervous. Old Zhu rubbed his hands, looking uneasy. Why are you so nervous? Even though there are so many people here, few of them can be our match. Yi Chuan looked calm. Real? Because of his great trust in Yi Chuan's words, Lao Zhu immediately believed it, his eyes full of excitement. He couldn't wait to. Faced with this scene, Yi Chuan was actually a little excited. Tisk, you're just bragging without thinking. That's right, there aren't many who can rival you. Who do you think you are? Brother, don't let the people from Wutong No. 1 Middle School hear this, otherwise it will be a disgrace to our entire Kongqing. The people around couldn't stand it anymore. You still dare to say that there are only a few among 100,000 people who can be your match? Who do you think you are? Although more than 1,000 people came to Kongqing, there were less than 10 warriors, not including these two. Several warriors were surrounded by stars. Don't worry, buddy. They are just junior quasi-warriors from Anping No. 1 Middle School. They are just two poor students who became quasi-warriors by chance. They have no idea how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Several prospective warriors from Anping No. 1 Middle School hurriedly explained, and then glared at Yi Chuan and the others. Yi Chuan, Zhu Zixiao, please be careful with your words and don't embarrass Anping No. 1 Middle School here. Xu Zixia was instantly furious. What the hell did you say? Yi Chuan also looked at a few people deeply. Outside the square, in the spectator seats, all the accompanying leaders were staring at the huge screen hundreds of meters ahead. When the exam starts later, the exam images of the top 100 outstanding students will be broadcast live on this screen. Zhang Yi, Old Su, between Yi Chuan and Zhu Zixia, who do you think is better this time? Su Duan smiled and said, of course it's Yi Chuan. He knew the relationship between Yi Chuan and Su Yingxue, and even Song Siki was won over by this guy, so he believed that Yi Chuan must have some strengths. Although Zhu Zixia is an awakened one, he is still optimistic about Yi Chuan. Oh? Zhu Zixia is an awakened one. His strength can even rival that of an intermediate warrior. Old Su, you wouldn't know that, right? Su Duan smiled meaningfully, just watch. Swordsman building. Su Wentian looked at the screen in front of him and said with a smile, so, do you think your son-in-law can make it into the top 10? Su Wentian didn't know that Yi Chuan had killed a Yuanwu warrior. In his mind, although Yi Chuan could compete with intermediate warriors, he might not be able to enter the top 10 in the province. Hearing this, Xiao Wenshan smiled lightly. I'm not worried about being in the top 10 in the province, but being in the top 10 in the empire is a bit risky. As far as I know, there are Yuanwu warriors appearing in the imperial capital and the demonic capital this time. Maybe there are some evildoers hiding in other powerful provinces. Yi Chuan is in danger. Su Wentian glared, Old Xiao, you really dare to say that? Do you really regard this kid as your son-in-law? He's even in the top 10 of the empire. In a secret training camp in Kyoto. Yingxue, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Yuanwu level. According to the contract, you have been specially recruited by Xingha Academy. A gentlewoman said to Su Yingxue with a smile. Did I succeed? A slight smile appeared on Su Yingxue's cold face. By the way, today is national time. Do you want to watch the live broadcast and take a break? No, I still need to continue practicing. Although she has become a Yuanwu warrior, she is still far from defeating Xiao Yifan, so she naturally cannot slack off. She herself didn't know why, but defeating Xiao Yifan had become an obsession deep in her heart. Is it because of him? At the same time, in an ancient tomb underground, Song Siki was lying in a teleportation array, covered in wounds. Successful, finally broke through to the second level. Song Siki raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. No, next time you must give your body to brother Yi Chuan, otherwise I will be overwhelmed by lust. Now the old man in the family has nothing to say, right? The place in Daoxian Palace belongs to me, huh? In Magic City, the Chen family is one of the 9 major families. A group of senior members of the Chen family gathered here. In front of them was a biological cabin covered in bloody mucus. As the cabin door opened, a man with festering wounds all over his body was seen gasping for breath. Did it work? Ancestor, is that you? He's still alive, that's great, my Chen family is saved. Finally, a descendant has managed to withstand the ancestor's possession. In just a moment, the skin of the festering figure began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha, old man, you still want to take over my body, is that easy? Inside the biocapsule, the man laughed loudly, revealing a row of white teeth on his festering face. There are still a bunch of beautiful girls waiting for me to pick them up. How could I let you take over my body? He is Chen Wei. Ever since he got the news about his life experience, he traveled all the way to Shanghai and finally found his nominal father. It was not until he arrived in the Magic City that he found out that his father was actually from the Chen family, one of the 9 major families in the empire. I am the product of his one-night stand. If it weren't for genetic comparison, his father wouldn't even know he existed. However, after comparing the genes, what awaits him is not the warm recognition of his family, nor the overwhelming wealth, but the possession of the bloodline from the ancestor of the Chen family. However, this ancestor failed. He was too old, and eventually his soul collapsed and was swallowed by Chen Wei, becoming a part of Chen Wei. You, which bastard are you? Bastard? Chen Wei's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a powerful aura burst out. You ignorant thing, can't you even call out to your ancestors? The woman who was speaking felt this momentum, and her face changed drastically in an instant. She knelt down and cowed out tremblingly, I'm sorry, ancestor, I thought you failed to seize the body. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei laughed heartily. He is indeed dead, but not completely dead. At least his strength has been passed down. Give me time, and I will be the ancestor of the Chun family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Chen family's top management changed. Is the ancestor really dead, or is he just putting on a show for them? Could it be that the ancestor is preparing to change his identity? For a moment they couldn't guess. But one thing can be confirmed, that is, the strength of our ancestors has indeed been passed down. As long as we continue to strengthen this body in front of us, we will definitely restore our ancestors' peak strength in the future. Think of this. All the senior members of the Chun family immediately knelt down and saluted. Greetings, ancestor. What are your instructions? Identity no longer matters. As long as the person in front of him is from the Chun family and can protect the Chen family from wind and rain in the future, it is enough. What the Chen family needs is the fighting power of their ancestors. Kill her. Chen Wei pointed at the woman who had just called him a bastard with a cold gaze. In an instant, a beautiful head fell to the ground. Chapter 63, Feelings from the Same School? Old Zhu takes action. In the square. A cold mechanical voice rang out in the square. Attention, candidates! The first round of the assessment has officially begun. You must enter the military base within an hour. Attention, there will only be 10,000 places available at the military base. Once the quota is filled, the gate will automatically close, and the remaining students will be ranked based on their distance from the gate. Good boy, 90% of the people were eliminated in the first round. How cruel! Old Zhu tensed up instantly. Not only him, other students had already started to squeeze forward, trying to find a suitable position for the sprint, and the atmosphere in the square suddenly became tense. Brother Yi, let's go in from both sides. There must be a lot of people rushing in from the middle. There are 10 hatches, and each hatch is about 500 meters apart. Their position in the middle is obviously very disadvantageous. Need not. Yi Chuan's expression was indifferent, and his voice was cold as he said, Old Zhu, today you will understand one thing, the way of martial arts requires struggle. At this moment, a huge figure was projected in the air. 10, 9, 2, 1. Boom! The barrier disappeared and all the candidates rushed out instantly. Brother Yi, let's rush. Xu Zixiao reminded anxiously when he saw Yi Chuan was still in deep thought. Yi Chuan shook his head slightly and pointed in the direction of Wutong No. 1 Middle School. Look at them. Xu Zixiao was stunned to find that the people from Wutong No. 1 Middle School were slowly walking at the back. As the strongest and most prestigious university in the provincial capital, this shouldn't be the case. But they soon had the answer. Suddenly, strange beasts rushed out from the 10 dark hatches. Not only that, hidden weapons and stones were shot out from all directions. Those who were rushing in the front were instantly seriously injured and bleeding profusely, and then they were teleported away by a white light. At the same time, the number of students on the giant screen was decreasing rapidly. Striped Leopard, Chow Chow, Shadow Wolf. Damn! Xu Zixiao widened his eyes. Yi Chuan smiled and said, how can the martial arts exam be that simple? This level seems to test nerve reflex speed and personal combat ability. Martial Arts University doesn't want greenhouse-grown flowers, they want seedlings that can truly become strong. Yi Chuan had also watched the live broadcast of the martial arts exam in previous years, so he naturally knew that the exam would not be that simple. The level of martial arts ability cannot absolutely guarantee the final result of the martial arts exam. Actual combat and adaptability are also crucial. In this wave, at least several warriors were eliminated. Let's go! Almost all of those who rushed out in the first wave were eliminated. Even if they reached the hatch, they still had to fight with the strange beasts. After Yi Chuan's observation, this distance is currently divided into 3 sections. The first section is a 3-kilometer-long sprint section. There is no danger on this road, which is the easiest way for people to relax their vigilance. The second section is the hidden weapon area, where hidden weapons and stones will be shot from the ground or all around. As long as the injured parts are vital parts, they will be automatically teleported away. The third section is the strange beast area at the hatch. This is the most dangerous place, and strange beasts are constantly coming out of the underground cages. After the initial panic, everyone reacted and rushed towards the cabin door again. Charge! Get out of the way! Tens of thousands of candidates rushed together, no one gave in, and everyone wanted to rush into the cabin. At this moment, even the 2 people who were chatting happily just a second ago were pushing each other with red eyes. Yi Chuan and Lao Zhu frowned at the same time. If you just push forward like this, others won't give way to you. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind. Get out of here! This was a tall young man, whose aura suddenly burst out, knocking the person who was blocking his way away. Not only him, other warriors also took action. A figure with a graceful figure and a cold and beautiful face rushed out from the camp of Wutong No. 1 Middle School and stepped directly over the heads of a group of candidates. Someone jumped up to stop her, but was kicked away by the woman like a sandbag. It's Xiaoningyan, the school beauty of Wutong No. 1 Middle School. It is said that she is already a mid-level warrior. I can't afford to offend you. Lao Zhu, brother Yi, this woman is so strong. She is beautiful, but she gives people an air of superiority and invincibility. Yi Chuan nodded. Xiaoningyan has already broken through to the intermediate level of warrior, so given her personality, she is naturally unscrupulous. Her tenderness is only directed at Yi Chuan. Honey, do you want me to help you? At this moment, Xiaoningyan's voice came into Yi Chuan's mind. No, just do what you have to do. Oh. Xiaoningyan easily rushed through the hidden weapon area, killed a strange beast, and then calmly walked into the cabin. With Xiaoningyan taking the lead, other candidates who thought they were strong were no longer polite. Someone immediately wanted to imitate Xiaoningyan. Fuck, who the hell do you think you are? Warriors are amazing, come down here. Dare to step on my head, die. These people could tolerate Xiaoningyan, but not others, and they started fighting immediately. Blood splattered everywhere, and beams of white light appeared one after another. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Get out of here! Next to Zhu Zixiao, a warrior from the same city actually attacked Yi Chuan and Lao Zhu. Old Zhu, clear the way. Okay, brother Yi. Suddenly, thorny vines emerged from the ground, instantly binding everyone around and throwing them out. The warrior who attacked them was given special care by Lao Zhu. He tied him up, swung him up, and smashed him to the ground. The man was bleeding profusely and looked at Yi Chuan and the other man with horror. Awakener! The other students at the same school were also stunned, especially those who had mocked Lao Zhu before, whose faces turned red. In an instant, Lao Zhu cleared out a vacuum zone around Yi Chuan and the other person. Even the warriors from Wutong No. 1 Middle School changed direction with serious expressions and chose to avoid Lao Zhu, the awakened one. However, most people were already blocking the two of them, with no intention of moving aside, including some classmates from the same school. Great, Zhu Zixiao, you are actually an awakened one. Finally, someone is helping us clear the way. Zhu Zixiao, you are so strong, so amazing. Can you help me get through the first level? Yes, we are all classmates from the same school. You won't just help Yi Chuan and not help us, right? These people asked Zhu Zixiao for help and said it was justified, and some of them were people who had mocked them before. Old Zhu frowned when he saw this. He was unhappy, but he couldn't take action against these students because of his face. These people were blocking the way in front of him and had no intention of giving way. For a moment he was at a loss. He looked at Yi Chuan, wanting to ask what to do. Yi Chuan spoke calmly, do you want to stay where you are and be stopped by them, and eventually be eliminated, or do you want to enter a prestigious school and embark on the path of becoming a strong person? Of course I want to become a strong man. Lao Zhu's eyes were firm and he clenched his fists. Then what are you waiting for? No need to show mercy. Yi Chuan said coldly. When old Zhu heard this, his body trembled. He gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and shouted angrily, get out of here. Chapter 64 The clown provokes, Yi Chuan takes action. Suddenly, vines began to fly from Lao Zhu's body like octopus tentacles, and candidates were instantly blown away wherever they passed. For a moment, screams and sounds of broken bones were heard everywhere. Those who had originally hoped to get away with it now made way. With Lao Zhu's help, the road ahead for the two of them suddenly became unobstructed. At the same time, the live streaming platform was in an uproar. Fuck, a wild awakener appeared. So powerful. Is this person's ability to control plants? In comparison, I envy his buddy more. Indeed, he was really lucky. He was defeated by an awakened one without any effort. No, why does he look so familiar to me? As more and more people rushed into the cabin, the fight became more and more brutal, and some people even took blood pills directly. The law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak is brought to its extreme at this moment. Even so, no one stepped forward to stop it. It was obvious that the higher-ups had tacitly approved of these measures. Seeing this scene, Lao Zhu was secretly shocked. He finally understood that this was a brutal elimination match with no mercy at all. Brother Yi is still very insightful. The way of martial arts must be fought for. If you don't fight for it at the critical moment, it means you give your opportunity to others. When that time comes, others will fly higher and higher, while you can only stay where you are. According to his personality, he would be embarrassed to face requests from his classmates, especially when faced with compliments from his classmates. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. He was indeed a little embarrassed to do so. However, the consequence of doing so is to give your own opportunities to others. Let's go! Yi Chuan did not take any action from beginning to end, and there was no one here worthy of his attack. The hidden weapon area and the exotic beast area behind could not stop the two men at all, and they walked into the cabin door unhindered. The moment they walked into the cabin, they were teleported to a rest area. The rest area is full of people who have passed the first level, and there are already hundreds of people gathered here. Seeing Yi Chuan and the other two appear, these people looked over, but most of their eyes fell on Zhu Zixiao. After all, there are too few awakened people. Zhu Zixiao's ability is both offensive and defensive, which is a very powerful ability, so he naturally received special attention. However, a stern young man stared at Yi Chuan. Are you Yi Chuan? I want to remind you to stay away from Ningyan. What qualifications do you have to be worthy of Ningyan? Don't you have any idea of your own worth? Don't think that just because you defeated two pieces of trash from the demon sect, you can become arrogant and lose sight of reality. The young man spoke without reservation, and everyone looked at him sideways. Yi Chuan turned his head and looked. Why is this person so mean? Do I know myself? You just start talking nonsense. Who do you think you are? Especially this kind of arrogant and domineering sense of superiority, the domineering and disgusted look made Yi Chuan feel disgusted. What? Do you think you are Xiao Ningyan? Ouyang Zhe, that's enough. Xiao Ningyan, who was originally looking at Yi Chuan with care in her eyes, suddenly became angry. When Ouyang Zhe saw Xiao Ningyan speak, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at Yi Chuan in anger. If you are a man, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight me one-on-one. Ouyang Zhe burst out with a powerful aura, and he was actually an intermediate-level warrior. Everyone in the rest area, this kid is in trouble. Live broadcast room. What the hell, what's going on? Is there going to be a fight in the rest area? That's Ouyang Zhe, a genius from Wutong No. 1 Middle School and an intermediate-level warrior. That pretty boy across from him is in trouble. It's still unclear who will suffer. Do you know who's across from him? Suddenly a red barrage appeared, immediately triggering a wave of questions. The red barrage in the live broadcast room means that the person who was flooding the screen is a certified warrior, so his words naturally carry weight. Who is it? Boss, please introduce yourself. Another red comment was posted. His name is Yi Chuan, he is a swordsman, and he once killed two mid-level warriors from the demon cult. This kid is considered a celebrity in the martial arts circle. I heard that he has also learned the bloodline magical power of the Xiao family. As several red bullet comments were sent out, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet for a moment. Fuck, I thought this guy was going to win without doing anything. Amazing. He's actually a swordsman. For a moment, even the director in charge of the live broadcast cut the camera to the rest area. At the same time, a dimensional blade instantly condensed and rushed out in front of Yi Chuan. Everyone only saw a cold light flash in front of Yi Chuan, and the originally arrogant and angry Ouyang Zhe was chopped away in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Is that it? Looking at Ouyang Zhe again, there was a hideous wound on his chest. If it weren't for his battle suit protecting him, he would have been split in half. And this was the result of Yi Chuan holding back. The Yuan force is out of the body. Is he a Yuan warrior? In an instant, everyone in the rest area, the live broadcast room, and even the leaders watching on the big screen outside were stunned. It's like suddenly seeing a wolf king appear among the flock of sheep, or a billionaire appear in the slums. Am I dazzled? Someone upstairs stepped on me. A Yuan Wei? That's too exaggerated. I really admire that guy's courage. He actually took the initiative to provoke a Yuan Wu warrior. Who does he think he is? Can a Yuan Wu warrior spoil him? At this moment, almost everyone stood on Yi Chuan's side. In this world where martial arts are respected, if the weak dare to show their fangs to the strong, they must be prepared to be trampled to death. But someone soon came out to explain. That is the Shao family's bloodline magical power, the Dimensional Blade. Although Yi Chuan is not a Yuanwu warrior, it seems that he should be able to walk sideways in the warrior realm. After learning the truth, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they still felt terrified. Yi Chuan's voice also came at this moment. Do you still want to fight me one-on-one? Do I have the qualifications to pursue Shao Ningyan? I'm also reminding you that there's a price to pay for being mean. If you dare to provoke me when you don't have the strength, you're courting death. I'll let you go this time, but if you do it again, humph. Several people from Wutong No. 1 Middle School immediately ran over to help Ouyang Zhe up, and were also shocked when they saw the injury on his chest. Yi Chuan kept his hands in his pockets. They didn't even see how Yi Chuan made his move. This strength is simply too strong. They are not even on the same order of magnitude. Yi Chuan, we're all classmates taking the martial arts exam. He just said a few words to you, but you're being too harsh, aren't you? The woman who was speaking was Lu Jing, the student union president of Anping No. 1 Middle School. Yi Chuan just glanced at her indifferently. He hated this kind of saintly person the most, who relied on her power in the school to uphold self-righteous justice. What do you mean he just said a few words to you and didn't do anything to you? It was just an unintentional mistake. Yi Chuan felt sick just listening to it. Well, I've gone too far. What are you going to do? Chapter 65 Anping No. 1 Middle School is really insidious, hiding a dragon. Yi Chuan just looked at her with contempt, as if to say, what can you do to me even if I hit you? His provocative words immediately aroused Lu Jing's anger. Yi Chuan, I now order you to apologize to this classmate immediately. She was aggressive and looked like she wanted Yi Chuan to obey her. You order me? Just because you're a high-level quasi-warrior? Yi Chuan's face suddenly darkened, and a powerful aura instantly pressed down on Lu Jing. Lu Jing is a bit out of touch with the times. Lu Jing only felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on her, and Yi Chuan's gaze was like a god looking at an ant. In just a moment, she couldn't bear the pressure and knelt on the ground. At this moment, Lu Jing suddenly woke up. The Yi Chuan in front of him was a powerful warrior, a warrior that even the principal had to respect. He actually gave orders to others. Yes, I'm sorry, classmate Yi Chuan, I was wrong, please forgive me. Under Yi Chuan's pressure, she even had difficulty speaking. In an instant, Lu Jing broke out in a cold sweat. She finally felt the horror of Yi Chuan directly. The pressure alone was so terrifying. She didn't dare to imagine what Yi Chuan would look like when he attacked. Ha ha ha, this woman must be out of her mind. She's trying to use the school's status to pressure others. Some people are like that. Just because they have a little power in school, they think they're the chosen ones. Who will give you face after you leave school? You're not even a warrior, yet you dare to provoke someone who was close to being a Yuanwu. You're really courting death. At this time, a red barrage appeared. I don't think I can blame her. Have you looked at Yi Chuan's personal information? His school information shows that he is just a junior quasi-martial artist and a poor student. It's too fake. In an instant, countless people watching the live broadcast clicked on the information to check, and then the screen was filled with exclamations. Fuck, it's true. Anping No. 1 Middle School is really shady. Other key middle schools are just hiding their weaknesses, but they're hiding a dragon. Is he afraid of being poached? Such a great god is only a junior quasi-warrior in the information. I'm dying of laughter. You should understand them. After all, it's just an ordinary middle school in the area. They finally produced a monster, so naturally they have to keep it hidden. Didn't you see that the Awakened One's profile also shows that he is a junior quasi-warrior? At this moment, not only netizens were confused, but also the principal Su Duong and the president of Kan Martial Arts Hall Jiang He were confused. Su Duong and Nan Nan, isn't this too strong? Although he was optimistic about Yi Chuan, he didn't think Yi Chuan would be so strong. I really shouldn't have questioned the saint's judgment. Jiang He was also shocked. He remembered that when the sword wielder was testing Yi Chuan, he could only suppress a junior warrior at most. How long had it been since he could kill an intermediate warrior in seconds? Swordsman building. Su Wentian turned to look at Xiao Wenshan. You knew this a long time ago? Xiao Wenshan chuckled. Last month, this kid used himself as bait to fish and ended up catching 2 blood maple leaf assassins and the clone of Lady Ying. Guess what the result was? This guy relied on calculations to kill the 2 assassins and even cut off the head of Ying's clone. If this kid didn't know the weakness of Ying's puppet clone, all 3 Yuanwu warriors would have been killed by him. Su Wendian glared, so strong? Xiao Wenshan nodded. I've kept him under house arrest in the Sword Master building for over 20 days. I saw he had nothing to do all day. Who would have thought that he could actually cultivate the dimensional blade? What a monster! But he's only strong in attack. If he encounters a true Yuanwu master, his physical fitness and reaction speed may not be able to keep up. That's fine. Su Wendian sighed, at least sweeping through the warrior realm is no problem. This kid's cultivation speed is too fast. The people who were even more confused at this moment were the people from Anping No. 1 Middle School and Kongcheng. What's going on? Is there a master who swept the martial arts exam hidden in our school? There is not only one great god, but also an awakened one. Damn, the school leaders are really tight-lipped. We didn't know anything about it. Ha 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 ha. This time, our Anping No. 1 Middle School, and even the entire Can, is going to be famous. I used to wonder how 2 school beauties could fall for a poor student like each one. Now it seems I was superficial. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I kowtow to you to apologize. The one upstairs, kowtow to me too. +1. +1. Lu Jing's incident was just an episode, and Ouyang Zhe finally came to his senses at this time. However, at this moment he didn't even dare to look at Jichuan, for fear that Jichuan would do it to him again. This is the reality. When a person feels that there is not much difference between him and you, he always wants to pull you down, hold a grudge against you, or even take revenge on you. However, when the gap between the two of you is so big that it makes people despair, he will only feel fear of you. There are 3 people like this here at the moment. One is Ouyang Zhe, one is Lu Jing, and the other is Lu Mei, from whom he extorted 200 million yuan from the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Mei had retreated to the corner and looked at Yi Chuan with fear. He originally thought that he had also become a warrior and would have the opportunity to take revenge on Yi Chuan, but now it seems that the gap between the two has already widened. Fortunately, Yi Chuan didn't notice her. Even if Yi Chuan noticed it, he wouldn't care. After all, he had accepted 200 million yuan from the other party. In his opinion, the grudge between the two parties had been resolved. Time passes. More and more candidates were sent to the rest area. Yi Chuan discovered that except for the group of unlucky guys who rushed to the front at the beginning, the people behind them could pass the level as long as they reached the advanced quasi-warriors, and the clever intermediate quasi-warriors also had hope. Almost half an hour passed. As the 10,000th candidate rushed into the hatch, an invisible barrier descended to separate the candidates, and the 10 hatches began to slowly close. Outside the cabin. Among the candidates who failed, some roared in frustration, some broke down and cried, and some sighed silently. They had already lost the qualification to enter the key martial arts university. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. At this moment, a dramatic scene occurred in the crowded rest area. Everyone stayed away from Yi Chuan. Except for Lao Zhu and Xiaoning Yan, no one dared to get close to him. No way. Most of the people here are high-level quasi-warriors, a few are junior warriors, and Yi Chuan is a candidate who is close to being a Yuan warrior. Anyone who sees it will feel numb. In order to avoid suspicion, Yi Chuan asked Xiaoning Yan to leave as well. There's no way around it, this is a live broadcast, he has to pay attention to his image. Brother Yi, that move you made just now was too powerful. How much of your strength did you use? Old Zhu was still immersed in the shock of Yi Chuan's move, and couldn't help but ask curiously. 10%. Yi Chuan replied calmly. If he uses his full strength, even a high-level warrior will be killed in seconds. What? Zhu Zixiao's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. If he could kill an intermediate warrior with 10% of his strength, wouldn't that mean Brother Yi could also kill him with 10% of his strength? Then, with Brother Yi's full strength, wouldn't he really be able to compete with a Yuan warrior? Chapter 66 Yin Ji reappears and falls into crisis. Congratulations on passing the first round. All of you will receive admission letters from at least a second-rate martial arts university. The next second level is a real-world battle in the wilderness. You can select your weapons on the smart terminal and then go to the weapon station to receive them. The distribution map of exotic beasts has been sent to all of your smart devices. The rules for this round are, killing an ordinary exotic beast is 10 points, killing a low-level beast king is 100 points, and killing a mid-level beast king is 1000 points. This clearance time is limited to 1 day, and the scores are sorted from high to low. As the announcement started, tens of thousands of people rushed to the weapons station. Weapons are not allowed in the martial arts exam, so everyone can only receive weapons of the same material here. Brother Yi, I'll go get you a spear. Lao Zhu didn't need a weapon himself, but he knew Yi Chuan was good at using a spear. After receiving the spear and handing it to Yi Chuan, Lao Zhu looked at the candidates who were starting to form teams and asked, Brother Yi, do you want to form a team too? Team up? Why do we need to team up? You need to form a team only if you can't beat them. This kind of man-made wasteland environment, where there is not even a lord, is no difficulty at all for Yi Chuan. He only needs to eliminate all the high-level beast kings marked on the map and take first place. As for ordinary exotic beasts, he was too lazy to waste time on them. Xu Zixiao slapped his head and said, I almost forgot, Brother Yi, you can sweep the warrior realm, and you still form a chicken feather team. Walking out of the military base, what comes into view is the ruins of an old city with broken walls and dilapidated walls. This piece of ruins is not big, equivalent to a small county town in a 3rd or 4th tier city. After Yi Chuan and the others left, the warriors tacitly avoided Yi Chuan and his team's route, but the candidates below the warrior level followed Yi Chuan silently. The reason is simple. For those above the level of warrior, their goal is to hunt down the Beast King to impact the rankings. It goes without saying that wherever Yi Chuan and his friends go, they will definitely not be included in the Beast King's territory. For candidates below the level of warrior, their goal is to get 100 points to pass. Once Yi Chuan eliminates the Beast King, they will naturally be able to hunt exotic beasts more safely. Brother Yi, are we just going to walk around the wilderness like this? For a long time, the wasteland has been synonymous with danger in Lao Zhu's mind. He always feels weird walking in the wasteland like this. This is an exam, not a real wasteland. For the safety of us examinees, the real dangers have long been eliminated. Xu Zixiao suddenly realized. 10 minutes later, they found the first Beast King. Yi Chuan raised his hand and rushed out with a slash, then shot through its head. Xu Zixiao hunted the strange beasts around him, and the two of them resolved the battle in 3 minutes. After going to 3 nests in a row, the two of them followed the same method and quickly eliminated the Beast Kings marked on the map. In the live broadcast room, this Yi Chuan is so ruthless. Almost no Beast King can survive a single move from him. This martial arts exam is not difficult for him at all. It seems that our Wudong province has a talented person participating in this year's Imperial qualifying tournament. Yes, but don't be too optimistic. I heard that there are a lot of geniuses in Kyoto and Demon City this year. Huh? Why is the live broadcast interrupted? Official Dad, what's going on? Why is there no video in the live broadcast? Too weak. Lao Zhu threw away the corpse of the strange beast in his hand. Yi Chuan was in charge of the Beast King, and he only had to clean up some small monsters. Brother Yi, I never thought that the martial arts exam would be so easy. Xu Zixiao walked up to Yi Chuan proudly and said with a smile. What's wrong, Brother Yi, what are you looking at? Old Zhu noticed that Yi Chuan ignored him and kept his eyes fixed on a dark abandoned building covered with cobwebs in the distance. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Jing? At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the dark abandoned building, surprising the two of them. It was Lu Jing. At this moment, Lu Jing was staring at them with a strange smile, completely losing her previous timidity. Lu Jing, this is the territory of a high-ranking lord, you. Old Zhu wanted to say something, but Yi Chuan interrupted him. Just when Old Zhu was confused, he heard Yi Chuan say solemnly, Let's go, Old Zhu, you go first, leave immediately. Xu Zixiao was shocked. Looking at the seriousness in Yi Chuan's eyes, he was stunned. At this moment, a 10-meter-tall 6-legged spider slowly crawled out from behind Lu Jing, its dark red pupils staring at the two humans in front of it. Lord-level beast, the dark-eyed demonic spider. Seeing the spider, Lao Zhu was horrified. How is this possible? There are no lord-level monsters marked on the map. Yi Chuan's eyes were fixed on Lu Jing from beginning to end. Empress Ji, you dare to break the rules of the martial arts exam. Aren't you afraid that the Empire will come after you? Yi Chuan is very smart. You guessed it was me right away. But don't worry, the live broadcast signal here has been blocked. I'm afraid no one will notice anything unusual when I turn you into a puppet. Lu Jing laughed strangely twice, the voice sounded like a man or a woman, and was extremely piercing. Then blood-colored tentacles grew out from behind him, and his aura instantly jumped from the level of a high-level quasi-warrior to that of a Yuan warrior. Yuan warrior? Old Zhu is already numb. No matter how stupid he was, he could see the clue at this moment. The Lord-level monster was obviously created by Queen Ying. Aren't you leaving yet? Old Zhu, you don't want to steal points from me, do you? Knowing what Old Zhu was thinking, Yi Chuan reminded him in a relaxed manner. After hearing Yi Chuan's reminder, Lao Zhu turned around and ran away without hesitation. He had to escape and ask for help. Leave him. As soon as Empress Ying finished speaking, the dark-eyed demon spider instantly spit out several strands of spider silk towards Zhu Zixiao. You're the only one with legs? Old Zhu sneered, and then he grew a few long vine legs behind him like a spider and ran away quickly. The dark-eyed demon spider wanted to chase with a group of spiders, but Yi Chuan's attack had already arrived. Clang clang clang. The dimensional blade hit the spider's sickle-like thigh, making a clanging sound like metal collision. The powerful slashing force forced the dark-eyed demon spider to retreat. The dark-eyed demon spider was furious, and its 6 legs slashed towards Yi Chuan frantically. Yi Chuan snorted coldly and disappeared in a flash. Facing this lord who had just broken through, he was not afraid at all. The dragon roar spear appeared in his hand, and he took the initiative to fight with the dark-eyed demon spider. Relying on the extreme speed of his flashing body technique and the defensive dragon roar spear technique, Yi Chuan did not fall into a disadvantage. Empress Ying's pupils shrank. You've become so much stronger, or have you been hiding your strength before? Before Yi Chuan attacked Ouyang Zhe, he was only a high-level warrior at most. For this reason, she deliberately felt Yi Chuan's pressure and confirmed that Yi Chuan was indeed a high-level warrior before deciding to attack. However, Yi Chuan at this moment was obviously much stronger than when he fought in the rest area before. He was able to compete with the Lord-level monster without being at a disadvantage. She was secretly shocked. The young people in front of me are growing too fast. When she first met Yi Chuan, her identity was Qin Xingyang. At that time, Yi Chuan could only fight against primary warriors with all his strength, and he would definitely be defeated if facing an intermediate warrior. Now, in less than 3 months, Yi Chuan can actually confront the Lord head-on. As expected of a pure Yang body. She was already afraid of Yi Chuan's growth rate. If you can't control Yi Chuan, then kill him. Thinking of this, Queen Ying also took action and besieged Yi Chuan together with the dark-eyed demon spider. She held a long, narrow-bladed sword in her hand, and her energy surged into the sky when she swung the sword. Facing 2 powerful men, Yi Chuan suddenly felt a lot of pressure and was forced to cough up blood and retreat. Chapter 67 The reason for being targeted, pure Yang body. Seeing Yi Chuan coughing up blood and dodging, Empress Ying looked proud. He, boy, stop struggling. If you agree to be my puppet, I can retain your independent consciousness. From now on, you only need to obey me, and you can still practice. I can also find you the best skills and magical powers, so that you can become a top genius in the eyes of the world. How about that? Rushing into the abandoned building, Yi Chuan took advantage of the narrow terrain to avoid being attacked by the two. Upon hearing this, he sneered. Oh? You've been so nice to me, old witch, you're not attracted to me, are you? Empress Ying laughed strangely. I knew you were smart, you could even guess this. You won't suffer any loss, actually. I just want you to become my dual cultivation cauldron. It won't have much impact on your pure Yang body. Yi Chuan first felt a chill. But Ying's next words left him stunned. Are you a pure Yang body? Old witch, you keep giving me trouble. Are you just because I have that pure Yang body? Are you blind? You don't know it yourself? Empress Ying frowned. Isn't it because of his pure Yang body that this kid can cultivate so quickly? Boy, let me ask you, does your strength increase every time you practice dual cultivation with someone? Yi Chuan was puzzled. Wasn't the improvement in strength due to the reward from the system? Seeing that Yi Chuan didn't answer, Empress Ying already had the answer in her mind. So she continued to ask, do you always recover quickly after practicing dual cultivation and become more courageous after each battle? That only proves that I am too strong. Yi Chuan smiled proudly. Don't pretend, kid. After you became a warrior, I have already sensed the aura of your pure Yang body, but your physique has not yet fully awakened. Ying said firmly, I practice the art of Yin and Yang harmony, and it is most sensitive to a physique like yours. The pure Yang body is naturally astringent, so there's no need to worry about being drained of energy. Just a short rest will quickly restore the pure Yang qi. Speaking of which, every pure Yang body is a genius in dual cultivation, and it would be easy for them to control 3,000 women. But now that you've met me, you'll have no choice but to become my exclusive furnace, he he he. It turned out that the old witch was greedy for his body. Yichuan felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but get goosebumps on his hands. Knowing Yingji's background, he didn't want to be taken in through the back door. By the way, I don't know if this pure yang body can be considered a type of awakened one. At this moment, Yichuan felt that he had found the reason why the growth of his spiritual power had always far exceeded his cultivation progress. No wonder every time I'm with Suing Xue, Song Siki, and the others, I can't help but think of Shin Gongbao's fermented tofu. Thinking in his heart, Yichuan said without mercy. Old witch, do you need a furnace? Aren't you a hermaphrodite? Can't you solve it yourself? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed a chilling murderous intent. The veins on the neck of Empress Yingji behind her were bulging, and her face became ferocious and terrifying, as if she had turned into a wild beast that would choose its prey. Boy, I'm going to tear you apart. These words seemed to have touched the sore spot of Empress Yingji. Countless tentacles rushed out from her body and came towards Yichuan to strangle him. Fuck! Yichuan was shocked. He didn't expect that this period would be so lethal. In desperation, he could only use his skills to the extreme and escape madly. Boy, I have decided. I will refine you into a puppet and then wipe out your intelligence, turning you into a male dog that only knows how to beg for sex. Empress Yingji was furious and had lost her mind. At the same time, there were more and more spider webs in the entire ruins. The dark-eyed demon spiders kept surrounding him with spider silk, and the space where Yichuan could flash away was getting smaller and smaller. Boy, die! Empress Yingji seized the opportunity and chopped Yichuan's spear away with a knife. Then the dark-eyed demon spider spit out spider silk to instantly wrap Yichuan up. Empress Yingji then kicked Yichuan into the wall. Yichuan felt as if he was hit by a train, with severe pain all over his body and coughing up blood. However, the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Old witch, I don't want to play with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a detonator appeared in Yichuan's hand. Empress Yingji's pupils suddenly shrank, and she glanced around. She saw that the path Yichuan had just escaped on had been filled with blocks like earthen bricks. Especially around her, there was a circle of things. These were all the high explosives that Yichuan seized from their team after he killed Wanglinger last time. High explosive. Before Empress Yingji could even utter a word, the explosives were instantly detonated. Boom! The entire ruined building was razed to the ground in an instant, and a large hole was blown out on the ground. Almost at the moment of the explosion, Yichuan immediately took out all the buffer items in the system space and piled them in front of him. Even with such a buffer, Yichuan still felt that several bones in his body were broken, and he was blown away more than 100 meters by the shockwave. After breaking free from the spider silk on his body, Yichuan stared at the deep pit. He deliberately angered Empress Yingji in order to set a trap for her. In order to lure her to the designated location, he even did not hesitate to injure herself seriously, just to maximize the power of the explosion. And at the same time, the picture in the live broadcast room was restored again. However, when the audience turned their eyes to the screen in the live broadcast room, everyone's eyes widened. What's going on? What happened to Brother Yi? Why is he injured like this? Oh my god! Can anyone tell me what this deep pit is? It looks like there should be a building here. Look, that dark thing in the deep pit is moving. In the deep pit, the black dark-eyed demon spider slowly unfolded its body. Although 3 of its legs and half of its body were blown off, it was still alive. Next to the dark-eyed demon spider, the half-human, half-skeleton Queen Yingji also survived. Countless pieces of flesh and blood on her body began to wriggle and repair her broken body. Yichuan! I will cut you into pieces. She was actually plotted against by Yichuan again, which was simply unforgivable for her. However, Yichuan's dimension blade has arrived. Yichuan's expression was cold and stern. He waved his hand and a dimensional blade rushed out, aiming directly at Yingji's chest. He knew that there was a poisonous insect controlling this puppet clone. Kill! Queen Yingji has completely lost her mind, and so has the dark-eyed demon spider. They were completely enraged by Yichuan. Yichuan didn't know that he had just accidentally blown up the hidden signal jammer. He only knew that he had to fight hard now. If he waits until Empress Yingji fully recovers, he will surely die due to the loss of both sides' strength. Chapter 68 Disappointed Yingji, the furnace tripod was stolen. Without the slightest hesitation, Yichuan held a spear in his hand and used the Dragon Roar Spear technique to its fullest extent, and was able to fight the seriously injured man and beast to a draw. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other. However, the live broadcast room at this moment was full of doubts. The dark-eyed demon spider, the Beast Lord? The skeleton woman next to him can slash with sword energy, and she is actually a Yuan Wu practitioner? What's going on? Oh my god, can anyone tell me what just happened? There's actually a Lord-level beast and a weirdo Yuan Wu in the martial arts exam. It's obvious that this weirdo is in cahoots with the Beast Lord. They want to join forces to kill Brother Yi. Brother Yi is so strong that he can fight against two masters at the same time and not be at a disadvantage. That weirdo seems to be the puppet clone of Yin Ji, the Yin Yang sex goddess. Compared to the live broadcast room, the leaders of various cities who were watching the game were furious. What are the invigilators doing? It's obvious that someone is deliberately sabotaging the exam and trying to murder our human genius. Hurry up and open the examination room. We need to go in and rescue people. Damn it! We finally have a monster in Wudong province. If he gets killed by the demon cult during the martial arts exam, all of you invigilators can die. Since the demon cult is involved, if Yichuan is killed in public, these invigilators will be held responsible. This is already a conflict between ethnic groups and a battle between good and evil. Especially since this happened during the live broadcast of the martial arts exam, the significance of this battle has already surpassed the martial arts exam itself. At this moment, the masters and warriors in charge of supervising the exam were already sweating profusely. This is a live broadcast. Who could have imagined that the military examination, which represents the face of the empire, would have such a turn of events? All we can say is that Empress Yin Ji, who has the ability to control poisonous insects, acts unscrupulously. All the invigilators rushed into the wasteland. At the same time, inside the martial arts building, Xiao Wenshan and Su Wentian's faces turned pale. Yin Ji again. Not only did she harm my daughter, but now she wants to harm my son-in-law? Su Wentian? Shameless old thief, when did Yichuan become your son-in-law? Don't you look down on him? Xiao Wenshan coughed lightly. Let's talk about it soon. He's the future son-in-law. He can only be worthy of my daughter if he can get into the Galaxy Academy. What if I fail the exam? If he fails the exam, I will accept him as my disciple. Xiao Wenshan watched Yichuan's battle on the live broadcast and nodded with satisfaction. This guy is decisive, ruthless, and thoughtful, and is worth winning over. Especially when he saw the miserable appearance of Empress Yin Ji, Lao Xiao felt happy. It seems that this old witch has been tricked by Yichuan again. Well done. Old Xiao, I don't have a successor yet. Your Xiao family has many children, unlike me who is alone. Why don't you give it to me? Xiao Wenshan immediately became alert. Old Su, I can give you the rest, but this Yi kid is just the right person to be my disciple, I can't give him up. Su Wentian was also angry. Old man, he's already your son-in-law, don't push your luck. Xiao Wenshan shook his head firmly. If you're not convinced, go and have another daughter. Anyway, I've decided to accept this disciple. The potential shown by Yichuan is too terrifying. With a little training, he will definitely become a strong man in the future. Both of them decided to win over Yichuan. Old bastard, it seems you're determined to snatch my disciple from me? Then follow the old rules. Let's see who's the real one. Watch my fists. Ouch, you sneak attack, old thief, take my move. Yichuan, you're dead this time. You should be proud of making me waste a Yuanli Demon Eye. The Yuanli Demon Eye was the trump card she brought with her this time just to be on the safe side, but she didn't expect that she would actually use it. Empress Yin Ji smiled coldly and pulled out a black eyeball covered with tentacles from her bosom. Dark-eyed demonic spider, hold him for me. Give me 1 minute. As she said this, she was about to put the eyeball into her mouth. However, at this moment, a mental shock suddenly hit him. Shock God technique. Empress Yin Ji's body suddenly stiffened. In just a moment, when she recovered, the black eyeball in her hand had already fallen into Yichuan's hand. Swallowing technique, swallow it for me. Black energy surged out from Yichuan's palm, instantly submerging the strange eyeball, and a stream of extremely pure life essence flowed from the eyeball into Yichuan's body. The injuries on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his aura suddenly increased. Yichuan looked at his personal panel. Host, Yichuan. Realm, Warrior Realm Perfection 80% Physical Potential. Talent, E level. Spiritual power, intermediate Yuanwu 69 times that of the same level. Current cultivation method, Devouring Technique Volume 1, Cultivation Progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, Flashing Body Movement. Currently practicing secret techniques, Dragon Roar Spear Technique Minor Success God Shaking Technique. Currently possesses the secret technique, Hidden Chi Technique. Possessing bloodline ability, Dimensional/entry level. Current partners, Suing Shue, favorability 62 Song Siki, favorability 68 Xiaoning Yin, favorability 99. As expected of Empress Ji's trump card, this surging life essence has allowed me to reach the perfection of a warrior, and my mental strength has also broken through to the intermediate level of Yuan Wu. After the body's potential is developed to 80%, one can become a Yuan Wu warrior. This stage is called an extreme warrior. You actually practiced the second volume of the devouring technique? Seeing the black energy in Yichuan's hand, Queen Ji's expression changed several times. From the initial shock and anger at having his Yuanli demon eye stolen, to the disappointment of seeing the black energy, until finally he showed a look of disgust. Humph, brat, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had mastered the second volume of devouring? You're wasting my time and energy. Yichuan was stunned. Old witch, what are you trying to do? After his strength increased greatly, Yichuan was already sure of victory. Playing tricks? I can't play tricks with a dead person. It's a pity that my best furnace and cauldron have been stolen. Empress Ji seemed very angry. What do you mean? After practicing the second volume of the devouring technique, you become a dead person? Seeing that Empress Ji had no intention of attacking again, Yichuan asked tentatively. Since it's already done, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Empress Ji hesitated for a moment, then sneered, the Blue-Silver Empire's devouring art, both the first and second volumes, are only halfway there. Do you know why? Because someone split the first volume into two? Split it into 2 volumes? You're overthinking it. Ji said in a deep voice, because this devouring art itself is a trap set up intentionally by someone. Practicing the devouring technique can certainly make one stronger quickly, but I believe you've also experienced that after devouring the life essence of a beast, it's easy to be consumed by negative emotions and become possessed, turning into a machine that only knows how to kill. Speaking of which, you're able to cultivate the devouring domain without going astray. I really admire you. Most people will completely lose control after reaching the second volume of cultivation, erasing their sanity and turning into a walking corpse. By then, someone who has practiced the second half of the technique will come and take away your mindless puppet. In the end, you puppets will devour and evolve into a terrifying fighting machine. Got it? The devouring art is not only strange and bizarre, it is also a puppet-making method. It's just a cultivator turning himself into a puppet, ha 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 ha. The person who created this technique is truly a genius. Boy, do you feel your hands and feet are cold, your soul is trembling, and you are filled with despair and regret? It feels so hopeless not even knowing who your enemy is. Hey, what's with that expression on your face? Chapter 69 The martial arts exam is over, let us cash in on the merits. When Yichuan first heard Ji's story, he was indeed very desperate. The upper part is a trap, and the lower part is the skill. Wait for others to practice the upper part, and then you can pick up the ready-made one directly. As long as you spread this skill, you will be able to reap endless rewards. This is simply a magical skill. It seems that the few volumes of the devouring art that have been circulated outside should all be only the first half. You made it through the first volume without going astray, right? Okay, after practicing the second volume, let's see if you can still handle it. If not, there are still the third and fourth volumes. You can always turn yourself into a puppet. The person who created the devouring technique is such a jerk. Just when Yichuan's heart sank to the bottom, he suddenly woke up and realized that he was in trouble. That's okay. I have a system to complete my skills, and I also have the meditation technique to suppress negative emotions, so there is no need to worry about going astray and becoming a puppet. But the play must be performed. Yichuan cooperated with a look of fear and despair. Senior, do you have any way to save me? If you are willing to save me, even if it means being my furnace. I am willing. Ha 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 ha. That's the right reaction. Turns out he was just scared silly. Empress Ji laughed heartily. Let me tell you, boy, if you only practiced the first volume, you might still have a chance, but if you practiced the second volume, you'd be completely hopeless. Unless you can find a truly powerful person or step into the realm of transcendence, even gods and immortals cannot save you. Hey, someone's here. I don't want to play with you anymore. Empress Ji gave Yichuan a last look of pity, and then her chest suddenly exploded, and her entire body turned into a pool of flesh and blood. The dark-eyed demon spider beside her fell in front of Yichuan in the same way. Seeing this scene, Yichuan narrowed his eyes solemnly. Queen Ji has strange methods. Not only can she use poisonous insects to control others, she can even control the lords of strange beasts. Fortunately, she seemed to have lost her temper with herself. Yichuan breathed a sigh of relief. This Empress Ji is cunning and unscrupulous in her actions without any bottom line. Being constantly targeted by such an enemy really puts him under a lot of pressure. I'll keep this grudge in mind. When I get the chance, I'll kill this old witch. I have deceived her this time. When she finds out that she is fine, she might even plot against me. Empress Ji, if you dare to disrupt the martial arts exam and kill the candidates, I will definitely. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Several invigilators in formal attire and armed with weapons came angrily. However, after reaching the battlefield, they looked around cautiously and found that the enemy had long disappeared. Mr. Yichuan, where are they? Yichuan pointed to the puddle on the ground with his chin. You stepped on it. Ah. The square-faced man in the lead looked down in astonishment, staring at the bloody mess on the ground. This is them? Yichuan nodded and explained. When Empress Ji discovered that her plan had been exposed and she couldn't capture me, she took her own life. After devouring the Yuanli demon eye, Yichuan was confident that he could kill Queen Ji and the dark-eyed demon spider, but in the end it was not him who killed them. The square-faced man snorted coldly upon hearing this, and then said loudly, "Don't worry, Yichuan. This Ji queen has gone too far. I will definitely report this to the elders and find her true form to completely destroy her. We will also reward you for your contribution this time." Yichuan noticed that while he was talking, his eyes kept checking the live broadcast on the smart terminal. He immediately realized that this was a show. The live broadcast expresses the Empire's strength in order to deter villains and appease people's hearts. Yes, Senior, for the glory of the Empire, I am willing to charge into battle for the Empire, fight the demonic cult to the end, and fight the beasts to the death. However, I am seriously injured this time. My weapons are destroyed, and all my means of survival are exhausted. I am afraid that I will not be able to charge for the Empire again for the time being. How about cashing in on the credit? The square-faced man was stunned. He was just going through the motions, saying some polite words, and you took it for granted, didn't you? You were just trying to blackmail me? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he forced a kind smile and said, "Don't worry, we made a mistake in the exam this time. We will definitely compensate you. Thank you very much, Senior." Yichuan was overjoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. I will announce the official compensation when the time comes, so that everyone can see that the Empire will not treat warriors like us unfairly. The square-faced man's face turned dark. How can I treat you politely when you post on social media? At the same time, the live broadcast room also became joyful. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi is clearly ripping off the government. It was their negligence that allowed the demon cult to sneak in. My brother Yi fought so hard that he forced two powerful men to commit suicide. Shouldn't he be rewarded? Who would dare to believe that my brother Yi could force a Yuanwu warrior and a lord to commit suicide? You can say that my brother Yi is bad, but you can't say that I am a loser. As a warrior, I fought against two immortals against the will of heaven. I just want to ask who else can do this. Ever since the first netizen imitated Lao Zhu and called him Brother Yi, netizens in the live broadcast room also followed suit, and the two words Brother Yi have become Yichuan's code name. Yichuan's behavior of blackmailing the officials received unanimous praise from the audience. The comments section demanded that the official compensate Yichuan. Until the end of the martial arts exam, Yichuan did not continue hunting strange beasts. Because he asked, there was no reward for coming first. With his current points, he is basically sure to be in the top 100 and has already secured a spot in the national qualifying competition. Then why kill strange beasts? Wouldn't it be nice to take a break? The examiner originally wanted to count the deaths of Ji and the dark-eyed demon spider as points and add them to Yichuan's head, but Yichuan righteously refused. Cash it out, the points are useless. These were Yichuan's exact words, which made the invigilator look very upset. There was no other way. If he wanted to become a Yuanwu warrior, he needed to buy Yuanyang and some rare treasures to help him break through. He is so poor. In the end, Yichuan ranked 68th in the provincial martial arts exam and qualified to participate in the imperial qualifying competition. Lao Zhu was chased by a group of spiders, but in the end, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise and he managed to squeeze into the top 10 in points. However, everyone knows that Yichuan is the real uncrowned king of this martial arts exam. When Yichuan appeared in the square, more than 100,000 candidates looked at him with ardent admiration, and the crowd cheered loudly. When he came, Yichuan was inconspicuous. However, at this moment, he is the true uncrowned king, the most dazzling existence. He single-handedly fought against two powerful Yuanwei level warriors, forcing them to commit suicide. This record was simply incredible. Among these people, more than 90% did not pass the first level, but just watching the live broadcast made them excited. It was the first time for many of them to see this kind of Yuanwei level battle. The contest of speed and strength made them very excited. Especially since the opponent is a cultist and a beast lord, it further enhances Yichuan's glorious image. Everyone is of the same age, but Yichuan is already able to compete with Yuanwei, which makes everyone have a heartfelt recognition and admiration for Yichuan. Chapter 70, The Chief and Lao Shao's Reminder. Brother Yi, you are so fierce. Brother Yi, I love you so much. Do you have a girlfriend? If so, would you mind having another one? Brother Yi, I heard that you are also a poor student. Is that true? I don't know who shouted first, and everyone followed suit. Being stared at by so many people of his age, Yichuan's heart was also filled with passion. It was only at this moment that he truly realized the world's admiration for martial arts. Brother Yi, can you do me a favor? A boy asked with a red face. What help? Yichuan asked subconsciously. Help me beat up those geniuses from Modu and Kyoto, and let them taste the fists of our Wudong province. Yichuan was taken aback, then smiled. I have to say, brother, you are really good at making things happen. There was a burst of laughter all around. Brother Yi, I'm serious. Previous national competitions were just exhibition matches between the talented people from Magic City and Kyoto. This time, I want them to experience the power of our Wudong province. The boy spoke very sincerely, which is also what many people in the eastern provinces of Ukraine expect of him. It has been decades since any candidate from Wudong province has made it into the top 100 in the national martial arts exam. There is no way. Among the 81 provinces and autonomous regions of the empire, the Wudong province can only be ranked last. Among them, the quality of candidates in the core cities of the empire such as Kyoto and Shanghai is even more astonishing. I heard that the minimum qualification for the martial arts exams in these two places every year is a warrior, so it is not uncommon to see Yuan warriors. This is also the reason why Song Siki transferred to Kan. At that time, Song Siki had not received the second inheritance, and her talent was only average. Okay, I'll help you with this. Yichuan agreed with a smile. His goal is to rank among the top 3 in the country, and he will definitely have to fight those monsters. Not far away, Zhang He and Su Duong also sighed when they saw this scene. They had already overestimated Yichuan before, but who knew that Yichuan was hiding so deeply and gave them a huge surprise. Old Su, you must have known this all along, that's why you were so optimistic about Yichuan. Su Duong smiled bitterly, you think too highly of me. I just guessed that Yichuan should be stronger than Zhu Zixao, but who knew that they were not even on the same level? It's a monster. Zhang He nodded in agreement. This time, the reputation of Yuanping No. 1 High School will resound throughout the empire. By the time of the imperial qualifying tournament, perhaps our Kan and even the entire Wudong province will benefit from it. Ha 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 ha. It's hard to say. Look at you, your mouth is grinning from ear to ear. Zhang He joked with a smile. In the crowd, Xiao Ningyan looked at Yichuan, who was surrounded by everyone, and the love in her eyes was almost overflowing. A friend beside her saw this and said, Ningyan, you don't really like Brother Yi, do you? I didn't. Xiao Ningyan was very conflicted. If her husband hadn't asked her not to make their relationship public in front of outsiders, she would have wanted to throw herself into her husband's arms right now. No? Her best friend imitated her tangled expression and complained, some people's eyes are so dull that they just stared at Brother Yi and smiled foolishly for a long time without even realizing it. Xiao Ningyan's pretty face turned red. Nonsense. When she saw through her mistake, she immediately put away her infatuated look and turned into the arrogant little princess of the Xiao family again. Xiao Ningyan took a long, slender, white step and strode away under the astonished gaze of everyone. I can't look at my husband anymore. I can't bear it anymore. At this time, a staff member walked up to Yi Chuan and whispered a few words. "The chief wants to see me?" When he arrived at the director's office, it was already dusk. When Yi Chuan walked in, he found that Lao Shao was also there. "Chief, Uncle Shao." Yi Chuan bowed respectfully and greeted him. But as soon as he looked up, he was attracted by the dark circles under their eyes. Who could have hurt these two? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. I'm asking you, have you reached the limit of a warrior? Su Wendian interrupted Yi Chuan's thoughts bluntly. You can't tell Yi Chuan that the two of them had a fight over who would become his disciple. Yi Chuan nodded honestly. The chief has a sharp eye. My physical potential has indeed just reached 80%. Su Wendian and Xiao Wenshan looked at each other and showed an expression of as expected. That makes sense. It is not uncommon for geniuses to use the limits of a warrior to fight against a Yuan Wu warrior. Although Yi Chuan held back Empress Yin Ji and a lord, it can be judged from the picture that Yi Chuan must have used a plan to seriously injure both of them first. In the eyes of Su Wendian and Xiao Wenshan, Yi Chuan's real combat power is at most the level of a beginner Yuan Wu warrior. The two of them didn't know that Yi Chuan actually broke through after the battle. It's precisely because we guessed that your potential has reached the limit of a warrior that we want to remind you that after breaking through to 80%, 100% of your potential and strength are completely different. Of course, no one in the Empire has ever reached 100% of their physical potential, but geniuses and demons all reach at least 90% of their potential before choosing to break through to the level of a Yuan Wu practitioner. We hope you can do the same. After all, the closer your potential is to 100%, the faster your cultivation speed will be after the breakthrough, and the greater your future potential will be. Although this may affect your ranking, there are too many geniuses in this Imperial Martial Arts examination. Even if you break through, you may not be able to enter the top 10. So there is such a saying. If the director hadn't reminded him, he might have been eager to try to break through tonight. Thank you, Chief, Uncle Shao, for the reminder. Yi Chuan thanked him sincerely. Xiao Wenshan was very satisfied with Yi Chuan's attitude and said with a smile. Tomorrow we will have the council compensate you with some natural treasures to enhance your potential, and also apply for a set of 4th-tier fluid combat suits for you. I'll try to apply for more Yuan fluid for you. Although this thing only costs 10 million per bottle, it's a strategic item and difficult to apply for. Also, take this dragon scale. It can sense Yin Ji's skills. I have also specially sealed a magical power inside it. At the critical moment, it can sense the clone of Yin Ji. Even if she takes action herself, it can save your life. In Xiao Ningyan's opinion, it was because Yi Chuan saved her daughter that Empress Yin Ji targeted him, so he naturally had to express his opinion. A life-saving thing? Yi Chuan was overjoyed and thanked him again. Thank you, Uncle Shao. By the way, Uncle Shao, I've gained some new insights into the dimensional blade recently, and I'd like to discuss this with Ning Yan in the next few days. The perception of the dimensional blade? Xiao Wenshan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Okay, I'll let her go to your place early tomorrow morning. Yi Chuan suddenly smiled. He looked at Su Wendian again and asked hesitantly, Uncle Su, may I ask why Ying Xue didn't come to take the martial arts exam? He just looked at Su Yingxue's information. Su Yingxue was actually already a Yuan Wu warrior, which surprised Yi Chuan a little, and he sighed that she was worthy of being an S-level cultivation talent. When talking about his daughter, Su Wentian's face suddenly showed pride. Yingxue has a special talent and has been admitted to Xingha Academy as an exception. Chapter 71 Song Siki, the membrane is protecting Brother Yi Chuan. Don't be surprised. Besides the Galaxy Academy, our Milky Way galaxy also has several super academies that are no less impressive than it. It's just that the admissions requirements of these institutions of higher learning are different. For example, Daoxian Palace, they have the ancient Taoist heritage and will only recruit some Taoist disciples. For example, the Yaoyuan sect likes to fuse the genes of exotic beasts into their bodies to strengthen themselves. Their students are all gene fusers. There's also the Galaxy Mecha Academy. They like to recruit scientific lunatics who integrate themselves with technology and become mechanical cyborgs. Gene fusion, mechanical transformation, ascetic. Yi Chuan was shocked after hearing this, but at the same time he became more excited about the future. The blue-silver star is still too small. Xiao Wenshan also smiled and said, Warrior is just the starting point, Yi Chuan, you should look at the long term. Warrior, Yuanwei, and Martial Arts Grandmaster are all just ordinary martial arts stages. After that, there are 3 extraordinary stages, Flying, Crown King, and Emperor. Only by entering the sky control realm can one be qualified to step into the starry sky and compete with the mighty ones in the universe. Okay, Lao Shao, don't go so far. Su Wendian raised his hand to interrupt Xiao Wenshan, then tapped the smart terminal on his wrist. These are some evildoers who appeared in other provinces. I sent you their live broadcast videos. These people used to be among the top 3 in their class. I don't know why so many of them suddenly appeared this time. Su Wendian sighed, the great era has truly arrived. This is also the reason why they think Yichuan has no chance of entering the top 10 this time. In fact, in their opinion, Yichuan can only reach around 100. Thank you, Chief. My husband will go back now. Well, go ahead. It will be good for you to study more. It doesn't matter if you can't get into the Xingha Academy. I can take you in as my apprentice then. As soon as Su Wendian finished speaking, Lao Shao stood up suddenly. Old man, what are you talking about? Even if he doesn't get into Xingha Academy, he can only be my apprentice. Don't you agree to our continued fight? Yichuan was stunned. He finally understood how these two people were injured. Return to the hotel. Yichuan was just about to figure out to whom the director would give the live broadcast replay when there was a knock on the door. Who? Seeing no response from outside the door, Yichuan immediately became alert. Boom, boom, boom. The door was knocked again, but Yichuan sensed that there was no one outside the door. He looked through the peephole carefully, but still saw no one. This strange scene made Yichuan's scalp tingle. Come again? Without thinking too much, Yichuan immediately took out his spear, and the dimensional blade outside his body condensed and was ready to attack at any time. Ha, brother Yichuan didn't notice me, right? Just as he was considering whether to escape through the window, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. Siki? Yichuan walked to the door again and looked through the peephole, only to see a charming and beautiful girl appear out of thin air. Yichuan was stunned. The girl has delicate and charming features, her eyes are like stars and full of affection. She was wearing a transparent black gauze on the outside and only a white tube top underneath. The magnificent whiteness was clearly visible, and the cleavage was bottomless. She wore a very lightly woven miniskirt that covered her hips, the hem of which barely covered her round and plump buttocks. Her long, slender, white legs were covered in semi-transparent stockings and paired with a pair of black high-heeled shoes. If it's not Song Siki, then who else could it be? Song Siki smiled charmingly, with a hint of playfulness on the corner of her mouth. Does it look good, brother Yichuan? I dressed it up especially for you. As she spoke, she walked in front of Yichuan, hooked her hands around his neck, and licked his lips with her tongue. Brother Yichuan. Gurgle. Want me? Yichuan, who was already at the limit of restraint, was instantly defeated by this sentence. He picked up Song Siki roughly and kissed her deeply. After a long time, their lips parted. Although the two had tried many times before, they had never broken through the last layer of membrane for the sake of Song Siki's practice. Later, when the time was right, Yichuan received the task. I didn't expect Song Siki to come today. Brother Yichuan, wait a moment. The two kissed all the way to the sofa, and Yichuan took the opportunity to untie the two of them. Just as Yichuan was about to pick up his gun and go into battle, Song Siki opened her blurry eyes. Brother Yichuan, I will use the dual cultivation method later. Brother Yichuan, remember to try to hold on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Yichuan curled his lips. I suspect you are insulting me. I know brother Yichuan is powerful, but with dual cultivation and nourishment, the pleasure will increase nearly tenfold. I'm afraid. Song Siki explained, but brother Yichuan can rest assured, you have a special physique. This method of collecting and replenishing will not harm brother Yichuan's foundation. Are you talking about my pure yang body? Song Siki was surprised. Brother Yichuan knows? Yichuan nodded. If I'm not a pure yang body, what will happen if you take my essence? You'll be sucked dry. Song Siki told the truth. Before, I didn't let brother Yichuan break through the bottom line because I was not sure. It was not until Yichuan broke through to the warrior level that I was sure. Yichuan suddenly understood after hearing this. This is similar to what Empress Ji said. Speaking of it, Empress Ji and Song Siki are from the same lineage. Fortunately, Song Siki is still young and has not yet become a witch. So, you didn't let me break through that layer before, because you were protecting me? Yes, I really like brother Yichuan, so I can't bear to kill him. Song Siki nodded frankly with a sweet smile. Seeing this, Yichuan also smiled. By the way, what's the meaning of persisting for 10 minutes? Song Siki smiled and said. 10 minutes is just enough for me to complete a full cycle of Qigong, but it's normal for Brother Yichuan to lose control the first time. Many sisters in our lineage keep many strong male concubines, using them to cultivate and nourish their essence, but not every male concubine can succeed. Yichuan's expression suddenly became strange. I thought to myself, does your lineage have this kind of tradition? Brother Yichuan, what's with that expression? Are you wondering if I'll find many male favorites in the future? She instantly guessed Yichuan's thoughts. After all, she used to be the queen of the sea, and her fish pond had plenty of fish. Brother Yichuan is jealous? Song Siki smiled and said. I admit that I did have this idea before, but after meeting Brother Yichuan, I completely gave up this idea. I fell in love with Brother Yichuan from the first sight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given all my first times to him when we had dinner together for the first time that night. Hearing this, Yichuan also smiled. Song Siki suddenly changed the subject and asked, by the way, did Brother Yichuan capture Xiaoning Yin? Chapter 72 Song Siki, what the senior said is wrong. Ahem, that what? Just say it, I don't mind, and, doesn't Brother Yichuan think this is exciting? Song Siki's eyes were charming, and she smiled as she whispered in Yichuan's ear, Brother Yichuan has already told me the answer. Fairy. If he hesitates at this moment, he would not be a man. After about 10 minutes, a feeling of fatigue came over him, making him dizzy. What's going on? Fortunately, Song Siki explained the situation to him in advance, otherwise Yichuan might have suspected that he was poisoned. Ding, your physical potential plus 0.1. A prompt sound instantly restored Yichuan's energy and blood to full, even more than before. Brother Tonzi, you finally come out to work? Looking at Song Siki with a charming smile, Yichuan wanted to say, it's too early for you to be happy. Ding, your physical potential plus 0.1. Ding, your physical potential plus 0.1. Mana is constantly replenished. It was the same when he helped Suing Xue detoxify for the first time, but he calculated it by hours at first, and now he calculates it by 10 minutes. I will never mess with Brother Yichuan again. Song Siki was tired and muttered to herself. Ding, Song Siki's favorability increased by 10, currently at 78. Congratulations to the host for triggering a 10-fold critical hit reward and gaining 100 years of training time. Yichuan was overjoyed. Song Siki had already become limp as mud. Seeing Yichuan's strange look, she quickly begged for mercy, but before she could say anything. A sneak attack. Yichuan had a wicked smile on his face and instantly reached the bottom. Song Siki cried out in surprise and immediately begged for mercy, Brother Yichuan, I was wrong. Please let me take it easy. However, Yichuan didn't listen at all. In half an hour, the physical potential increased by 0.3% and the favorability increased by 10 points. Who can resist this? Song Siki's technique of collecting and replenishing energy actually made Yichuan successful in disguise. Siki, you are really my treasure girl. This was the voice that came to Song Siki's ears before she fainted. The image in the tradition is not like this at all. During this period, Song Siki was in tears. In her inheritance, she had heard countless practical experiences from her predecessors, who all said that men were only tough in words and would become spineless in a matter of minutes. However, Brother Yichuan is. It's over, it's over. I feel like I'm going to burst from the pure yang energy. When Song Siki woke up, she immediately started practicing her skills and began to digest what she had gained. She fell into a deep sleep until dawn. She thought she should leave early when it was daybreak. She heard that men have more energy in the morning. She was really scared. Current partner, Song Siki. Cultivation, Yuanhui early stage 2nd grade Ningdan early stage. Appearance, 97. Business talent, S level. Succubus talent, S level. Cultivation qualification, S level. Current favorability, 91. After it was over, Yichuan was shocked when he checked Song Siki's information. He was so excited before that he didn't have time to read Song Siki's information. He didn't expect that this fairy was so strong. She must have gone to receive the inheritance again. The early stage of the 2nd grade condensation pill, this should be the realm of Taoist cultivation. No wonder she was able to become invisible in front of me before. At the same time, system prompts keep popping up. Ding, your partner Song Siki's favorability towards you has reached 80, and the host's qualifications have been improved. Ding, your partner's favorability towards you has reached 90, and you will immediately gain one of their abilities. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical power Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth, able to blend into the void and conceal oneself, avoiding enemies' martial sense and mental detection. Speed is increased by 100 times, making it a magical assassination skill. Your partner's favorability towards the host increases, you gain a 10-fold critical hit bonus, and 140 years of training time. It seems that the pure yang body can really control the path of lust. Yi Chuan smiled with satisfaction and clicked on his own page. Host, Yi Chuan. Realm, Warrior Realm Perfection 83% Physical Potential. Talent, D level. Spiritual Power, Intermediate Yuanwu 69 times that of the same level. Current Cultivation Method, Devouring Technique Volume 1, Cultivation Progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, Flashing Body Movement. Currently practicing secret techniques, Dragon Roar Spear Technique Minor Success God Shaking Technique. Currently possesses the secret technique, Hidden Chi Technique. Possessing Bloodline Ability, Dimensional/Entry Level. Possessing the Spatial Magical Power, Shadow Stealth not yet mastered. Current partners, Suing Shue, Favorability 62 Song Siki, Favorability 91 Xiaoning Yin, Favorability 99. 5 hours, and I actually increased my physical potential by 3%. Of course, what made Yi Chuan most excited was that his qualifications had improved again, which eased the anxiety in his heart. People still have to rely on themselves. Among his partners, Xiaoning Yan has the lowest talent, but she is the one least likely to betray him. The next morning, Yi Chuan took off the long legs on his body and looked at the sleeping beauty. He gave up the idea that the day's plan started in the morning and got up to watch the video Su Wintian gave him on the sofa. He must get a place in Xingha Academy. Because the 3 famous schools are all controlled by the Empire, and the devouring art can be spread so widely because of the Empire's promotion, which makes him extremely distrustful of the Imperial royal family. And there's the guy who offered him a 5 billion bounty. According to Xiaoning Yan, Xiao Yifan doesn't do things this way. If Xiao Yifan knew that he had slept with Suing Shue, he would definitely arrange for someone to kill him immediately, or kill him himself, and would never offer a reward. Let go of these thoughts. Yi Chuan began to observe the monstrous geniuses in various provinces. These people were actually at the Yuanwu level. Is this the gene fusion? In the video, a man's body suddenly swelled up and turned into a minotaur over 3 meters tall. With one punch, he knocked a warrior of the same level away, and 2 streams of white air spurted out of his nose. Orcs? They are indeed very strong. Then he saw another Yuanwu warrior, whose arm extended and turned into a fluid battle sword, and a variety of firearms grew on his body. Some even directly expose mechanical arms, mechanical thighs, etc. You can tell at a glance that these are the mechanically modified humans that Lao Xiao mentioned. That guy does look a bit like a liquid Terminator. Finally, he started watching the live broadcast replay of Shanghai. When Yi Chuan clicked on it, he was dumbfounded. Dozens of Yuanwu warriors? Yes, there are especially many geniuses in the Magic City this year, and there are even dozens of Yuanwu warriors fighting in a melee. Only at this moment did Yi Chuan feel what the gap was. Apart from him, there is only one senior warrior in Wudong province, while they have dozens of Yuan warriors. There's no comparison at all. As he continued to switch screens between these Yuanwu warriors. Finally, his gaze fixed on a strange man, a masked figure who looked slightly thin. However, when he turned around, Yi Chuan was stunned. Chapter 73, 2 familiar people, practicing day and night. Away, how is this possible? Yi Chuan recognized the man's identity almost instantly. Because this mask was made for him by himself when he and Shen Wei went to the Lantern Festival 2 years ago. It was a clown mask with a white background. In order to make things easier, Yi Chuan simply cut 3 crescents from a solid color plastic mask without adding any color, and made a smiling clown mask for him. Wei liked it very much at that time. But how could a Wei be a Yuanwu warrior? Yi Chuan called directly. Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service. It's a no-go number. Yi Chuan frowned tightly, he could only ask him in person when the time comes. Watch the video again. In the video, Shen Wei felt bored after hunting only 2 exotic beasts, so he started to grab points directly. Can it still be operated this way? Yi Chuan thought about it carefully and found that there was no rule prohibiting candidates from snatching. However, what shocked Yi Chuan the most was that the person Wei robbed was actually a Yuanwu warrior, and he even won. However, Yi Chuan discovered that the location of the injury on Wei's hand seemed to be covered with scars. What's going on? Yi Chuan was completely confused. It seems I can only wait until I get to Kyoto and ask Wei for clarification. The last thing Yi Chuan watched was the replay of the martial arts exam in Kyoto. The intensity of the competition here is comparable to that in Demon City, with dozens of Yuanwu warriors also competing. The battlefields of Kyoto and Demon City are the only two places with lord-level beasts. Through observation, he found that most of these Yuanwu warriors are of primary level, but it is not ruled out that some of them are hiding their strength. He randomly switched between the battle videos of these Yuanwu warriors, and finally his eyes fell on a woman. This girl is very beautiful, with an appearance score of over 90 points, but what made Yi Chuan notice her was not her appearance, but an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I have a feeling I've seen this profile somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, interrupting Yi Chuan's thoughts. Yi Chuan stood up and walked to the door. After opening the door, he found that it was Xiao Ningyan. He then remembered that he had fooled Lao Xiao yesterday. His purpose was, hee. Oh no, Song Siki is still here. Then Yi Chuan felt relieved again. Xiao Ningyan would not be jealous, and Song Siki would only feel excited. It's okay for the two women to meet. Xiao Ningyan was still wearing a long black trench coat, her hair was tied up with a hairpin, she wore sunglasses on her delicate face, and a row of shiny earrings on her ears. She had a strong aura. However, after seeing Yi Chuan, her aura instantly dissipated and turned into a crazy look. Husband. Xiao Ningyan threw herself directly into Yi Chuan's arms. Yi Chuan subconsciously glanced in the direction of the sweets room before hugging Xiao Ningyan. He discovered that enslaving the Hahuan Gu would not change Xiao Ningyan's original personality, but would make her become devoted and even obsessed with him. This gave Xiao Ningyan an extreme sense of contrast. In the eyes of outsiders, she is arrogant, domineering, and overbearing. In front of Yi Chuan, she is like a civet cat, wanting to hang on to him all the time and obey him in everything. Yi Chuan also treated her as a tool from the beginning, but now he gradually feels a sense of guilt. He walked into the room to call the goblin, but found the room empty. At this time, Yi Chuan also received Song Siki's message on his smart terminal. I'm so tired, I'll leave now. I'm going to absorb and refine the pure yang energy in my body. I'll come to see brother Yi Chuan tomorrow. What a tiring job. Looking at the curtains fluttering in the breeze, Yi Chuan really wanted to know how this girl left from the 35th floor. Brother Yi Chuan, your room is such a mess. Xiao Ningyan walked in, looked at the messy bedsheets and began to tidy them up for Yi Chuan. Hey, why are the sheets wet? This smell. I forgot to wipe off the water after taking a shower. Please sit outside for a while. I will ask the waiter to change the sheets. Yi Chuan awkwardly pushed Xiao Ningyan out and began to clean up the mess. In the following time, Yi Chuan naturally would not communicate with Xiao Ningyan about any magical insights, but would start tutoring Xiao Ningyan as planned. It was not until the afternoon that Xiao Ningyan left reluctantly, and Yi Chuan's physical potential also increased from 83% to 84%. Asked the waiter to change the bedsheet again. Yi Chuan began to think about how to use the 240 years of training time he had gained last night. Currently, he has the Dragon Roar Spear technique for close combat and the Dimension Blade for long-range attacks. One is an Earth-level secret technique, and the other is a Heaven-level bloodline supernatural power. 240 years is enough to bring both to greatness. Although Shadow Stealth is also a heavenly-level magical power, it is more inclined towards assassination and sneak attacks, and has no obvious help to his current combat power. He will face the next qualifying round. Especially the final duel, which tests a person's ultimate combat power. Although I have the ability to dodge instantly, a 50-meter movement distance is not enough to face a Yuanwu warrior. Then I'll learn Shadow Stealth. If I can't beat others, at least I can escape. If others can't beat me, hee. Yi Chuan decided to make up for his last shortcoming. He did it as soon as he thought of it, and immediately used the time to Shadow Stealth. 1%, 2%, 3%, 50%. Congratulations to the host, your space-based magical power, Shadow Stealth, has reached the minor success level. It only took me 130 years to practice. It seems that as my aptitude improves, my practice efficiency also improves. Yi Chuan was overjoyed, and then he practiced the Earth-level Dragon Roar Spear technique to perfection, and finally spent the remaining time on the Dimension Blade. In this way, his close combat, long-range attack, and body skills are all complete. Night. Several people wearing black windbreakers found Yichuan carrying several boxes. "Brother Yi, your compensation is here." The leading young man deliberately called Yichuan by his current nickname and said jokingly, "When Brother Yi returns from his studies, he will at least be a captain-level figure. I look forward to Brother Yi taking us on missions." The requirement for the sword-wielding squad leader is to be a Yuanwu warrior, the requirement for the captain-in-chief is to be a martial arts master, and the requirement for the commander is to be in the extraordinary realm. "Thank you for your courtesy, brothers." Yichuan smiled and chatted with several colleagues for a while. After they left, he opened the boxes. 50 bottles of essence fluid, a 4th-level fluid battlesuit, a 4th-level alloy spear, and several natural treasures that can enhance potential. After reading it, Yichuan smiled immediately. These items are worth at least tens of billions, and the concentrate alone costs 10 million per bottle. Yichuan picked up the nail polish-sized yuan liquid inside with emotion. To the Yuanwi, ordinary currency has no meaning to them anymore, and the unit of transaction for Yuanwu warriors is this Yuanli. He arranged the items, took photos, and then posted them on his newly registered social media account. Caption: I'm flattered by the reward from the official dad. Only after completing the task did he put these items into the system space. The next few days, Yichuan worked day and night. On the 7th day, he received a summons from the general. He was leaving for Kyoto to participate in the national qualifying competition. Chapter 74 First Arrival in Kyoto, Pathfinder. Yichuan quickly arrived at the meeting place. As soon as he arrived, Su Wentian called him to the office. As the trump card of the Wudong province this time, old Su couldn't help but want to say a few more words. "How about it?" Su Wentian asked, after watching the replays of the martial arts exams in other provinces. "Are you confident you can get into the top 100? He counted and found that there were more than 100 geniuses who reached the level of Yuanwi this time. Yichuan nodded. 100th place is not difficult, but the top 10 is a bit difficult. Yichuan wanted to say that getting into the top 10 wasn't difficult, but he was afraid that the director would think he was being arrogant, so he decided to be conservative. Su Wentian frowned slightly. He didn't know where Yichuan got his confidence from, but he didn't want to attack Yichuan at this time. Just be confident. The third task for you to become an official swordsman has come, which is to enter the top 100 in the martial arts exam, so work hard. Su Wentian patted Yichuan on the shoulder to show encouragement. Wait for the two to arrive at the meeting place. More than 90 candidates were standing straight and meticulously in the square. Seeing Yichuan standing next to the chief, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. But they were all very convinced. After all, Yichuan's strength is there. Brother Yi is worthy of being Brother Yi. Old Zhu said with admiration. In fact, these people all knew that, except Yichuan. Most of them were just there to make up the numbers. It's like this every year. Every year's national qualifying competition is basically a battle between Kyoto and Shanghai, with a few geniuses from major provinces occasionally sneaking in. If a candidate from Wudong province made it into the top 100 that day, it would be a great event worth celebrating. That's the gap. Yichuan could understand this. This world does not have many countries like the Earth, but different provinces are equivalent to independent countries. The systems and levels of development of each province are different. He had already discovered through the martial arts exam replay shown to him by the chief that the training systems in each province were extremely different. It's like the Wudong province. He had never seen a single gene-fused person or mechanically modified person in the martial arts exam. But in other provinces, improving strength through genetic modification and mechanical modification is the most normal thing. Old Su looked at these young people and wanted to say a few words, but in the end, all he could say was just one sentence. Go see the world. Yichuan sensed something unusual from this sentence. From the fact that Lao Su wanted to give me some advice but hesitated to speak, as well as the complexity on his face at the moment, it can be seen that Lao Su seems to be worried about something. But Lao Su didn't want to say it, and he didn't dare to ask. But he could roughly guess that it should be related to the martial arts exam. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a voice came into his ears. Yichuan, if the situation allows, please help me take care of these little guys. Yichuan turned around in surprise and found that the general manager had already left. Under the guidance of staff, everyone boarded the passenger plane one after another, and the plane cut through the clouds and headed straight for Kyoto. 3 hours later, the group got off the plane. An extremely magnificent cyber city with an endless horizon appeared before everyone. Get on the flying bus. Outside the car window, countless skyscrapers rise into the sky. The sky is filled with various flying vehicles, like streaks of light passing through the air. The closer to the center of Kyoto, the more prosperous it becomes. Finally, the flying bus stopped in front of a towering hotel. On the hotel were four majestic characters: Blue Silver Hotel. TSK Tisk, it's worthy of being the Blue Silver Hotel. This hotel must have 300 floors, right? The Blue Silver Hotel is 1,234 meters tall, with 368 floors. It's wide at the base and narrow at the top. The suites at the top overlook most of Kyoto. A candidate who had made a travel plan immediately gave the detailed data of the hotel, which caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Even though I know this is just a formality, being able to stay at the Blue Silver Hotel once is enough to brag about for the rest of my life. It is worthy of being the most prosperous capital of our Blue Silver Empire. Hey, look at those guys, they have metal arms. Look, that guy has scales all over his body, and he's so tall. As buses arrived one after another, more and more candidates gathered in the hotel square. These candidates came from different provinces, and naturally they looked at each other after getting off the bus. Hey, you guys are so weak, how can you participate in the qualifying round with such strength? Just then, an inopportune voice rang out. This is a short fat man with dark skin and a silly smile on his face. According to the display of the smart terminal, the strongest among this group of people is only a high-level quasi-warrior. It's indeed weak. It's probably just a leopard from a remote place. Someone on the side echoed. Isn't it? The fat man smiled proudly. In such a remote province, even a little master like me can easily take first place. Leopard, remote place. When everyone in Wudong heard this, their faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Fatty, who do you call a country leopard? Ouyang Zhe glared at him. You dare to call me a fat guy? The black fat man's face turned cold instantly, and he looked at Ouyang Zhe with narrowed eyes. Boy, are you looking for death? I'm not afraid of you. Ouyang Zhe took a step forward, equally fearless. As one of the top 10 in the provincial martial arts exam, he naturally couldn't stand being called a country bumpkin by a fat black man. This fat guy is going too far. Finally, Zhu Zixio stood beside Yichuan and clenched his fists. These are all pathfinders. Before the competition, some big provinces will test the strength of other provinces. Not far from Yichuan, the cold and beautiful Xiaoningyan spoke through telepathy. In front of outsiders, Xiaoningyan is still arrogant and domineering. Yichuan suddenly realized. He looked towards several places where fighting had already begun, and some pathfinders had already started fighting. He finally understood the meaning of the chief's last words. Apart from him, the strongest person in Wudong province is just a high-level warrior, which is no match for other provinces. It seems that he has been bullied a lot in previous years. Tell my husband another secret. Xiaoningyan's voice rang out again. Right now, the 81 directors are in the Sky Garden restaurant on the top floor, observing the situation below. Yichuan subconsciously looked up. It seems that this kind of pre-match provocative behavior is condoned by the top management. Actually, Uncle Su's strength is considered top-notch among all the chiefs, but the annual martial arts exam is his most embarrassing thing. Over the years, this has almost become Uncle Su's obsession. Furthermore, in this era of 100 schools of thought contending, only Uncle Su's Wudong province does not allow the spread of other systems, which has long caused dissatisfaction among many people. And at the same time, on the top floor of the Blue Silver Hotel, the general managers were watching the scene happening in the square. Chapter 75 Provocation from the Demon City Camp. Old Su, honestly, your Wudong province really should introduce gene fusion technology and mechanical modification technology. These two techniques are already common in the galaxy now, but you are stubborn and insist on practicing martial arts alone. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in formal attire and with a beard. He was the chief minister of the Magic City. Su Wentian snorted coldly. Ma Xiao, you don't have to say anything more. If no candidate from my Wudong province makes it into the top 100 this time, I will lift all restrictions according to the bet. Don't mind me, Old Su. Am I not also trying to make the empire stronger? Mo Xiao laughed. I know you guys in Wudong have a little genius. Maybe he can really make it into the top 100. But in his heart he believed that the outcome was already decided. If it were in previous years, he would still be worried, but this time is different. The number of geniuses emerging from all over the place this time is more than 10 times that of the past. Yichuan from Wudong is very calculating. he even defeated Inji's clone. But his strength. If we give him another year, maybe it will be possible. Several people around him echoed. Obviously, no one is optimistic about Yichuan this time, even Su Wendian himself is unsure. In the square, Ouyang Zhe burst into anger and rushed forward to teach the fat black man a lesson. But the next moment, under the horrified gaze of everyone in Wudong, Ouyang Zhe vomited blood and flew back at an even faster speed. High-level warrior. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that anyone they met would be such a strong person. Tue, I thought you were an expert, is this all? The fat black man spat with disdain. The people of Wudong are still so useless. I'm just the weakest in the Magic City and you can't beat me. He looked arrogant and scornful. Candidates from Shanghai have a natural arrogance towards candidates from other regions. From Shanghai? Everyone in Wudong was shocked. They subconsciously looked at the two groups of people who were detached from the world. The aura of the people there was as vast as the sea. They were actually a group of Yuanwu warriors. No one around dared to provoke them, and everyone looked at them with awe and envy. Magic City and Kyoto. The two strongest places in the empire. Before they came, they had been told not to provoke the geniuses from the Magic City and Kyoto, but they didn't expect that the other party would come to their door. No one paid any attention. The fat black man turned his gaze and looked at Yi Chuan at the back. Yi, I heard you're quite strong. Do you want to play with me? Yi Chuan was slightly stunned. Knowing that my surname is Yi, I'm coming for you? To be honest, he had no intention of standing up for the people of Wudong before. After all, it was a bit bullying to ask him to take action against a warrior now. Although he is still one step away from being a Yuanwei, his fighting ability is already much stronger than when he took the martial arts exam. Tong has been practicing dual cultivation with the two women these days, and his genetic potential has reached 100%. The 50 bottles of essence liquid have also been completely refined by him. He is now stuck at the final bottleneck of breakthrough. He had relied on the red gold fruit to break through to become a warrior. Now, he has used all his funds to buy rare treasures, but he still cannot break through. Do you want to try to break through combat? Yi Chuan rubbed his chin, a little hesitant. Just like him and Xiao Ningyan at the beginning, he was stuck in the last layer of membrane and couldn't break through, which made him very uncomfortable. I used all the natural treasures, but it was still not enough. In fact, the fastest way to break through is actual combat, the kind of battle where both sides are equally matched. Only by pushing yourself to the limit can you take that last step. Why, you don't dare. When the fat black man saw Yi Chuan remain silent, the mockery on his face became even more intense. Everyone in Wudong also looked at Yi Chuan. As the last trump card of Eastern Ukraine, if it is exposed now, the opponent will definitely be prepared. Brother Yi, forget it. I don't want to bother with this kind of person. Yes. When the official competition comes, Brother Yi, you will help us get revenge. It's not shameful that Ouyang Zhe lost to the examinee from the Magic City. Although everyone felt aggrieved at being mocked like this, they still advised Yi Chuan not to take action. This kind of pre-match competition must be agreed upon by both parties. As long as Yi Chuan disagrees, no one can force him. Tisk, coward. The fat black man snorted coldly. If you don't even dare to fight, how can you talk about martial arts? In my Magic City, people like you can't even qualify for the qualifying round. The fat black man looked down on Yi Chuan even more. A genius from such a small place is nothing in the Magic City. Is the devil so great? A cold voice came. Yi Chuan stepped out, and an invisible aura slowly spread from his body, enveloping the fat black man. Seeing that Yi Chuan had made up his mind, everyone in Wudong subconsciously made way for Yi Chuan. At this moment, Yi Chuan is the king in their hearts. As Yi Chuan approached, the pressure on the fat black man became stronger and stronger. When Yi Chuan was 10 steps away from him, the fat black man was already sweating profusely. The fat black man was extremely terrified. He felt like he was being stared at by a terrifying existence. If he made the slightest movement, he would be doomed. Impossible, how could he be so strong? When Yi Chuan was 5 steps away from him, the fat man was already trembling all over, with beads of sweat all over his face. When Yi Chuan walked up to him, the fat black man finally couldn't stand the humiliation and knelt on the ground. He was breathing heavily and didn't even have the courage to look up and meet Yi Chuan's eyes. Everyone was shocked. The fat black man who was so powerful just now didn't even have the courage to attack Yi Chuan. This scene attracted the attention of all the candidates in the square. Being able to force a high-level warrior to kneel down is terrifying. Who is this person? It seems to be from Wudong province. How terrible. Brother Yi is indeed Brother Yi. His pressure alone is so terrifying. Why do I feel that Brother Yi has become stronger? I have the same feeling. Maybe Brother Yi hit his strength during the last martial arts exam. Everyone in Wudong was so excited that they straightened their backs unconsciously. Old Shu smiled proudly. Let me tell you, you will never be able to guess the strength of my Brother Yi. Brother Yi's strength depends entirely on his opponent. The stronger the opponent, the stronger I, Yi, will be. A high-level warrior is nothing. Even a Yuan warrior can be suppressed by me, Yi, with just a raise of my hand. Tisk. Everyone thought he was bragging. Mo Wu also cast his gaze over here. Interesting. A skinny young man, with the corners of his mouth raised, outlining a sarcastic arc. Nian Luo, go and try him later. The young man was surrounded by a group of Yuan warriors. He just raised his hand lazily and gave the order calmly. This person is called Zhou Xian, a descendant of the Zhou family, one of the 9 major families. He had already obtained a place in the Xingha Academy, and he participated in the national qualifying competition just for fun. A Yuanwu warrior nodded. I will make him fear the demon city, Brother Xian. However, just as he finished speaking, another cold voice came. Zhou Xian, aren't you meddling a bit too much? Zhou Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing a clown mask. Shenwei, don't forget that you are also from the Chun family of Modu. Suppressing Wudong province is a task assigned by the general. Hearing this, Shenwei immediately frowned. At this time, Yi Chuan had already stepped past the black fat man and headed towards the Demon City camp. Chapter 76, 1 set of seconds, shocking the audience. What is this guy trying to do? Is he planning to cause trouble for the Magic City camp? He must be crazy. They are a group of Yuanwu warriors. Well, I think he is indeed crazy. Because Yi Chuan really walked to the front of the Demon City camp. Facing a group of Yuanwu warriors, Yi Chuan looked indifferent and said with a cold gaze, who asked him to trouble me? He had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Demon City camp, but he could not tolerate the other party specifically looking for trouble with him. No matter what kind of monster he is, since he has bullied me, I will just start fighting him. The top floor of the Blue Silver Hotel. Mo Xiao looked at this scene in astonishment. Are all the people in Wudong so brave? Does he think he is the same as you were back then? Yes, the hot-tempered Su Wintian did the same thing back then, but he ended up getting beaten black and blue. Su Wintian frowned. It's a good thing for young people to suffer a little loss. This thought passed through his mind, and he immediately relaxed. He actually admired Yi Chuan for doing this. This made him feel that Yi Chuan was very similar to himself when he was young, so if he didn't agree, he would just fight. Over the years, he has relied on winning people over with virtue to get to where he is today. Are you questioning us? Nian Luo walked out slowly, his face full of sarcasm. Boom! Yi Chuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Nian Luo, and then he punched out fiercely. Court death! Nian Luo also raised his hand and punched. The two fists collided, and the sarcasm on Nian Luo's face instantly turned into horror. He only felt a huge force like a mountain coming, crushing him with overwhelming force. Nian Luo felt a sweet sensation in his throat and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. Didn't it die in an instant? Yi Chuan sighed that he was indeed a Yuanwu warrior, his defense was really strong. Shadow sneak, blink. Yi Chuan used 2 martial arts at the same time, his figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared above Nian Luo's head while he was flying backwards. Shock God technique. A powerful soul shock instantly made Nian Luo's mind go blank. Hercules fist. Bang! A muffled sound spread throughout the square, and Nian Luo was smashed to the ground, forming a big hole in the ground. He was defeated and fell into a coma. A series of moves instantly took out a Yuanwu warrior. The moves were quick and decisive, leaving Nian Luo no chance to fight back. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to believe what they were seeing. Don't talk about them. Brother Zhu, you have to be the one who understands Brother Yi. Even the people in Wudong were stunned. They all looked at Lao Zhu with admiration. Ahem. Old Zhu came back to his senses. Of course, now you believe it, right? Even if my brother Yi won the championship, I wouldn't be surprised. Can Brother Yi win the championship? Everyone's minds suddenly became active. There are many betting pools outside the venue, and anyone can place a bet on the player they like to win. The odds for an unknown player like Yi Chuan are amazing. Top floor. Mo Xiao opened his mouth wide. 1 second he was saying that Yi Chuan was overestimating himself, and the next second Yi Chuan slapped him in the face. My face hurts. He looked at Su Wentian and found that the latter was even more shocked than him. What's going on? How could you not know that there is a genius cultivated in your own province? What are you pretending for me? Damn it, I'm leaving. The more Mo Xiao thought about it, the angrier he became. He snorted coldly and turned away. Su Wentian, you old pervert. Good boy, even I was kept in the dark. Although he said this, his face was full of smiles. And the Kyoto camp. A woman who was somewhat exaggeratedly beautiful was looking at Yi Chuan with burning eyes. Brother Chuanzi really wasn't bragging online. It seems like few of these people are his match. Well, I can't stand in Brother Chuanzi's way. Should I tell him that I am his online girlfriend? Demon City Camp. Chen Wei's face under the mask was also full of shock. Oh my god, Chuanzi is so strong? I was so worried about him getting heartbroken that I even found him a girlfriend online. With his ability, why would he be worried about not having a girlfriend? Major provincial camps. Where the hell did this monster come from? It directly attacked the Demon City camp and instantly killed a Yuanwu warrior? This year's qualifying round is going to be interesting. Even Shanghai and Beijing aren't guaranteed to win. It's really interesting. Amazing. He has neither fused genes nor transformed his body, and he's not even a Yuanwu warrior, yet he can defy the heavens and defeat immortals in battles of higher ranks. Too strong. The camp with the darkest expression at this moment was naturally the Demon City camp. In the Demon City camp, even those who were not Zhou Xian's followers had serious expressions, and no one dared to step forward. Everyone can see that Yi Chuan is no ordinary person. If I were to confront Yi Chuan at this moment, exposing your own cards is secondary, as it is not certain whether you can win. If they lose, the Magic City will be completely disgraced. Zhou Xian said indifferently, very good, Yi Chuan, right? I will remember you. I hope you can make it to the finals, and then you will be qualified to let me take action. His face also looked unhappy. But it is obviously not a wise move to fight to the death with Yi Chuan now. Hearing this person's threat, Yi Chuan just smiled calmly, I'm ready to accompany you anytime. The other party has obviously recognized his strength and does not want to start a war with him now, so he just said a few polite words. Zhou Xian snorted coldly and turned away with his followers. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in staying here. However, there was one person who did not leave with them. He was the masked Chen Wei. Chen Go, tell the truth. Chuanzi, tell the truth. The two spoke almost at the same time, then burst into laughter and punched each other in the chest. Then the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and began to whisper. This scene made everyone in the Magic City camp's eyelids jump. This Yi Chuan actually knows this person from the Chen family. This is difficult. The Kyoto camp was also preparing to leave. The subsequent tests were meaningless. Yi Chuan was enough for them to take it seriously. Just then, Yi Chuan's eyelids jumped because he saw the girl who looked familiar to him in Kyoto. The girl was wearing a pink dress and was stunningly beautiful, surrounded by a group of geniuses with fawning smiles on their faces. However, it is precisely because of this profile. Yi Chuan remembered the woman's identity. Building 61, Chun's community, South District of the wasteland of Yunhai City. That was the monster he saw when he was about to get the flowing silkworm pupa. Isn't she a demon? How could she possibly blend into the crowd and participate in the national qualifying competition? TSK, that girl is so beautiful. Shengo's tone was full of amazement. Why, you like it? If you don't like it, I won't be polite. Oh, forget it. My face hasn't recovered yet. I'm afraid I'll scare this girl to death. You're the lucky one. After thinking about it, Shengo couldn't help but sigh. By the way, didn't you get heartbroken before? I found someone for you online. Why don't you take some time to meet them? I'm heartbroken? When did I? Oh, that's not right. Last time Suing Xue broke up with me, I did tell Chen Go. Chapter 77 Chen Wei's experience, the qualifying competition officially begins. You believe in online dating? Old Chen, you're not trying to trick me, are you? I don't want it. You're talking nonsense. Don't you know what my taste is? She's absolutely beautiful. Chen Go suddenly became anxious. Yi Chuan responded with contempt. I thought to myself that as long as she's a living woman, you can do anything to her. Go, 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 I'm pushing this beauty to you. Anyway, I've been chatting and sending you pictures of you. It's up to you to go or not. Yi Chuan rolled his eyes and didn't take it seriously. By the way, you'd better stay away from that woman from the Kyoto camp. Why? Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Chuan solemnly told him his guess about the woman's identity. Is it a demon? No way, there are a lot of demons here. What kind of demon dares to come here and seek death? Chen Go was a little surprised and doubtful. I'm not too sure, but it's always better to be cautious. Chen Go nodded. Okay, I'll go back and ask someone to check her information. With the departure of Demon City and Kyoto, the other provinces also lost interest and left. After receiving the room cards at the hotel front desk, Yi Chuan and Chen Wei found a corner to sit down. When Yi Chuan learned that Chen Go was actually a member of the Chen family, he was also shocked. However, after hearing about what happened to Chen Go after returning to the Chen family, a surge of anger grew in his heart. There was no expected warmth of family affection. All they had was the joy of finding a top-quality consumable for possessing another body. I shouldn't have expected anything from these people. I wasn't willing to die like this. There were so many girls waiting for me to pick up. It was precisely because of this unwillingness that I was able to outlast that old guy in the end. They never dreamed that I would be the one who survived in the end. So, I became the young ancestor of the Chen family. But that old immortal is, after all, a warrior at the peak of the transcendent realm. A wisp of his spirit still remains in my body, causing me to only be able to use the power of a mid-level Yuanwu warrior now. Chen Wei was very calm, as if he was telling someone else's experience. But Yi Chuan, who was familiar with Chen Wei, could hear the anger deep in his heart from his low tone. Chen Wei rolled up his sleeves. Yi Chuan saw that his arms were like dry tree trunks, exuding a smell of decay. Chen Wei smiled bitterly. I can only rely on blood to suppress this corrupt power now. This time I came to participate in the martial arts examination in order to enter the Yaoyuan sect. Maybe becoming a gene fusionist can help me live a few more years. Chen Wei speaks frankly. In his heart, Yi Chuan is the person he trusts the most. Come with me, maybe there's someone who can help you. Yi Chuan withdrew his solemn gaze. He remembered Lao Zhu's ability, and then sent a message to Lao Zhu. After asking about his room, he took Chen Wei there. After a while, Lao Zhu opened the door. This is Chen Wei, and this is my deskmate Zhu Zixiao, an awakened one. Are you Viagra? I've heard of you for a long time. Zhu Zixiao had heard Yi Chuan mention Chen Wei's name a long time ago and knew that he was Yi Chuan's best friend. Viagra? Chen Wei's mouth twitched. Old Zhu, right? I heard Chuanzi mention you. After entering the house. After introducing the two to each other, Yi Chuan explained Chen Wei's situation to Lao Zhu. Of course, this was his adapted version. Erosion by the power of decay? Old Zhu immediately became interested when he heard this. Because his power is the power of life, which is exactly the opposite of the power of decay. Chen Wei looked at Yi Chuan doubtfully, and when he saw the latter nod, he rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his hand. Old Zhu was also shocked when he saw the deadwood-like arm. After being stunned for a few seconds, he stretched out a finger and pointed at Chen Wei's arm, which was as dry as a stick. A wisp of green energy flowed into his arm. Under the expectant gaze of the three, Chen Wei's originally withered arm began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This recovery spread to the entire arm. Zhu Zixiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retracted his finger. No, this power of decay is too strong. Old Zhu shook his head regretfully. My life force can only last for 3 days at most, and it can only activate certain areas. However, Chen Wei was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that Zhu Zixiao's ability could actually suppress the corrupt power in his body. You have to know that relying on the relationship with the Chen family, he has found more than one miracle doctor, some of whom are extraordinary, and he has tried countless medicines, but none of them have any effect. Old Zhu, you are truly my father. I have looked for many people, but you are the first one who can control the power of corruption. Chen Wei laughed and said, Brother Zhu, can you help me revitalize another place? Yi Chuan was kicked out. But he had already guessed Chen Go's intention. This bastard must have fallen into his old habit again. After Chen Go left happily, Lao Zhu came to Yi Chuan with a strange expression. "Brother Yi, you are such a jerk." He animated his hands, his face, and that place, and told you not to tell me. Old Zhu was surprised, then gave a thumbs up. "Brother Yi, you are amazing. You guessed it exactly." The next morning, after a night of rest, the national qualifying competition officially began. Yi Chuan and his friends arrived at the venue by bus. This is a huge arena. As soon as Yi Chuan walked outside the arena, he could already hear the cheers from the huge crowd inside. The host inside is explaining the rules of the competition. The first round of the competition adopts a free-for-all format, with 8,100 candidates divided into 64 groups. Only the top 2 winners in each group will advance to the next round. The subsequent matches will be a one-on-one duel, with the top 2 teams competing against the second-place teams from the other 2 teams. This competition is supervised by a transcendent realm expert. Anyone who receives fatal damage will be immediately transported off-site for treatment. The periphery of the huge prototype arena is divided into 81 areas, and the area where Yi Chuan and his team are located is printed with the name of Wudong Province. The surrounding stands were filled with spectators, numbering over 1 million. The VIP area is closest to the front of the ring. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Yi Chuan saw Xiao Ningshuang waving to him excitedly in the VIP area, and Xiao Wenshan and his wife were sitting next to her. Xiao Ningyan's pretty face turned red, and she turned her head away pretending to be cool. At this moment, the host's voice suddenly became high-pitched. "All candidates, please go on stage and compete according to the order displayed on your smart devices. Next, please invite the candidates from the first group." As the host finished speaking, 2 candidates from each of the 81 provinces walked out and came to the center of the arena. "Then let the game begin." As the host finished speaking, the battle began instantly. A Yuanwu warrior from the Magic City was the first to burst out, knocking a Go player away with a punch. The warrior was instantly teleported away by a white light. The appearance of white light means that the person has suffered fatal injuries and has lost his combat effectiveness. On the other side, a Kyoto warrior was also sweeping across the 4 directions, easily defeating the opponents around him. Yi Chuan saw that the contestant from Wudong Province was eliminated without even a scream. This is the strength of Magic City and Kyoto. Chapter 78 1 man, 1 gun, 2 moves to clear the stage. Less than 3 minutes. Only 2 masters from Kyoto and Modu were left on the ring. It's really a direct crush. Is this the strength of Demon City and Kyoto? There's no doubt about it. Have you noticed that the 2 masters from Demon City and Kyoto seem to have reached some kind of agreement to each eliminate half of the people? Nonsense, knowing that the stronger the opponent is, the more likely they are to get rid of the other cannon fodder first. But honestly, the quality of this competition is really high. Netizens in the live broadcast room complained a lot, but they were not surprised at the result at all. When everyone in Wudong saw the scene, their faces turned gloomy. This is the intensity of the national qualifying competition. The gap in martial arts levels in the eastern Wudong province is too huge. In contrast, the audience from Shanghai and Kyoto in the audience cheered enthusiastically. Group 2. The third group. It was not until the 6th group of candidates came on stage that Yi Chuan saw the girl who was suspected to be a monster walking out of Kyoto. The girl's name is Xia He. She has waist-length hair and is extremely beautiful. When she smiles, she has 2 beautiful dimples on her face. She has a gentle and calm temperament. Maybe it was an illusion. Yi Chuan noticed that Xia He's gaze seemed to linger on him for a few seconds. The battle begins. Under the gaze of everyone, an ice-blue energy spread out with Xia He as the center, and the people around her suddenly felt as if they were trapped in a quagmire. Then a golden sword energy spread out. Before the sword energy touched the bodies of the candidates, white lights flashed one after another. Obviously, this sword energy is enough to completely kill these people. The field, it's actually the field. As expected of a super genius from Kyoto, the Yuanwei has actually reached a realm that only a martial arts master can possess. She's so beautiful. But I didn't expect her to be so decisive and ruthless. In terms of appearance, only Xiao Ningyan from Wudong province can compare with her, but unfortunately, the difference in strength between the 2 is huge. Xia He. Yi Chuan silently memorized the name in his heart. At Anping No. 1 Middle School, a huge projection screen was erected on the playground, and the screen was showing the live broadcast of the martial arts exam. In addition to Su Duong, sitting in the front row was Class 1 of Grade 3 led by Lao Gua. Because Yi Chuan won the first place in Wudong province with his absolute strength last time, everyone regarded Yi Chuan as the glory of the entire can. Moto and Kyoto are as strong as ever. There are Yuanwu fighters in almost every match this time. I don't know if Brother Yi can withstand it. Although Brother Yi is very powerful, it's a pity that he is not a Yuanwu warrior after all. What a pity! In the entire Wudong province, almost everyone's focus is on one thing: Yi Chuan, who was far ahead in the provincial martial arts examination and represented the hope of Wudong province to break into the top 100 in the country. Group 58. As the host read out the name, Yi Chuan from Wudong province slowly stood up. After more than 50 rounds of fighting, there are only 7 people left in the Wudong province. The rest were all eliminated and teleported to a healing place by white light. The person with the best performance among them was Xiao Ningyan, who was eliminated after defeating 13 people. If nothing unexpected happened, she still would not be able to enter the top 100. Yi Chuan from Wudong province, the ultimate warrior. As Yi Chuan walked onto the stage, his name automatically appeared on the screen. However, this name was quickly replaced by the next name, and finally the screen turned into a ranking list of points for this round. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chuan walked to the center of the ring. Yes, it was right in the center, a position that could easily be surrounded by everyone. In previous competitions, no one dared to stand in the center. Even the geniuses from the Magic City and Kyoto were hunted from the edges, and if you stood in the center you would easily be surrounded by everyone. But Yi Chuan did just that. If Yi Chuan had not watched the previous 57 battles, he would never have done this, but after seeing the distraught looks of his companions around him, he decided to take the initiative to do something. The host was also slightly surprised. This guy must be a young and naive person. Didn't anyone tell him that he can't stand in the center in a multiplayer match? Isn't this guy a fool? It's just grandstanding. He knows he's going to be eliminated, so he wants to stand in the middle of the ring to attract camera traffic. Maybe he can become a negative example and become an internet celebrity in the future. I have to say, this guy has some business acumen. The comment section of the eastern Ukrainian province was completely in an uproar. Brother Yi, what's going on? Brother Yi, don't be too confident. Start hunting cautiously from the edge. You definitely have a chance to advance to the duel. It's over, it's over. Yi Chuan is so confused. Does he think that he can act invincible in this province and then go to Kyoto and pretend? I actually paid attention to him, but I didn't expect him to be such an arrogant person. At this moment, the more than 100 candidates on the stage also had gloomy expressions. They know that Yi Chuan is very strong, but aren't you treating us like humans by doing this? Especially the people from Magic City and Kyoto, their faces were ashen. The live camera focused on Yi Chuan. Even the director wanted to see Yi Chuan being eliminated. As the countdown on the screen began to jump. 3, 2, 1, go. Yi Chuan touched his brow, and a golden field instantly spread out from his body. This is exactly the realm he obtained after his potential reached 100%, the realm of martial arts. The people who were preparing to besiege Yi Chuan were suppressed in an instant, and then dimensional blades rushed indiscriminately in all directions. White light flashed wildly on the ring. When Yi Chuan finished his round of attack, only 2 disheveled Yuanwu warriors and Yi Chuan himself were left on the entire ring. But the next moment, Yi Chuan's figure disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared again, the spear in his hand had already stabbed someone's throat. At the moment when the spear was about to touch the man's throat, his body turned into white light and disappeared. Yi Chuan hardly stopped at all. When he reappeared, he was already in front of another person. The man looked terrified, holding the long knife tightly in both hands, and was vigilantly guarding against Yi Chuan. So scary. He didn't even sense Yi Chuan's movements. The other party completely blocked his martial sense. At this moment, the man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he swung the long sword in his hand forward without hesitation. Yet he was still slow. The moment the knife was raised, Yi Chuan had already appeared in front of him, with the spear in his hand about to pierce his heart. The blade has not fallen. He was then transported away by white light and disappeared. Complete victory! The entire audience was silent. Even the host didn't expect such an ending. 1 man, 1 gun. 2 moves to clear the table. Except for Yi Chuan, who got full marks, everyone else got 0 marks. Complete defeat. There was no dragging of feet. Every move he makes is a killing blow, crushing his peers in all aspects. This is the fighting power expressed by each one. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers broke out at the scene, so powerful. Chapter 79 Rejected, because I liking Shuei. I was wondering if anyone who could make it to Kyoto would be an idiot. They really are capable. This guy is exaggerating, isn't he? Is this the end? Yichuan from Wudong province, he's not even a Yuanwu warrior, right? Why is he so strong? This is not just one person's doubt, but everyone's doubt. Everyone knows. The gap between warriors and Yuanwu is like a punishment from heaven, but Yichuan not only broke this iron rule, but also completely crushed them. The host finally reacted at this time and seemed to understand what the audience was thinking. First of all, congratulations to Yichuan for winning first place in this competition. Then he explained loudly. I think you are all confused, so let me explain it to you. Everyone knows that one can become a Yuanwu master after reaching 80% of their physical potential, but in reality, 80% is only the minimum threshold for becoming a Yuanwu master. In fact, the closer your body's potential is to 100%, the greater your potential will be after breaking through to become a Yuanwu, and the stronger your strength will be. But geniuses who can reach 90% of their physical potential are rare, and those who can reach 100% of their physical potential are rare since the founding of the empire. When one's physical potential reaches 100%, one will gain a realm called the martial arts divine realm. All warriors within this realm will be suppressed. Everyone is very lucky to have seen this, and classmate Yichuan is an unparalleled genius who has reached 100% of his physical potential. The host was also very excited. This kind of peerless person is much rarer than Yuanwu. In his opinion, it is easy for such people to become Yuanwu practitioners. The reason why Yichuan did not make a breakthrough was that he was pushing the limits of his body's potential development. This was a truly awe-inspiring monster. Fuck! Yichuan has actually developed his body's potential to the limit. That's too much. No wonder he's so strong. If he hadn't pushed his limits, he would have become a Yuanwu warrior long ago. What a peerless monster! I never thought that such a monster would appear in this martial arts exam. In the live broadcast room. At this moment, the screen is flooded with words like wow, awesome, 666 and so on. Those who had mocked Yichuan before were now apologizing. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. It turns out you really have the ability to crush the whole place. Brother Yi, I'll kowtow to you too. I was short-sighted and didn't realize you had such ability. I declare now that from now on you will be my only idol. In the national ranking competition, my brother Yi actually turned it into a bully match. Brother Yi is truly amazing. At this moment, everyone in the Wudong province who was watching the live broadcast was in ecstasy. Especially in the square of Anping No. 1 Middle School, the students' cheers were louder and louder. Yichuan is so domineering. All warriors were killed with one move, and the two Yuan warriors could not survive the second move. A naked crushing defeat. Without a trace of suspense, without giving a single chance, I stood in the center of the ring. I am the king. This scene was too shocking for the Wudong province, which had never even made it into the top 100 in the martial arts exam. If the genius of Kyoto was like this, what about the monster of Demon City? In front of my brother Yi, it's not even worth mentioning. It wasn't just the crowd that was shocked. A group of chief ministers and high-ranking officials of the empire, including the 9 super families including the royal family, were looking at the young man standing in the center of the arena with a calm expression from beginning to end, with gleams in their eyes. Evildoer. A peerless monster who can develop his body's potential to 100%. As long as such a person does not die, it is almost certain that he will enter the extraordinary realm. Such potential can make his enemies uneasy. As long as he is given time, he will be the most terrifying opponent among his peers. No matter you are a gene fusion person or a mechanical cyborg, even if you are a cultivator, you will have to take a detour when you encounter the martial arts realm. Even though mid-stage Yuanwu masters from Kyoto and Demon City had appeared before, these bigwigs didn't care. But when Yichuan's martial arts realm appeared, these bigwigs were shocked and stunned. Xiao Wenshan even stood up directly. From now on, I must fully support Ningyan and Yichuan in everything they do. He had been exiled to the remote Wudong province for many years, and at this moment he seemed to see hope of a turnaround. I haven't lost yet. I also have a good son-in-law. Thinking of this, Xiao Wenshan burst into laughter. Well, you are worthy of being my son-in-law, Xiao Wenshan. Brother-in-law is so awesome. Xiao Ningxuan's eyes were full of admiration. Lao Su, you hit it really well. Mo Xiao, the chief of the demon city, smiled bitterly and shook his head, his tone full of envy. You have encountered such a monster, my loss is not unfair. Su Wendian was also confused. I thought to myself, I didn't know this guy was hiding so deeply. If I had known this earlier, would I have been so worried? Oh no. Now that he's exposed, I'm afraid he'll receive invitations from many forces. I have to ask him to accept me as a disciple tonight. Lao Su didn't expect Yi Chuan to win the game in this way. It feels good, but in the next games, he will definitely be targeted by everyone. But he just likes Yi Chuan's bad temper. On the road of martial arts, you will never achieve anything if you look ahead and behind. When you returned to the rest area in Wudong province, everyone stood up and looked at him with extreme admiration, leaving the best viewing position for him. Brother Yi, is this your true strength? Lao Zhu was the first to speak, his face full of awe. He was right after all, he could always trust Brother Yi. About that. Yi Chuan answered ambiguously. He didn't use his full strength, but he used all of his martial arts to achieve this effect that shocked the entire audience. Thanks to Yi Chuan's wonderful crushing performance. The next few games became mediocre, and no one could dominate the field like he did. After the game, Su Wendian came up to the crowd and said, your competition is over, but your life has just begun. Next, you will receive admission letters from various martial arts universities. Once you arrive at a martial arts university, as long as you practice diligently, you may be able to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The general manager's comfort rekindled hope in everyone's eyes. Yes, our lives have just begun. Although Brother Yi is temporarily ahead, but... At this point, the man paused and said, forget it, Brother Yi is a monster that appears once every few hundred years. Let's not compete with him. At least we are better than 99% of our peers. Well said. After we go to martial arts university, we can continue to work hard. Okay, you can all go back. Yi Chuan, you stay. Seeing that everyone had regained their confidence, Su Wendian said no more. After everyone leaves, Su Wendian then looked at the young man in front of him. Yi Chuan, are you willing to be my apprentice? Yi Chuan was stunned. Does the general really want to take me as his apprentice? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Chuan finally sighed, Chief, I can't be your apprentice? Because, I like Yingxue. Chapter 80 The Sword Wielder, the Guardian of the Human Race. Yi Chuan felt that the time was ripe and it was time to speak his mind. I know she is engaged, but I will participate in the martial arts competition of the 9 major families and defeat Xiao Yifan in front of everyone. I hope Uncle Su can help me and Yingxue get together when the time comes. We are in love with each other. Su Wendian was stunned. What's going on? It seems like I have tasted my daughter's big melon? Mutual affection? Does that mean my daughter also likes Yi Chuan? After a few seconds of silence, Su Wendian actually smiled. If you can really do what you say, I will never object to you and Yingxue being together. Why oppose? He and Xiao Wenshan are good friends, but he dislikes Xiao Wenyi, the head of the family, and he also knows that Xiao Yifan is not a good person. If the two families had not had a marriage contract before, he would definitely not let his daughter marry him. No, you agreed just like that? Your talent is not inferior to Yingxue. If you can defeat Xiao Yifan, why shouldn't I agree? Su Wendian smiled and said, however, with your current strength, you have no chance of winning against Xiao Yifan. However, you still have half a year to catch up. Although he didn't like Xiao Yifan, he couldn't deny that guy's talent in cultivation. That guy was truly a monster. I'll try my best. Now that he had Su Wendian's tacit approval, Yi Chuan immediately became full of energy. Su Wendian nodded, then suddenly changed the subject, but this won't affect your ability to become my disciple. If you really marry Yingxue, just change your words. Yi Chuan looked dazed. If I say no now, will Lao Su get angry? Forget it, I won't suffer any loss if old Su becomes my master. I'm determined to pursue Su Yingxue anyway. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan immediately knelt on the ground and bowed. Master, please accept my disciple's bow. Ha ha ha, my good disciple, get up quickly. Su Wendian was overjoyed and walked over with a smile to help Yi Chuan up. From now on, Yi Chuan is truly one of us. Since we are now family, I will help you resolve all the karma after your competition. Su Wentian had already noticed some clues about Yi Chuan, and he was also aware that Yi Chuan was wanted on the dark web. It would have been fine before, but now that someone dared to offer a reward for his disciple, he would definitely catch him and kill him. Yi Chuan was overjoyed when he heard this. This is when the benefits of having a background become apparent. Thank you, Master. Su Wentian became more and more satisfied with Yi Chuan. He was down to earth and polite, extremely talented, handsome, and pleasing to the eye in every way. Since you have become my disciple, I can tell you some things. I, your master, am the palace master of the sword masters of the Eastern Xin territory, and your uncle Xiao is the deputy palace master. We are in charge of all matters concerning the sword masters of the Eastern Xin territory. As for the position of chief general, it's only a part-time position. The imperial family doesn't want me wandering around, so they created this position to keep me tied down. Besides that, I'm also an elder of the Blue-Silver Galaxy Academy. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, the Galaxy Academy is the home of us sword masters. Only students who have graduated from the Xingha Academy will be truly valued by me, the sword master. Today, I will formally invite you to join the Xingha Academy. As for the subsequent competitions, you don't have to participate. Etc. Yi Chuan's mind is a little confused now. The teacher is the master of the sword wielders, and the sideline is the general manager? Aren't the sword bearer and the empire bound together? Xingha Academy is the lair of the sword wielder. I don't have to participate in the next game? This is a lot of information. Teacher, isn't the sword bearer bound to the empire? Yi Chuan asked his doubts. Humph, you underestimate the sword wielders. The Xia family, the imperial family, is only one of the 9 great families, while the sword wielders are present on every life planet in the entire galaxy. Who do you think is greater? Of course, our duty as sword bearers is to protect the human race. We will only take action when the lives of ordinary people and the safety of the human race are at stake. Therefore, our existence does not conflict with the empire or the 9 great families. As for why you weren't allowed to compete, it's because you were too exposed this time. You may not understand what it means to reach 100% of your body's potential. I'll tell you this. In the 5,000 years of the Blue-Silver Empire, fewer than 5 people have reached 100% of their physical potential, yet there are those who take the martial arts exam every year. You know which is more important, right? Besides, you also control the Xiao family's bloodline magical powers. As your enemies, as enemies of the sword wielder, what do you think they will do? Yi Chuan is numb. He just wanted to show off, but he didn't expect to cause so much trouble. The main thing is that he has a cheat, so he naturally thinks it's normal for his body to reach 100% potential, and even thinks the process is very exciting. Who knew? It turned out to be a big trouble. This is the disadvantage of not having a master, no one tells him. Now it seems that he must have been noticed by the master a long time ago, otherwise he would not have recommended him to take the entrance exam for Xingha Academy. Yi Chuan felt like a rootless duckweed, following wherever the water flowed. There was an invisible hand controlling him in secret. After 2 seconds of silence, Yi Chuan sighed, "Master, I still want to finish this competition." Su Wentian frowned, "Why?" Yi Chuan scratched his head and smiled innocently, "I just can't stand the condescending attitude of Kyoto and Modu." Su Wentian raised his eyebrows and smiled, Okay, that suits my temper. From now on, if you meet someone you don't like, beat them up. If someone deserves death, kill them. I'll support you. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. Master, you said this. I said so. The scene changed to the video conference room of the 9 major families. Don't argue, Yi Chuan has already been the sword master. He was officially promoted just half an hour ago. The man clicked lightly, and Yi Chuan's changed information appeared on the screen. Yi Chuan, male, 19 years old, official swordsman team leader, direct superior, Su Wentian. Xiao Wenshan laughed loudly. Okay, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing, this guy has been my son-in-law for a long time, you'd better not do anything tricky, otherwise don't blame me for tearing my face off. Xiao Wenshan was in a good mood. After making his threats, he turned off the terminal, leaving the others looking at each other in bewilderment. In an underground secret room, the human Yi Chuan has actually developed his body's potential to 100%. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Pass the order and kill him at all costs. Return to the hotel. As soon as he got off the car, Yi Chuan was in a good mood. From now on, I am also a person with a background. Let's see who dares to mess with me. Are you Yi Chuan? He had not taken a few steps when he was stopped. Yi Chuan turned around and saw a man with horns on his forehead and immediately frowned. A gene fusion being looked at him with his nose up. The man, who was over 2 meters tall, crossed his arms and raised his head slightly, saying, "Come with me. Our eldest brother wants to see you." "Are you talking to me? Nonsense, can I even talk to the air?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, he vomited blood and flew backwards. He was about to stand up when he saw Yi Chuan appear in front of him with a spear against his throat. "How dare you talk to me so arrogantly? Tell me who your eldest brother is?" Chapter 81 I must win, no one can be my source of wealth. "Yi Chuan, you dare!" A cold light flashed on the spear, and the tip of the spear slowly pierced his neck. "Brother Yi, spare me. I'll tell you everything." He finally panicked and said hurriedly, "It was the snake spirit boss who asked me to invite you." Yi Chuan remembered the snake spirit, a guy with python patterns on his face, a very powerful gene fusionist. Just then, a luxury hover car stopped next to Yi Chuan. The car door opened. It was actually a snake spirit. He had a face full of scary wrinkles and a pair of vertical pupils, giving people a cold and cruel feeling. "Brother Yi, what happened? Did this idiot offend Brother Yi?" The snake spirit kicked the rhino man away and said, "I asked him to treat Brother Yi to a meal. I hope I can forgive my impoliteness. I wonder if Brother Yi can do me the honor of attending? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart it." Yi Chuan slowly retracted his spear. The moment this guy opened his mouth, he smelled a faint smell of blood on him. The snake spirit's eyes turned slightly cold when he heard this. But he immediately regained his smile and said, "Brother Yi is really straightforward. It's like this. Our genetic modifier alliance would like to invite Brother Yi to join. We can give Brother Yi 2 billion in activity funds and 300 bottles of yuan liquid every year. In addition, we will also provide you with luxury cars, villas, and beautiful women. What do you think, Brother Yi?" Yi Chuan was also surprised. He was moved by the thought of so much money, luxury cars, villas, and beautiful women. "You want to reform me?" Yi Chuan had a harmless smile on his face. The snake spirit also smiled and nodded. "Brother Yi, don't worry, we will select genes from at least a king-level exotic beast for you, which will instantly increase your strength tenfold. A transformer with perfect potential can be turned into a killing machine. Just thinking about it makes me feel a sense of accomplishment. If I don't agree, don't bother me anymore." Yi Chuan's face darkened, and Duan Ran refused. It would be better to kill him than to let him become like this, neither human nor ghost. "Brother Yi, don't you really want to consider it?" The snake spirit's voice turned cold, and a giant python's shadow suddenly emerged from behind him. The moment Yi Chuan sensed this breath, he had already moved. "You have a way to die." Several dimensional blades shot out instantly, and Yi Chuan rushed out closely behind them. The snake spirit was shocked. This guy had such a terrifying perception that he could actually arrive first after being attacked. His body was immediately covered with a layer of snake scales to resist these attacks. At the same time, he raised his hand, and dozens of scales rushed out like flying knives, covering Yi Chuan. "You are just an extreme warrior. You are not a Yuan warrior after all." However, before he could finish his words, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Without time to think, he bent his neck 90 degrees. The next moment, the tip of a spear slid past his neck, but he narrowly avoided it. After dodging the shot, the snake spirit's face turned pale and it quickly distanced itself. This guy. In close combat, Yi Chuan gave him a mysterious feeling. "Fuck, that's fine too." Seeing that the sneak attack was fruitless, Yi Chuan walked out of the void helplessly. "You are a coward, don't let me see you next time." The hotel security has come over, and Yi Chuan can only make a harsh statement that he will not be able to kill the snake man today. However, the warrior with the rhino gene was not so lucky. His carotid artery was directly cut by Yi Chuan, and he fell in a pool of blood. "Yi Chuan, I'll remember you. Since you're courting death, I'll let you know in the next match that your perfect potential is nothing in front of me." After leaving behind some harsh words, Xiling got into the car and left. This time he almost suffered a great loss, and he became more wary of Yi Chuan. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. After hanging up the phone, Xiling's face suddenly became very ugly. "You want me to kill Yi Chuan at all costs? Are you forcing me to exchange my life for yours?" A hint of madness suddenly emerged in the snake spirit's vertical pupils. The next day, the first round match list was announced. Yi Chuan was indeed fighting against the snake spirit. This made Yi Chuan feel cold in his heart. He would never believe that there was no inside story. It seems that Master is right. In the 20 years since the Empress disappeared, the empire has long been corrupt and infiltrated by various forces. Back then, the Empress of the Xia family was extremely talented and surpassed the other 8 families to become the emperor. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, the Empress suddenly disappeared. Regarding the reason why the Empress disappeared, some people said that she went to the ancient Starry Sky Road in order to make a breakthrough, while others said that she went astray in her practice and chose to reincarnate and practice again. Anyway, one thing is certain, the Empress who was weighing down on everyone is gone. The game begins. Among the remaining 64 candidates, 63 were Yuanhui, but Yi Chuan, as the only warrior, was ranked 9th and became the number 9 seed. And Snake Spirit is the number 8 seed. It seems that the official believes that Yi Chuan should be as strong as Snake Spirit, but Snake Spirit is better. As a contest between 2 single-digit seeded players, their match was scheduled as the last one. Yi Chuan sat in the contestant rest area, while Lao Zhu helped Yi Chuan massage his back. "Brother Yi, you must win." "Why?" "School Beauty Song asked me to tell you that she spent all your 1 billion on buying you to win." At this point, Lao Zhu said with envy, "Brother Yi, you are really rich." School Beauty Song also said that if you make it into the top 10, your money will be doubled. If you make it into the top 4, your money will be doubled 8-fold. If you take first place, your money will be doubled 32 times. Wait, where did I get 1 billion? Then Yi Chuan slapped his forehead, remembering that he had once given her 200 million to help him invest. When he looked up again, Yi Chuan's gaze towards the snake spirit had turned into that of money. "You stinky snake, better stay out of my way." Feeling Yi Chuan's malicious gaze, the snake spirit frowned. Could it be that this guy discovered it? In the previous matches, there were a few powerful guys. The mysterious Xiaohe is one of them, Zhou Xian from the Magic City is also very strong, and Shen Go is undoubtedly one of them, and there is also a mechanical cyborg. The combat power of these people is obviously much stronger than that of ordinary Yuanwu warriors. Soon it was Yi Chuan's group's turn. I have to say that the official understands traffic. Not only did they put him at the end, they also deliberately found a powerful opponent for him. Everyone, next up is our finale of the day. 9th seed Yi Chuan will face 6th seed Xiling. The host introduced a lot of things, and the enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast room was aroused. There were constant cheers outside the stadium, and most of them were cheering for Yi Chuan. As the only warrior on the field, his talent is so high that he has been hailed as a genius that appears once in 1,000 years. In addition, Yi Chuan is handsome, which makes it easier for him to win people's hearts. However, Yi Chuan didn't hear a word the host said. All he was thinking about was money. He will fight to the death with anyone who stands in his way to wealth. Then the next time will be handed over to the 2 players. I hope they can bring us an exciting and evenly matched game. Xiaohu, to protect your files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for books or robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. Chapter 82 Sudden Assassination, Shadow Stealth to Save Life. Yi Chuan, die for me. The snake spirit turned into a monster with a human head and a snake body and pounced directly towards Yi Chuan. At the same time, his vertical pupils were filled with blood. You took drugs right away? Yi Chuan snorted coldly and rushed out as well. Holding a spear in his hand, he moved left and right, then leaped up and stabbed the snake man in the stomach. Bang! A tail lashed towards Yi Chuan fiercely, throwing him flying. So fast. After landing, Yi Chuan rolled over and over, barely avoiding the snake spirit's continuous attacks. No, his aura is much stronger than yesterday. The snake spirit smiled. He looked at Yi Chuan and said sarcastically, "Is it a surprise? Tell me, there are more surprises to come. I will slowly play with you to death." As he spoke, his body began to change little by little. At this moment, not only Yi Chuan, but even the spectators watching the game noticed something unusual, because the snake spirit had now turned into a completely strange snake. Completely alienated, he swallowed a demon pill in advance. The referee was also shocked and immediately flew over to stop the match. But the next moment, a spirit bead suddenly flew out from the snake spirit's mouth, and an elliptical barrier directly blocked everyone's sight. Even the extraordinary could not sense the situation inside. Not good. Su Wendian stood up suddenly, and his figure appeared above the barrier in a flash. It's the Yuan trapping pearl. Once it's destroyed from the outside, the people inside will also be affected. The other chiefs also looked solemn. We can only wait. After 10 minutes, the energy of the trapped Yuanju will be exhausted. At this moment, both the audience present and the netizens in the live broadcast room were excited. What's going on? Isn't this a competition? Why did someone turn into a strange beast? It's obvious that the demon clan wants to kill Brother Yi. Damn it, Brother Yi hasn't even become a Yuan Wuxia yet, are you so impatient? What's the Empire doing? Someone sneaked into the Wudong province martial arts exam to target Brother Yi, and now they're even blatantly trying to assassinate him in Kyoto. I can only say that Brother Yi is too evil. He keeps the alien race awake at night and makes them want to get rid of him immediately. Don't worry, everyone. After something like this happens, no matter what the outcome is, I will definitely give you an explanation. This is an old man in a long robe. He looks majestic and walks in the air with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. King Xiaomu. Meet King Xiaomu. All the chief directors bowed and saluted, except for Moda Chief Mo Xiao and Su Wendian, who did not move. Xiaomu, if something like this happens and anything happens to my disciple, I will kill everyone who participated in this grouping. Su Wendian's murderous intent was as strong as the sea, and he did not give any face to this powerful royal king. Xiaomu's mouth twitched, his face bitter. Let's see the results first. He knew that someone must have received benefits this time, but these people obviously didn't know how terrifying this chief in this remote place was. Inside the barrier, the snake spirit laughed wildly. He had already regarded Yi Chuan as a turtle in his dream. Boy, weren't you very crazy yesterday? I'm standing right in front of you now, and you're going to kill me? Boy, is all you can do is run? Where have you been hiding, boy? Yi Chuan, come out. If you have the ability, don't hide. At this moment, Yi Chuan had completely disappeared from the snake spirit's perception. He exerted his mental strength to the extreme, but no matter how he scanned, he could not find any trace of Yi Chuan. Ha, kid, do you think I can't find you if you hide? The snake spirit became angry. He whipped wildly with his snake tail, covering every corner. As long as he forced Yi Chuan out, he would win. He swore that he would never pretend to be cool, would never say another word to Yi Chuan, and would kill Yi Chuan immediately. Today, he is comparable to a martial arts master. As soon as Yi Chuan shows up, he will definitely die. He tried to spray out poisonous mist and use his snake scales to attack the surroundings like a mad beast. However, it only took a few seconds for him to go from laughing wildly and confidently at the beginning to looking confused now. Really, no one? There was no trace of Yi Chuan at all, as if Yi Chuan had disappeared out of thin air. The person can't be found, how can we fight? No matter how he attacked in the barrier, he could not find any trace of Yi Chuan. Could it be that his Taoist sect has a space-shifting talisman? Or was he rescued by someone powerful? At this moment, the snake spirit was about to cry. He swallowed the demon pill and used the Yuan trapping pearl, but the enemy disappeared, and there was a group of extraordinary people outside who were watching him covetously. Once the time of trapping Yuanju is up, he will be dead. It's over. The effect of the demon pill was beginning to wear off, and the snake spirit had already returned to its original form, completely giving up struggling. A corner of the ring. Yi Chuan hid in the void, watching the scene indifferently. He was glad that he had learned Shadow Stealth, a heavenly level space-based assassination skill, which saved his life at a critical moment. Otherwise, even if he had a 4th level fluid combat suit that reduced his attack power by 50%, the snake spirit could still kill him easily. Fortunately, the snake spirit was brave enough not to kill him immediately, otherwise he would have no chance to escape. The villain is indeed killed by talking too much, which makes you like to show off. Yi Chuan said that he had learned something new. 10 minutes are up. Dense cracks began to appear on the coin Yuan pearl in the air. The snake spirit had given up resistance and returned to its human form. The demon pill almost drained all his energy. He was now dying, but he was still searching for Yi Chuan unwillingly. At this time, Yi Chuan's figure slowly emerged. Seeing Yi Chuan appear, the snake spirit widened its eyes with an expression of disbelief. This person appeared out of thin air right before his eyes, and he didn't even have the slightest sense of it. How is that possible? This was his last thought, and then his eyes flew up and saw the head falling to the ground. The trapped Yuanju shattered. And this scene happened to appear in the live broadcast. Dead, it's actually the snake spirit that's dead, how is this possible? Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, their minds unable to react for a moment. Snake Spirit had taken the demon pill. In this special state, his strength was comparable to that of a martial arts master. However, he was beheaded by Brother Yi in public. That's a martial arts master. Damn, how did Brother Yi win? He's such a monster. I think Brother Yi must have a defensive magic weapon that allowed him to withstand the Snake Spirit's attacks for 10 minutes, and finally kill it after the effect of the Snake Spirit's demon pill was exhausted. Sure enough, there must be someone guarding behind the evildoer. It's not that easy to kill such a person. I guess I win, right? Yi Chuan smiled innocently as he looked at these extraordinary bosses. Well done, young man. Are you interested in training with my royal family? King Shamu said with a smile, don't worry, I will not treat you unfairly. The royal family, the king. Yi Chuan keenly grasped these two key words. Big shot. Yi Chuan bowed and looked at Su Wendian, who was standing next to the old man. Then you have to ask my master. I will listen to him. Slippery. The old man smiled and shook his head. He understood that Yi Chuan didn't dare to refuse him, so he pushed the question to Su Wendian. Chapter 83 Revenge, the person who puts a bounty on Yi Chuan. We made the mistake this time. I'll compensate you with 100 bottles of spiritual fluid. What do you think, little one? Thank you, your majesty. King Xiaomu nodded slightly, looked at Yi Chuan deeply, and then turned and left. After this assassination incident, the popularity of this martial arts exam reached a new height. The next day, Yi Chuan met Zhou Xian. However, what no one expected was that Zhou Xian surrendered as soon as he came to power. This made Yi Chuan, who had always wanted to beat this guy, feel extremely uncomfortable. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. He was able to survive from the snake spirit, so this guy must have been worried that he had some powerful trump card, so he just surrendered. Are you kidding? Even a martial arts master can't kill you. Only a fool would fight you. Yi Chuan encountered the same situation in the next 2 days. He just made it to the semi-finals. Finally, the official found Yi Chuan and promised to give him compensation and let him withdraw from the competition. Feeling bored, Yi Chuan finally agreed to this request. The most important reason was that his next opponent was a woman who was suspected to be a demon. Secondly, he was going to seek revenge. Su Wentian's office. The person who offered a 5 billion yuan reward for your death has been found. 1 billion yuan was embezzled from public funds by Liu Yang's mother, and the remaining 4 billion yuan was offered by the Wang family. After learning that you had become a trainee swordsman, the Wang family feared you would grow up and seek revenge, so they offered this reward. Su Wendian paused. Also, there's some bad news. Your bounty has now increased to 50 billion. Puff. Yi Chuan, who was drinking water, spit it out directly. Teacher, save me. Go, didn't that genius monster make his own way? Yi Chuan's face suddenly turned bitter. By the way, teacher, I have another cause and effect, can you help me solve it? After witnessing Su Wentian's abilities, Yi Chuan decided to tell him about the devouring art. Explain. Su Wentian calmly poured a cup of tea and took a sip. I practiced the devouring technique. Puff. Su Wentian also spit out tears, his eyes widening. Which volume? Volume 1, complete version. Yi Chuan immediately displayed the devouring field. The complete version? Seeing Su Wentian fall silent, Yi Chuan immediately became alert. After a long while, Su Wentian finally spoke slowly. The complete version of the devouring art won't make you go insane and become a murderous puppet, but if you embark on this path, you will still face the fate of killing your own kind. You should know that when you reach the later stages of the devouring technique and can no longer devour exotic beasts, you can only devour your own kind. Even if you practice the complete version, you can't avoid this problem. Yi Chuan's heart sank. So, this is a point of no return? Su Wendian nodded slowly. In the future, if you encounter one of his kind, you must be careful, because the devouring power in your body is the best tonic for him. Teacher, since this is a road of no return, why is the devouring technique still widely spread? This is Yi Chuan's biggest doubt. Su Wendian glanced at Yi Chuan deeply, his eyes filled with inexplicable meaning, because the human race needs a supreme power. It's cruel to say, but that's the truth. In many star regions, the human race isn't doing well, even at the bottom. So, if you want to survive, you have to work hard to become stronger and keep going. Yi Chuan smiled bitterly. He was also thinking of marrying 3 or 5 beautiful women and then starting to live his life in peace. Now it seems that I may become someone else's prey at any time and I can't lie down. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work out, I'll die halfway. The next day, at the Kancheng Inspectorate. Reporting to the commander, Mr. Liu, who was suspected of embezzling public funds, suddenly died in his cell last night. The preliminary diagnosis is suicide out of fear of punishment. Okay, the main culprit is dead, let's close the case. After the guard finished his report, the director just gave a light order. Wutong City, the ancestral home of the Wang family. Wang Bowen looked at Yi Chuan in the game video and felt increasingly uneasy. He's growing too fast. If he continues to live, my Wang family's foundation will be destroyed. I don't know what the bloody maple leaf is doing. It keeps failing. Wang Bowen was like an ant on a hot pan at this moment, pacing back and forth anxiously. The first time he hired a killer, he just wanted to wipe out the roots. Since he had offended him and the guy had a B-level talent, he wanted to kill him in advance, which led to the incident when Yi Chuan and Song Siki were attacked. The second time was because he heard that Yi Chuan not only joined the sword wielder, but also killed 2 intermediate warriors, which led to the second assassination. The killer is the magic hammer combination. In the end, they failed and the 2 were killed by Yi Chuan. After that, he never heard from Yi Chuan again. Until Yi Chuan won the first place in the provincial martial arts examination without any dispute and reached the top 4 in the national qualifying round. This terrifying martial arts talent is simply suffocating. With such achievements, Yi Chuan will surely soar to great heights in the future, which makes him unable to sleep at night with worry. Father, what should we do? Wang Chao was also anxious, as his Wang family had a tradition of eradicating the problem completely. But Yi Chuan just can't be killed. What made their family most depressed was that their elder sister, who was studying at Wuhan University in Shanghai, had inexplicably died in the wasteland of Yunhai City. It's okay. He doesn't know we're the one who's wanted. Go to the dark web and remove the reward for him now. In addition, from now on, all members of my family must never provoke Yi Chuan again. After you've done all this, donate to Yi Chuan in the name of Wang's biology and congratulate him for bringing honor to our Wudong province. Okay, I'll do it right away. Wang Chao nodded and immediately pushed the door open and left. Since you can't kill him, then take the initiative to make friends with him. While Yi Chuan still doesn't know that it was his Wang family that issued the bounty, he should go and apologize now, even if it means he has to be humble. But at this moment, a series of screams were heard. Wang Bowen's heart sank and he hurried out to check. I saw several men in black, holding bloody long knives and rushing into the inner courtyard. The leader was carrying his son Wang Chao, who had just left. Who are you? Do you know how my Wang family has offended you? Patriarch Wang truly deserves to be called a great hero. He was able to remain calm in the face of such a situation. The fluid battle suit squirmed, and Yi Chuan removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. Yi Chuan! Wang Bowen suddenly exclaimed. His current nightmare actually came to him. Yi Chuan smiled and said, "You guessed it right. As a reward, you will be reunited with your 3 children underground." You killed my daughter too? You guessed right, but just like your son, I saved her, but she wanted to harm me. Your Wang family really has a long history of being ungrateful. As he spoke, Yi Chuan stepped on the dying Wang Chao and killed him. Seeing this, Wang Bowen immediately became furious. Little beast, I want you to die miserably. Boom! Wang Bowen's whole body burst with aura, showing the strength of a martial arts master. However, as the 4 martial arts masters beside Yi Chuan walked out, Wang Bowen's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Chapter 84 Destroy the Wang family, unexpected visitors. Kill him. Upon hearing this, the 4 figures rushed towards Wang Bowen without any hesitation. At the same time, a figure was flying in the air towards the depths of the Wang family. Old Ghost Wang, your Wang family colluded with the gene fusionists and used human bodies and exotic beasts for experiments. Now it's time to settle the score. Lu Lin. A hoarse and old voice came from deep inside the Wang family, and an old man with sparse hair slowly walked into the air. I wonder how we have offended the general manager, so that you have to come and trouble an old man like me? Lu Lin in front of him was the chief's direct subordinate, so he didn't dare to be careless. Lu Lin curled his lips when he heard that. Old man, what are you pretending for? The reason I haven't touched your Wang family is simply because I've been waiting for an opportunity. Do you think the things your Wang family has done can be hidden from us sword masters? Okay, I'll let you make the first move, so others won't accuse me of bullying. Lu Lin waved his hands, showing no intention of listening to any explanation. See the truth come to light. A gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes. He waved his sleeves and a sky full of silver needles flew towards the willow forest. Then he fled into the distance without looking back. You old fool, you have no moral principles. After Lu Lin dodged the hidden weapon, he flew after him cursing. He had promised Yi Chuan that he could kill the ancestor of the Wang family. If he let this old guy get away, he would be so embarrassed. In the inner courtyard, Wang Bowen was beaten back step by step. The swordsman's combat power was inherently stronger than those of his peers, and the 4-against-1 completely suppressed him. Especially when he saw that his ancestors had run away, he felt even more desperate. Yi Chuan, let me go, and I will give you the entire Wang family creature. At this moment, he was still unwilling to die. Yi Chuan sneered, it's too late. This time, the crackdown on your Wang family was ordered by the sword wielder's headquarters. No one can save you. When the general saw Wang Bowen, he beat him up violently because he knew all the bad things the Wang family had done over the years. The reason why we haven't dealt with the Wang family is because the time has not yet come. Now that the empire is in chaos, the swordsman must naturally strike with lightning speed. Soon, Wang Bowen was unable to dodge and was hit on the neck by a swordsman. His heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. He raised his finger and pointed at Yi Chuan, but in the end he didn't say a word. About an hour passed. Lu Lin flew back carrying the head of the Wang family's ancestor. At this point, the Wang family was destroyed. This old guy is too cunning. Luckily, I'm good at tracking him, otherwise he would have gotten away. Lu Lin smiled proudly, well, I promised you a meeting gift, brother. From now on, we will be family. Although Yi Chuan has not yet become a Yuan Wu practitioner, he is the only disciple of the Hall Master and a person with perfect potential, which is enough for him to treat him sincerely. Thank you, Commander Lu. Yi Chuan thanked with a smile. To reach the extraordinary realm, one needs to take a leading position among the sword wielders. Lu Lin is one of the leaders of Su Wentian's lineage. Yi Chuan has a special identity and is also Su Wentian's direct subordinate. The two are from the same lineage. Alright, tell the commander to be more polite and just talk about my brother. In Lu Lin's opinion, with Yi Chuan's talent, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the extraordinary level. He would rather suffer a little loss to gain a good relationship. Thank you, Brother Lu. Well, that's right. I'll leave first. Lu Lin nodded with satisfaction, then soared into the sky and left. The sword-bearer headquarters in Wudong province looks like a huge oval-shaped spaceship. Enter the headquarters. Ignoring the looks of the people around him who were looking at him like a monster, Yi Chuan handed in the task and walked into Su Wentian's office. Chief. Yi Chuan knocked on the door gently. At headquarters, he is also referred to by his title. Come in. Yi Chuan pushed the door open and walked in, then he was stunned. Old Zhu, Chenggo, Xiaohe? Why are you here? Inside the office, 3 young figures were standing obediently, while Su Wentian was sitting in a rocking chair, rubbing his brows. Brother Yi, after thinking about it, I decided to follow you, so I accepted the special recruitment of the swordsman. Xu Zixiao smiled shyly and explained. Yi Chuan looked at Chen Go again. Chen Go, wearing a clown mask, spread his hands innocently. Don't ask, I'm definitely following Brother Zhu. He is my adopted parent now. There was no other way, only Xu Zixiao could suppress the corrupt power in his body. Yi Chuan suddenly realized. Finally, his eyes fell on Xiaohe. Because he didn't want to face Xiaohe, he decisively chose to withdraw from the competition. As expected, Xiaohe got the first place in today's martial arts exam. He didn't understand why Xiaohe came here. Xiaohe is tall, with an impeccably refined oval face, waist-length hair, and a gentle temperament. She is the type that easily attracts people's favor. But the latter was staring at him with a resentful look on his face. Brother Yi Chuan, you lied to me. There was a hint of wax in Xiaohe's round and charming eyes, and her eyes were full of grievance as she looked at Yi Chuan. As soon as the words fell, the whole office fell silent. Even Su Wentian's hand, which was rubbing his brow, stopped. Okay, Chuanzi, you two actually have this kind of relationship? Chen Go was shocked at first, then he angrily said, since we are all acquaintances, why did you let Xiaohe beat me so hard in the finals? Old Zhu was full of admiration. I thought to myself that Brother Yi was awesome. No school beauty could escape Brother Ye's clutches. It's just that he seemed to have too many sisters-in-law now. Yi Chuan's face darkened. Monster, don't even think about insulting my innocence. Miss, I think you have recognized the wrong person. We have never met before. Wow. A few days ago you asked me to come out and meet you, but today you pretended not to know me. Xia He actually cried in grievance. Yi Chuan, God asked you to meet him. My father-in-law is here, how dare you slander me? Okay, today is a good day to find out whether you are a monster or not. Without waiting for Yi Chuan to speak, Chen Wei walked over with a serious look on his face and patted Yi Chuan on the shoulder. We men should be brave enough to take responsibility for our actions. Besides, Miss Xia He is so beautiful, how could she not be worthy of you? Look at me, forget it. Anyway, if you don't take responsibility, I will look down on you, brother. Old Zhu also nodded. Brother Yi, just admit your mistake. My sister-in-law is crying. Although you are my brother, I will definitely stand on my sister-in-law's side this time. Yi Chuan frowned. What's going on with these two? Interaction between heaven and earth? At this moment, Su Wendian suddenly spoke in a deep voice, and an invisible field enveloped the office. Xu Zishou and Chen Wei, who were originally speaking in good words for Xia He, suddenly froze. What am I doing? What am I talking about? The two people who reacted looked at Xia He in shock. Are you influencing us? Chen Go was the first to react, his expression filled with shock and confusion. Old Zhu was also scared. He actually believed what Xia He said just now and couldn't help but stand on Xia He's side. Okay, I knew you were a demon. Yi Chuan also reacted, took a few steps back cautiously, and a spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 85 Misunderstanding is resolved, Xia He's terrifying talent. She's not a demon. Su Wendian slowly stood up and stared at Xia He. She is an awakener, and her ability is the interaction between heaven and earth. This ability can interfere with the cognition of others, and even the heavens and the earth can be affected by it. For example, if she were walking in the wilderness, the strange beasts might treat her as one of their own and not attack her. If an enemy wants to kill her, she can even guide them to commit suicide. Yi Chuan and the other two widened their eyes. You still have this ability? Xia He nodded gently. I rarely use this ability. I was just curious why Brother Yi Chuan was so hostile to me. I also felt like Brother Yi Chuan was afraid of me. Everyone looked at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan looked at Xia He, feeling confused and uncertain. Finally, he tried to find out, south of Yunhai Wasteland, Chun's community, Building 61, flowing silkworm pupa. Xia He pondered for a few seconds, then her eyes lit up and she covered her mouth and laughed. I see. I was the one who posted the news about the flowing silkworm pupa online. That's one of the best auxiliary treasures for breaking through realms below the transcendent realm. I found a lot of them out there, so I posted them online. Because I was afraid of being snatched away by a strange beast, I stayed there for a while, using the connection between heaven and earth to make the strange beast think that a great demon lived here. As she spoke, Xia He walked to Yi Chuan. She stretched out a finger and gently touched Yi Chuan's brow. Yi Chuan felt that his original vigilance and doubts about Xia He immediately disappeared. Ding, a partner meeting the requirements has been detected, automatically binding. Name, Xia He. Cultivation, late stage of Yuanwu warrior. Appearance, 97. Awakening talent, sympathy between heaven and earth S rank. Cultivation qualification, SS level. Current favorability, 50. Brother Yi Chuan, do you still think I'm a monster? Yi Chuan widened his eyes and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Not a monster. But this SS level cultivation talent is too exaggerated. The system actually helped him bind it. And where does this 50 favorability come from? But it's true that he doesn't know Xia He. I'm sorry, I misunderstood Miss Xia He, but we really didn't know each other before. Yi Chuan's attitude changed immediately. Now that the system has been bound, he must maintain a good relationship. Xia He nodded and opened her smart terminal. A chat record with netizens was projected in the air. Netizen S name, Chuanzi. Avatar, also Yi Chuan. The content of the chat ranged from asking about each other's well-being at the beginning to the upcoming meeting in person. Netizen? A big question mark appeared in Yi Chuan's head. Then he seemed to remember something and turned to look at Chen Go. The latter looked guilty at the moment. When he saw Yichuan looking at him, he immediately bowed with both hands and winked at Yichuan madly. Yichuan understood what that meant instantly. That sir, this is the online love partner I found for you. No, this is not Yi, woo woo. Just as Lao Zhu was about to say that this was not Yichuan's social account, Chen Go covered his mouth. Chuanzi, the facts are in front of you, just accept it. Chen Go said hurriedly. Yichuan smiled bitterly. Well, I didn't know you were. Xia He. He really has to admit this. After all, the system has been bound, and Xia He's cultivation talent is simply terrifying, so it is better not to annoy the other party. Su Wendian instantly understood the entanglement between the four people in front of him, but he would not expose it. This Xia He is a genius. It would be a good thing to be able to let him join the sword bearer. How about this? For now, the four of you will form a sword-wielding team. Yichuan, you will be the team leader, and I will be directly in charge of your team. Among these four people, 3 are among the top 4 in the National Martial Arts Examination, and 1 is a special recruit for Awakeners. If they are released, they will definitely be fought over by various commanders. It's better to just tie them together. Let them form a team and play freely. The 4 of them had no objection when they heard this. That's right. Su Wendian seemed to have remembered something and suddenly stopped the 4 people who were about to leave. Recently, a humanoid monster appeared in the wasteland of the primeval forest. The 4 of you go and investigate the cause. Walk out of the room. Chen Go pulled Zhu Zixio away with a guilty conscience. Xia He walked beside Yichuan with a smile, took out a box from somewhere and handed it to him. Brother Yichuan was looking for the flowing light silkworm pupa, right? This is for you. Yichuan took the box in surprise. After opening it, he saw a silkworm pupa emitting a faint silver-white glow lying inside. This is very expensive, are you giving it to me? This flowing silkworm pupa is a rare treasure that is hard to come by. Moreover, once the silkworm pupa hatches, it loses its effect and whether you can obtain it depends entirely on luck. Well, this is for you. If you want to thank me, take me out for more delicious food in the future. Looking at the flowing silkworm pupa, Yichuan suddenly remembered something. If he helped his partner improve his cultivation, he could get his cultivation level returned to him. Okay, this flowing silkworm chrysalis is very important to me, I'll accept it. But I don't like owing favors to others. In exchange, you are not allowed to refuse anything I give you in the future. How about that? Xia He didn't understand why Yichuan was so serious. But he still nodded obediently and agreed. The 2 of them made an appointment to go shopping together the next day, and Xia He left with satisfaction. A moment later, Yichuan received the chat records about Xia He sent by Chen Go on his smart terminal. After watching it, Yichuan exclaimed, "Wow! I don't know how many good girls Chen Go has deceived." Because according to the chat records, Xia He in front of him was actually someone Chen Go met while playing games. She is a pure-hearted homebody, and the 2 of them have never reached the stage of online romance. They can only be considered as good netizens. She loves shopping, playing games, eating snacks, and occasionally traveling and exploring. She's a rich woman. This is the label Chen Go gave to Xia He. But Chen Go was also jealous because he didn't know that Xia He was so beautiful in real life. It's just that I'm not in a position to see people right now, so I'm letting you down. Chen Go complained indignantly, I should have used my own photo earlier. I regret it so much. Yichuan's mouth twitched. Actually, you can explain it to her now. Forget it, forget it. Xia He hates being lied to the most. If she knew about this, she would probably tear me apart. Chen Wei smiled bitterly. This is the thing that Xia He can't tolerate the most. He also noticed that Xia He was not interested in him at all, but was curious about Yichuan. End the chat with Chen Go. Yichuan called Song Siki again and asked her to transfer all the funds. He is about to prepare to break through to become a Yuanwei. His master Su Wendian had told him that the amount of energy required by a person with perfect potential to break through to become a Yuanwu practitioner was dozens of times that of an ordinary practitioner. He must prepare as much Yuan fluid as possible. Because breakthrough is the best time for Yuanli to be integrated into the body. Chapter 86, The Swordsman's Situation, Enemies Everywhere. Yichuan eventually exchanged all his money for Yuan Yi. Returning to his residence, he opened the system space and poured all the essence liquid into the bathtub. The entire room was suddenly filled with energy. After doing all this, he lay in the bathtub and swallowed the streamer silkworm pupa. The moment he swallowed the flowing silkworm pupa, the fine threads on the pupa began to spread throughout his body. The crystal clear silk threads on the cocoon, with a little bit of light, extended to every capillary in his limbs. The almost invisible tiny branches in Yi Chuan's body were all connected by these threads at this moment, and a sense of perfection grew in Ye's heart. It turns out that there are still so many capillaries in my body that are not open. The moment all the tendons, veins and blood vessels in his body were opened, Yi Chuan seemed to be sublimated. The vital energy outside his body was surging and boiling. Countless vital energies completely enveloped Yi Chuan and slowly merged into his body. Crack! It was like a barrier was broken through. An invisible shackle was opened, and every cell in Yi Chuan's body was sublimated, and began to frantically devour the vital energy to strengthen itself. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Time passes. Every cell in Yi Chuan's body was getting stronger, and a thin layer of black mud formed outside his body. Those were the impurities expelled from his body. His figure didn't change much, but every muscle became more pronounced and his skin became slightly whiter. Not until a whole day had passed did Yi Chuan suddenly open his eyes. His eyes were sharp, with a gleam of brilliance. The peak of the early stage of the Yuan Wu warrior? What a pity, he almost reached the middle stage. Yi Chuan shook his head helplessly. Even though he had prepared more than 1,000 bottles of essence liquid, it still wasn't enough. After his physical potential was fully developed, his body's demand for essence fluid far exceeded his expectations. At this rate of consumption, I can't even afford to practice anymore. Yi Chuan smiled bitterly. End of practice. According to the rules of the travel mission, Yi Chuan and the other 3 need to go to the mission office to collect the mission information. When Yi Chuan went out, he was stunned. Yi Chuan looked at Zhu Zishao's dark circles and couldn't help but frown. Old Zhu, what's wrong with you? Brother Yi, I accompanied Brother Chen to play for 2 days. Old Zhu twisted his butt and said with a blush. Yi Chuan looked at Chen Go. The latter was originally yawning, but when he saw Yi Chuan looking at him, his eyes immediately dodged. I just want to take old Zhu to see the world. Dongtai Entertainment City? How did you know? After realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, Chen Go immediately covered his mouth guiltily. Yi Chuan rubbed his eyebrows. He guessed it almost instantly because he first heard about Dongtai Entertainment City from Chen Go. He also said at the time that when he came to Wutong, he must have a good time. This won't happen again. I just don't like the way he acts shy when he sees girls. But Chuanzi, why do I feel like you become more handsome again? Chen Go looked Yi Chuan around, his eyes full of envy. Old Zhu also nodded. Brother Yi is really handsome. Hey, it's really unlucky to have a handsome brother like you. All the pretty girls are attracted to you. As Chen Go spoke, he suddenly signaled with his eyes. Xia He, wearing a pink dress and holding a lollipop, was walking towards Yi Chuan. Hey, brother Yi Chuan. Xia He saw Yi Chuan and handed him a lollipop with a smile. Hey, brother Yi Chuan, have you made a breakthrough? Upon hearing this, Lao Zhu and Shen Wei looked at Yi Chuan in surprise. The two looked at the smart terminal and found that Yi Chuan's level displayed on the terminal had not changed. Yi Chuan took the lollipop, but was surprised. He had clearly used the Qi concealment technique to conceal his own aura, so why did Xia He see through it at a glance? Well, how did you figure that out? I'm more sensitive. Xia He smiled sweetly with curved eyebrows. Sensitive? Seeing that Xia He was unwilling to talk, Yi Chuan didn't dare to ask any further questions. Xia He, where are our lollipops? Chen Go stretched out his hand. Oh, I forgot to buy yours. Damn, he's obsessed with women and forgets about friends. The 4 people arrived at the mission office and a staff member took them to the office. A moment later, Lu Lin walked in. Lu Lin smiled at the 4 of them and said, knowing that this is your first time carrying out the sword-bearer mission, the palace master specifically asked me to come and explain it to you personally. Let's not talk about the mission first. Let me tell you about our enemy. First and foremost, we at Swordbearers are a people-oriented organization. The word human here does not include gene fusions, cyborgs, and those who become stronger through self-transformation, or demons that have cultivated into human form. Although the Blue-Silver Empire treats these people equally, we are hostile to both groups. This is also the reason why these 2 types of people are not allowed to exist in the Wudong province under our control. At the same time, those evil sects that harm living beings are also our enemies, such as the Yin Yang sect that you, Yi Chuan, have come into contact with, and they rely on living people to refine the magic eyes. Yi Chuan was stunned for a moment. I wondered if it was too late to quit the swordsman now. He knew that most parts of the empire accepted the existence of gene fusion humans and mechanical modified humans. Why can't we live in peace with them? Yi Chuan couldn't help but be curious. That's a good question. Lu Lin smiled and replied, because they are not of my kind, their hearts must be different. Yi Chuan, do you know why the snake spirit would stop at nothing to kill you? Yi Chuan frowned. He couldn't figure out why the snake spirit would rather sacrifice itself than kill him during the live broadcast. Wouldn't it be better to do it secretly? Because he is a gene fusion, he cannot disobey the orders of the superiors. If he is told to die, he must die. Secondly, you are the sword holder. If we kill you in public, not only will the sword holder lose a genius, but it will also suppress the sword holder's reputation. The same is true for cyborgs. They can only obey the orders of their superiors unconditionally. So, although both gained power beyond themselves, they also lost themselves. But even knowing this, no one can resist the desire for power. After listening to Lu Lin, Yi Chuan suddenly understood. At this time, Chen Wei suddenly said. In fact, the 9 great families had always been on the side of the sword wielder. However, with the disappearance of the Empress, gene fusion and mechanical transformation have suddenly emerged in recent years. Even many of the direct descendants of the 9 major families have chosen to fuse genes or transform their bodies in pursuit of power. This also forced the empire to relax its restrictions on both. Lu Lin looked at Chen Wei approvingly. This kid was from the Chun family, so it was normal for him to know these things. The 9 great families in the past have always been the backbone of us sword masters, so we allocate so many quotas to them every year. Lu Lin smiled bitterly and said, however, increasing strength through hard training is always not as good as achieving it overnight through transformation. Over the years, the 9 major families have finally begun to decline. Chapter 87, The Wasteland Spreads, Villages and Towns with Inexplicable Deaths. In the past, if an intern dared to kill my swordsman, we would have dug up their ancestral graves and destroyed them. Like now, I, the swordsman, have to be careful when I act. Lu Lin sighed, his words filled with indignation. However, Yi Chuan and the other 3 didn't feel anything. Yi Chuan and Shen Go grew up in an orphanage, and Lao Zhu was a poor student. They had no sense of belonging to this honor. As for Xia He, she just quietly ate lollipops and played games. Realizing that he was too emotional, Lu Lin collected his thoughts. Let's talk about the mission. The incident occurred near the Tree God Mountain outside the primitive wasteland. It started with some villagers secretly going out to collect herbs. However, when they came back, the poultry in the entire village began to be bitten to death inexplicably. At first, the villagers thought it was a strange beast, but later even people started going crazy and dying for unknown reasons. And this type of death is contagious. With Shushan Mountain as the center, villages within a radius of dozens of miles have experienced this kind of incident. The spread is now very close to Can, so the palace master asked you to investigate the situation. Speaking of Can, Yi Chuan and the other 2 instantly became excited. The 3 of them grew up in Can, so naturally they don't want anything to happen in Can. After Lu Lin finished speaking, he sent them some more information. Those who were bitten to death, we found through wound comparison that they were bite marks from human teeth. In addition, these people showed signs of madness before their death, and some even committed self-harm. You must pay attention. Leave the Swordbearer HQ. The 4 people wore fluid combat suits and rushed to the scene of the incident in a flying car. Infeng Town. This place is less than 20 kilometers away from Can. Yi Chuan has been here before. It is a very lively town. Whenever there is a market, this place is always crowded with people. However, when the 4 arrived here, they found that every household was closed, the streets were full of garbage and no one cleaned them up, and many shops showed signs of being smashed and looted. It looked like there had just been a riot here. Why is there no one here? Xu Zixiao pushed open a half-closed door and found no one inside. Didn't the information before I came here say that this place was fine? Looking around, Yi Chuan also frowned. Let's investigate separately. Find someone to ask and you'll know the situation. Yi Chuan looked at Chen Wei and said, you and Lao Zhu go over there and ask around. Xia He and I will go this way. Although Chen Go usually looks careless, Yi Chuan is most confident in his work. This guy has high emotional intelligence and won't act rashly. Chen Go nodded seriously and began to check every house along the street. Xia He naturally had no objection, she just followed Yi Chuan quietly. Yi Chuan knocked on the doors of more than a dozen houses but didn't meet anyone, which made his heart sink. According to the information, this situation occurred in several villages and towns where the accident occurred. Just then, a football suddenly rolled to Yi Chuan's feet. Yi Chuan looked back and found a little boy about 5 years old cautiously poking his head out from the crack of a door. "Brother, can you help me pass the football over?" "Xia He, give me some candy." "Oh." Xia He grabbed a handful of candy and handed it to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan picked up the football, pinched the candy and walked over with a smile. "Little boy, can you answer a few questions from your brother? These candies are for you." The boy first looked around, then looked warily at the candy in Yi Chuan's hand and swallowed his saliva. "Brother and sister, will you bite me?" Yi Chuan was stunned. "Why should we bite you?" "I have no idea." "Little boy, did you see anyone biting someone else?" The little boy nodded immediately. "This morning, I saw the uncles and aunts on the street suddenly start biting each other, and everyone was scared away." "Bite. Little boy, where are your parents?" The little boy said timidly, "My parents went out to sell fish and haven't come back yet. They asked me to wait for them to come home and cook." The little boy was very honest and there was expectation in his eyes. "Brother and sister, Xiaowu is so hungry. Why haven't my parents come back yet?" Yi Chuan fed the candy to the little boy and took out some food and water and handed them to him. "They may have gone to a very far place and can't find their way back for the time being." "Oh, then Xiaowu will wait for them at home. I will be very good and will never run around." The little boy swore solemnly. "How about this, I'll take you to find them, okay? You show me the way." Yi Chuan didn't know how to explain to the boy that his parents might be dead, and this place will become a new wasteland? He could only comfort the boy with white lies. "No, Mom and Dad said that Xiaowu can't let others go, and can't eat other people's food, but Xiaowu is really hungry. Xiaowu sticks to his principles." Yi Chuan had no choice but to look at Xia He. Xia He nodded and looked at Xiaowu with a smile. "Xiaowu, be good, then come with me to find them, okay?" Xiaowu was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily. "Yes, sister is the best, I like sister the most." Just then, there was an explosion. Yi Chuan turned around suddenly and found that it was the direction of Chen Wei and the others. "Xia He, take him with you. I'll go take a look." Before he finished speaking, Yi Chuan's figure was already 100 meters away. When he arrived at a huge pit, Yi Chuan saw Lao Zhu, who had turned into a tree man, and Chen Wei, who was covered in dust. Seeing that the two men were not seriously injured except for looking a little embarrassed, Yi Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Chen Wei's fluid battle suit squirmed, covering the exposed dry skin, and then he cursed. "We saw a suspicious person, so Lao Zhu and I chased after him. We saw him enter the house, but as soon as Lao Zhu and I opened the door, I felt a sense of danger. Luckily we hid quickly, otherwise we might have been scattered all over the place. Damn it, I just can't understand why that guy would kill us even if it meant risking his own life." Lao Zhu's vitality in the tree man state was very strong and he withstood the explosion. Chen Go has strong defense, so naturally he is not in any trouble. But he felt a little frustrated about the loss he suffered. They didn't even know who their opponent was, and the opponent just exploded on his own. "I'm glad everyone is okay. To attack you two in a suicidal manner, he must have known our identities. That person is either a puppet or a killer. It seems someone has set their sights on us. Then what should we do?" Old Zhu returned to his original form and said with lingering fear, "These lunatics may be watching us in secret." All three of them felt that this matter was not simple. Chapter 88 Suing Xue came out of seclusion, with mixed feelings. Galaxy Academy. The door of Suing Xue's training room slowly opened. Through this retreat, she finally broke through to the intermediate level of Yuan Wu. Opening the smart terminal, Suing Xue prepared to see what major events had happened recently. However, as soon as it was turned on, ding ding ding, a series of message prompts sounded one after another. Seeing that it was her best friend's profile picture, Suing Xue couldn't help but roll her eyes. What could be worth her constantly sending messages? So she called directly. "Xiao Xue, you're finally out of seclusion. Do you know what big thing you missed? Let me tell you. As soon as the call was connected, I heard the complaints of my best friend Lin Wanner. Stop, stop, stop. Miss, can we talk slowly about what's going on? I've already reached the dormitory building. Okay, let's talk about it when you come back. If you want to cry later, I can lend you my shoulder. It is called a dormitory, but it is actually a large flat. The entire freshman building has a total of 100 floors, and there is no one on each floor. This is the confidence of Xingha Academy. Came to the dormitory of my best friend Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Suing Xue, she immediately explained, "Didn't you ask me to help you keep an eye on someone named Yi Chuan before you went into seclusion? Do you know what a great thing he did?" Yi Chuan. Hearing this name again, Suing Xue felt an inexplicable tightness in her heart. Before she went into seclusion, she did ask her bestie to keep an eye on Yi Chuan for her. She wanted to know where Yi Chuan would go to study after the college entrance examination, and whether Yi Chuan had become a warrior. Although she knew that they were from different worlds, she couldn't help but want to know. What happened to him? Did something happen? Did he get into the martial arts university? Suing Xue couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that something happened to Yi Chuan, so her best friend sent her so many messages? Look, you lied to me before and said you were just ordinary friends. Now everything is exposed, right? Seeing Suing Xue's nervousness, Lin Wanner immediately thought of teasing her bestie. Tell me the truth about your relationship, or I won't tell you. Hey, come on, tell me. Suing Xue was a little anxious. She was worried that something might happen to Yi Chuan. Seeing Lin Wanner's indifference, Suing Xue sighed and said helplessly, "He was my first love, but we've separated and there's nothing between us anymore." Lin Wanner widened her eyes. First love? Her first thought was what kind of person could win over the cold and ethereal Suing Xue. But thinking that it was Yi Chuan, it's okay. Perfect match. If the seniors at Xingha Academy and your fiancé knew you had a first love, they would probably all cry in the bathroom. As soon as Suing Xue entered Xingha Academy, she was targeted by a group of seniors. Her cool temperament and stunning beauty instantly captivated these evildoers, and within just a few days, her suitors lined up. Hey, tell me quickly. Suing Xue asked anxiously. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm saying. It's not a bad thing. Why are you so anxious? But then again, Xiao Xue, your vision is really bad. You're attracted to a kid from a remote town, but he turns out to be such a peerless monster. With this kind of luck, what can't I encounter? Suing Xue frowned, wondering what the relationship was between Yi Chuan and the peerless evildoer. What is Wanner talking about? Lin Wanner opened the smart terminal and information about Yi Chuan immediately appeared, which should have included the battle video of Yi Chuan during the martial arts exam. Look, your little man is so amazing. He came out of a small town and then swept across Wudong province to take first place. Immediately after that, I participated in the national qualifying competition and single-handedly swept into the top 10. He's also the only candidate in the top 100 of this martial arts exam who isn't a Yuanwu warrior. Even so, even an intermediate Yuanwu warrior would be forced to retreat when encountering him. Do you know why? Because he has developed his body's potential to 100%, becoming a once-in-a-millennium monster on our blue-silver star. During that time, some gene fusion people used demon pills to kill him, but he killed them all. It was so cool. Lin Wanner kept talking, but Suing Xue was stunned. Looking at the dense information about Yi Chuan, if it weren't for the photos and videos of Yi Chuan on the information, she would have suspected that she had seen it wrong. Perfect potential. Comprehend the realm of the god of war. Master the Shao family's heavenly bloodline magical powers. Yi Chuan has too many labels. Even many young people regard him as an idol, and Yi Chuan is almost a complete legend. Suing Xue, how long have I been in seclusion? 1 month. Lin Wanner waved her hand in front of Suing Xue, who was in a daze. Xiao Xue, what's wrong with you? Let me tell you, I heard that if Brother Yi hadn't gone into seclusion to break through to the Yuanwu level, he would definitely be the first in this martial arts exam. Look at that video. He's simply too powerful. He even killed a snake spirit with the power of a martial arts master. Everyone else who encountered him surrendered immediately. My dear girlfriend, next time, please remember to introduce Brother Yi to me. I absolutely love him. He's so handsome. Lin Wanner has become Yi Chuan's die-hard fan. We've broken up. Suing Xue suddenly felt a blockage in her heart and spoke dejectedly. Ah, break up, why? Lin Wanner immediately frowned. Suing Xue looked at her best friend, feeling powerless to complain. What do you think? Lin Wanner slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing, oh, I forgot you were engaged, but are you really going to marry that pervert? Suing Xue was silent. She naturally didn't want to marry that pervert, but what else could she do? Okay, let's not talk about that bastard who drugged his fiancée. Lin Wanner's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Xue, you're engaged, but I'm not. Otherwise, why not keep the wealth within the family? Suing Xue looked incredulous. You want to die, Lin Wanner? I'll kill you. Teacher, what about Brother Yi in that area? Is he also very good? Have you tried it? Lin Wanner, you dirty girl, shut up. Let us talk about Yi Chuan. After experiencing the self-explosion incident, the four of them have been obviously much more vigilant in the past 2 days. They have explored every disappeared village and town in the past few days, but have not found anything strange. Apart from the missing people, not even the bodies were found. Brother Yi, what should we do? Old Zhu scratched his head, feeling a little overwhelmed. Chen Go also looked at him, waiting for Yi Chuan's order. As for Xiaohe, she was playing games with Xiao Wu and didn't care at all about what they said. Enter the Divine Tree Mountain. Yi Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to go and see the source of the disaster. He always felt that there was a familiar shadow behind this disaster, and that person was the Empress Yin Ji who had caused him trouble. When Empress Yin Ji refined the magic eye, she extracted the essence of others through the intercourse of Yin and Yang. Chapter 89 Infected, the Sacred Tree on Sacred Tree Mountain. Send Xiaowu back to Can. The four of them headed straight towards Shinshu Mountain according to the information. When they got closer to the Divine Tree Mountain, they found that there were no weeds or other plants here, only ancient trees. As they walked to the periphery, the four people's eyes became solemn. Because there is a strong smell of blood here, and there are many human footprints on the ground. Chen Wei said solemnly, no wonder we can't find where these villagers went. It seems that these missing villagers were manipulated by some force to come here. Zhu Zixio squatted down and touched some bloodstains on the ground, then placed his palms on the ancient trees. The tree's memory tells me that the last group of people to enter the mountain went up 2 days ago. The bloodstains on these branches tell me that some villagers had died before they arrived. These people were dragged into the mountains. The three of them were surprised when they heard this. I didn't expect that Lao Zhu actually had this ability. The four of them followed these footsteps up the mountain. More and more dragging marks appeared on the ground, and even some broken flesh and clothing scraps could be seen. After walking for about 10 minutes, fog gradually rose in the forest. Careful! After Yi Chuan finished speaking, he stared at the fog in front of him. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, pointed his finger, and a slash suddenly rushed out. Puff! The dimensional blade collided with a figure, and the running figure was instantly broken into two, continuing its inertia and falling in front of the four people. After seeing it clearly, the four of them felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. This was a man with branches growing on his body. His facial features were distorted, and there was no blood flowing out of his severed torso, but a green liquid. Old Zhu, you're kind? Chen Wei was surprised. Zhu Zixia rolled his eyes and squatted down to examine carefully. Based on what he's wearing, I can conclude that he's one of the villagers who disappeared, but how did he become like this? He extended a finger and pointed at the body. Hey, he's still alive. Old Zhu retracted his finger as if he had been electrocuted, and said in shock, there is a ray of energy in his body that wants to enter my body. If my guess is correct, the way these villagers spread the disease is through this little bit of energy in their bodies. After saying this, Lao Zhu gathered a trace of life force. Under the guidance of this force, Lao Zhu brought out plants as thin as mosquitoes and dandelion seeds. Is this the source of the transmission? Chen Wei exclaimed. Yi Chuan was also very surprised. Zhu Zixio continued to stimulate the growth of this plant and then integrated it into his body. After a moment, Lao Zhu's pupils suddenly began to dilate, and a violent aura leaked out. However, this aura only lasted for a moment before dissipating. How about it? The focus in old Zhu's pupils returned, and he said with a grim expression, Brother Yi, this is bad. Xiao Wu might be the source of infection. We must go back immediately and kill Xiao Wu before the spores mature. The three of them were shocked. What's going on? Zhu Zixio immediately explained, this is a contagious spore plant. It parasitizes and lurks in the human body, relying on human flesh and blood for nourishment. Once the spores mature, they will control human reason and turn people into monsters who only follow their instincts. The infected will spread through biting and breathing. Once an attack occurs, they will come to the sacred tree mountain and completely become the nourishment of the sacred tree here. Can you read the memories of these plant-like lives? This time it was Xia He who spoke. She was looking at Zhu Zixiao with curiosity. Lao Zhu nodded. I'm more sensitive to plants, which is related to my awakened ability. Let's hurry back. We have to control Xiaowu before he becomes a source of infection. Otherwise, the entire can might be. Need not. Xia He interrupted him. When I was empathizing with Xiaowu earlier, I discovered a special aura within him. Before I left, I had already eliminated that power within him. Chen Wei, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was wondering why so many people disappeared, leaving behind a 5-year-old boy. Chen Go patted his chest, feeling a little scared. It was he who advocated sending Xiaowu back to Can, and now it seems that he almost ruined the entire Can. Do you think I know what's inside his body? Xia He looked at Chen Go and asked back. Chen Go was suddenly speechless. Only Lao Zhu, the awakened one, can figure this out. If it were anyone else, they would probably be completely in the dark. Stop arguing, I think we're in big trouble. Yichuan looked at the fog ahead and suddenly said, Old Zhu, can we solve this trouble by destroying the sacred tree on Shinshu Mountain? Old Zhu nodded. Theoretically, this is the case. These spore plants should originate from a living mother tree. As soon as the words fell, they looked at the fog at the same time, and a climbing sound came from the fog. The next moment, dense crowds of people emerged from the fog and rushed towards them with ferocious expressions, and the thick fog submerged them at the same time. The visibility in front of the few people suddenly became less than 5 meters, and countless infected people were biting them from all around. You guys retreat along the same route. I'll go up the mountain to take a look. Chen Wei, protect old Zhu. Xia He, you. I'll go with you. Xia He immediately responded. Nonsense, even a martial arts master can't stop me. You will only be a burden to me if you follow me. After Yichuan finished speaking, he turned around and rushed into the crowd that looked like zombies. He used the dimension blade to clear the way and rushed up the mountain with unstoppable force. You two go back, I'll follow the captain. After Xia He finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Wei Ge, let's go together. Vines grew out of Zhu Zixiao's body to drive away these infected people. He looked unhappy, feeling that he was always holding Brother Yi back. Among the three, he is the weakest. Chen Wei nodded, watch me. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm, held his breath and concentrated, and then streams of black smoke began to spread from his arm. Under this force, even the surrounding fog began to dissipate, and the infected people suddenly froze as if they were poisoned. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of people falling to the ground were heard, and these infected people suddenly lost their lives completely. The power of decay. Old Zhu was shocked. This was the first time he witnessed the horror of the power of corruption. Hey, I can't compare to you when it comes to saving people, but I'm really good at killing people. Lao Zhu smiled proudly and said, let's go and catch up. Although the power of decay is eroding his body at any time, this power is undoubtedly special and powerful. The top of the sacred tree mountain. Under an ancient tree growing on the edge of a cliff, a series of numb figures were crawling on the ground. These people were pierced through their bodies by roots that looked like fine white nets, continuously supplying the ancient tree. At the thickest part of the ancient tree, a humanoid creature was hanging on the tree, like an embryo nurtured by the ancient tree, except that this embryo did not have a face yet. Chapter 90 The divine tree pregnant with a divine fetus, 3 parties fight for it. He. A strange laugh, like that of a man or a woman, was heard, and a middle-aged man in a black windbreaker walked over. To allow an ancient tree to be possessed by a demon and give birth to a primitive embryo of an incarnation is something only a genius like me can accomplish. If Yichuan were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the Qin Jinyang he had met before. Ji, we have already paid you for this matter. You can leave now. At this time, 2 groups of people came out from the left and right. A group of people have the characteristics of strange beasts, and it can be seen at a glance that they are gene fusions who have merged the genes of strange beasts. The leader was a tall man with a rhinoceros nose on his rough face and a round nose ring hanging on his nose. His name is Nioping, and he is a martial arts master. Another group of people also has obvious characteristics. They all have more or less traces of mechanical modification. There is a hot red energy core at the heart of the leader, and the surrounding blood vessels are flowing as red as magma. His name is Tang Xin, and he also possesses the strength of a grandmaster. Hey, I'm just here to watch the fun. There's only one original embryo, and it's a rare material for clones, even in the universe. I want to know how you divide it. Xin Jinyan kept smiling and was not afraid of the warning eyes from the two gangs at all. Niubeng sneered, Humfin Ji, just because the Swordmaster can't find your true form doesn't mean we can't find it. I advise you to put away any thoughts you shouldn't have. If you accept benefits, you should know when to advance and when to retreat. Yin Ji's puppet clone technique is really difficult to deal with, and they don't want to offend her unless it is necessary. Tang Xin also looked at Yin Ji coldly, waiting for her choice. They had the same idea, to get rid of Yin Ji, the unstable factor, first. Yin Ji's face was gloomy for a moment, but she soon smiled again. Okay, I'll go. She raised her hand and slowly stepped back, taking a deep look at the clone on the sacred tree, before slowly walking down the mountain. Tang Xin and Nioping looked at each other, and a Yuanwu realm expert walked out from behind each of them and followed Yin Ji's clone down the mountain. No one noticed that a white insect was slowly crawling towards the human-shaped embryo on the branch of the sacred tree. After Yin Ji left, Niobang then looked at Tang Xin and said, Brother Tang, how about this embryo belong to my gene fusion camp? Anyway, you cyborgs don't like this kind of flesh and blood. Tang Xin laughed sarcastically, what nonsense are you talking about? The value of the sacred tree embryo is enough to make a transcendent realm person sacrifice their life. Do you think I will give it to you? As soon as the words fell, the two camps became tense. The alien beast genes in the gene fusion people were stimulated, and they suddenly turned into half-human, half-animal monsters. The mechanical modified parts on the mechanical humans are activated. Some of them have guns and shields extended from their bodies, while others are activated into combat robots. In the face of interests, the alliance is just a joke. The two sides faced each other, staring at each other, and the atmosphere became strange and calm. At this moment, behind the crowd, the eyes of a mechanical man suddenly froze for a moment, and then his right arm, which had turned into a gun, suddenly went off. The gunshot was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Is that the idiot? Damn it! Tang Xin and Nioping's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Almost at the moment the gunshots were heard, both camps moved at the same time, and strong men at least at the Yuanwu level instantly pounced on each other. Without the slightest hesitation, every move was a fatal blow. Tang Xin, you're looking for death. This time, in order to nurture the embryo of the sacred tree, both sides invested heavily and even sought cooperation from Queen Yin Ji, slaughtering all the villages and towns within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Now that the embryo is about to be successfully conceived, Tang Xin actually wants to keep the embryo for herself. How can he not be angry? Tang Xin also had a lot of grievances that she couldn't express. Originally, the confrontation between the two sides was just to express their strength and gain benefits, but who knew that a fool behind them would actually open fire? Explanations are of no use at this point. Once trust is broken, it is difficult to rebuild it. However, he thought that as long as he obtained the embryo of the sacred tree and presented it to the elder, he would be able to obtain huge benefits and qualify for the 4th level transformation. Tang Xin immediately stopped holding back. Niobin, as long as you give me the embryo, I will definitely give you sufficient compensation afterwards. Bullshit, die. 2 streams of white air spurted out of Nioping's nose, and he struck Tingxin with great force. The energy core in Tang Xion's chest lit up, and cracks like lava appeared on his body. He also punched out. Boom! Under the bombardment of the martial arts master level, the bodies of some ordinary villagers on the ground were directly crushed and blown away. The most confused person at this moment is the one who accidentally fired the gun. He just felt a mental shock and then lost consciousness. When he reacted, the war had already begun. A cold wolf claw scratched across his throat, and he didn't know what happened until he died. In the shadow of the ancient tree, each one, who was hidden in the void, looked at this scene coldly. He rushed over quickly in the shadows and saw this hellish scene as soon as he arrived. There are countless infected people on the ground, and their essence, energy and spirit are extracted as if they were nutrients to nourish this sacred tree. The culprits turned out to be a combination of Yin Ji, gene fusion people and mechanical cyborgs. A nameless anger surged from the bottom of his heart. So, this wonderful show happened. After breaking through to the Yuanwu level, my mental strength has reached the Grandmaster level. The soul-shattering technique is enough to make an ordinary level 2 cyborg sluggish. I don't know if it will be effective on a level 3 cyborg. Although the cyborgs are physically strong, their souls are their fatal weaknesses, so Yi Chuan chose to attack them secretly. Facts have proved that his choice was correct. The third-level cyborg, Tang Xian, didn't even notice any trace of his attack. If it is a bullpen, it may not be the case. Although Shadow Stealth is a heavenly magical power, once it is actually used, it will inevitably reveal a slight spatial fluctuation, which is enough to expose a warrior. But apparently the cyborg didn't notice. He looked at the embryo growing on the sacred tree. Although he didn't know what it was, since the two major camps were fighting desperately for it, he just had to snatch it away. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a small white insect waiting at the connection between the embryo and the tree. Yi Chuan's pupils shrank. Ji's poisonous insect. He recognized the inconspicuous insect almost instantly. Very good, you want to be the Oriole, right? A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth, and then he took out the disguise cream and started pinching his face. A moment later, he had turned into Qin Jinyan, who had just been taken away by the two groups of people. Chapter 91 Ji's nemesis, the divine fetus, is completed. Yi Chuan didn't think he was a good person, but the mountains of corpses still touched him. And he is definitely a man who holds grudges. The old witch Ji has targeted him time and time again, and he has always remembered this grudge. As the final stage of the divine fetus's gestation draws near, the battle becomes more brutal. Both sides were bloodthirsty. More than half of the troops have been killed in the battle, but both sides still have no intention of stopping the war. Instead, the fighting becomes more fierce. A mechanical cyborg detonated the energy core in his chest when he was dying, dragging a gene fusionist to death with him. The technological level of these mechanically modified humans far exceeds the ordinary weapons that Yi Chuan has come into contact with. These gene fusions are equally extraordinary. After fusing the genes of exotic beasts, their bodies combine the strength and agility of the exotic beasts. No wonder the snake spirit told me that fusing my genes would instantly make me 10 times stronger. Even from an opposing perspective, Yi Chuan had to admit the advantages of these gene fusions. But it's also really ugly. Halfway up the mountain, Ji suddenly heard the fluctuations coming from the top of the mountain, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Okay, the more chaos the better. Once the two sides start fighting, it will be a good opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation. He dared to offend the sword bearer because the sword bearer represented justice, and justice had a bottom line and weaknesses. But gene fusionists are different from mechanical cyborgs. They will do anything to achieve their goals. They are no longer considered human. If Empress Ji dared to ruin their plans, they would definitely kill her at all costs. So it is said that evildoers need to be punished by other evildoers. You too, there's no need to see me off, right? Ji had a playful look on her face. Her real body has already set out and is on its way here. Once she obtains the embryo of the sacred tree, she will leave the blue silver star and go anywhere in the vast universe. The clone conceived from the embryo of the sacred tree has the same strength and growth potential as the original body, unlike her current insect puppet, which is far less powerful than the original body. The preciousness of this treasure far exceeded everyone's expectations. For this reason, she was willing to let her original body take the risk. The eyes of the two people behind Ji flickered. The two sides on the mountain had already started fighting. So just then, an ice blue area enveloped them, and a beautiful woman with a calm expression walked down the mountain. When the four met, there was no extra words and they started fighting immediately. Ji's expression was gloomy for a moment, but she immediately burst into speed and rushed down the mountain. Being able to possess a domain, this girl is very likely a martial arts master. He just glanced at Ji, who was running away. She did not recognize this incarnation of Lady Ji. To her, it was a middle-aged man wearing the same fluid combat suit as the swordsman. And the other two are not human. The two men did not expect that an outsider would break in at this time. Without hesitation, they rushed towards Xia together. The escaped Empress Ji had no time to breathe a sigh of relief. I suddenly ran into Chen Wei and Zhu Zixiao. Anyone else? Extraordinary? Ji was about to leave, but when he saw the vines growing on Lao Zhu's body, he suddenly had an idea. He looked at the strength of the two people displayed on the smart terminal. You are just a beginner warrior, and a transcendent at that. It's your bad luck to meet me. He suddenly had an idea in his mind, and the next moment he changed direction and rushed towards Lao Zhu. Chen Go is also looking at smart terminals. Xin Shenyan, he was once a team leader of the Swordbearers. Later, it was discovered that this person was the clone of Empress Yin Ji, and he had planned to kill. After reading the information, Chen Go was shocked. Before he could open his mouth, Empress Yin Ji came to kill him. Yin Ji, you're looking for death. Chen Go roared angrily, blocked Lao Zhu behind him, and raised his hand to punch Yin Ji. Bang! The powerful force instantly knocked Empress Yin Ji back dozens of meters. The corrupted power corroded the clone's arm like a maggot, and in the blink of an eye, only a skeleton remained of her arm. Tick tick tick. The flesh and blood on her arm turned into black water and dripped down. Countless tiny poisonous insects swarmed at the broken end, but it could not regenerate no matter what. Yin Ji was stunned. When did such a powerful man appear in Wudong province? The power of decay? Which old monster are you? She looked at Chen Wei seriously. Chen Wei sneered and walked slowly towards Yin Ji. You old witch, why are you causing trouble for my brothers time and time again? Today I will destroy your clone first. When I regain my peak strength one day, I will definitely destroy your real body 100 times. Empress Yin Ji turned around and fled. The power of decay completely restrained the regenerative power of her insect, and if it was contaminated a little, it would spread to a large area. How to play? But before she could escape, vines suddenly grew out from the surrounding tree trunks and instantly wrapped around her. Although the force of the entanglement was not strong, it stopped her for a moment. Chen Wei took the opportunity to rush over. Bang bang bang! Chen Wei's attack was simple and unpretentious, with each punch hitting the flesh. His body was filled with the power of decay. Yin Ji was shocked and furious, and drew her long sword to resist. However, her clone was only at the level of a beginner Yuanwu warrior and was no match for Chen Wei. In just a moment, her body was covered with wounds. Ah! You bastard, just wait for me. I will not be a human being if I don't kill you. At the last moment, Yin Ji roared as Chen Wei punched her through the heart. Catching the white bug from Yin Ji's chest, Chen Wei sneered and mocked, if you dare to show your true form, there will be many transcendent realms who can kill you. Empress Yin Ji offended too many important figures. He didn't believe that Yin Ji would dare to let her real body show up, and if her real body didn't show up, the puppet clones of these junior Yuanwu warriors were nothing to worry about. Today I'll let you taste the feeling of being crushed to death. Chen Go said, and crushed the poisonous insect in his hand to death with a snap. Mountain top. At this moment, only a few people were still alive, and Tang Xian and Niuping, two martial arts masters, were both injured. But the difference is that all the men in the bullpen have been wiped out, while only a few of Tingxin's men are left. In this positional battle, the mechanical transformation camp ultimately gained the advantage. Ha ha! I win! Tang Xian laughed triumphantly. Niuban, if you retreat now, I can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that he was about to have a bright future, he didn't want to lose both sides with the bullpen. Even if Niuping holds a grudge, once he completes his transformation to the 4th level extraordinary realm, Niuping will be nothing more than an ant that he can crush to death with a single move of his hand. What does the hatred of an ant count for? Pooh! Niuping spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 streams of white air rushed out of his nose. He looked at the divine fetus on the sacred tree that was about to fully mature, his eyes full of unwillingness. This was originally his idea. He asked his good friend Tang Xian to join him, and asked Yin Ji to help cultivate the contagious desire spores. Unexpectedly, in the end, it would benefit the idiot Tang Xian. Tang Xian, don't even think about getting what I can't get. Want to reach the sky overnight? Just dream on. After saying that, Niuping suddenly rushed towards the sacred tree. Not good. Tang was shocked, realizing that the other party wanted to destroy the sacred tree and would rather die together with him than let him get it. You're looking for death in the bullpen. 2 thrust engines lit up behind Tang Xian, instantly increasing his speed to the extreme. Boom! The 2 of them collided like 2 missiles. Tang Xian knocked Niuping down, and the 2 rolled dozens of meters under inertia. And just at this moment, a white light suddenly appeared on the divine fetus. The divine fetus moved. Chapter 92 The divine fetus was stolen. Yin Ji went crazy. After the connection with the sacred tree was severed, the sacred tree began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its leaves fell one after another. The divine fetus stretched out its limbs and floated in the air. At this moment, under countless fallen leaves, the white insects that had been waiting on the branches fell towards the divine fetus. However, before he could land on the divine fetus disappeared. The bug fell to the ground and was stepped on to death by a figure. Qin Xinyang appeared and smiled at Tang Xian and Niuping, who were wrestling on the ground. "Take your time, you two. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared 50 meters away. Then he quickly disappeared into the void right under the eyes of the two people. "Ing." Two deafening roars came from the top of the mountain, and both men's eyes were red. They fought to the death, and in the end Ing got the upper hand. At this moment, a huge palm of energy fell from the sky and grabbed towards the top of the mountain. A figure floating in the air appeared. The person was wearing a black dress, had a curvy figure, and had a veil on her face so her face couldn't be seen clearly. She grabbed Niuping and Tingxin from the ground and said coldly, "Where is the divine fetus? Hand over the divine fetus and I will spare your lives." This person is actually the real body of Empress Ing. Looking at Ing floating on the top of the mountain, Xiaohe's eyes flashed slightly. She knew that something big must have happened there. It must be a great opportunity that can make Queen Ing take the risk. "What are you looking at? Go!" Before she could make any move, Yi Chuan, who had come from hiding, grabbed her hand and started to run away. Chen Go on the mountainside looked at this scene and his eyelids twitched. "Damn it, run! He is no match for this old witch now. Isn't it just killing a clone? Is it that serious?" Chen Go yelled out bad luck and fled frantically with Lao Zhu. Bang! Seeing Tang Xian and Niuping's stunned expressions, Ing didn't waste any words and directly killed the remaining people. She threatened, "Hand over the divine fetus to me, otherwise this will be your fate." Tang Xian. Bullpen. At this moment, 1,000 horses were galloping through the minds of the two men. "You fucking stole the divine fetus yourself, and now you come to ask us for it? Do you have any shame? Ing, you have obtained the divine fetus yourself, why are you pretending to be so arrogant?" Niobin said angrily, "If you want to kill us, then kill us. I know you won't let us go, so why bother putting on a show here?" Tang Xian also stared at Ing fiercely. "You stinky woman, you dare to rob me. I have already reported the situation, and my mechanical camp will definitely kill you. It doesn't matter whether they fight to the death with the gene fusionists. After all, both sides are powerful forces and neither can do anything to the other. But it won't work if Ing takes the treasure away. Such a treasure is enough to make the big men in the two camps take action, leaving her with no way out. Dare to threaten me?" A hint of coldness flashed in Empress Ing's eyes. He was a person of extraordinary realm, yet he was threatened by two ants. Yuan Li clenched his palms suddenly. Boom! Tang Xian suddenly exploded into a fireball, leaving nothing behind. Ing looked towards the bullpen again. "What did you mean by that just now?" Niobeng was frightened and gritted his teeth, saying, "Just now, your clone took advantage of the fight between Tingxin and me to take away the divine fetus. Why are you asking when you already know the answer?" "You mean my clone?" Ing was stunned. Her clone was killed by a guy on the mountainside. The first thing she did when she came here was to steal the treasure, and the second thing was to seek revenge on the little monster. Now this bullpen actually said that they watched her snatch away the divine fetus? Are you kidding me? Ing looked at him unkindly, and slowly exerted force on her Yuanli palm. The bullpen's bones were crushed so hard that they cracked, but he gritted his teeth even more. Crazy, bitch. Niobin roared angrily, and then the whole person suddenly exploded. He died, committed suicide. He knew that Ing's true form had come, so he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. However, he has already passed the message back, and the bigwigs above will definitely not let it go. Committed suicide? Ing was confused. She searched around again unwillingly, but found that there was no trace of the divine fetus at the scene. Could it be the woman I met before? Impossible. There's no way she could have gotten to the mountain so quickly, and it's even more impossible for her to have snatched the divine fetus from under the noses of two martial arts masters. Who is it? Ing clenched her fists tightly. She risked defending two major forces but ended up with nothing. This was even more painful than killing her. When the swordsman sees this sea of blood and corpses, he will surely go mad. Damn it, I've offended all three major forces this time. I have to go out and hide for a while. She looked towards the mountainside, but there was no one there. The woman who was the biggest suspect had already disappeared. No, I clearly calculated the time of maturity. Even if someone snatched the divine fetus away, they definitely wouldn't be able to get far. Inji bombarded the mountain top for a while, then roared unwillingly and flew into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Under a cliff. Yichuan hugged Xiaohe tightly so that his shadow stealth could cover her. In his arms, Xiaohe's face had already turned red. She raised her head slightly and looked at Yichuan's jawline. Her heart, which had not been moved for a long time, couldn't help but beat fast at this moment. Although Yichuan is not strong, even inferior to her current strength, this sense of responsibility and protection moved her. You have to know that Inji came in her real form, which was at the extraordinary level. She could kill a Yuanwu warrior as easily as killing an ant. Unexpectedly, in this situation, Yichuan still wanted to save himself. Ding, Xiaohe's favorability towards you increases by +5, currently at 55. Seeing his favorability improve, Yichuan couldn't help but tighten his arms around Xiaohe. He had long noticed Xiaohe's difference. When she helped Xiaowu, she didn't feel anything, and she was equally indifferent when she helped the team resist the infected. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act actually won her favor. Xiaohe is not as curvaceous and charming as Song Siki, nor is she as arrogant and overbearing as Xiao Ningyan, who always shows off a pair of long legs that are longer than her life. She is not as cold and elegant as Suing Xue. She has a calm and composed temperament, a temperament that can remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis. Although Xiaohe loves playing games, watching TV series and eating snacks, her indifference cannot escape Yichuan's eyes. That woman has left. Seeing that Yichuan had no intention of letting go, Xiaohe couldn't help but remind him softly. Wait a little longer. That old witch is very sinister. She might come back. Yichuan found a legitimate excuse and had no intention of letting go of his hand. Xiaohe frowned slightly and was about to speak. However, the next moment, she suddenly looked into the distant sky, where a black dot rapidly expanded. It was Inji who had returned. Empress Inji searched again with her mental power, but still found nothing and saw no changes. Could it be that I sensed it wrongly? Inji sighed and soared into the sky again. Chapter 93 SS Level Companion, 100 times reward. Damn, what a jerk. Yichuan was secretly complaining in his heart, feeling extremely scared. If Inji discovered their tracks, she would directly launch a range attack on them and they would be finished. Xiaohe was also surprised. She was just about to push Yichuan away, but now it seems that she was too reckless. When you are out there, this kind of misjudgment can be fatal. Only by being cautious can you live longer. After all, I have lost some sense of crisis. No one who can reach the extraordinary realm is a good person. Yichuan did not forget to remind Xiaohe, but his hands tightened a little and he took a light breath through his nose. Xiaohe has a special fragrance on her body, which is really pleasant. Xiaohe's pretty face turned even redder. She had never had such contact with others before, especially she could sense that there seemed to be a ball of heat in Yichuan's body, infecting her all the time. This heat seemed to be able to stimulate the most primitive desire in her heart, making even this emotionally indifferent person feel ripples in her heart. Yichuan, are you a pure yang body? Xiaohe suddenly thought of this possibility and subconsciously exclaimed. Yichuan first looked down and found that there was nothing wrong with his body. Then he asked curiously, how did you find out? It's true. Xiaohe was really surprised this time. People with pure yang bodies have a burning heat within them, especially when lust is aroused. This flame will continue to ignite, and it is easy to affect others. Oh, so that's the case. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. Yichuan quickly apologized. But he was curious again and asked, Xiaohe, why do you have such a cold energy in your body? Don't bother me. Xiaohe buried her head in Yichuan's chest, but her neck was already red. She couldn't tell Yichuan that she had an ice body and that her ice blue field came from her physique. She couldn't tell Yichuan that her physique was a perfect match for his. Practicing together would increase their cultivation speed several times. Ding, your partner Xiaohe's favorability towards you increased by 5, currently at 60. Yichuan was slightly stunned. After learning that he was a pure yang body, Xiaohe's favorability towards him actually increased again. Could it be that she is attracted by my physique? Good, the favorability level has actually passed. Yichuan's arms around Xiaohe also became much more natural. According to his summary, 60 favorability is a threshold, which means that he has entered her heart, a position beyond friends but not yet lovers. Once the favorability reaches 70, it means that the other party has tacitly accepted your identity as their lover and is willing to practice dual cultivation with them unconditionally. A favorability level of 80 means that the other person regards you as a partner and will never betray you. A favorability of 90 means that the other party can entrust his life to you and can trust you unconditionally. He and Suing Xue were forced to detoxify, while Song Siki was attracted by his body, so they couldn't be generalized. Yi Chuan, put away the weird thoughts in your head. Xiaohi's voice brought Yi Chuan back to his senses, and he immediately looked embarrassed. Under this close contact, coupled with the thought of his several beautiful partners just now, his body couldn't help but react. Well, you're just too beautiful, you can't blame me. After explaining, Yi Chuan quickly twisted his buttocks and tried to restrain his desire. The favorability has just increased, so it will be useless if it drops. Too beautiful? Hearing Yi Chuan praising her, and considering that he was relatively self-aware, Xiaohi's unhappiness immediately dissipated. An hour passed. During this period, Yingji actually came back again, which made the two of them even more afraid to act rashly. Instead, their bodies had become extremely hot, and there seemed to be some kind of attraction between them, which added a hint of ambiguity between them. Looking at the delicate and beautiful face in his arms, Yi Chuan's breathing became heavier. As if she could sense Yi Chuan's thoughts, Xiaohi avoided his gaze and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Especially in her lower abdomen, she could clearly sense Yi Chuan's desire. I don't know where the courage comes from. Yi Chuan finally couldn't help but pressed against Xiaohi's pretty face, letting her look into his eyes, and his hands began to slide dishonestly. The moment of eye contact. The looks in their eyes revealed each other's thoughts. Then, their lips moved closer and closer. Xiaohi narrowed her eyes slightly, and their noses touched. At the moment their lips touched. Boom! The sound of force colliding resounded through the sky. Immediately afterwards, three figures engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Yingji, hand over the divine fetus, and I, Ya Yuanzong, will spare your life. Old witch, you dared to kill my people. If I had the divine fetus, would you still be waiting here? Are you too crazy? Stop talking nonsense. If you can't hand over the divine fetus today, you'll die here. You two bastards, two brainless idiots. In the sky, Yingji cursed loudly. After seeing the battle in the sky clearly, both of them were terrified. It turned out that the old witch had been squatting there. Yi Chuan was shocked. What on earth did he get that was worth Empress Yingji risking her own body to ambush him? The mechanical transformation camp and the gene fusion camp were even more eager to get it at all costs. Finally, after seeing Yingji being chased and fled by two extraordinary realm masters, Yi Chuan and the others quickly fled. Back to Can. Yi Chuan first called Shenwei, and only after confirming that they were both safe did Yi Chuan breathe a sigh of relief. You should let go. When Xiaohi's voice sounded, Yi Chuan realized that he was still holding Xiaohi's hand. Thinking of the intimate scene between the two of them just now, Yi Chuan also showed a playful smile on his face. Do you have any lollipops? Oh, there's more. Xiaohi took out a lollipop and handed it to him, then put one in her mouth as well. However, just as Xiaohi put the lollipop in her mouth, Yi Chuan snatched it away without any hesitation and put it in his own mouth. Hey, that's what I ate. Yi Chuan peeled the one in his hand and gave it to her. I think yours tastes better, you eat mine. As he said that, he fed what he had in his hand into her mouth. Xiaohi stared at this scene blankly, then honestly opened her mouth and took a sip. They all taste like strawberry. Yi Chuan shook his head and took out the lollipop in his mouth. This is the girlfriend flavor. Your boyfriend fed you this. Swish. Xiaohi's pretty face turned red instantly, with shyness and surprise in her eyes. Yi Chuan was actually teasing her. How dare he? Forget it, I can't bother with a little boy. I'm going back to Wutong first. Xiaohi turned around and left. She felt that if she stayed with Yi Chuan any longer, her Taoism would inevitably be lost. Ding, Xiaohi's favorability +1, current favorability 61. Ding, the opponent is an SS level partner, triggering a 100-fold critical hit bonus, and gaining 100 years of training time. Seeing Xiaohi fleeing in panic, Yi Chuan was also shocked. He didn't expect Xiaohi's critical hit reward would be 100 times. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. The video was transmitted back to headquarters, and the swordsman's scalp tingled. Yi Chuan opened the system panel. Host, Yi Chuan. Realm, Yuanhui initial stage perfection. Talent, D level. Spiritual power, early stage of martial arts grandmaster. Current cultivation method, devouring technique volume 1, cultivation progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules fist, flashing body movement. Currently practicing secret techniques, dragon roar spear technique, god shaking technique. Currently possesses the secret technique, hidden chi technique. Possessing bloodline ability, dimensional/entry level. Possessing the space-related magical power, shadow stealth minor achievement. Current partners, Suing Shue, favorability 62 Song Siki, favorability 91 Xiaoning Yin, favorability 99 Xiaoyi, favorability 61. Fuck, wouldn't it be a fortune if we captured Xiaohi? Yi Chuan suddenly became motivated and ranked Xiaohi in the top 3 of his priorities. Always. The first person in his heart has always been Suing Shue, the woman who changed his destiny, followed by Song Siki, the extremely fast-growing evil demon king. Finally, there was Xiao Ningyan. His relationship with Xiao Ningyan was brought together by accident. Before that, the two of them disliked each other. Today, Xiaohi is already on par with the filthy demon king Song Siki. It is really because the system has given her too much. Xiaohi returned to Wutong. Yi Chuan was burning with desire, so he went to the villa he and Song Siki lived in Cannes. He sent the mission report to headquarters, which included some videos he had secretly filmed. The scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood were particularly shocking. The rest was not his concern. 3 hours later, a flying car landed at the villa. The hot and beautiful Song Siki ran over quickly, excitedly jumped onto Yi Chuan's waist, and gave him a passionate kiss. When the two met, there were no extra words. Ding, your HP +1. Ding, your HP +1. Ding, your HP +1. 3 hours later. Song Siki no longer had the strength to even move. Even with the tenfold critical hit, she was already very resistant. Unfortunately, Yi Chuan is a BUG. This legitimate descendant of the Way of Lust had not even had time to launch his original plan of collecting essences from the harem when he was completely defeated by Yi Chuan. It can be said that he died before he could accomplish his mission, and plans cannot keep up with changes. Another hour passed. There was no desire in Song Siki's eyes anymore. At this moment, she was as pure as a little white flower. Brother Yi Chuan, we must learn to be restrained. I'm saying that Brother Yi Chuan needs to save some energy to deal with emergencies. Forget it, I really can't take it anymore. Can I help you get the scriptures from the West? The Swordsman S. Dongxian Territory Headquarters. The entire headquarters was in complete chaos at this moment. Oh my god, tens of thousands of lives have been killed. Dozens or even hundreds of genetically fused individuals and cyborgs at least at the Yuanhui level are participating, and there are even martial arts masters leading the team. The person filming this was my brother Yi's terminal. I didn't expect him to be involved in this kind of battle. Brother Yi is really brave, he even dares to interfere in this melee. In the end, even the real Lin Ji appeared, and it even attracted 3 extraordinary people to fight. I hope Brother Yi returns safely. The video sent back by Yi Chuan and the results of the investigation along the way shocked all the swordmasters in the entire Dongxian domain. Especially the mountain of corpses on the top of the mountain. It made the scalps of the sword-wielding people tingle. Infinite anger arose in my heart towards the gene fusion people and mechanical modified humans. Office of the Director General. Su Wendian smashed the table with one punch, his eyes extremely gloomy. He understood that the masterminds of this incident must be those 3 extraordinary people. But these 3 people will definitely not admit it. However, except for the 3 extraordinary people, all the others died, and this matter was destined to be an unsolved case. The extraordinary realm, as the name suggests, they have transcended the mundane world and are no longer bound by worldly rules. Even if he wanted to kill a person in the transcendent realm, it would not be an easy task. Opposite him, Xiao Wenshan lit a cigarette, his eyes deep and dark. This matter must be repaid with their extraordinary blood. His tone was deep, but with unquestionable determination. Su Wendian nodded slowly. Chen Wei and Lao Zhu, who fled back to the headquarters, were equally shocked. They didn't reach the top of the mountain, so they didn't know how tragic it was. Fortunately, they didn't reach the top of the mountain and saved their lives. Brother Yi is really brave. Old Zhu Zhao of Yi Chuan has reached an unprecedented level. Chen Wei also nodded. I have a feeling that Chuanzi is plotting against Yin Ji. After seeing the final battle between the three extraordinary people, Chen Wei immediately guessed the reason. No way. That's the high and mighty transcendent realm. You don't understand Xuanzi. He holds grudges. Yin Ji has targeted him time and again, and he won't let it go. Does Brother Yi hold a grudge? Old Shu scratched his head. After this mission, all the swordmasters were completely impressed by Yi Chuan. If there is something wrong, Brother Yi will really come forward. At the same time, I am proud to have such teammates. Faced with this kind of melee, most people would have fled long ago. Only Yi Chuan dared to calmly shoot videos and occasionally sneak attack and kill someone. By the way, I heard that the Empire is selecting the 10 young kings. Let's send this video out and see who dares to compete with Brother Yi. After Song Siki fell into a deep sleep, Yi Chuan went to the living room and began to study the divine fetus. First, Yi Chuan confirmed that this was a humanoid life form. He has no face, no gender, no thoughts, and even no flaws on his body. Every inch of his skin is crystal clear. How do I use this thing? Yi Chuan opened the terminal, opened the search bar, and then stopped. No, wealth should not be shown to the public. This thing can cause a life and death fight in the extraordinary realm, and no trace of it can be exposed, not even a search record can be left. Think about it. Yi Chuan decided to do his own research. The first method he thought of was the most primitive one. Blood oath to acknowledge the master. Blood dripped through the fingers onto the humanoid creature, which slid down its smooth skin without leaving a trace. It's useless. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chuan tried to transmit his own energy over, but found that this life form had no tendons or veins at all. I don't believe it. Then Yi Chuan tried several other methods, but still to no avail. This immediately gave him a headache. How? However, at this moment, a feeling of palpitations from the soul exploded in Yi Chuan's heart. Yi Chuan stood up suddenly. This intuition had saved him many times, and he believed it firmly. No time to think about it. Yi Chuan instantly put away the divine fetus, then rushed into the bedroom, carried the sleeping Song Siki and jumped out of the window. He was as fast as lightning, using shadow stealth to run wildly all the way. What's wrong, Brother Yi Chuan? Song Siki, who was carried on Yi Zi's shoulders, looked confused. However, before Yi Chuan could answer, 3 huge handprints fell from the sky, covering Song Siki's manor. After the 3 hands collided with each other in the air, each grabbed a part of the manor. Chapter 95 swallowed the divine fetus and cultivated into an avatar. Song Siki widened her eyes. If they were still in the manor just now, they would definitely have been caught by the owner of one of these 3 poems. Song Siki was shocked and said, Brother Yi Chuan, what kind of terrifying existence have you provoked? I'll tell you later. Yi Chuan completely concealed his breath and traces and continued to run wildly. He was familiar with the owners of these 3 poems. They were the 3 Yin Ji who had fought against each other at Shinshu Mountain before. I still underestimated the methods of the transcendent realm. Yi Chuan was horrified. It seems they must have left a spiritual mark on the divine fetus. Only after escaping from Ken did Yi Chuan dare to take out a flying car from the system space, and then turned into a stream of light and escaped. It seems that I can only go back to Wutong City. When he returned to the sword wielder's Dongxian territory headquarters, he didn't believe that these people would still dare to be so unscrupulous. I stole their things. In the flying car, Yi Chuan told Song Siki about the divine fetus. Given Song Siki's good impression of him, he didn't worry at all that she would betray him. Song Siki was also shocked after hearing this. They killed tens of thousands of people to create the divine fetus, and in the end, it was intercepted by you, Brother Yi Chuan? Song Siki blinked her eyes and marveled, even 3 people from the transcendent realm have come, and even the real body of Lady Yin Ji has appeared. Brother Yi Chuan is truly amazing. The 3 of them must have left spiritual imprints on that divine fetus. Once Brother Yi Chuan takes it out of the storage space, they will be able to sense it. Yi Chuan nodded. I was careless. The methods of these extraordinary realms are truly strange and unpredictable. I'm wondering whether I should give it to the sword bearer. After all, I don't know what this divine fetus is for. Why should it be handed over to the swordsman? Song Siki immediately became unhappy. Brother Yi Chuan, have you ever thought about this? Since this divine fetus grew on the sacred tree, why can't we just eat it as a fruit? Have eaten? After being reminded by Song Siki, Yi Chuan immediately reacted. Makes sense. I will help Brother Yichuan set up a shielding magic circle now. You can try it first. It won't hurt you anyway. Yichuan thought about it and agreed. The flying car landed in the mountain stream below. Song Siki got out of the car and skillfully helped Yichuan set up the formation. After the formation was formed, a water wave-like pattern enveloped the surroundings. Yichuan took out the divine fetus and looked at this humanoid life form. He always felt something strange in his heart. Fortunately, his moral sense is not high. After pondering for a moment, Yichuan bit the finger of the humanoid creature. Yichuan relaxed his brows in surprise. Fuck, this is super delicious. Siki, do you want to try it? Song Siki hurriedly shook her head. I don't want it. Just looking at it. Ugh. What a bad habit. Yichuan's face darkened. It really has a sweet and sticky taste. If you don't believe me, just look at the broken part. There's no bones inside. It's completely human-shaped flesh. Yichuan didn't lie, it was really delicious. After eating it, the meat instantly turned into a warm current that flowed into his limbs and bones, without causing him to feel full at all. This humanoid life form is completely an energy body. However, no matter how much Yichuan talked, Song Siki still shook her head firmly. Hey, after eating it, I seem to have a few more memories in my mind. Memory? Song Siki was slightly surprised. It's just a little memory. I'll tell you after I finish eating. Okay, but Brother Yichuan, remember to leave the part with the spiritual imprint. Maybe I can help you get revenge. She seemed to remember something, with a sly glint in the corner of her eyes. Yichuan nodded and continued to eat. This humanoid life form had no consciousness but had memories. Even when Yichuan tore it into pieces, it did not react at all. Moreover, there were no bones or organs in the torn parts, only the purest energy. It's not a memory, it's how to use this divine fetus. As Yichuan ate more, he also put together the method of using the divine fetus. In this process, Yichuan only felt like there was a flame burning in his body, and his cultivation level, which was originally stuck at the peak of the early stage of Yuanwu, broke through instantly. Mid-term. A hint of joy appeared on Yichuan's face. Hey, I found a spiritual mark. Yichuan carefully put away the skin of the living being. After eating for a while, he found the locations of 2 more spiritual imprints. Finally, he handed all 3 parts with spiritual imprints to Song Siki. After eating it all, Yichuan felt his body burning like fire. At the same time, he also had a complete understanding of how to use the divine fetus in his mind. So simple? Seeing Yichuan's strange expression, Song Siki came over immediately. She sniffed Yichuan with her nose before coming closer and asking, "What's wrong, Brother Yichuan? What's with that expression?" Upon hearing this, Yichuan immediately smiled bitterly. This humanoid life form only needs to be refined with spiritual fire to transform into an avatar, and I actually ate him. Yichuan felt like his heart was bleeding. It feels like a waste of resources. Oh, that's not right. Yichuan suddenly exclaimed, and the memory ended by saying that eating humanoid life forms was the best way. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and then he sat cross-legged and began to sense carefully. After a moment, Yichuan took out a dagger and cut his wrist without hesitation under Song Siki's shocked gaze. Strands of blood flowed out and floated strangely in the air. Eventually, the blood condensed into a human form, until Yichuan's face began to turn pale, and the blood in the air gradually began to turn into Yichuan's appearance. 1 day later, a naked humanoid creature that looked exactly like Yichuan was suspended in the air. As the darling of heaven and earth, this body is born with the ability to hover and fly. It's done. Yichuan, who was floating in the air, suddenly opened his eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, my true self. Yichuan also laughed, clone. Song Siki was stunned by this scene. 2. Brother Yichuan? The clone smiled at Song Siki and teased her, Siki, do you want to sleep with me tonight? I'm not as rude as my original body. Song Siki was confused at first. After she realized what was happening, her eyes lit up. Is it all Brother Yichuan? How exciting. She looked at Yichuan expectantly, her throat rolling slightly, and her legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Brother Yichuan, will you feel double the pleasure this way? As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Yichuan's clone, and saliva was almost flowing from the corners of her mouth. She really had no resistance to Brother Yichuan. Yichuan's face was full of black lines. Just by looking at Lei Sai's eyes, he understood what the filthy demon king was thinking. But he was also curious. Thinking of this, his mind moved, and his clone actually reacted. There's actually no difference between him and a normal person, and his physique is even stronger than his original form. Yi Chuanan talked to herself, exclaiming in her heart that it was amazing. The two are in tune with each other, and everything the clone does is based on the original body's thoughts. Even with its mental power divided into two, it can still think independently. Moreover, the clone is formed by the essence and blood of one's own life force and has no fatal physical weaknesses. As long as it is not completely erased, it can be restored again. Such a clone is enough to increase Yi Chuan's strength several times and make him fearless of any death threat. It doesn't matter even if he is killed. At worst, Yi Chuan can just condense another clone using his essence and blood. As long as his original body is safe and sound, the clone will die. He finally understood why those extraordinary people wanted it so much. Even the legendary powerful people probably wanted to obtain this kind of clone. According to innate memory, the probability of the birth of such a divine tree clone is infinitely close to zero, and there may not be a single such divine tree in the entire Milky Way. Moreover, the sacred tree must be fed with a vast amount of vitality in order to have a chance of giving birth to a divine fetus. Massive profit. Chapter 96 The talent of the clone. Is this the feeling of being a demon? Song Siki looked at this scene, her eyes full of stars, and she couldn't help swallowing. Wow, they are exactly the same. Yi Chuan wanted to say, where are you looking? Can you please respect your true self, you filthy Fujoshi demon king? Brother Yi Chuan, when you're busy in the future, can you let your clone accompany me? I can take you to experience a different kind of excitement. Sometimes she really missed Yi Chuan, but Yi Chuan was too busy and needed to practice. Ahem, of course it can be irritating or not. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I can accompany you. Yi Chuan stroked his chin and suddenly wanted to verify one thing: if he completed dual cultivation through a clone, could he also obtain the chi and blood returned by the system? Thinking of this, he immediately decided to give it a try. The corners of the clone's mouth rose, outlining a wicked smile. He came behind Song Siki, and her skirt flew up as she screamed. 20 minutes later. Song Siki trembled all over. This indescribable stimulation left her powerless to resist. Ding, your HP +1. It really works. During the process, he felt exactly the same as when he and Song Siki were practicing dual cultivation together, the same extreme happiness and the same ease of control. The two bodies are originally one. He only needs to devote less than 1/10 of his mental power to fully control this clone. On the contrary, the filthy demon king felt that his happiness was doubled, and he was defeated in less than 20 minutes. Since the clone is invisible and formless, I wonder if it can take on the appearance of other people. Thinking of this, Yi Chuan immediately controlled his clone to change its appearance. Soon, he became what Qinwei used to be. This change immediately surprised Song Siki, who was still in the afterglow. Brother Yi Chuan, please change back quickly. What's wrong? Yi Chuan was puzzled looking at the angry Song Siki. If you turn into someone else, it will make me feel like you are cheating on me, which is absolutely not allowed. Song Siki explains seriously. Yi Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then you just. Song Siki's pretty face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly explained, it was clearly Brother Yi Chuan just now, okay? The movements, rhythm, habits, are all the same. I'm just a little more excited. Actions, habits. After hearing Song Siki talk about this, Yi Chuan took note of these key points. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What is the method you mentioned to take revenge on the extraordinary realm? Yi Chuan merged the divine fetus into his body with one thought. However, it was this action that made Yi Chuan stunned. After fusing his clones, he felt that even the heaven and earth became clear. The originally invisible neutrinos around him now became clearly visible. He looked into the distance and his vision was more than doubled than before. His hearing also improved, his thoughts became sharper, and his strength surged. Yi Chuan hurriedly opened his personal panel. Host, Yi Chuan. Realm, Yuanhui Midterm Perfection. Talent, S level. Spiritual power, Mid-Stage Martial Arts Grandmaster. Current cultivation method, Devouring Technique Volume 1, Cultivation Progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, Flashing Body Movement. Currently practicing secret techniques, Dragon Roar Spear Technique, God Shaking Technique. Currently possesses the secret technique, Hidden Chi technique. Possessing bloodline ability, dimensional/minor achievement. Possessing the space-related magical power, Shadow Stealth minor achievement. Current partners, Suing Shue, favorability 62 Song Siki, favorability 91 Xiaoning Yin, favorability 99 Xiai, favorability 61. Remaining cultivation time, 100 years. The improvement in cultivation isn't much, but this talent has actually become S-level? Yi Chuan released his clone again, and he returned to his original familiar self. Is it the effect of the clone? In other words, my clone's talent and strength are both superior to my original body? But the clone was clearly condensed from my essence and blood. He can't figure it out. No, the energy that condenses the clone comes from the divine fetus, which means that the talent of this divine fetus is superior to mine. That's okay. I can only say that the divine fetus is worthy of being a divine fetus. Yi Chuan has long accepted the fact that his talent is rubbish, and he has relied on the system all the way. The feeling of such a sudden increase in talent really surprised him. Is this what it feels like to be a monster? After integrating the clone into his body again, Yi Chuan seemed to see hope of not relying on the system. Brother Yi Chuan, I'm talking to you, why are you in a daze? Song Siki adjusted the hem of her skirt and waved one hand in front of Yi Chuan. Huh? What? Forget it, just follow me. 2 hours later. The two flew into a group of mountains. After a while, Song Siki came to the foot of a misty mountain and took out a token. The token is suspended in the air. The next moment, the mountain in front of him rumbled, and a vortex like water waves emerged. I didn't expect that there would be an old witch in charge of the secret realm during my inheritance mission. She seemed to be targeting me on purpose, saying that my path of lust was not pure enough. She didn't give me a chance to inherit the throne after several visits, so Song Siki took out the 3 pieces of skin with 3 spiritual marks and prepared to throw them in. I'm going to kill her. Yi Chuan grabbed her wrist. Siki, maybe the senior inside is doing this for your own good or has other difficulties. Why don't we just forget about it? Yi Chuan felt that if the other person was really doing this for Song Siki's own good, then what they were doing would be ungrateful. Although his sense of morality is not high, he still respects Yi Chuan, a senior who sincerely helps him. She told me to have sex with more men so I could experience the true meaning of lust. She also told me not to get emotional after sex, and that it would be best to just suck them dry to avoid hindering my spiritual heart. She also said, this old witch must be killed immediately. Upon hearing the reason, Yi Chuan was immediately filled with indignation. Why don't we kill this kind of person and keep him alive for the new year? Well, kill her. Song Siki also clenched her fists. Brother Yi Chuan, you only need to lend me your clone. You should leave quickly with your real body. I'm afraid they will find you. Although your method is very similar to my shadow stealth, it cannot block the cause and effect of the Tao sect. Yi Chuan thought, this is your shadow stealth. How sure are you? Song Siki shook her head. I don't know, but as long as they dare to follow me into the secret realm, the old witch, as the guardian of the secret realm, must kill those who trespass into the secret realm without permission. And I am the inheritor of the way of lust. She cannot kill me. As long as I can lead them into the secret realm, we will be halfway to success. No matter who dies at that time, we will not lose anything. It would be a pleasant thought to let these two enemies fight each other. Yi Chuan suddenly realized. Let me lure them out. It's just a clone anyway. You hide in the secret realm first, and when they start fighting, you can go and receive the inheritance. The combat power of his clone is stronger than that of his original body, and if his original body stays here it will only increase the danger. Good. The two discussed it for a while and then immediately got to work. Yi Chuan's clone appeared, while his real body disappeared into the void. Song Siki walked straight into the secret realm, and her figure disappeared in the vortex in a flash. She really didn't want to reveal her identity in front of Yinji. The two are from the same lineage, and Yinji poses a great threat to her. If she can avoid taking risks, she will naturally not act recklessly. Chapter 97 Teasing the Three Transcendent Realms. Only half an hour had passed. 3 figures came rushing over from the sky. It was obvious that the temptation of the divine fetus was too great, and the 3 were unwilling to let it go. Yi Chuan sat cross-legged in front of the secret realm and calmly turned on the terminal recording function. He is not the kind of person who does good things without worrying about the future. When he does something, he naturally has to let the top leaders of the sword wielder know about it. If he wants to gain a firm foothold among the sword wielders, he must demonstrate his abilities, lest someone in the future say that he got there by relying on connections. Yichuan, it's really you. Ji's voice was full of shock. Not only did Yichuan not go crazy after practicing the devouring art, but he is now even stronger. She first glanced at the teleportation vortex behind Yichuan, then glanced at the humanoid object wrapped in cloth behind Yichuan, and was about to raise her hand. However, the other two also made the same move, and the three of them immediately locked onto each other. If someone takes action first, he will probably be immediately attacked by the other two. Seeing that they were unable to make a move, the three of them looked at Yichuan, especially the one with the python pattern on his face. His vertical pupils shrank slightly. It was he who gave the order for Snake Spirit to assassinate Yichuan. Originally, he wanted to slap the swordsman in the face, but the useless Snake Spirit was killed in public by Yichuan, causing him to lose face in the organization. It can be said that he lost more than he gained. I didn't expect that this guy would ruin my plans again this time. Yichuan also noticed him, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He believed that Snake Spirit was this guy's biological son. So similar. Boy, did you steal my divine fetus? Hand it over and I'll leave your body intact, otherwise I'll kill your whole family. This is a man with half a mechanical head. He has only one eye and no mouth, and the voice comes from his chest. Just now, the three of them checked the resident records of the manor and found that it was Yichuan and a young girl. Even now when they saw Yichuan, the three still found it unbelievable. They couldn't understand how Yichuan had stolen the divine fetus from under the noses of a group of masters. The three of you are all in the extraordinary realm, why did you kill tens of thousands of innocent people? Yichuan asked loudly. He is actually an angry young man. The man with python pattern sneered, just a few tens of thousands of lives. They should feel honored to be stepping stones on my road to becoming stronger. The man with the mechanical head looked down at Yichuan and said in a cold voice, they are as weak as ants. We just stepped on a bunch of ants. What's so strange about that? Ji covered her mouth and chuckled. Yichuan, don't you understand? The law of the jungle is the law of survival in nature. Isn't it the same for you to slaughter and kill strange beasts? Although Yichuan was acting, he couldn't help but feel angry when he heard the three people's indifferent responses. Weren't you once human? Didn't you all grow up step by step from being ants? Using human lives to refine the demon fetus, aren't you afraid of being held accountable in the future? Yichuan's voice was loud and clear, filled with endless anger. Liquidation? Disdain appeared on the faces of the three people at the same time. So what if they knew? As people like us are in the transcendent realm, who can settle accounts with us? Besides, aren't all those who knew about this and the culprits already dead? We're just fighting over the items they left behind. We didn't kill the civilians. The man with the python pattern was extremely calm, as if he was narrating a trivial matter. The man with the mechanical head was also extremely indifferent. Stop talking nonsense, kid, and bring the divine fetus over. Okay, but who should I give it to? After performing this act, Yichuan immediately calmed down. He glanced at the man and the man with snake marks with disdain, and finally his gaze fell on Empress Ji. From the outside, Empress Ji was a woman with a good figure. Although her face could not be seen clearly because she was wearing a veil, based on Yichuan's experience, she must be very beautiful. Old witch. It doesn't look like it. This Ji has tried time and again to turn him into a puppet, and Yichuan has long hated her. Hey, there's an Adam's apple. She male? After seeing Ji's Adam's apple, Yichuan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Everyone, there is only one divine fetus. To which one of you should I give it? Yichuan asked again. Give it to me, otherwise I will not only kill your entire family, but also your relatives, friends, and even the entire kin will be buried with you. The big man threatened directly. Yichuan's expression suddenly turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but it quickly subsided. The terminal was still recording, and he had to let the three of them fight among themselves. Give it to me. I will protect your life, and I can also exchange extraordinary items with you. The man with python patterns is obviously much smarter. However, facing the threats and inducements from these two people, Yichuan did not answer, but continued to look at the last Ji. Hee, what do you want? I can give you anything I have. As long as you give me the divine fetus, I can give you my body and my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a feeling of palpitations arose in Yichuan's heart, and then disappeared in an instant. Charm technique? He sensed it almost instantly. Fortunately, he often communicated with the succubus Songsiki, and Yinji's charm did not affect him. Old witch, you are so insincere. Yichuan's voice turned cold. He took out the human-shaped object wrapped in cloth from behind him and said, "Since you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." As he said this, he threw the humanoid object directly to the big man with the mechanical head, and then he moved aside in an instant. "Ha, you're a sensible guy." Sensing the spiritual imprint on the humanoid object, the big man was overjoyed. Yinji's face instantly turned gloomy. The man with python pattern looked at Yichuan with a cold gleam in his eyes, but he didn't attack him in the end. Just as the big man stretched out his hand to take it, he found that the man with wild tattoos and Yinji had already rushed out before him. "Asshole, I'm going to kill your whole family." Boom! Steam burst out from the big man's body, and several lasers cut towards Yinji and the man with Mangwen. Yinji and the man with python patterns quickly dodged. Yinji took out a long sword, and the dazzling sword light chopped the man with python pattern beside her away. With her other hand, she made a fist towards the human-shaped object, and the human-shaped object immediately flew towards her. However, just when he was halfway through the flight, a 100-meter-long snaketail suddenly rolled over from behind the man with the python pattern. Two metal hooks burst out from the body of the big man with a mechanical head and headed straight for the humanoid object. See this scene. Yinji had to take action against the two of them first, and the three of them immediately started fighting. Even though the three of them guessed that the divine fetus might be fake, they did not dare to let the other party get it. What if it's true? At least the spiritual imprint on the humanoid object is real. So strong. Yichuan, who was hiding aside, was shocked when he saw the three extraordinary realms fighting. The terrifying collision of the domains directly blew away the surrounding rocks and trees. He had no doubt that any attack from the three men would be enough to kill him. The three men didn't kill him because they were worried that the items were fake. If he, the only person who knows the truth, is killed, there will be no clue about the divine fetus at all. It is precisely because he sees through this that Yichuan is fearless. Once they find out it's fake, they'll probably crush me to death with just one finger. Chapter 98, The Ignited Swordsman, Executing Justice. Just think of this. After Yichuan sent the video to the headquarters, he rushed into the teleportation vortex in an instant. Witnessed the horror of the extraordinary realm. Yichuan decided to lead the three people into the secret realm first. Otherwise, by the time the three of them react, he won't even have a chance to escape. He knew very well that as soon as he escaped, the three of them would definitely notice something was wrong, but this was exactly what he wanted. Really? Seeing Yichuan running away, the three of them felt depressed. Yinji slashed out with a blade of light, instantly cutting through the rags covering the humanoid object. Inside the rags was a silicone doll with 3 pieces of skin attached to it. And there are 3 big words written on the silicone doll: "Big idiot." How dare you? How dare you play tricks on me, you bastard? Yichuan. The 3 of them gnashed their teeth, all extremely angry. 3 people at the transcendent realm were actually fooled by a little guy. If this were to be made public, they would probably be laughed at by the strong people of the same level. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them rushed directly into the teleportation vortex of the secret realm with anger in their hearts. They must let Yichuan know the price of toying with the extraordinary realm. The Swordsman's Dongxian Territory Headquarters. At this moment, a video conference of the highest level among the sword holders, involving 7 people, is being held. Everyone is watching a video. The person who filmed the video was Yichuan. In the video, Yichuan angrily questioned the 3 transcendent realms, and finally Yichuan escaped. The video was coherent without any processing, and every word Yichuan said was clear. Below the video is the last text message Yichuan sent back. Yichuan said that he must seek justice for tens of thousands of innocent lives. That secret realm is a dangerous place to be. Even the extraordinary realm is in danger of falling. He said that if he couldn't come back, we sword bearers should remember to help him take care of the people of Kan. He is my only disciple. Su Wendian spoke calmly, as if there were no ripples at all, but those who knew him well could hear the rage in his words. Seeing Yichuan's actions, everyone's heart seemed to be squeezed hard. All those below the extraordinary are ants. The difference between the extraordinary realm and ordinary warriors is like the difference between gods and ordinary people. They have no power to resist at all. But for the sake of the common people, each one dared to question the three gods. Questioning the gods with a mortal heart. This scene deeply touched the hearts of everyone present. Why? An old man with white hair and beard sighed deeply, his eyes full of vicissitudes of life. My original intention as the sword bearer was to enforce justice. However, with the invasion of the mechanical and demonic tribes, our human territory has been continuously encroached upon. The powerful people of our Milky Way galaxy are afraid of war, which has allowed these two races to become more rampant. Now they even dare to slaughter tens of thousands of innocent people to make treasures. Over the years, the two races have invaded our human race under the banners of fusion and transformation, and even openly robbed and killed our sword-wielding geniuses. How sad, how sad. Elder Song is right. We, the sword-bearers, exist to enforce justice. However, last time an intern was killed, and this time tens of thousands of civilians were slaughtered. The situation in other territories is even worse. If this continues, the entire blue-silver star is in danger. A man wearing glasses and looking like a scholar said coldly, "My suggestion is to start a war." But the Empress's whereabouts are unknown. A rash war would be more trouble than it's worth. By the time the Empress returns, the 9 great families will have long since ceased to exist in name only. Now, only war can halt the expansion of the two families. Su Wentian coldly interrupted the argument. "Let's vote as usual." I agree to go to war. I agree. Agree. I object. 5-2, I declare the resolution passed by the Council of Elders. The sword-bearer officially declares war on the gene fusioners and cyborgs. I will release this incident and video on social media. As the sword holder's official announcement came out, the whole story was posted online, immediately causing a huge storm. Those shocking videos of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Coupled with the video of the 3 extraordinary realm people personally admitting it, this matter was completely ignited. You beast, you're using the lives of ordinary people to refine the demon fetus. As stated in the official announcement, those who have undergone gene fusion can no longer be considered human. They are powerful but are controlled by the genes of alien beasts. The same is true for cyborgs. Their modified hearts or brains have become so conditioned that they accept the mechanical race's instructions as supreme. They've lost their humanity. It has to be my brother Yi. No one dares to draw a sword against a god. Only my brother Yi dares to face the god alone. Everyone below the transcendent realm is an ant. Seeing my brother Yi being hunted down by 3 transcendent realms, I felt really bad. It turns out that my brother Yi didn't participate in the martial arts exam finals because he went to investigate a case. I thought he was scared before. Damn it! Will brother Yi be afraid? Brother Yi is a man who dares to question Xiaofan. Dongtai Entertainment City, in the VIP room. Brother Chen, why can't you untie your clothes? Chen Go, with a big bald head, waved his hand and said, "This is my fluid battlesuit. You can't untie it. If you want to see it, let's go to the bathroom and I'll show you." Lao Zhu only helped him revitalize his face, hands, and certain parts of his body, so he naturally wanted to make the best use of them. Opposite of him, Zhu Zixiao sat awkwardly. Beside him were 2 beauties arranged by Chen Go, who were diligently helping him peel grapes. "Old Zhu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should let loose when you go out to play." Chen Go crossed his legs and looked at the 2 beauties beside old Zhu with a smile. "Whoever of you can capture him tonight will get another 100,000 yuan reward." Last time he asked Lao Zhu to come and play, but this guy and the beauty did nothing and stayed up all night waiting for him until dawn. He just doesn't believe that he can't make a straight man like Lao Zhu gay. Hearing this, the 2 women's eyes lit up. His hand also began to touch Lao Zhu's thigh restlessly, which scared Lao Zhu. "Brother Wei, why don't I wait for you outside?" Zhu Zixiao blushed and twisted his butt uncomfortably. "No, how can I let my brother wait and be happy alone?" Seeing that he couldn't convince Chen Wei, Zhu Zixiao had to open the terminal to divert attention. The moment he opened the terminal, the headline post published by the swordbearer instantly popped up on the terminal. Zhu Zixiao clicked it curiously. Suddenly, various news about this incident occupied the top 10 of the hot search list. After reading the post, Zhu Zixiao was shocked and stood up suddenly. Chen Wei was startled. "What's wrong?" "Brother Yi went to kill the transcendent realm in order to avenge the people of Shinshu Mountain." Lao Zhu opened the terminal and projected a post, and Chen Wei immediately began to read it attentively. After reading it, Chen Wei was completely stunned. "Go out. Get out of here." Chen Wei was instantly furious and his voice was cold. The women were so frightened that they left in a hurry. With a cold face, Chen Wei dismissed the beautiful women around him and continued to watch the videos with concentration. You won't let us follow you and go off to seek revenge? Are you afraid that we'll hold you back? Brother Wei, Brother Yi definitely didn't mean that. He must be worried that something might happen to us. I know, but this vengeance is not his alone. Why should he abandon his brothers and fight alone? Chen Go kicked over the coffee table in front of him, feeling very unhappy. Maybe, we are too weak. Xu Zixio sighed, his voice full of loneliness. Chapter 99 Secret Fan Lu, the terrifying woman in the palace skirt. The two fell silent. After a moment, Chen Wei put on his mask and slowly stood up. Old Zhu, I have a way to catch up with Chuanzi, but we might die. Wei Ge, as long as I can become stronger, I can do anything. Xu Zixia clenched his fists with a determined look. Hearing this, Chen Wei sighed and walked out of the private room. Let's go, I'll take you to kill someone. Galaxy Academy. Looking at the overwhelming news on the terminal, Suing Xue was filled with worry about Yi Chuan. Brother Yi is so handsome that he dares to question the revenge transcendent realm. Lin Wanner had a crazy look on her face, and her admiration for Yi Chuan became stronger. He was simply her ideal Prince Charming. Seeing her best friend's worried face, she patted Suing Xue's shoulder and said, Don't worry, Brother Yi is my idol, he will be fine. Those fusionists and cyborgs are simply too abominable, especially that old witch Ji. She does all kinds of evil things and is so disgusting. If they kill Yi Chuan, I won't let them go even if I become a ghost. Suing Xue said coldly. Look, you said you didn't like my brother Yi anymore, now you're exposed. Hearing this, Suing Xue's pretty face turned red. No, I'm just enforcing justice. Yeah, justice is being executed. I don't believe you. If you really don't want to, I'm going to chase Brother Yi when school starts. Yi Chuan didn't know yet that his unintentional act actually rekindled the passion of the swordsman, deeply touched the people around him, and even became the fuse of a war that swept across the entire planet. At this moment he was busy running for his life. However, as soon as he entered the secret realm, he was shocked. The entrance is actually in front of an ancient building named Fan Lu. Fan Lu has 4 floors and is full of red sleeves waving, which is as beautiful as a painting. Everywhere I look, I see beauties in palace costumes. Sir, come in. Several beautiful women walked over with smiles on their faces, twisting their waists slightly. In an instant, the scent of rouge completely enveloped Yi Chuan. The girls were all beautiful with picturesque features. They naturally took Yi Chuan's hands, as if they were treating old acquaintances. Yi Chuan's heart was filled with alarm. Siki said that outsiders who enter the secret realm must pass the Fan Lu trial to survive. But from ancient times to the present, no one has ever been able to walk out of Fan Lu alive. What's in here? Thinking that he was just a clone, at worst he could lose his life and start over, Yi Chuan suddenly felt more confident. Ladies, what are you doing? Yi Chuan tried to communicate. He discovered that these women were all very powerful and had mastered the art of seduction, and he could not resist them at all. That's the case. Yi Chuan simply put his arms around the 2 women's slender waists and started asking questions. Hearing this, a woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Young master is really good at joking. What else can we do in Fan Lu? Of course, we should do what you love to do. Just as Yi Chuan stepped into Fan Lu, the space outside Fan Lu fluctuated slightly. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures walked out from the spatial fluctuations, and they were 3 people in the extraordinary realm. Yi Chuan. The moment the 3 people walked out, the man with python pattern fixed his eyes, raised his hand, condensed his energy, and grabbed Yi Chuan fiercely. It's over. Yi Chuan sighed and prepared to end his life. However, at this moment, the man with python pattern suddenly vomited blood and flew backwards, his body smashing through the wooden houses on the entire street. In the sky, a beautiful woman in a white palace dress fell from the sky. She looked at Ji and the other 2 coldly. You are not allowed to take action in this restricted area of Fan Lu. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed. Is this the old witch that Siki mentioned? He subconsciously looked to see if the woman had an Adam's apple. Seeing that she was not a hermaphrodite, Yi Chuan actually breathed a sigh of relief. Ambush me? You're courting death. After the man with python pattern who was knocked away stood up, his body instantly turned into a 100-meter-long python and rushed into the sky, then devoured the woman in white dress fiercely. Alien? Then you can die. The woman in the palace skirt raised her finger and tapped lightly, and a ripple spread out and hit the python. The python looked as if it had been slashed by millions of sword energies. Blood oozed from its scales and its entire body fell powerlessly to the ground. The man with the python pattern returned to his original form, his entire body covered in blood. King Realm. His eyes were filled with horror. Senior, spare my life. I am willing to break through. However, what responded to him was a finger from the woman in palace skirt. The forehead of the man with python pattern was instantly pierced by a strong energy, and he died with his eyes open. Then the woman in the palace skirt looked at the big man with the mechanical head. Senior, I. The big man wanted to say something, but the woman in the palace skirt had already attacked. Just 3 moves. The big man's head was also pierced, and the energy core of the mechanical man exploded, but the woman suppressed the power of the explosion with a barrier. This scene made Ji Chuan's scalp tingle. This old witch is too powerful. How can I kill her? I guess Song Siki didn't expect that the strength of this woman in the palace skirt would be so terrifying. She killed 2 extraordinary people without even breathing. Yi Chuan turned and looked at Yin Ji with excitement and anticipation. This old witch was in trouble. The woman in the palace skirt's gaze indeed fell on Yin Ji. Senior, I am also the successor of the Way of Lust. Yin Ji hurriedly activated her skills with an extremely respectful attitude. The woman in front of him was actually a king-level cultivator. She didn't even have the desire to resist, but fortunately the other party was also emitting the energy fluctuations of the Way of Lust, so she hurriedly revealed her identity. Although both are extraordinary, the gap between the Sky Control Realm and the King Realm is too huge. It's actually the Yin Yang Classic. Feeling the power of Yin Ji, the woman in the palace skirt put down her raised hand. But when she lowered her eyes, she looked disgusted. Although you belong to my lust path, you have become a waste. Could it be that you castrated yourself in order to practice the Yin Yang canon? Yin Ji's face looked grim, but she could only nod. You're really willing to do it to save trouble. Upon hearing this, the veins on Yin Ji's forehead twitched. This was the thing she least wanted to mention. When she got the Yin Yang Classic, she opened the first page and saw a sentence: if you want to practice the skill, you must first castrate yourself. She carries a deep blood feud and has finally obtained a peerless inheritance, so naturally she is unwilling to give it up. So she decisively castrated herself. However, when she turned to the next page, she was dumbfounded. If you don't want to castrate yourself, you need to continue practicing dual cultivation to comprehend Yin and Yang, and you can also refine the Yin and Yang canon. After reading this sentence, Yin Ji felt numb all over. You dog, go to hell. Yin Ji, who had originally been determined to practice the Yin Yang Classic, almost went crazy the moment she opened the second page and vomited 3 large bowls of blood. Yin Ji's inner thoughts: was I doing that to save trouble? I was. It brings tears to my eyes just talking about it. Moreover, after she castrated herself, her figure and habits became more and more feminine, which was an eternal pain in her heart. She would do anything to seize the divine fetus, just to use it to become a man again. Senior, I have some grudge against this kid. I wonder if you can let me take him away. Chapter 100, Being Suppressed in Cultivation, Fighting to Kill Yin Ji. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the woman in the palace skirt turned cold. He has already entered Fanlu, so he must follow the rules of Fanlu. If you want to kill him, you can also enter Fanlu. Since we are of the same lineage, I can remind you. He's already half dead, because no one has passed Fanlu in 5,000 years. If you enter Fanlu, your cultivation will disappear, and you can only kill him with your physical strength. If he kills you, you can only accept your fate. Inside Fan Tower, Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity to kill Yin Ji. He immediately started to mock, old witch, what's wrong? Are you scared? Don't dare to come? Aren't you going to kill me? Come on, I'm waiting for you right here, come and hit me. As long as you defeat me, not only will the divine fetus be yours, but you can also become a man again. Otherwise, you will have to be a eunuch for the rest of your life. Oh no, it's a hermaphrodite that is neither male nor female. He had already guessed that the reason why Yin Ji was so obsessed with snatching the divine fetus was that she wanted to regain her lost dignity, which was why she sent out her true self regardless of the danger. Yi Chuan's words touched Yin Ji's sore spot. Her eyes turned red instantly. Yin Ji burst into a violent aura and looked at Yi Chuan with cold eyes, wishing she could tear him into pieces. However, despite Yi Chuan's full expectation, she held back and did not dare to step into Fan Lu. If looks could kill. Yi Chuan estimated that he had died 1,000 times. However, Yi Chuan was still not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his head and challenged, looking at Ji with contempt. That means, come here. Hermaphrodite, rotten ass, you can tolerate this, it seems you are really not suitable to be a man. Yi Chuan, I want you to die. Yi Chuan's indifferent words made Ji go berserk instantly. This is the Achilles heel in her heart. Ji rushed towards Yi Chuan as fast as lightning, and the power condensed in her hands was as vast as the sea. However, the moment she rushed into Fan Lu, a suppressive force enveloped her, and her aura dissipated instantly. A powerful palm fell on Yi Chuan like a spring breeze. Yi Chuan and Ji were both stunned. Fuck, I really can't use my cultivation? Yi Chuan was overjoyed. He rubbed his wrist with a sinister smile, and looked at Ji, who stepped into Fan Lu with a wicked smile on his face. Transcendent realm, right? Today I will show you the methods of a warrior. As he spoke, he instantly appeared in front of Ji and swept her across with his leg. Bang! The powerful force immediately kicked the confused Ji away. Ji's body hit Fan Lu's barrier, she coughed up a trickle of blood, and her face was covered with frost. The charming women around them all stepped back and watched the two men fighting indifferently. Yi Chuan, you ant, you deserve to die. Ji was furious, and a long, narrow knife appeared in her hand. She actually took the initiative to kill Yi Chuan. You are a cultivator, are you worthy enough to compete with a warrior like me? The dragon roar spear appeared in his hand, and the long spear danced in his hand, leaving an afterimage. The spear light completely enveloped Ji. Ding ding ding. The two fought quickly, and Yi Chuan had already made up his mind to kill Ji at all costs. Otherwise, when she comes out of the ruins, she will definitely be the one in trouble. Bayonet. One after another, spear shadows with cold and icy light shot out, forcing Ji to retreat continuously. I'll smash it. Yi Chuan leaped up and smashed down hard using his gun as a club. Bang! Ji rolled to avoid the attack, looking extremely embarrassed. However, before she could catch her breath, a gun shadow swept over. Puff! There was a cut on Ji's waist and blood was flowing out. Dragon style. A cold light flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes, and his figure instantly approached Ji. The spear rotated outside Yi Chuan's body and attacked, and then he found the right opportunity and shot Ji straight in the heart. Ji hurriedly blocked with her long sword. The tip of the gun tilted, but still pierced her left shoulder with great force. Seeing this, Yi Chuan kicked the spear, and the spear pierced Ji's shoulder blade, bringing out a large amount of blood. But at this moment, an invisible mental shock came, and Yi Chuan felt as if a sledgehammer hit his sea of consciousness, making him dazed for a moment. Yi Chuan was horrified and quickly bit his tongue. Buzz! A knife mark slid across Yi Chuan's neck. Tick! Blood dripping. Yi Chuan touched his neck. Fortunately, the wound was not deep and did not cut his throat, but it still made him feel scared. Sure enough, no one in the extraordinary realm is easy to deal with. He just wanted to take Ji away, but Ji was also waiting for an opportunity. Fortunately, my mental strength was strong enough and I was only in a trance for a moment. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. How is it possible? How is it possible that your mental strength is so strong? Ji was filled with shock. In her opinion, Yi Chuan had not been practicing for a long time, so his mental strength should not be too strong. She thought this was a surefire move, but Yi Chuan actually dodged it. Old witch, you are quite insidious, but you won't have a chance next time. Yi Chuan was much more cautious this time, holding the spear tightly in his hand and walking forward slowly. If he is prepared, he will not give Ji a second chance. Yi Chuan, we can actually have a good talk. You and I are not mortal enemies, and I am willing to buy the divine fetus from you at any price. If you're willing, I can even give you my yin-yang classic and 9 absolute gu techniques. Ji endured the pain and forced a smile. 9 deadly gu techniques? Yi Chuan's heart moved. Ji's strange and unpredictable method of controlling the poisonous insects really made him excited. As for the yin-yang classic, he had no interest at all. I obtained the 9 absolute gu technique during my adventure outside the domain. It is definitely considered a top-notch secret technique even in the entire Milky Way galaxy. I am willing to use it to exchange for a divine fetus with you. Seeing Yi Chuan hesitate, Ji instantly grasped the key point and hurriedly persuaded. I have only mastered the first 3 levels of Gushu, and the natal goo worm I condensed is also of the lowest level, and can only exert less than 30% of its power. The perfect 9 absolutes Gushu can even be controlled by those who are at a higher level than me. If you can master the 9 absolute goo technique, it will definitely not be weaker than any other technique. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll trade with you, but there's one condition. You have to let me walk out of Fanlu alive. Yin Ji sneered in her heart, but showed no expression on her face. That's right. These enchanting women themselves are not physical entities. They are the transformations of the geniuses of the past generations who died in the flames of karma due to lust. Furthermore, if you reach the top of Fan Tower, the Guardian will promise you something that will be of great benefit to you. As she spoke, an ancient book appeared in Yin Ji's hand. As Yi Chuan listened to Yin Ji's story, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes, and a human-shaped object also appeared in his hand. The two men smiled and handed the items in their hands to each other, but they were extremely alert. Yi Chuan got the ancient book. Just as he was about to flip through the pages, white smoke suddenly emerged from his hand, and the skin that had touched the ancient book began to turn blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. Poisonous? Seeing her plan succeed, Yin Ji laughed triumphantly. This is the most poisonous of the 9 deadly goo. Anyone who gets even a little bit of it will die. Yi Chuan, I can only say that you are still too naive. However, before she could finish her words, she was dumbfounded. Because Yi Chuan took out a sharp dagger and chopped at the blue palm without hesitation, and controlled the muscles in his arm to contract to stop the bleeding. He didn't even blink the entire time. Chapter 101 Exchange life for life, kill Yin Ji. Yi Chuan put the ancient book into the system space again, and then smiled. Ding, the heavenly grade secret technique 9 absolute goo technique has been detected. It has been corrected and completed into a complete secret technique for you. It turned out to be a heavenly secret technique. Although the secret technique is incomplete and the content is incomplete, he has a cheat. The system instantly completed the complete secret technique. Thank you. Yi Chuan looked at the stunned Yin Ji and smiled, revealing his white teeth. This thank you was definitely Yi Chuan's sincere words. Not good. Yin Ji's heart suddenly became alarmed, and she subconsciously looked at the human-shaped object in her hand. Boom! The high explosive inside exploded, and Yin Ji's skin was torn apart in an instant. However, this is not the most fatal thing. Song Siki had told Yi Chuan a long time ago that for those who practice the way of lust, being contaminated by karmic fire is the most fatal thing, and this high explosive bomb is full of karmic fire that Song Siki had obtained. Moreover, these charming women in Fanlu were also transformed by the fire of karma. The violent explosion turned most of the beautiful women on the first floor into flames. Endless karmic fire gathered towards the two of them madly. Yin Ji was already injured by the explosion, and was now ignited by endless karma fire. Her whole body was wrapped in silver-white flames, and she let out a shrill scream. Yi Chuan is not much better. His behavior violated the rules of Fanlu. The beauties who were originally so charming and beautiful were now rushing towards him with swords in their hands. Yi Chuan's body was pierced by dozens of swords in an instant, but he was still smiling. He stared at Yin Ji until she was burned to ashes before he slowly took his last breath. This life in exchange for Yin Ji's life is totally worth it. In a cave, Yi Chuan coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The death of his clone and the dissipation of that trace of spiritual power was also an injury to him. Fortunately, the spiritual power would recover in no time through nurturing. I don't know if the dirty demon king has received the inheritance. That Fanlu is quite interesting. The karmic fire that is fatal to others is the best tonic for me. Yi Chuan only discovered this before his death. Not only did the karma fire not cause any harm to him, it actually increased his blood energy a little. Is it because I have a pure yang body? But the most urgent thing is to recover my blood and energy first. Then I can use my clone to explore Fanlu. If the karma fire can really be used for his own benefit, Yi Chuan can also use it to reach the late stage of Yuanwu. The most important thing is that the promise of a person who is at least at the king level is undoubtedly a life-saving trump card for him at the moment. Yi Chuan clicked on the 9 deadly goo again. This was his biggest gain. However, after looking for a moment, Yi Chuan frowned. Because he doesn't have the materials and insects to refine the natal goo now, and the items needed to refine the natal goo are only available at the border between humans and Zerg. The price is outrageous. He also knew that the kind of goo that Yin Ji used to control others and turn them into puppets was called the Tongxing goo. Practitioners can use the Tongxing to obtain the memories of the controlled person, manipulate his behavior, and make the other party obey their orders like a puppet. Unfortunately, Yingji's practice was incomplete and she had not mastered it yet, so she could only control strong Yuanwu warriors below the middle stage. However, this one move alone gave her opponents a huge headache, leaving them helpless. After thinking about it, Yichuan decided to wait until he condensed his clone before using his training time to practice. After fusing with his clones, with his S-level aptitude, his comprehension ability is far stronger than his own D-level aptitude. 3 days pass like this. As Yichuan cut his wrist, strands of blood flowed out from his wrist and condensed into a clone in mid-air. Yichuan's face suddenly turned extremely pale. However, he did see one thing clearly: in the essence and blood that flowed out when he condensed his clone, there was a flash of light golden light. Is it because I swallowed the divine fetus? He shook his head and withdrew his thoughts. The clone turned into a phantom and instantly merged into Yichuan. At this moment, he is the evildoer Yichuan. Yichuan did not dare to delay and immediately used his practice time to study the 9 Absolute Gu book. Deng, you have painstakingly studied the 9 Absolute Gu book for 13 years and finally succeeded in gaining entry. Deng, you spent another 17 years practicing the 9 Absolute Gu technique to the minor success level. Okay, now we can refine the heart-to-heart Gu. I never thought one of the ingredients for refining the heart-to-heart Gu would be the blood of a demon. A hint of joy appeared on Yichuan's face. He did not waste any more time on cultivation to continue studying the art of witchcraft, because if he wanted to master the 9 absolutes of witchcraft, he had to refine his own natal witchcraft. So he added the remaining 70 years of training time to Dimension Blade and Shadow Stealth, just enough to push the 2 magical powers to the realm of perfection. The power of the Dimension Blade was directly increased significantly. Shadow Stealth has an additional function of traveling through the void, which makes his flash dodging technique useless. Host, Yichuan. Realm, Yuanwei Midterm Perfection. Talent, D level. Spiritual power, Mid-Stage Martial Arts Grandmaster. Current cultivation method, Devouring Technique Volume 1, Cultivation Progress 100%. Currently practicing martial arts, Hercules Fist, Flashing Body Movement. Currently practicing secret techniques, Dragon Roar Spear Technique, God Shaking Technique. Currently possesses the secret technique, Hidden Chi Technique. Possessing bloodline ability, Dimensional Slash. Possessing the space-related magical power, Shadow Stealth. Currently possesses the magical secret technique, 9 Absolute Gu book. Current partners, Suing Shue, favorability 62 Song Siki, favorability 91 Xiaoning Yin, favorability 99 Xiai, favorability 61. It's done! Yichuan was overjoyed. With the mastery of Shadow Stealth and the flying ability of his clone, he is confident that he can escape even if he faces Yingji again. I saw a clone walking out of Yichuan's body. Then the figure flashed and appeared outside the cave, flying towards the ruins again. Come to the teleportation vortex. Yichuan didn't hesitate at all, he took a step forward and rushed into the vortex. Outside Fanlu, the space was fluctuating slightly. As soon as Yichuan walked out, several sexy and enchanting women in palace skirts immediately came towards him, twisting their sexy waists. The young master is here. The 2 charming women each put their arms around Yichuan and walked towards Fanlu. How they actually have no memories, and this fan tower, which I blew up before, is now intact again. It was as if his battle with Yingji had never happened. Just then, Yichuan saw a numb figure with lifeless eyes. She stood outside Fanlu blankly, welcoming guests. Yingji. Yichuan was shocked, but after observing for a while, he found that Yingji had no memory. This person was like a soulless shadow, completely controlled by Fanlu. How weird! As soon as this thought arose, a beautiful figure in a white dress fell from the sky and stood between him and Fanlu. The woman's manners were elegant, but her whole body gave people a mature feeling. Yichuan saw in her a beautiful stewardess, a classmate's mother, a sexy sister, and a subordinate's wife. You're not dead? Chapter 102, Returning to the Secret Realm, Son Siki's Generosity. The clone technique? A hint of surprise flashed across the beautiful face of the woman in the palace skirt. She immediately saw the truth. You dare to come back after destroying my fan tower? Do you think I can't kill you? Or, are you in cahoots with that younger generation who stole the inheritance? Her voice was cold. As the woman in the palace skirt slowly approached, Yichuan felt as if the space around him was frozen, and he couldn't even move a finger. Is this the realm of becoming a king? It's really terrifying. Before, the woman in the palace skirt didn't target him, so he didn't feel anything. But now he felt a sense of fear from his soul, which was the body's instinctive awe of higher-level life forms. "I'm here for you." He forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and squeezed out these words. "Come for me?" The woman paused, her eyebrows raised slightly. "I'll give you 3 seconds." The woman obviously didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Yi Chuan thought to himself, who am I looking down on in 3 seconds? However, he didn't dare to hesitate at all and said hurriedly, "I can pass Fan Lu." After saying this, he stared into the eyes of the woman in the palace skirt without blinking. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Chuan's words, the woman's pupils suddenly shrank, but then she narrowed her eyes and a hint of murderous intent emanated from her. "You want me to let you into Fan Lu and then commit suicide to escape?" As soon as the words fell, Yi Chuan felt as if even his soul was frozen, and a chain of order was tracing back to his original body along the soul link of his clone. The old witch didn't even believe him. This time Yi Chuan was truly panicked. He used up all his strength and roared out 4 words, "Pure Yang body." As soon as these 4 words came out, Yi Chuan felt the pressure on his body ease. The next moment, the woman in the palace skirt appeared in front of him with a dagger in her hand. The moment the woman in the palace skirt grabbed Yi Chuan's hand, a system message popped up. "Hey, I'm serious, what are you doing?" Ding, a matching partner has been detected. Name, Yue Chan. Cultivation, 2 realms higher than the host, cannot be detected. Appearance, 97. Cultivation qualification, SS level. Current favorability, 30. The opponent's realm is 2 major realms higher than the host's, and the binding failed. Damn it, Tonesy, you really dare to tie me up. Fortunately, the binding was not successful. Under Yi Chuan's horrified gaze, the woman in the palace skirt cut Yi Chuan's palm with a dagger. A trickle of blood floated in the air, and a few golden spots were faintly visible in the blood. It's actually true. The woman in the palace skirt stared at Yi Chuan's blood and muttered to herself. Then she pointed with her jade finger, and a wisp of karmic fire gushed out from her fingertips. The golden dots in the blood suddenly shone and swallowed up the karmic fire. Yi Chuan looked at this scene and thought to himself that he could indeed devour the karmic fire. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Because the golden light in the blood was blown up. After shining brightly, it turned into fireworks and completely extinguished. Yi Chuan subconsciously looked at the woman in the palace skirt. Was the karmic fire in her body too strong, or was he too weak? It should be both. Seeing the golden light dissipate, the woman in the palace skirt had a moment of distraction in her eyes, and then she looked at Yi Chuan. "You are too weak." Yi Chuan. I thought to myself, you are talking without any pain in your waist. If you were my peer, I would teach you a lesson. He had a tearful face and smiled awkwardly. "Senior, please understand. My qualifications are indeed not high." Feeling the irresistible powerful force dissipate, Yi Chuan felt like he had crawled out of hell. It only took the other party a thought to kill him. This is so scary. He made up his mind that he must stay away from such dangerous people in the future. The other party was able to lock him through the spiritual connection between the clone and the original body. This method was really unbelievable. The woman in the palace skirt was still looking at Yi Chuan. The young man in front of her had handsome features and a good temperament. She had even witnessed with her own eyes how Yi Chuan killed a powerful enemy by scheming, which showed that he was very meticulous. No wonder that young man was so persistent in obtaining the inheritance. It turns out he found a partner with a pure yang body. The woman in the palace skirt waved her hand and Song Siki was detained. Old senior. Song Siki looked at the woman in the palace skirt in confusion and spoke subconsciously, but fortunately she changed her words at the last moment. Her eyes fell on Yi Chuan, and she immediately stood in front of him. "Senior, this has nothing to do with him, it was all my idea." She thought the truth had been revealed and immediately took the responsibility on herself. Yi Chuan immediately pulled her away and winked at her. "Ahem, senior, you don't have any ill will towards us, what are you talking about?" Song Siki was surprised and immediately understood and shut up. She didn't know what was going on, but since Yi Chuan spoke, she naturally chose to believe him. "Do you know why I stopped you from obtaining the inheritance?" The woman in the palace skirt walked towards Fan Lu, and the women in Fan Lu seemed to be summoned by her and gathered behind her. "Have you seen them? They were all descendants of the way of lust, but what happened? It only ended up being burned in the flames of karma. This fan tower is a magical instrument used to suppress karmic fire, yet it couldn't save their lives. Even I am trapped by the flames of karma and cannot take that step. I don't want you to end up like this. Song Siki's eyes fixed. She looked at the group of women who had gathered at Fanlu, and she didn't expect that these people were once the descendants of the way of lust. Before, I thought you were advancing too quickly, so I stopped you from continuing your inheritance and asked you to find a few men of great luck to practice dual cultivation with, so as to dissolve the karmic fire in your body. I didn't expect you to find a partner with a pure yang body. If I had known this, I wouldn't have stopped you. As she spoke, a token appeared in the hand of the woman in the palace skirt. She walked up to Song Siki and handed it to her. This is the token of the Heritage Hall. Looking at the token in front of her, Song Siki's pretty face turned red. I wanted to plot against the other person, but I didn't expect that the other person was actually thinking about me. This is a bit embarrassing. After she thought for a few seconds, her eyes suddenly lit up. Under Yichuan's stunned gaze, Song Siki pulled him forward and said, "Senior, my partner can dissolve the karmic fire. How about lending it to you?" Yichuan? Woman in palace skirt? Even with the experience of the palace girl, she was still a little stunned. Yichuan knew that the filthy demon king was excited again. What kind of special hobby is this? Green yourself? Senior is the 9th generation saintess of our lust path, a being half a step into the void realm. As she spoke, Song Siki poked Yichuan with her crutch, and her eyes meant, "This is a thick thigh, why don't you hug it quickly?" The corner of Yichuan's mouth twitched, and he suppressed his uneasiness and said, "If you don't mind, then I don't mind." According to his principle of being a man, Yichuan naturally wouldn't mind. The person in front of me is not only stunningly beautiful, but also has terrifying cultivation. If he had not been trapped here, he would have already become famous. His only concern was for the other fish in his pond. The one in front of you is a great white shark. If the time comes and the big fish eats the small fish, it will be bad. Are you willing to lend him to me? In fact, she had had that idea before, but when she thought that the other party was the partner of a younger generation and Yichuan was too weak, she gave up the plan. Chapter 103 Hard Training of the Clone, first on the bounty list. Song Siki nodded without hesitation. I'm willing to give it up, but brother Yichuan has more than one partner. I hope you don't mind, senior. Before she finished, she did not forget to speak up for Yichuan. Brother Yichuan is actually very loyal. It was because I couldn't satisfy him that I asked him to find more partners. Yichuan held his forehead with his hand, looking embarrassed. Only Song Siki could say such words, and say them so confidently. Song Siki's impassioned speech also shocked the women in palace skirts. She didn't know what to say for a moment. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Forget it, you should just go and accept the inheritance. The values and outlook of this lineage of theirs are indeed somewhat special. Especially twisted. So she raised her hand and threw Song Siki directly to the inheritance hall. My name is Yuachan, you don't have to call me senior from now on. The woman in the palace skirt said calmly, well, before you reach the transcendent realm, you and I will not have any intersection. Only after you reach the transcendent realm can you withstand my karmic fire, but we will only take what we need from each other. As she spoke, she handed Yichuan a jade pendant and said, this is the yang jade from the yin yang jade. It can save your life at a critical moment. It's a reward for you to pass Fan Tower. After saying that, she waved her jade hand and teleported Yichuan into Fan Tower. When Yichuan reacted and looked outside Fan Tower, Yuachan was no longer there. Look around. The group of charming women around him were looking at him with smiles on their faces. The bodies of the few people close to him began to slowly dissipate, and finally turned into fireflies and merged into Yichuan's body. Sir, let me tell you a secret. Our saint is still a pheasant. Young master, please treat Sister Yuachan well. She sealed herself and slept for thousands of years for us, just to help us preserve a glimmer of possibility of reincarnation. If we hadn't occupied Fan Tower, Fairy Yuachan's talent would have long been invincible in the starry sky. When it dissipates. These charming women called Yuachan by different names, but they all respected her very much. Through their words, Yichuan also learned about Yuachan's other side. Yuachan sealed herself in Fanlu in order to help them preserve their true spirits. If it weren't for Fanlu's protection, they might have been burned to ashes by the karmic fire and completely lost the possibility of reincarnation. Now that Yichuan has absorbed the karmic fire from their true spirits, he has actually freed them. It turns out that the real purpose of Fanlu's level is to help these women escape. No wonder no one has been able to pass it after all these years. Yi Chuan was touched and couldn't help but admire the fairy Yuechan. Pure yang bodies are extremely rare, and it is almost impossible for one with a pure yang body to come to this secret realm. However, she has been guarding the true spirits of these women for thousands of years. Fanlu is very big. There are 4 circular floors, which contain thousands of women rescued by Yuechan. Every time Yi Chuan devoured the karma fire of several people, he needed to concentrate and temper himself for a period of time. While strengthening his body, the golden pure yang blood in his body also became stronger. Inside the cave. The original Yi Chuan sighed. It seems that I won't be able to use my clone in the short term. Unfortunately, without fusion, the main body cannot benefit from it. With my clone away, I still have to be careful. After this experience, Yi Chuan had a new understanding of the strong people in this world. No matter whether they were in the extraordinary realm or strong people like Yuechan, they could easily kill him. Even Yuechan didn't have to take any action, she could kill both his clone and his original body at the same time with her will. It's still too weak. Yi Chuan couldn't accept the feeling of having his fate controlled by others, he had to become stronger. Opening the smart terminal, he prepared to see what was happening in the outside world recently. But the next moment he was stunned. Countless news pushes, as well as messages from Chen Wei, Lao Zhu, and others, all said one thing. The sword-bearers, including the 9 major families, went to war with the gene fusioners and the mechanical transformers. The fusioners and cyborgs have become an evil organization? On the blue silver star. After all, media freedom is in the hands of the 9 major families. Under the media's overwhelming propaganda, the crimes of the fusionists and the transformed people were completely exposed. The battles between the swordsmen and the two became the norm. However, this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, he became a hero who eliminated harm to the people and took revenge on the alien race. It's almost become known to everyone. This made Yi Chuan feel something was wrong. He doesn't want to be a hero. Because in his inherent cognition, heroes are meant to be sacrificed. No, everyone probably thought I was dead. Yi Chuan smiled and grasped the key point, because in the video he sent back, the 3 extraordinary realms chased him into the secret realm. Under these circumstances, few thought he could survive. What about my bounty? Yi Chuan hurriedly found the dark web bounty ranking list on his smart terminal. When Yi Chuan saw the name ranked first below the extraordinary realm, he felt sick. His bounty on the dark web has changed from 5 billion blue silver coins to 50 low-grade source stones. When Yi Chuan heard the word originium for the first time, he thought it was some kind of treasure and went to look it up. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Originium is the universal currency of the universe, and yuanya is diluted through originium. The energy contained in a low-grade origin stone is dozens or hundreds of times that of a bottle of yuanya. It is an origin stone that is only used in the extraordinary realm. 50 low-grade originium pieces converted into blue silver coins are equivalent to 50 billion, which is a bit scary. Originium. One piece is worth 100 bottles of essence liquid. Yi Chuan was extremely itchy. He had used up thousands of bottles of yuanya when he broke through to become a Yuan Wu warrior. In the end, not only was it time-consuming and laborious, but his body still failed to reach saturation. Now that his clone has obtained the opportunity, he must prepare resources in advance to break through to become a martial arts master. Hell, even I can't help wanting to trade my head for the bounty. Teacher said that the Blood Maple Leaf is an ancient assassin organization. Even the Sword Master has been unable to find its headquarters. The Blood Maple Leaf's rules are that they only care about money, not people. If you pay them, it doesn't matter if you are a human or a demon, they will kill you without mercy. The bounty can't be revoked, but I can't beat him. Yi Chuan was a little overwhelmed. After pondering for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. If I can't beat them, I can join them. After swallowing the divine fetus, he also possessed some of the divine fetus's abilities, such as invisible and formless. This is the ability to change one's appearance and body shape at will. Think of this. Yi Chuan does what he says. He had already given up the idea of showing up. After all, if the fact that he had killed 3 extraordinary people was exposed, his situation would only become more dangerous. Maple Leaf Town. This small town is located in the wilderness, but it has not been destroyed by strange beasts and has stood on the blue planet for thousands of years. It is one of the most special places on the blue silver star. Those who come here are either extremely vicious criminals, wanted criminals, or people who come here to avoid their enemies. In short, you must be extremely cautious when coming here. Otherwise, you may not see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 104 sneaks into Maple Leaf Town, Yichuan breaks the defense. Brother Yi, I heard that Maple Leaf Town is fraught with danger. Why hasn't our caravan encountered any robbery or murder along the way? Inside an off-road vehicle with cargo strapped to its roof, a thin-faced young man smiled as he looked at a man lying on his back with his legs resting in front of the windshield. The back seat of the off-road vehicle was filled with various goods, making full use of the available space. Among the cargo was a handsome young man with his mouth tied up with ropes and sealed with tape. The goods shipped to Maple Leaf Town are naturally not ordinary items, and also include beautiful boys and girls. Trading with Maple Leaf Town is a highly profitable business. Of course, the risks are equally huge. This man named Jigu is a professional bodyguard on this route and also a member of the Wild Wolf Gang in Maple Leaf Town. The Wild Wolf Gang will take 40% of the profits from this transaction. That's because many cyborgs and fusions that were surrounded by the sword wielders have recently fled here. Even the gangs in our town would be terrified if they met these people. They are just irrational and emotionless killing machines. We encountered a group of people like this when we were helping a detachment before. They looked like ordinary people, but when they started fighting, they turned into monsters like orcs. There were tiger-headed people, lizard-headed people, minotaur people. It was like a zoo. That group of people were torn to pieces. It's a good thing the Empress wiped out all the flying beasts on Blue Silver Star back then, otherwise it wouldn't be surprising if these people grew wings. Brother Yi still feels a lingering fear when he thinks about this. It's so miserable. When they arrived at the scene, they found broken limbs everywhere and no intact body. At first they thought these people were attacked by strange beasts, but after watching the video in the terminal they discovered the truth. Not only their gang, but other gangs also encountered similar situations, so the looting around Maple Leaf Town suddenly decreased a lot. An hour later. As the only entrance suspension bridge to the west side of Maple Leaf Town was lowered, the convoy drove into Maple Leaf Town amidst the bumps. A moment later, the convoy stopped in the middle of a street. This is the trading area on the outskirts of the West District. On the first truck, a bearded man in a leather jacket got out and yelled, "We're here, everyone get out and unload the goods." As he finished speaking, the doors of the SUVs opened one after another, and his subordinates got out and started moving the goods. Brother Yi, thanks to you this time. The bearded man walked to the rear vehicle and pulled out a black bag from his pocket. This is a high-grade nutrient serum. It can help Brother Yi eliminate the negative effects of the injection. Sure. Brother Yi took the bag and immediately smiled. The transportation was very smooth this time, with almost no losses along the way, so naturally he could get more profits. Brother Yi, do you want this kid to be sent directly to your residence? The back door of the SUV opened, and Yichuan, who was tied up and used as cargo, was caught by the thin-faced young man. What a coincidence. Yichuan turned into Chenwei and came here. Originally, he was still thinking about how to sneak into Maple Leaf Town. As he was thinking, a gun was suddenly pointed at him from behind. Yes, he was kidnapped. After learning that the group's destination was Maple Leaf Town, Yichuan decisively gave up resisting. After all his money was stolen, he was brought here in a daze. This kid looks okay, but he's a little too thin and can be killed easily. It's better to sell him first. Brother Yi looked Yichuan up and down and was very dissatisfied with him. Drag it over. Since Brother Yi is not satisfied, just pull a bunch and sell them. Upon hearing this, the thin-faced man pulled Yichuan in front of a group of men and women who were also being led, and tied them together with a rope. Line up and stand in the middle of the street. A one-eyed man kicked a crying woman and said, "Damn it, if you cry again, I'll kill you." Yichuan looked up at both sides of the street. The shops along the street were full of people, and even some people upstairs opened their windows and looked at them with scrutiny. There was even a fox-eared girl who was doing shameful things without any concealment, while looking at him with a smile on her face. I heard that some gene fusions want a mate whenever they want, regardless of the occasion or location. It turns out to be true. Yichuan watched this scene with great interest, his heart remaining calm. They are all evil people. These people were looking at them with the eyes of selecting commodities, without a trace of sympathy or pity in their eyes. The bloody maple leaf selects killers from among these people. Only these people can complete each mission ruthlessly and mercilessly. Yichuan seemed to suddenly understand the significance of blood maple leaf establishing this town. While Yichuan was looking at these people, a few of them also looked at him with a little surprise, which gave Yichuan a slightly bad feeling. Just then, someone started bidding. 1 million, I want that warrior girl. This was a sloppy middle-aged man with a big belly and an undisguised lustful look in his eyes. But just as he finished speaking, an old man with a pipe in his mouth came out and said, 5 million, I just need a boy to make medicine. The middle-aged man saw the old man's expression change and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Gong, if you want to take it, just take it. How dare I argue with you? At the same time, he looked at the female warrior with pity and stepped back. Anyone else bidding? The bearded man asked again. Seeing that no one around offered, he led the woman to the old man and said with a smile, Mr. Gong, she is yours now. Mr. Gong nodded with satisfaction. However, the next second, a white light flashed before the girl's eyes, and then a large amount of blood spurted out of her throat. What are you standing there for? Take the flesh and bones to make pills. The head still has consciousness, so I'll take it for mechanical transformation. Leave the right leg bone. I want to help Blood Wolf set the second young master's bones. Upon hearing this, several servants immediately began to perform an autopsy on the spot. This scene directly scared the people who were captured. Even Yichuan was stunned. On the contrary, the residents of Maple Leaf Town were not at all concerned. This also gave Yichuan a new understanding of the bottom line of these people. You seem nervous? Just when Yichuan was stunned, the sociable cat-eared girl had come to Yichuan's side without him knowing. At the same time, the people who had been paying attention to him before also quietly surrounded Yichuan. Brother Chenwei, you ran away after playing with me last time, but why are you back this time? And you're pretending not to know me, how annoying. Saying this, fluff began to appear on the cat-eared girl's face, her hands turned into cat claws, and a tail emerged from behind her, and she entered a combat state. Fuck, Chen Go Nima. Yichuan's defense was broken, he didn't expect the problem was with this face. When did Chen Go come to Maple Leaf Town? And with a cat-eared girl. Chapter 105 Bloody battle begins, crazy killing. Bang! The moment the cat-eared girl came to kill him, Yichuan punched her cat paw, causing her to spit blood and fly backwards. The sudden change shocked everyone. Everyone's eyes fell on Yichuan. You hid your strength and sneaked into our Maple Leaf Town. Could it be that you are the sword master? Recently, every time we do this kind of slaughtering, we always catch big fish. It's really interesting. It turned out to be a Yuan Wu warrior. Everyone, surround and kill him together. Yichuan also understood that this massacre had become a regular part of Maple Leaf Town. No wonder these beasts are so unfazed by this. Yichuan sighed inwardly and no longer held back. Dimensional blades condensed outside his body. As Yichuan moved his mind, the fully developed dimensional blades instantly cut through the void. Without giving these people time to react, the dimensional blades arrived in an instant and began to reap lives mercilessly. Since he has been exposed, he might as well send these people off, which will make his conscience feel at peace. Not good. Ah, my hand. Mercy. With Yichuan's outburst, this place instantly turned into a hell on earth. The dimensional blade in the perfect state could directly travel through the void, which was simply beyond the defense of these people. This is the Xiao family's unique skill, the dimensional blade. He is Yichuan. Someone recognized this heavenly magical power and shouted out immediately. With his shout, the whole street exploded. Is it Yichuan, who was ranked first on the bounty list below the extraordinary? He was wanted by my blood Maple Leaf, yet he still dared to come and kill me. Go ahead, kill him together and you'll get 50 low-grade originium. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes became greedy. 50 low-grade originiums are equivalent to 50 billion. For them, this is an astronomical figure. Kill! Someone shouted, and these desperate men were instantly ignited by greed and surrounded Yichuan at the same time. Good job! Yichuan sneered. He was still worried that these beasts would escape, and then he would have to kill them one by one. There was almost no probing between the two sides, and each attack was a killing move. Leading the way were several mechanical cyborgs, followed by the fusionists. They all hated Yichuan. If Yichuan had not ignited the sword-wielding man's desire for revenge, they would not have fled here in such a miserable state. Yichuan pointed his finger, and a slash instantly pierced through the energy core of a cyborg. Boom! The energy core exploded, killing several people around him. This is the cyborg of the mechanical clan. Unlike ordinary transformers who have prosthetic limbs and mechanical arms, they are directly transformed into mechanical warriors with energy cores. They fight fearlessly and will self-destruct before death, which is extremely dangerous. Normally they live among humans, but once they receive orders from the mechanical race, they will execute them unconditionally. However, facing the siege of these people, Yichuan was not afraid at all. His figure flashed, and he turned into a phantom and rushed into the crowd in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew everywhere. This was a one-sided massacre. Die! Yichuan rushed into the convoy that brought him in. These scumbags robbed in traffic people and smuggled human organs in contraband. Damn them all! Yichuan, don't kill me. I can give you all the money. I say, Wild Wolf Gang, if you dare to kill me, you will die too. Have mercy, let me go. I have old people above me and young children below me, please don't kill me. Faced with these people's pleas for mercy, Yichuan said nothing and held the spear in his hand without any hesitation. Yichuan understood. They were not repentant, they were just scared and knew they were going to die. Finally, Yichuan rushed towards the old man named Gong Lao. It was this old guy who not only used human lives to make medicine, but also used corpses as consumables. Yichuan? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Old Gong burst out with a powerful aura, and he turned out to be a martial arts master. Yichuan finally understood. No wonder people around him were so afraid of him. This old guy actually had such strength. Old man, you still have to die. Yichuan appeared in front of him in a flash and punched him hard. Youngster, just you? Old Gong shouted coldly and also fought back with his fists. The two men fought as fast as lightning. Although Old Gong was at a higher level, Yichuan had many martial arts skills and his body movements were strange and unpredictable. Mr. Gong didn't gain any advantage at all. This made him horrified. As the saying goes, young and strong are better than strong ones. If he continued to be dragged along by Yichuan like this, he would be finished sooner or later. Mountain Hold Fist. Old Gong shouted loudly, gathered the energy in his hand, and punched out suddenly. Hercules Fist. Yichuan also shouted coldly, but at the moment when the two of them threw punches, he spoke again. Shadow Stealth. I saw that Old Gong threw a punch and directly hit Yichuan, but before he could come to his senses, another Yichuan had already appeared behind his head, and punched down with immense power. Bang! Old Gong's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the ground. Just then, a loud shout was heard. Boy, how dare you kill the distinguished guest of my blood wolf gang! In the void, a huge palm of Yuanli grabbed Yichuan. No time to think about it. Yichuan used shadow stealth to its fullest extent. His figure instantly blended into the panicked crowd and disappeared into the crowd out of thin air with his invisibility. Then a figure came flying in the air. Looking at the tragic scene below, the man did not waver at all, but quickly searched for Yichuan's figure. You think you can escape my supernatural perception? The man sneered while floating in the air, then released his spiritual sense and began to search wantonly. In his opinion, catching Yichuan was like catching a turtle in a jar. Soon, half an hour passed. Everyone came out to check at his command, but as time passed, the man's face became more and more ugly. No, how could that be possible? After his careful investigation, he did not find any clues. Yichuan, if you don't come out, I will kill all these people. Unable to find Yichuan, the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang, a powerful person in the extraordinary realm, actually threatened Yichuan with the lives of these ordinary people he had just captured. However, he was answered by deathly silence. Okay, since you don't come out. Before he could finish, the terminal started flashing wildly. Boss, a young man has broken into our gang headquarters, come quickly. Waste, keep him for me. The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang was furious. After all this time, Yichuan actually ran back to his own nest, while he was still here fighting wits and courage with the air. The leader of the Blood Wolf Gang became angrier the more he thought about it. However, when he rushed back to the gang, he only saw broken limbs and arms on the ground, and Yichuan himself had disappeared without a trace. Ah, Yichuan, I will tear you into pieces. As a transcendent, he was actually fooled by Yichuan in public, and even his lair was destroyed. Where would he put his face? Chapter 106 Unexpected Person. However, when the leader of the Blood Wolf Gang walked to the location of the treasure house, he was completely dumbfounded. The huge treasure house that originally covered an area of 300 square meters was now empty, and even the safe had been taken away. Where's my treasure? He spat out a mouthful of blood. I originally thought that Ji Chuan was a piece of fat meat delivered to my door, but who knew that this guy was more slippery than a loach? Being able to move such a huge treasure trove without making any noise, Yi Chuan must have a huge storage space. Even he doesn't have this thing. He was itching to find Yi Chuan, but he couldn't find any trace of him. Yi Chuan. The earth-shaking roar spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. Even the extraordinary realm couldn't catch Yi Chuan, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Rumors are worse than meeting in person. This Yi Chuan has something. What? Yi Chuan destroyed the Blood Wolf Gang's lair? No way, this junior is so cruel? Junior, he can kill a master, and you call him a junior? I was wrong. This is a living father. Don't let me meet him. What else can you do if you meet me? I'll die in front of him. Blood Wolf, take me with you, I can help you find him. Just when he was helpless and furious, the cat-eared girl arrived here. You're not dead? Blood Wolf was surprised. He clearly saw Yi Chuan taking special care of the cat-eared girl. He almost cut her in half with 2 consecutive dimensional blades and even pierced her heart with a bullet. As long as you can help me catch him, I will need you when the time comes. Hand him over to me when the time comes. The cat-eared girl interrupted him and took out a token. Seeing the token, Blood Wolf's expression suddenly changed, and then he nodded, okay. You're sensible. The cat-eared girl smiled and pointed to the east, chase over there. Without any hesitation, Blood Wolf took the cat-eared girl and flew eastward. After destroying the Blood Wolf's lair, Yi Chuan changed his face and walked towards the core area of the town. When the work is done, I will leave, hiding my body and name. Invisible and formless, this is his confidence. The fact that he was recognized by the cat-eared girl at a glance was completely a disaster left by Chingo. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to recognize him if he changed his identity. Soon, Yi Chuan came to a special place, where all he could see were mushroom-like houses built in the mountains. Old man, which way is the central area of Maple Leaf Town? Yi Chuan came to an old man who was leading a cow and leaning on a crutch and asked politely. What did you say, young man? The old man didn't hear what he said clearly, so he leaned over and asked. Yi Chuan had no choice but to say it again. What center? The central area of Maple Leaf Town. What town? Maple Leaf Town. Maple what? Okay, uncle, you can continue herding cattle. Yi Chuan wanted to cry but had no tears, so he turned around and left. But just as he turned around, a cold light suddenly struck him. Yi Chuan was shocked and dodged quickly. However, the cold light still pierced his abdomen. Yi Chuan's eyes were full of disbelief. The person who assassinated him was actually this old man over 70 years old. The weapon was the crutch in his hand, which had now become a crutch sword. It turns out that the cane is just an appearance, and there is a long sword hidden inside. Hey, brother Yi Chuan, do you think my acting is realistic? The old man took off his hat, and his old skin fell off with it. It turned out to be the cat-eared girl again. On the other side, the figure of the Blood Wolf fell from the sky, blocking his retreat. Impossible! Yi Chuan exclaimed, I clearly killed you, how could you still be alive? And how did you recognize me? He couldn't figure it out. For safety reasons. Not only did he change his appearance, but his height and body shape also changed, and his clothes and shoes were all changed, making it impossible for anyone to leave any impression on him. What surprised him the most was that he had clearly cut the cat-eared girl in half and even shot her through the heart, so how could this woman still be alive? Brother Yi Chuan, you are so cruel. You treat a girl like this. Want to know the reason? If you want to know, follow me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing your 2 friends as well. I forgot to tell you, one of them is called Chen Wei and the other is called Zhu Zixiao. Yi Chuan's expression finally changed, becoming extremely ugly. You caught them? The cat-eared girl smiled and nodded. They had the same idea as you. They wanted to sneak into my blood maple leaf and cause trouble, so we caught them. Okay, I'll go with you. Yi Chuan smiled bitterly. In this situation, he had no choice. The cat-eared girl suddenly laughed. However, just as she approached Yi Chuan's figure flashed and a dagger instantly pierced her temple. The cat-eared girl was horrified, but she no longer had the strength to resist. After struggling for a few times, she turned into a raccoon cat. Half demon. No wonder your brain is not good. Didn't you say before that Chen Go escaped? Now you are lying to me again? This is a monster that has not yet transformed into a complete human form and can only be considered a third-level monster. The moment the cat-eared girl was killed, the Blood Wolf's attack followed. Yi Chuan resisted with all his strength, but the gap was still too big. He turned into a cannonball and was blown away. Yi Chuan's clone, who was far away in Fan Tower, suddenly opened his eyes. He held the Yin Yang Jade in his hand and said, "Fairy Yuan, my original body is in danger. Please. Wait a moment." Just when the Blood Wolf was about to kill, a figure appeared and slapped the Blood Wolf away. Seeing this person, Yi Chuan was shocked. When Blood Wolf saw this man, he immediately bowed and said, "Mayor." Mayor? Yi Chuan couldn't believe it. He stared at the figure and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. How could it be you, Principal? Surprised? Su Duong slowly took off his glasses, blew on them and wiped the lenses. Then he smiled and said, "Why do you think the little cat recognized you, Chen Wei, and Zhu Zixu at a glance?" Why? Yi Chuan clenched his fists. He couldn't believe that the former principal of Anping No. 1 Middle School, who had helped him, was actually a member of the killer organization Blood Maple Leaf. Don't look at me like that. Su Duong put on his glasses and looked at the young man he admired very much. Originally, we could have coexisted peacefully. You are also the most talented person I have ever met. Your training speed and your fighting talent are the strongest among the young people I have ever seen. However, from the moment you chose to practice the devouring technique, you and I were destined to become rivals. As for sending assassins to kill you, it's just to give you some motivation. Only if you grow up quickly can I devour you and maximize my benefits. However, your performance far exceeded my expectations and even frightened me. I feel that if you continue to grow, you might become a brilliant figure like the Empress, someone who has the potential to reach the Void Realm. Especially since you were being hunted by 3 Sky Control Realm warriors this time, I was afraid you were dead. Who would have thought you would survive and become even stronger? This makes me both worried and scared. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Yuan takes action to wipe out Maple Leaf Town. You've grown so much, so fast. Initially, I planned to let you become a sky-controlling realm before devouring you. But later, I discovered that your combat power was too terrifying, and that you could easily master heavenly-level magical powers. I thought I would wait until you became a grandmaster before taking action. However, what I didn't expect was that you actually got close to Xiao Wenshan and Su Wentian. This made me afraid to act rashly against you. I captured Chen Wei and Zhu Zixu before, intending for you to rescue them. I didn't expect that I underestimated Chen Wei and he actually escaped. But you actually came here on your own initiative and gave me a big surprise. As he spoke, a black energy surged out of his body. The devouring power in Yi Chuan's body appeared as if summoned. At this moment, Yi Chuan finally understood the whole story. It turned out that from the moment he chose to practice the devouring art, he and Su Duong had been standing on opposite sides, and the things that he couldn't understand before now became clear. Old Su, I'm just a Yuan Wu warrior. Swallowing me won't help you much, right? Can't we just coexist peacefully? Yi Chuan, don't be naive. It's impossible for practitioners of the devouring technique to coexist peacefully. Su Duong put his hands behind his back and sighed, "Swallowing you won't help me much, but as long as you're alive I won't be able to sleep peacefully." Do you understand that feeling? In less than half a year, you can actually kill a grandmaster? If I continue to give you time, I will be the one to be devoured. Why don't I eliminate the risk in advance? Seeing Su Diwang's sincerity, Yi Chuan was almost moved. But when he thought about the other party wanting to swallow him, he got goosebumps all over his body. But I've only practiced the first volume of the devouring technique, and I haven't used it to break through the realm. I will definitely not kill you in the future. Su Duong waved his hand and said, "Young man Yi, stop trying to persuade me. I must put an end to this danger today. In this world, I don't trust anyone except myself. Besides, now that you know my true identity, I can't keep you here any longer." Yi Chuan had a sad face. You're going to swallow me? Yes, definitely. No room for negotiation? Yes, unless you can escape from me today. What realm are you in? Half a step to becoming a king. Can the Void Realm save me? Ha ha, Yi boy, are you dreaming? Su Duong suddenly burst into laughter. Void Realm? Do you know what the Void Realm means? It means that even in the Milky Way, you are a powerful being. It means that his words are followed by laws throughout the entire blue silver star. He can suppress me with just a thought. In the past 5,000 years of blue silver star, only the Empress has approached that realm, but she has never been able to take that final step. Do you know why the Empress disappeared for 20 years? She was most likely looking for a way to enter that realm. That realm requires unimaginable talent, and requires tremendous opportunity to have even a glimmer of hope. He regarded Yi Chuan as a dead man. He explained to Yi Chuan without hiding anything. This scene was like an elder instructing his younger generation. The conversation between the two was surprisingly harmonious. Yi Chuan listened quietly and said, "It is indeed terrible." He finally understood the value of Fairy Yuechan. No wonder Song Siki would spare no effort to sell herself to the other party. In her opinion, finding such a powerful backer for her husband was a great help to Yi Chuan. Another question, is Lao Zhu under your control? How did you guess that? Su Duong was startled, but then he was relieved. It doesn't matter. Xu Zixio is indeed controlled by me through a contract, but he only agreed to help me keep an eye on you. Yi Chuan nodded. That's right, no wonder Su Duong is so clear about his own strength and growth. Not many people know him so well. It is naturally impossible for Chen Go to merge with the ancestor of the Chun family, and it is even more impossible for his several confidants. The only one left is Xu Zixio. Is he in the town? Yi Chuan asked. Su Duong shook his head. I let them go. After all, I still need him to keep an eye on you. Okay, you've asked all the questions you needed to ask, and I've answered all the questions you needed to answer. It's worth our acquaintance. Now it's time for you to go. Su Duong smiled slightly, and the devouring power spread out like water waves. I have cultivated the devouring technique to the 3rd level. Even so, I dare not reveal even a little bit, let alone go to the universe. I really like the feeling of casting a net everywhere to raise fish. It's really exciting for me to raise a fish like you. There's one thing I haven't told you. Devouring one's own kind not only grants you the power of devouring, but also allows you to fuse their memories. Your talent is the strongest I've ever seen, and your memories are what I'm most interested in. After you die, I will let Zhu Zixio practice the devouring technique as well, and then devour him when he reaches the transcendent realm. Su Duong kept smiling. He was intoxicated by the feeling of having others at his disposal. Seeing the young man in front of him remain calm and composed from beginning to end, Su Duong couldn't help but feel emotional. Yi Chuan, I have to admire you for being so calm and composed at the moment of death. What a pity. If you hadn't practiced the devouring technique, I would have definitely dragged you into the blood maple leaf to train you well. However, what responded to him was a cold mockery on Yi Chuan's face. Are you so sure that I will die? It's still unclear who the prey is. Just as the devouring power was about to cover Yi Chuan, his figure disappeared out of thin air. How is that possible? Su Duong stood there in a daze. He clearly covered Yi Chuan with his domain, and there were formations around him to prevent Yi Chuan from teleporting. How could Yi Chuan disappear out of thin air? But before he could find the answer, a scene that made his pupils tremble violently appeared. A huge palm that covered the sky and the sun fell from the sky, covering the entire Maple Leaf Town. The terrifying pressure covered every corner of Maple Leaf Town, and everyone was stunned by this scene that seemed like a punishment from heaven. This moment, everyone on Maple Leaf Island felt like they were trapped. They couldn't move and could only watch the huge hand fall. Even Su Duong was stunned. Because even he couldn't move, he had no way to escape and could only wait to die. He suddenly thought of what Yi Chuan had said before. That sentence, "Can the Void Realm save me?" As this moment echoed in his mind, Su Duong almost cried. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have the Void Realm's support? Who the hell would dare to touch you? He figured it all out. No wonder Yi Chuan could suddenly rise to prominence, no wonder he could quickly comprehend the heavenly ranked divine power, no wonder. With a Void Realm expert standing behind him, all of this is a piece of cake. Boom! The entire Maple Leaf Town was wiped out, and a huge handprint appeared in its place. Chapter 108, One Poem to Suppress Two Clans, Yuechan's Request. The earth sank directly, and the original mountains and buildings were smashed into pieces by this blow. This moment, the entire blue silver star felt a flash of terrifying pressure. The elder holding the sword was overjoyed. In a research institute, the data in the eyes of 3/6 level transformed people were jumping wildly. Power is being calculated. Result, beyond level 6, approaching level 7. The probability of it being the Empress is over 50%, and the probability of it being a human is 100%. Comprehensive assessment, recommendation, termination of the invasion plan and immediate evacuation. At the bottom of a wasteland, for Emperor-level gene fusionists looked horrified. She is definitely the Empress. Only she has this power. She has not left and has always been here. Sinking Maple Leaf Town with one strike, is this a warning to us? What to do? What else can you do? Are you going to fight someone in the half-step void realm? But we've finally taken control of hundreds of cities, are we just going to give up like this? You can stay here, but I must warn you. Regardless of whether this person is the Empress or not, she is still a human. She will not hold back on us. Let's go. It's not worth offending such a strong man for a life star. The four of them looked extremely ugly. The long-term hidden plan had to come to nothing, and I felt extremely frustrated. Previously, according to their calculations, the Empress had either reincarnated or gone to the starry sky to look for an opportunity for a breakthrough, but they did not expect that there was a strong person of this level on the blue-silver star. It doesn't matter whether this person is the Empress or not. Faced with a strong man of this level, they simply couldn't muster the courage to fight back. After this day, one after another, interstellar spaceships took off from various places on the blue-silver star, passed through the atmosphere, and left without looking back. The swordsmen and the 9 major families took over the blue-silver star again. All order was restored, and those forces that originally had evil intentions also completely calmed down. They understand. As long as the Empress is still there. No matter how much they jump around, it's no use. Didn't you see that the #1 killer organization that had been operating for thousands of years was destroyed by the Empress with one palm? In the face of absolute power, so-called inheritance and conspiracy are nothing but a joke. If someone can destroy you with just a thought, what is the point of planning for thousands of years? In Fanlu, Yi Chuan only used the requirement to pass Fanlu, but he didn't expect the result to be so exciting. I'll agree to your request and destroy Maple Leaf Town. The cause and effect of your passing through Fanlu will be revealed. Yue Chan's extremely calm voice sounded, without a trace of ripples, as if it was not her who had just made the move. At the same time, Yi Chuan's body was also moved over by Yue Chan. Thank you. Yi Chuan was stunned for a long time before he recovered from the shock of that palm strike. This is only half a step into the void realm. He had a new understanding of power in his heart. You don't need to thank me. This is a reward from Fan Lu. The cause and effect between you and Fan Lu is now understood. What follows is the cause and effect between you and me. Yue Chan's calm voice came again. I want you to get first place in the ranking of the Xingha Academy branch within 3 months of enrollment, and first place in the main Xingha Academy within a year. If you can do it, I can give you an opportunity. First on the Galaxy Academy rankings? Yi Chuan was secretly shocked, thinking that this was simply impossible. Because the Xingha Academy rankings include all students who have entered the Xingha Academy in the past 6 years. You should know that the lowest level of graduates from the Xingha Academy is the Grandmaster level. The main school includes all the geniuses and evildoers in the Milky Way galaxy, including a large number of extraordinary people. How is this possible? My strength is far from enough. Yi Chuan shook his head, thinking that this was totally unrealistic. If you can't do that, you are not qualified to dissolve the fire of karma for me. However, you have seen my true face, and I will kill you with my own hands. Yue Chan's voice was voiceless. Yi Chuan froze instantly, his hands and feet cold. Yue Chan wanted to kill him, and Yi Chuan felt that it would be useless even if he escaped to the ends of the earth. I will try my best. What else can I do? I can only fight with all my might. Seeing that Yue Chan didn't say anything else, Yi Chuan could only smile bitterly. He had no right to refuse at all. Time passes. 2 months passed in a flash. Yi Chuan finally absorbed all the karma fire of the women in Fanlu, and his cultivation reached the limit of a Yuanwu warrior, just a step away from becoming a martial arts master. It was also because of this that he discovered that Fan Lu's strongest karma fire was in Yue Chan's body. The karma fire in her body was thousands of times stronger than the sum of the karma fires of others. The entire magical instrument Fanlu was actually used to suppress the karmic fire in Yue Chan's body. This is also the real reason why Yue Chan cannot leave here. The moment Yi Chuan absorbed the karma fire, he was directly teleported out by Yu Chan. The teleportation location was outside the Xingha Academy. The autumn rain is continuous and the air is cold. Yi Chuan discovered that this was actually an independent island. He walked to the majestic school gate and saw 4 large characters Xingha Academy written in a flamboyant style in the middle. Stop, who are you? Why are you here? As soon as he reached the door, Yi Chuan was stopped immediately. The gatekeepers are all Yuan Wu practitioners, what a luxury. Yi Chuan sighed in his heart and immediately took out his admission letter. Logically speaking, the admission period has passed. However, in the outside world's perception, it is understandable that Yi Chuan was chased into the secret realm by 3 extraordinary people. Sure enough, the security guard was surprised when he saw Yi Chuan's admission letter. After confirming it again and again, he welcomed him in. Excuse me, we need to confirm your identity. Soon, several school instructors rushed over. After asking for a drop of Yi Chuan's blood, they conducted a mental power test before ending. Yi Chuan knew that this was to prevent him from being possessed or enslaved. However, these mentors all looked at him as if he were a monster, which made him very uncomfortable. It's also because Yi Chuan doesn't like to go online, and he doesn't know how famous he is now. Even these mentors are talking about him. It's Yi Chuan indeed. What a handsome guy. If the test is correct, I'm afraid he will be the new 10 kings this time. Being able to escape from the pursuit of 3 transcendent realms at least proves that he has top-notch ability to save his life. What a shame. We all thought he was dead. It seems he was taken away by instructor Roland in the end. Under the watchful eyes of the other instructors, the instructor they called Roland came over with the test results. This is a beautiful woman with a slightly lazy look, a delicate oval face, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, golden hair, a high nose bridge, and deep and 3-dimensional contours. What caught Yi Chuan's attention the most was his body proportions, which were almost comparable to Song Siki's. Overall, her appearance and figure are very similar to the Western beauties Yi Chuan had seen in his previous life, but this teacher Roland has more delicate and fair skin. She was wearing a black professional suit, black stockings, and high heels, and her lazy temperament instantly caught the attention of several male mentors. Roland looked at Yi Chuan and compared the information before nodding and saying, "Classmate Yi Chuan, congratulations on surviving. I'm your mentor, Roland. Come with me." Chapter 109 in the academy, Suing Xue was entangled. After crossing a stone bridge, the two walked for 10 minutes and arrived at a complex of buildings. Yi Chuan didn't look at the building complex, but looked at a floating stone tablet that was dozens of meters high. There were densely packed names on the stone tablet, and Yi Chuan's name appeared at the very end, number 567, Yi Chuan. That's our overall ranking among the students here. As the last newcomer, you're naturally ranked last. Roland smiled and introduced Yi Chuan. The rankings are updated every month, keep up the good work. The higher your ranking, the more cultivation resources you will receive. Yi Chuan was puzzled. The school has 6 grades and enrolls 100 students every year. Shouldn't there be 600 students? It's simple, everyone else is dead. Roland spread her hands and said matter-of-factly, and this is the ranking after adding new students. The number of students who actually died in these 6 years is actually over 100. The school's mission involves hunting down 3rd and even 4th level alien beasts. They are very cunning when they transform into human form, and it's normal for them to die. Yi Chuan suddenly realized. Teacher Roland, I wonder what kind of strength is required to rank in the top 10. This is what Yi Chuan cares about most. The top 200 are basically all at the Grandmaster level, the top 100 are at least at the mid-level Grandmaster level, the top 30 are at least at the late-level Grandmaster level, and the top 10 are at least at the peak Grandmaster level or even have 1 foot in the Transcendent Realm. 1 step into the extraordinary realm? Yi Chuan was stunned. Yue-chan asked him to take first place in 3 months. Doesn't that mean he must at least have strength close to the extraordinary realm? What a joke! By the way, the dormitories available are almost all occupied. If you want to live on campus, you must apply for shared accommodation. Can men and women live together? Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. Teacher Roland looked at Yi Chuan and said with a smile. The academy doesn't forbid you from dating. On the contrary, it encourages you geniuses to form partnerships. Good genes will make the next generation more outstanding. Then he pointed to the 100-story building and said, that's the freshman dormitory. Each student has 1 floor. This time, we've recruited a total of 100 ordinary warriors, 3 awakened ones, and 11 people with special abilities. So you have to find someone you know to live with. By the way, do you have any acquaintances? If not, I can recommend some to you. You can choose to apply one by one. I'm sure there will be many girls who agree. Teacher Roland spoke in a joking tone with an intriguing smile on her face. Yi Chuan is famous and handsome. Even in the Xingha Academy, which is full of geniuses, he has many admirers. Even she was curious about what kind of young man Yi Chuan was. As she spoke, she opened the terminal, and a row of new students' information was projected out. Yi Chuan took a look but didn't find the names of Chen Wei and Zhu Zixiao. Xia He is not here either? This made him a little disappointed. Xia He has SS level talent, not inferior to Yu Chan, and the critical hit reward is as high as 100 times. Suing Xue. When Yi Chuan saw the name, his eyes lit up and he clicked to apply without hesitation. As soon as he clicked on the application, a prompt popped up, stating that both the other party and the roommate needed to agree before they could live together. All agreed, roommate? Do you know Suing Xue? Roland was surprised. When she saw Yi Chuan applying to live with her without any hesitation, she realized that things were not simple. If you don't know her, it's best not to mess with her. She's one of only 2 school beauties this year, and she has a lot of suitors. The implication is that this could easily cause trouble for Yi Chuan. Although Yi Chuan is very famous now, this is the Xingha Academy, and everyone here is a child of destiny, not to mention that Yi Chuan is just a Yuan Wu practitioner. She lives with someone else? Yi Chuan stared blankly at the reminder after the application, and didn't listen to what teacher Roland said next. Suing Xue is his partner, and no one can take her away from him. Yes, she lives with Lin Wanner. They should both have received your application notification. A female? That's okay. Yi Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One of his goals in coming to Xingha Academy was to get Suing Xue back. While the two were chatting, they suddenly saw a group of people making a fuss in front of them. Go and have a look? They both spoke at the same time, and unexpectedly saw the others gossip fire. In the crowd. Xue, I know there were some misunderstandings between us before, but it's over now. I sincerely apologize to you this time. This is a handsome boy, but his face is unusually pale. He was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and the follower beside him was holding an ancient sword inlaid with gems in both hands. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Sister Xue, please promise the young master. With his talent, it won't be long before he breaks through to the extraordinary level. When he takes charge of the Xiao family, you will be the first lady of the Xiao family. Besides, you two are already engaged, why make things so unhappy over such a small matter? Beside Xiao Yifan, 2 followers were trying to persuade him in a flattering manner. A small matter? Before Suing Xue could even speak, Lin Wanner couldn't help but exclaim, drugging your fiancé? You call that a small matter? Besides, their engagement is based on the condition that young Master Xiao places in the top 3 of the 9 Great Family competition. Isn't it too early to call her your fiancé now? As soon as these words came out, the onlookers immediately started talking, and everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Xiao Yifan. They had also heard of someone drugging his fiancé once. Nonsense, that was not my idea at all. I have already executed the subordinate who drugged me. Xiao Yifan hurriedly defended himself after hearing that. At the same time, he looked at Lin Wanner with a threatening look in his eyes. I said that there was a misunderstanding between Xue and me, and Miss Wanner, do you think I can't get into the top 3? Faced with this question, Lin Wanner was speechless. She also knew that it was almost certain that Xiao Yifan would be in the top 3, but she felt sorry for her best friend. This Xiao Yifan is a scumbag. Others may not know, but she knows very well that Xiao Yifan has practiced a method of collecting and replenishing energy, and has harmed countless innocent girls. But one thing that cannot be denied is that Xiao Yifan is indeed very strong. At the moment, it seems that only the one from the Qin family can surpass him. Xiao Yifan walked forward slowly, looked at Suing Xue and said affectionately, Xue, I was too impatient in the previous incident. This time, I promise you that as long as you are with me, I am willing to be the only one for my whole life. As he said this, he was about to hold Suing Xue's hand, but Suing Xue stepped back to avoid him. Young Master Xiao, please respect yourself. Suing Xue's eye showed a trace of disgust, and she pushed away the flowers handed to her with disdain. First of all, I don't like you. Your behavior makes me sick. Secondly, even if you made it into the top 3 of the 9 great family competition, I wouldn't be with someone like you because I like someone else. Su Yingshua's words were like a loud slap in Xiao Yifan's face, making him look extremely ugly. Do you have someone you like? A terrifying aura instantly surged out. Xiao Yifan stared at Su Yingxue, clenching his fists. He said in a cold voice, "Tell me, who is he? If he dares to snatch this woman from me, Xiao Yifan, I will kill him." Chapter 110 Facts prove that you can't do it, Master Xiao. As the young master of the Xiao family, one of the 9 major families, he would never allow anyone to snatch women from him. This is not only about his face, but also about the face of the Xiao family. Ahem, young Master Xiao, why do you have to force others to do things that are difficult for you? I've already said I don't like you anymore, but you're still clinging to me like a dogskin plaster. Isn't this a disgrace to the Xiao family? A slightly mocking voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone looked back. This was a handsome young man with a frivolous smile on his face. He was not afraid of Xiao Yifan's cold gaze at all and walked out calmly. Are you Brother Yi? One girl recognized Yi Chuan instantly and exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth with her hands, her face full of excitement. Brother Yi, you're finally here. Our Xiaoxue has been worried about you for the past 2 months. She hasn't had any appetite or tea and has lost weight. Lin Wan'er happily pushed Yi Chuan to Su Yingshue's side. After spending these 2 months together, Su Yingxue finally understood her own heart. At first she didn't admit her feelings for Yi Chuan. But as time goes by, the probability of Yi Chuan's death becomes greater and greater, and even many people on the internet believe that Yi Chuan is dead. Su Yingxue was completely panicked. At first, I had no appetite, and my cultivation was not in the right state. At that moment, she realized in her heart that she had fallen in love with Yi Chuan. Now, seeing Yi Chuan still alive in public, Su Yingshue's eyes instantly became moist, with resentment and grievance in her eyes. If there weren't so many people here, she would have thrown herself into Yi Chuan's arms. This bastard had kept her worried for 2 whole months. Ding, Su Yingshue's favorability plus 20, current favorability 82. Trigger the critical hit reward, you gain 200 years of training time. Yi Chuan was stunned. I didn't expect that my impression of you would increase so much just after we met. He was originally planning how to pursue Su Yingxue. This way, he can save a lot of trouble. This scene caught everyone's eyes and made them drop their jaws in shock. What's going on? Su Yingxue and Yi Chuan? They originally thought that this was an excuse Su Yingxue made up, but they didn't expect the real culprit to show up. Now it's time to watch a good show. Really? Xiao Yifan's face instantly turned gloomy. Although he had received some intelligence before, seeing it with his own eyes still made him almost go berserk. This is not a question of like or not, it concerns his face and the reputation of the Xiao family. Yi Chuan, are you looking for death? He almost spat out these words with gritted teeth. His originally pale face had now turned red, and bloodshot appeared in his eyes, making him look particularly ferocious. Yi Chuan shrugged. He ignored Xiao Yifan's threat. They were destined to be enemies anyway, so it didn't matter if he offended him. Moreover, the academy cannot use force, and this body of his is just a clone. With the two combined, he is not afraid of Xiao Yifan, who is in the late stage of Grandmaster. The worst that could happen is that one of my clones dies. So what if I'm seeking death? Yi Chuan had a smile on his face. I've already said I don't like you, so why are you so shameless, young Master Xiao? Besides, the prerequisite for your engagement is that you must place in the top 3 in the 9 great family competition. Yingxue is not considered your fiancé. And even if Yingxue is your fiancé, is it okay with you, young Master Xiao? Yi Chuan lowered his eyes, revealing a look of contempt. As he spoke, he opened the terminal, and the order that changed his life, which he had received when he was working part-time, was projected in the air by Yi Chuan. Person placing the order, Xiao Yifan. Person taking the order, Yi Chuan. Destination, Dihao Club. Note, buy me a box of blue tablets and give me a 1,000 tip if you deliver it within 15 minutes. When this page was projected, even Xiao Yifan was dumbfounded. Then white smoke emerged from his head and he attacked Yi Chuan without hesitation. If this matter were to get out, where would his face be? Boom! A palm print condensed from Yuanli slapped towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan dodged easily with a flash of his figure and said with a smile. Young Master Xiao, what are you doing? To be honest, the fate between me and Yingxue is all thanks to young Master Xiao. You are the matchmaker between me and Ing Xue. I am very grateful to you. The onlookers finally came back to their senses from the comedy scene. Everyone looked at Xiao Yifan with strange eyes. Hee, young Master Xiao and brother Yi are so destined to be together. A girl laughed and covered her stomach. When she smiled, some people couldn't help themselves. Poochie ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Fate is truly amazing. Young Master Xiao, is it really not possible? I thought drugging his fiancée was the limit of young Master Zhao's behavior, but there's more to it than that. Nonsense, this must have been made up by Yichuan to slander our young master. Yes, if the young master is not capable, how can he become the young master? Although the order page displayed by Yichuan was interrupted by Xiao Yifan, everyone was a gifted person and could see the content clearly at a glance. Those who dared to laugh were all from the 9 major families. Even if others wanted to laugh, they didn't dare to offend the Xiao family. They could only force themselves to hide their laughter by lowering their heads, their shoulders shaking. Lin Wanner blinked, then realized what was happening and doubled over with laughter. I was wondering how a man could have such a pale, sickly face. So there's something wrong with him. Ing Xue, you can't marry someone like that. If you marry him, you'll just be a widow. Hearing this, Xiao Yifan's face turned green. He stared at Yichuan intently, like a beast choosing its prey. Yichuan. His veins were trembling all over, and behind him were tens of thousands of undead shadows, as if they came from the 9 netherworld. Fuck, it's the art of necromancy. No wonder he's so pale. When practicing this kind of technique, the aura of the undead will constantly erode the practitioner's constitution. It's normal that he can't do it. That's not the point. The point is the conditions for becoming an undead. He must kill these people with his own hands. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Slaughter tens of thousands of lives to refine the undead. What is the difference between him and the devil? Xiao Yifan suddenly woke up, and the undead army behind him instantly dispersed. He was just blinded by anger and exposed his cards, and now he regrets it deeply. It's all that damn Yichuan's fault. Yichuan, wait for me. Feeling the solemn gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yifan didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and left after saying some harsh words. Young Master Xiao, won't you explain your undead legion? Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Yichuan had no intention of letting him go, and immediately asked loudly. I will explain this matter to the elders myself. It's not your turn to ask. Xiao Yifan's voice came coldly, but he did not stop at all and left in a hurry with a group of people. Stay here any longer. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and expose more of his cards. After all, he was practicing the magic way, and once he used all his strength, he would definitely be completely exposed. The most important point. In his opinion, Yichuan was able to survive the pursuit of 3 transcendent realm masters, so he must have an incredible life-saving trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked him like this even though he knew he was no match for him. This was also the unanimous opinion of the onlookers. Chapter 111 Lin Wanner, I hate this sour smell of love. Returned to residence. Xiao Yifan smashed bottles of fine wine against the wall and grabbed tables and chairs to smash the furniture in the room. Yichuan. If I had known earlier, I should have killed you. His eyes were red and his expression was ferocious. The followers standing by were silent as a mouse, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until half an hour later that Xiao Yifan ripped open the collar of his shirt, sat on the damaged sofa, and said coldly, Tell me, how should I deal with him? Several followers were relieved. This was the first time in many years that they had seen the young master so angry. Young master, how about we kill him secretly? A follower mustered up the courage to speak. Killed him at the academy? Do you think you're in the transcendent realm? Not only does the academy not allow fighting, but Yichuan was able to escape from the hands of 3 transcendent realm masters, so how could he be assassinated? The man's expression froze. Yes. How can they kill him? Even if someone from the extraordinary realm took action, he might not be able to kill Yichuan. Moreover, with so many teachers in the school, who would dare to come to Xingha Academy to assassinate him? Young master, if conspiracy doesn't work, we can try open conspiracy. A young man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks said, we can just challenge him to a bet and win all his money. Or if there's a mission competition, he'll have to go out and complete the mission. Once he leaves the academy, The young man made a slashing motion with his knife. Xiao Yifan's eyes lit up. Yes. As long as Yi Chuan is forced out of the academy, he has plenty of ways to deal with Yi Chuan. There are two types of gambling battles in the academy. One is a head-to-head battle, where both parties fight under the supervision of a tutor, and the winner gets the bet. The other is a task competition, where two people take on the same task, and whoever completes the goal first wins the bet. Right. Yi Chuan is only good at saving his life, but that doesn't mean he's strong. A gambling battle isn't about running away. Others also reacted and expressed their agreement. Very good, Xiao Wu, you will challenge him tomorrow. Xiao Yifan made the decision immediately. Xiao Wu is a junior grandmaster, and Yi Chuan is only at the limit of a Yuan Wu warrior, so Xiao Wu's winning rate is extremely high. What's more, Xiao Wu is an old man who has been training in the academy for 3 years. His combat power is far beyond that of the wild martial arts masters outside. Don't worry, young master, just leave it to me. The burly Xiao Wu patted his chest and made the promise. The other side. After bidding farewell to Professor Wolin, Yi Chuan followed Suing Xue and Lin Wanner back to the freshman dormitory. Along the way, Lin Wanner secretly looked at the two of them. Suing Xue, who was always aloof, blushed and said nothing. She didn't dare to look at Yi Chuan and just walked forward with her head down. Instead, Yi Chuan put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly beside Suing Xue, with a smile on his face, looking at Suing Xue with a doting look. She already admired Yi Chuan very much, and coupled with Yi Chuan's previous strong performance, Lin Wanner couldn't help but stare at him in a trance. No wonder my best friend likes this guy, she likes him too. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Seeing Lin Wanner staring at him, Yi Chuan suddenly asked. No, I wanted to ask, which floor do you live on, brother Yi? Lin Wanner looked at the only button on the elevator for the 69th floor that was lit, and wanted to help Yi Chuan press the elevator. I'll live with you. The two girls looked at Yi Chuan at the same time. Suing Xue blushed and her heart beat wildly. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. Okay, brother Yi, go ahead and apply. I will definitely agree. No, there's no room for the two of us. You should find another roommate. Suing Xue knew that the man was not honest and refused decisively. If Yi Chuan moved in, he would be so embarrassed. Yi Chuan looked at Lin Wanner for help. I've already applied, how about squeezing in? Upon hearing this, Lin Wanner immediately puffed out her chest and said, Xue, if you want brother Yi to apply for other roommates, there are many little fairies who are willing to do so. If it really doesn't work, brother Yi can stay in my room. No. Suing Xue suddenly became anxious, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Be careful of fire, theft, and best friends. If Yi Chuan and Lin Wanner live together, won't I have another sister? Hey, Xue, what do you mean? Brother Yi lives in my room, so I will definitely sleep next to you. Damn girl, finish what you're saying. Suing Xue reached out to pinch her best friend's waist, and scared Lin Wanner so much that she quickly dodged. Yi Chuan watched with a smile. He discovered that Lin Wanner also met the requirements for a partner, but her cultivation talent was only a level, which did not meet the standard for automatic binding. The dormitory of the two of them looks exactly like a girl's ideal boudoir, and it even has its own fragrance. Even so. Facing Yi Chuan's arrival, the two hurriedly put away their panties and clothes on the balcony. That, I don't mind. Yi Chuan lay down on the sofa in a familiar manner and said with a smile, Xue, why don't we squeeze in together? I'm not used to sleeping alone. His target has always been Suing Xue, and it is definitely impossible for him to sleep alone. Suing Xue staggered and threw the clothes in her hand on his head. Don't talk nonsense, I don't want to be with you. You guys really did that? Lin Wanner, on the other hand, covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes brimming with gossip. That time Xiao Yifan poisoned Xue, I helped her detoxify her. Yi Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. Suing Xue's favorability towards him reached 82, proving that Suing Xue was not opposed to practicing dual cultivation with him. Since that's the case, Yi Chuan doesn't want to hide it. If it were Song Siki, she would definitely not admit her relationship with Yi Chuan, but she would definitely crawl into her own bed at night. Suing Xue is different. If she didn't say it out loud, she would definitely consider her best friend's feelings and not want to sleep with him. Secondly, he found that Lin Wanner was a girl with a very straightforward personality. This kind of person dares to love and hate, just like she hates Xiao Yifan and doesn't care about the other person's identity at all. She likes Yi Chuan and doesn't shy away from expressing it. Really? Hearing that the two had this kind of relationship, Lin Wanner felt both disappointed and envious. Damning Shui, you're hiding this from me. Even though I like Brother Yi, I won't be the kind of person who does things behind your back unless you agree. Wanner, that's not what I meant. I never thought I'd reconcile with this bastard before, so I don't want to mention our past. Suing Shui glared at Yi Chuan fiercely and called him a bastard. Doesn't this bastard speak without thinking? I almost couldn't fix it. Oh, forget it. My first love turned out to be my best friend's boyfriend. What kind of a melodramatic plot is this? Lin Wanner sat on the sofa opposite the two of them with a bitter face and resentful look. Yi Chuan sniffed the clothes that Su Yingshui threw at him, and immediately showed an intoxicated look. Yingshui still smells so good. Stop it, you bastard. Su Yingshui blushed and hurriedly tried to snatch the clothes back from Yi Chuan's hand, but Yi Chuan pulled her into his arms and hugged her slender waist. Su Yingshui was shocked. This bastard has not been seen for a few months, and he has not only become stronger, but also more despicable. Being held by Yi Chuan's big hands, Su Yingshui felt her whole body go weak, and an indescribable desire rose in her heart. You two really don't treat me as an outsider. This damn sour smell of love, forget it, I'm going back to my room. You guys, keep your voices down. Lin Wanner pouted, looking depressed. She felt like she was the third party, and envy and jealousy made her completely unrecognizable. On the one hand, Brother Yi is so handsome and meets her standards for a partner. On the other hand, my best friend, please let go of that man and let me take over. Chapter 112 Gambling is okay, but you have to pay extra. The next morning, Yi Chuan walked out of the room in high spirits, but when he saw Lin Wanner, he was immediately surprised. Wanner, what's wrong with your dark circles? Staying up late is not a good habit. Still talking about me? Lin Wanner suddenly became like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, her fur instantly standing up. How could anyone sleep after the noise you two made last night? Yingshui went to wash the sheets early in the morning. Did you think I didn't see it? She got up last night to get something, but heard a noise that was inappropriate for children. It would have been fine if I hadn't listened to it, but now I listened to it all night long. She remembered that the pregnancy book said that cows would be exhausted to death, but she found out that what the book said was all false, and her best friend was devastated. So miserable. Yingshui is really something. She obviously can't handle it, but she doesn't even know to ask me for help? Looking at Lin Wanner's resentful eyes, Yi Chuan touched his nose awkwardly. After hanging up the sheets and quilt covers, Su Yingshui blushed and covered her face quickly, while glaring at Yi Chuan fiercely. This bastard has made her weak now. The three of them had breakfast together and went to practice. The most important thing for Xingha Academy is the ranking points on the floating stone tablet. Points are composed of mission points plus challenge ranking points plus beast tower points. This is crucial to your use of the training room. The three major training rooms are the combat training room. It can project the opponent you need, allowing you to consciously engage in combat with the opponent. Spacetime training room can accelerate time 110 times, helping you understand cultivation. Gravity training room, capable of simulating 100 times gravity. Your new arrival will have 3 hours of free use of each training room. Su Yingshui explained to Yi Chuan along the way. Don't ask her why she didn't tell me last night. The answer is that she didn't have time. The ranking of the floating stone tablets also affects the allocation of resources. Many of the Galaxy Academy's resources are not available on Blue Silver Star. For example, there's a special reward. If a freshman can achieve first place overall within 6 months of admission, they'll receive a top-tier treasure that can improve their qualifications. Yi Chuan. While the three were talking, a solemn and cold voice sounded, and then Xiao Yifan came over with a few followers. Judging from the expressions of several people, it is obvious that they have no good intentions. This scene was seen by students passing by, and they all stopped to watch. Last night, the topic of Yi Chuan trying to steal Xiao Yifan's girlfriend and mocking Xiao Yifan for being incompetent spread almost throughout the entire Xingha Academy student group. One of them is a new rising star this year, a person with perfect potential, who is in the limelight. The other is one of the top 10 geniuses on the floating steel. The confrontation between the two naturally attracted everyone's attention. Even the instructors couldn't help but watch the show online. Why, is there something wrong, young Master Xiao? Although Yi Chuan appeared calm on the surface, his tone was clearly hostile. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. He was still a little short of breaking through to become a martial arts master. If he were to become a grandmaster, he would definitely have to weigh this guy's methods. Now that there is a layer of divine punishment between them, he lacks some confidence. Yi Chuan, don't say that my young master bullies you. Today I come to challenge you, do you dare to accept it? Xiao Hu took the lead. Challenge. After Suing Xue's explanation just now, Yi Chuan understood that this kind of drama where old people challenge newcomers is a scam, and it is intended to cheat the newcomers out of their money. They are all geniuses, and the freshmen will definitely not be able to bear it if they are suddenly provoked like this. Once the battle begins, you fall into the old man's trap. Everyone says you're a person with perfect potential, a martial arts genius that appears once in 1,000 years, but I think that's just how it is. Idiot. Before he could finish, Yi Chuan interrupted him and turned to leave. It seemed as if he had no intention of engaging in battle. Yi Chuan, are you afraid and don't even dare to accept the gambling battle? Xiao Hu was choked and felt a little exasperated. Xiao Yifan and the others were also stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Yi Chuan to turn around and leave. As a monster, don't you have any face? Is this how you guys cheat other freshmen out of their money? Xiao Hu snorted coldly, when the hell did I ever cheat people out of money? Doesn't the bet go to the winner? Yi Chuan glanced at him sideways. What grade are you in? 3rd grade. What realm are you in? Junior martial arts master. What about me? You. Xiao Hu's face turned red and he couldn't say anything. Seeing Xiao Hu speechless, Xiao Yifan's followers couldn't stand it anymore. Yi Chuan, stop confusing people here. Our young master is only in the 4th grade, and he can still be ranked 9th in the academy. If you don't dare to accept the battle, stop making excuses. Right. You're such a great person outside, but it turns out you're just a coward. That's right. How can someone like you be worthy of Miss Suing Xue? I think you are just a useless piece of trash with a false reputation. I'm so disappointed that you didn't dare to accept the challenge. Even the onlookers felt that the rumor was untrue. What kind of monster is Yi Chuan if he doesn't even dare to accept a bet? But there were also people who spoke up for Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, they are just a bunch of scammers, don't be fooled. Yes, they have been taught by the academy, and their combat power is far beyond the reach of those strong men of the same level outside. I only lost 100 million, brother Yi, don't be fooled. Those standing on Yi Chuan's side are basically freshmen, and they have already learned a bloody lesson. Hearing this, Yi Chuan paused. He suddenly changed his mind. Turning to look at Xiao Yifan and his group, Yi Chuan raised the corner of his mouth. You can bet with me, but I have a condition. What are the conditions? Xiao Yifan asked. You have to pay more. Yi Chuan raised a finger. 10 million? Country bumpkin, you call this money? Yi Chuan shook his head. 100 million? Okay, I'll bet with you. Yi Chuan still shook his head. 10 billion? Xiao Hu's face looked grim. 10 billion. Yi Chuan simply spoke directly. As soon as these words were spoken, people around him could hear people gasping for air. 10 billion is not a small amount of money, even a martial arts master would be seriously injured. Generally, the stakes in gambling wars range from tens of millions to 100 million. A bet of 10 billion must have some personal grudges. Betting 10 billion, especially between freshmen and old students, is definitely a falling out. Do you have that much money? That's right, don't lose money when you lose. Do you know how many zeros there are in 10 billion? The younger brothers around Xiao Yifan were unhappy and started to mock him. However, Yi Chuan ignored him and just looked at Xiao Yifan indifferently. The young master of the Xiao family also stared at Yi Chuan, as if he wanted to see something from Yi Chuan's face. The breeze is blowing. At this moment, he saw a strand of sweat under Yi Chuan's forehead. He smiled. Pretentious. Xiao Yifan chuckled, raised his hand to stop the brothers' argument, and said in a cold voice, Okay, I'll make a bet with you. If you lose, not only will I get the money, but I will also forbid you from seeing Xue again. Yi Chuan looked at Suing Xue, who immediately grabbed his hand. This scene made Xiao Yifan's face turn green. Do you believe me? Suing Xue nodded without hesitation. Very good, I bet with you. Yi Chuan looked at Xiao Yifan with a smile. The latter's already furrowed brows became even tighter. What the hell is this guy doing? Chapter 113 One punch kills everyone and shocks them. Yi Chuan took the lead and walked towards the academy's martial arts building. Suing Xue had just told him that this martial arts building had access to the universe terminal. The cosmic terminal can identify the warrior's various physical functions, including mental strength, and can also generate battle scenes that are exactly the same as reality, simulating the five senses of human beings. After entering the martial arts hall and explaining the news of the two men's gambling battle, the instructor was very surprised. Yi Chuan, the veterans who have studied at the academy, their practical experience and combat capabilities are incomparable to those outside. It can be seen that this mentor wants to persuade Yi Chuan. But Yi Chuan still politely refused. The instructor sighed. It would be difficult for such a monster who was praised to the sky outside to accept the fact that there are peers who are better than him in a short period of time. Only when they suffer losses will they wake up. But Yi Chuan's price is too high. 10 billion. Since we've accepted the battle, let's pay. Xiao Yifan smiled indifferently, and the people around him also looked at Yi Chuan with ill intentions. Seems like he's waiting to see a joke. Use my card. Use my card. Two identical voices rang out, and Suing Xue and Lin Wanner took out their cards at the same time. Fuck, brother Yi, you're feeding me so much dog food, I didn't even have time to hide. This guy deserves to die. Two top-notch girls are competing to spend money on him. This gigolo is just. Look at Xiao Yifan. When everyone heard this, they looked over and found that Xiao Yifan's face had turned green. The war hasn't started yet. He received a loud slap in the face. It looks like even his eyes are red. Yi Chuan did not answer it, but took out his card and transferred the bet to the college account. He wants shame. Although soft rice tastes good, he no longer needs it. This is an anonymous black card, which he obtained by raiding the Blood Wolf Slayer. It has no password. As the funds arrived, everyone became excited. The Xiao family members who were originally waiting to see the joke had frozen expressions on their faces. Yi Chuan is really rich. Many people came into the hall one after another, most of them wanted to see Yi Chuan make a fool of himself. After all, they have experienced freshmen being slapped in the face before. The protagonist this time is Yi Chuan, who is currently the most popular person on the internet. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Many people have already turned on the terminal recording function. Can I broadcast it live? The mentor took out two space terminals and asked. This kind of competition can be projected in broadcast live, which is what everyone wants to see. Can. After putting on the new terminal, Yi Chuan immersed his consciousness into it. In consciousness, Yi Chuan's figure appeared in an endless square. He could see human beings from other planets in the square. But the next moment, his consciousness was pulled into a duel arena. Opposite him was Xiao Hu. Please choose your duel venue. A prompt popped up in front of Yi Chuan, and different scenes emerged. Yi Chuan chose a city ruin as the duel scene. As the scene changed, Yi Chuan and Xiao Hu appeared at the same time in the center of the city ruins. Yi Chuan stepped on the ground, and it made a rustling sound. The feeling of kicking on these abandoned construction debris was exactly the same as the real scene. This is too real. Country bumpkin. Xiao Hu curled his lips and sneered, showing contempt. I want to ask, does the pain here feel the same? Nonsense. Xiao Hu sneered, boy, I will soon make you realize that offending our young master is the stupidest thing you have ever done in your life. Oh? Really? Now that you mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. Yi Chuan smiled calmly, like a harmless boy, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Battle start countdown, 3, 2, 1. Yi Chuan, die. Xiao Wu suddenly exploded, and the surrounding waste was knocked away by an invisible impact force. The violent momentum rushed towards Yi Chuan. Xiao Wu was like a ferocious tiger, his body turned into a shadow, and he punched Yi Chuan. I'm afraid Yi Chuan is going to suffer a loss. Even I don't dare to take Xiao Wu's tiger fist head on. He's a genius. He'll only behave himself after suffering a little loss. He actually wants to force a fight? I don't know whether to call him confident or stupid. Seeing Yi Chuan standing there motionless, everyone thought he was too arrogant. However, Xiao Wu's punch went through Yi Chuan's body. When the figure disappeared, everyone realized that it was an afterimage. A rare martial art similar to teleportation? No wonder he's so calm, this Yi Chuan does have some tricks up his sleeve. It seems that he didn't move too far, but it's not that there's no way. Sensing Yi Chuan appearing behind him, Xiao Wu was shocked and immediately distanced himself from him. Interesting. He sneered, then kicked a piece of concrete wall away with his leg. The concrete exploded and turned into small pieces that covered Yichuan. In his opinion, if the space around Yichuan is disrupted, he will not be able to teleport. Then he dodged and rushed to Yichuan, punching him on the head. Still not hiding? Xiao Wu sneered and increased the strength in his hands. The fist came with the sound of breaking wind. Yichuan laughed sarcastically. Bang! A powerful hand firmly grasped Xiao Wu's fist. What makes you think I have to run away when I see you? Feeling his fist being clamped by a huge force, Xiao Wu's face finally changed. Pretentious, tiger roar. Xiao Wu roared, and a tiger's shadow rushed out from behind him, roaring silently towards Yichuan. Psychic shock? Yichuan sneered, and the divine art of shock rushed into Xiao Wu's mind. The two mental shocks collided, Xiao Wu's eyes bulged out, and he became stunned in disbelief. Bang! Without any hesitation, Yichuan punched through Xiao Wu's chest. Blood dripped, and Xiao Wu's body slowly disappeared. Yichuan wins. As the mechanical sound rang out, Yichuan's mental power also withdrew from the virtual space. The entire martial arts hall fell into deathly silence. The junior martial arts master was knocked out instantly by Yichuan with just one punch. Don't even mention using any trump cards. Yichuan grabbed Xiao Wu's fist with one hand and then punched it through. Simple and neat. The old students collectively lost their voices. What happened to the promise that the old students would definitely beat the new students? Where is the realm suppression you promised? Is that it? The freshmen cheered collectively. During this period, they were tortured by the seniors to the point that their morale was almost broken, and Yichuan finally avenged them. Brother Yi is awesome. The boys cheered collectively. Girls are more bold. Brother Yi, I want to be your mistress. Brother Yi, can I have your jeans? You can name your price. Brother Yi, can I buy you a drink tonight? Hey, the queen is still here. Do you sluts have any shame? The upright Lin Wanner pulled Suing Xue in front of Yichuan to declare her sovereignty. At the same time, the college instructor handed over the black card and exclaimed, "It really lives up to its reputation. The stakes have been shifted." Being able to defeat a junior master in seconds proves that Yichuan's strength is at least at the level of an intermediate martial arts master. This kind of strength is definitely enough to crush most students below the 4th grade. It is definitely a monster level. Waste. Xiao Yifan snorted coldly. Xiao Wu came to his senses, lowered his head and said nothing, feeling extremely ashamed. Yichuan, I'm going to bet with you. At Xiao Yifan's signal, another person walked out. This was a skinny young man, and when Yichuan was stared at by him, he felt like he was being stared at by a vicious tongue. Chapter 114 Qin Feng of the Qin family sees the devouring domain again. Mid-stage Grandmaster. Yichuan's eyes fixed, and he felt an invisible pressure. You can name any bet, and we can accept it. The young man smiled confidently. They already knew that Yichuan possessed a mental attack method that allowed him to easily defeat Xiao Wu. Although I was surprised why Yichuan had such strong mental power. But his mental strength is already close to the late Grandmaster level, so he is naturally not afraid of Yichuan's methods. Without this method, Yichuan would just be a Yuan Wu warrior. We'll battle, aren't you too shameless? A mid-stage Grandmaster is betting against a Yuan Wu warrior. Is this your confidence? Xiao Tang, I want to make a bet with you. You can name the stakes as you like. Do you dare? This is a tall young man who can't stand the Xiao family's bullying. Xiao, you should have made a bet with Qin Feng or the young master. Xiao Tang blushed and said angrily, as one of the top 3 in the academy, you are bullying others. You also know fear? Xiao sneered. He is the young marquis of the Xia family and has always been among the top 3 in the academy. Suing Xue explained to Yichuan in a low voice. Why the first 3 days of the year? Because the academy's top student has always been Qin Feng from the Qin family, a perverted fellow. I heard he has already entered the sky control realm a few days ago. Yichuan was shocked. The first one is the extraordinary realm, so how did he get the first place? Even if the clone merges with the original body, it can only elevate one small realm at most, and it is impossible to defeat the sky control realm. Humph, let's go. Seeing Xiao standing up for Yichuan, Xiao Yifan snorted coldly and turned away. Even he was not sure that he could defeat Xiao, and he would definitely not be able to do anything to Yichuan today. after a few people leave. Thank you, Brother Xia. Yi Chuan smiled gratefully. Hey, we're all family from now on, so stop being so formal. Xia Ho regretted what he said. He slapped his mouth and said with an awkward smile, well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If you run into any trouble, just tell me my name. Seeing this, Yi Chuan and the other two were a little confused. Lin Wanner asked in surprise, you know Xia Ho? He's quite an unruly person. Yi Chuan shook his head, first time meeting. So he said he and you are one of us? Yi Chuan shrugged and spread his hands, saying, how would I know? He didn't remember any intersection with the Xia family. Space-time training room. This is a circular space with a diameter of 50 meters. As the machinery outside rotates, an uncomfortable feeling of weightlessness comes over him. Yi Chuan can sense the passage of time between him and his clone. Don't be nervous, relax your body. A prompt sounded, and Yi Chuan only felt that the flow of time for his clone was getting slower and slower, and finally stopped at 10 times the time. At the same time, the elemental force in the space rose up. With more than 10 times the amount of energy than in the outside world, plus 10 times the time, the speed of cultivation progress here is 100 times faster than in the outside world. The universe is so vast that there really is nothing strange. How wonderful it would be if I could get a machine like this and let my clone practice in it for a long time. Yi Chuan began to feel the bottleneck and did not dare to waste a minute. Soon, 3 hours passed and Yi Chuan walked out of the training room reluctantly. It's still a little off. Yi Chuan shook his head regretfully. Then Yi Chuan went to the gravity training room. As the gravity slowly increased, Yi Chuan experienced the benefits of the change of 100 times gravity to his cultivation. This kind of gravity training room is really helpful to warriors. Not only can it simulate the gravity of other planets, but it can also make your martial arts more complete. It's a pity that my martial arts skills don't require hard training. Yi Chuan only stayed in there for an hour before coming out. Battle training room. This is also what Yi Chuan is most looking forward to. There is a consciousness helmet placed here, which has similar functions to the cosmic terminal used by Yi Chuan in the previous battle. It's just that the consciousness helmet here is a standalone version. After putting on the helmet, his consciousness immediately entered an empty space. Please choose your opponent. After Yi Chuan pondered for a while, he said, Qin Feng. Suddenly, a figure emerged from nothingness. This is a tall, thin, and artistic young man wearing frameless glasses and a white suit. He doesn't look like a violent warrior at all. However, as he approached, a black area enveloped Yi Chuan. Devouring the field. Yi Chuan's eyes suddenly focused, and he was horrified. He actually also practiced the devouring technique. This virtual Qin Feng has his hands in his pockets, a cold and arrogant look, and a pair of eyes that can see through everything. It seemed as if he had seen through everyone's actions. Bring it on! Yi Chuan clenched his fists, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, and a series of dimensional blades instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng. However, the dimensional blade only slashed at his afterimage. Yi Chuan's heart was filled with alarm and he dodged immediately. A whip kick swept across the place where he was originally standing, bringing up a gust of wind. So fast! However, before Yi Chuan could exclaim in surprise, Qin Feng had already appeared in front of him like a shadow. Shock God technique. Qin Feng was hit by a mental shock, and he punched out without even frowning. Shadow stealth. Yi Chuan directly shuttled through the void, but his body was still injured by the force of the punch, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, even in the void state, Qin Feng's gaze was still fixed on him, and another field enveloped Yi Chuan. Dual realm. A scene that made Yi Chuan despair appeared. Yi Chuan's domain actually crushed the void where he was and forced him out. In the end, Yi Chuan was pierced through the body by a blow. Open your eyes again. Yi Chuan was sweating all over and his eyes were filled with horror. Dead, I'm dead in 3 moves. I have no power to fight back. This shouldn't be his full strength. Yi Chuan felt unprecedented pressure. After calming down, Yi Chuan fought against several people again, including Xiao Yifan. The result made Yi Chuan feel better. Except for Qin Feng, it took a lot of effort for others to kill him, and the crushing situation never happened again. 3 hours later, Yi Chuan took off his helmet helplessly. This is a good training room for fighting. Looks like we need to compete for rankings. Seeing Yichuan finished his training, the two women who were leisurely drinking cold drinks immediately came over. Give. Lin Wanner handed Yichuan a cup of energy drink. Seeing Yichuan was a little absent-minded, Su Yingxue asked softly, "What's wrong? You look a little sad." "It's okay, I'm just thinking about how to quickly improve my strength." After taking a sip of his cold drink, he asked, "Besides taking on quests and challenging the rankings, are there any other ways to earn points? Why are you so anxious?" Lin Wanner pouted. "You're already better than me as a freshman, so why are you still working so hard? How about we take you out for a day? You only know how to play." Su Yingxue poked her best friend's forehead with her finger and said seriously, "There's another place, the Monster Tower. After clearing the first level of the Beast Tower, you will receive 1,000 points. The second level gives you 2,000 points, and the points will double thereafter. This is the fastest way to improve your strength and earn points, but a person can only challenge it twice a month." Chapter 115, Straightforward Lin Wanner, confessing to her best friend. Besides that, earning points through tasks is also a good option. The Academy's mission is basically to punish evildoers and eliminate evil. Those killed are those who have committed extremely serious crimes and are quite dangerous. Quest points range from 100 to 1,000. For quests worth more than 1,000 points, you need to pass the 4th floor of the Monster Tower before you can accept them. It's getting dark. The three of them walked together on the road to the college. Su Yingxue spoke in great detail along the way, answering whatever Yichuan asked. Unconsciously, Yichuan's importance in her heart had surpassed her own. Su Yingxue had already made up her mind. No matter whether Xiao Yifan can get into the top 3 in the competition among the 9 major families in the future, she will not agree to the marriage proposal. Her body and mind belong only to that dogman. Lin Wanner also spoke. "Actually, for you, Brother Yi, the challenge ranking is also very important. The reward for senior students is 10 points for each promotion they make each month. And if freshmen challenge the senior students' ranking in the first month, they will get 10 times as many points as senior students. Point settlement is based on the last day of each month. For others, they can't beat the old students, but for you, Brother Yi, your strength can definitely be ranked in the middle among the old students. 10 times. Yichuan was shocked. After Lin Wanner's reminder, he suddenly realized that this was a huge amount of points. He had read the rules of the challenge ranking before, but he didn't know that freshmen would receive 10 times the points reward. In this case, he only needs to enter the top 200 to get more than 20,000 points. The Xiao who you defeated today was ranked 263rd, and the Xiao Tang who challenged you later was ranked 120th. Brother Yichuan's current points have exceeded 20,000. Points can be exchanged for the 3 major training rooms. With the introduction of 2 people, Yichuan finally had a clear understanding of the various rules of the academy. To sum up, the stronger you are, the more resources you will get. However, Yichuan discovered a bug. It seems he can take first place this month. The next morning, Yichuan walked out of the room again in high spirits. Lin Wanner still had those resentful panda eyes, looking at Yichuan as if he were a monster. "I'm going to see Yingxue." Lin Wanner slipped into her best friend's room. Yichuan rubbed his brows with a wry smile. He had no choice. He must seize every opportunity to become stronger and practice. The dual cultivation buff given by the system is undoubtedly one of the shortcuts for him to become stronger. Let's go find Xiao Ningyan in the second half of tomorrow. We can't just grab a sheep and pluck it. In the bedroom, Su Yingxue was catching up on her sleep, and when she saw her best friend come in, she immediately put on her nightgown. No way. This man is such a beast. She felt a little powerless. "Wanner, what are you doing?" Su Yingxue covered her eyes. "I'm just a little woman, what else can I do?" Lin Wanner sniffed, touched the bedsheet, and said in a sour tone, "You told me before that you hadn't exposed that relationship. Now, I feel like I'm about to be pierced through. I can go without sleep all night. The addiction is really strong." Su Yingxue's pretty face flushed immediately. I didn't mean to do that. It's just that this bastard is too." These past 2 days have made her feel both shy and fearful. She felt as if there was a sun in Yichuan's body, and every time the two of them practiced dual cultivation, she would get huge benefits. However, Yichuan was too strong. Every time she felt powerless. She felt that if she continued like this, she would soon become a fujoshi. A well-fed man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Lin Wanner finally mustered up the courage to speak. If you can't bear it, I can help you, sister. Don't worry, I don't mean to steal your man. I promise that Brother Yi and I will only be friends. Say this sentence. Even though Lin Wanner was straightforward, she blushed as well. The two are good friends. The kind of best friend you can talk about anything with, the kind you can share everything with. But she still felt embarrassed about this kind of thing. Fortunately, in this world, it is common knowledge for everyone that warriors have powerful partners, and no one thinks it is inappropriate. This is also the reason why the female students in the academy dared to confess their love to Yi Chuan in front of Su Yingxue. Su Yingxue was not surprised. She sat up, hugged her legs and thought for a moment before she spoke. I know you like men, but I can't make the decision. Reach the extraordinary state. The life level has completed the transition and lifespan has been extended. Their lifespan is over 1,000 years, and even after the death of their partners, the extraordinary people remain young, and their peak period can last for hundreds of years. You can't possibly ask someone to stay away from women for hundreds of years. It is natural that there are more extraordinary partners, which has become a very normal thing. There are even countless people who want to become the partners of extraordinary people and get their protection. In the eyes of Su Yingxue and Lin Wanner, Yi Chuan was almost certain to break through to the extraordinary level, so Lin Wanner couldn't help but have some ideas about Yi Chuan. Su Yingxue was not surprised. When the dog man breaks through the extraordinary realm, there will definitely be more people who want to find Yi Chuan as their partner. That night, when Yi Chuan heard the news, he was really shocked. Especially since Su Yingxue said this to him in person. He has been thinking about how to make the fish in the pond live in peace. At least it is necessary to avoid the Shura field. But now he discovered. It doesn't seem to be that troublesome. This is the nature of the martial arts world. Whether it is the empire or the major powerful families, they will encourage their strong men to marry more partners. This is the only way to make the family power stronger. This is the only way to ensure that high-quality genes can be passed on. Don't look at me like that, you bastard. Su Yingxue blushed after the afterglow. This is Wanner's idea. If you don't agree, forget it. You don't mind? Yi Chuan was surprised. How can you be so busy like this every day? I need to rest too. When she spoke the latter part, Su Yingxue's voice was as thin as a mosquito. This was her way of explaining the reason. Oh, okay. Yi Chuan agreed reluctantly. My heart was filled with smiles. I was originally thinking of looking for Xiao Ningyan in the second half of tonight, but now there is no need for that. Lin Wanner's room. She was wearing a cool silk camisole that showed off her figure. Her face flushed and she said nothing, her eyes looking towards the door from time to time, feeling both expectant and nervous. Ever since she saw Yi Chuan's deeds, she has liked and admired Yi Chuan. Always. She is also a favored child of heaven. In terms of appearance, she is only slightly inferior to her best friend. In terms of figure, she is not inferior to others, with a perfect body with a protruding chest and a curved back, but when facing Yi Chuan, she can't help feeling nervous. Until there was a click, and the door opened. Yi Chuan walked in with a smile on his face, and Lin Wanner's heart suddenly trembled. What surprised Yi Chuan was that Lin Wanner's favorability towards him had reached 85. As soon as Yi Chuan successfully bound them, a series of reward prompts popped up. No time to look at these. A majestic aura emanated from Yi Chuan, and the oppressive feeling of a martial arts master rose up. He actually broke through just like that. Chapter 116, Overcoming the Tribulation, Social Death on the Spot. Yi Chuan froze in place. He originally thought that he would need to go through a big battle to break through, but he was able to advance so easily. At this time, a beam of white light from the sky fell on the freshman dormitory building, completely dispelling the original darkness and making the entire sky as bright as day. This moment, the wind and clouds rolled back, and the sky and earth changed color. This white light seemed to come from the depths of the universe, even changing the day and night rules of the blue-silver star. The beam of light penetrated the formation of Xingha Academy, penetrated the wall, and landed on Yi Chuan, who was wearing boxer shorts. Yi Chuan, damn, can you wait for me to put on my pants? He was imprisoned. In the void, endless energy from heaven and earth rushed into Yi Chuan's body frantically, and began to strengthen his body, forming a vortex of energy in the sky. Yi Chuan faintly sensed a pressure that made his scalp tingle. He didn't dare to move at all and began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth obediently. Lin Wanner and Suing Xue were stunned. Is this the vision of breaking through to become a martial arts master? Lin Wanner murmured in a low voice. You're overthinking it. Have you ever seen a martial arts master who has achieved a breakthrough and has a vision? Suing Xue's eyes were full of admiration and pride. Since ancient times, those who can cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth when they break through are all beings with talents close to those of demons. This is a recognition of practitioners by heaven and earth. And when her man made a breakthrough and received such recognition, how could she not be proud and admire him? My husband is amazing. Lin Wanner was even more direct, calling him husband directly. Stinky Wanner, why are you so shameless? Suing Xue grumbled in dissatisfaction. She had been with Yi Chuan for such a long time, but she didn't have the courage to call him husband. However, Lin Wanner started calling him husband as soon as she stepped into the Yi family. You, the wife, have agreed, so why can't I call you husband? You. Suing Xue was choked and didn't know how to refute for a moment. You are really shameless. We. Lin Wanner immediately took Suing Xue's arm and said with a smile, Your Majesty, please calm down. I will definitely serve you and my husband well from now on. You're going to die. The two women were laughing. At the same time, deep inside the academy, one after another, figures soared into the sky, looking towards the freshman dormitory building in shock. These figures included both old and young, especially the old man with white hair and beard in the front. His name was Song Lin, and he was the principal of the Blue-Silver branch of Xingha Academy. It's actually a freshman who is achieving a Grandmaster breakthrough. It actually caused such a strange phenomenon. There was an ecstasy that was hard to conceal on Song Lin's old face. What a monster! This kind of monster that can cause strange visions is enough to compete with the chosen ones in the starry sky. Moreover, he was able to break through to the level of martial arts grandmaster just after entering school. His talent in cultivation is absolutely terrifyingly strong. Such a talent is rare in 1,000 years. It is a rare uncut jade that can shine brightly with just a little carving. Dean, this person is my student named Yi Chuan, a person with perfect potential. He was born in a remote town, and within 6 months he rose like a comet, making his way from that small town to the finals of the martial arts exam. He also possesses a heavenly bloodline divine ability, and even managed to return safely despite being hunted down by 3 extraordinary beings from other races. Roland told the dean about Yi Chuan's deeds, and the old dean nodded repeatedly. You are righteous and fearless, brave enough to redress the grievances of the common people. What a good seedling, what a good seedling. Resources are allocated to them, and the 3 major training rooms are free to use for an unlimited time. Finally, our Blue-Silver branch school has produced a talented individual who can be shown off. The old dean stroked his beard gently, looking very pleased and smiling. The other instructors were envious. The meaning of being able to attract visions is no less than that of being a person with perfect potential. This is a recognition of his talent by heaven and earth, and also a symbol of a solid foundation. As the mentor of such a monstrous character, Roland can also obtain huge benefits and rewards. Alas, when Yi Chuan was being hunted by 3 extraordinary people, we all thought he was dead, and that's how Roland got the upper hand. That's right. With Roland's strength at the early stage of the Sky Control realm, how could she be qualified to teach such a monster? If I were to teach Yi Chuan, he would surely be able to shock the world in the future, and perhaps even have the hope of entering the legendary Void Realm. Come on, don't you see that the old dean wants to snatch people away? How can it be your turn or mine? Before the vision came. Although the mentors regretted it, it was not as strong as it is now. Now everyone feels as sad as if they have lost a mountain of gold. The master-disciple relationship is the most solid. With the fighting ability and talent that Yi Chuan has shown, his future achievements will definitely far exceed theirs. Becoming a master and apprentice with such a strong person and investing in him is definitely a profitable business with no loss. Just then. Boom! The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Flashes of lightning were brewing in the dark clouds. Yi Chuan was pulled into the air by the white light. Thunder and lightning were brewing in all directions, and the lightning surrounded him completely. Brother, don't do this. Let's talk it over nicely. I really didn't do anything that was against the law. Looking at the thunderbolts as thick as bowls, Yi Chuan couldn't help but shrink his neck. But he couldn't do anything now. Being struck by lightning seemed like a punishment he had to go through. Don't even give him a chance to hide. No, for God's sake. Can we discuss this properly? You're being unkind. We just have a few fish, right? If you have any questions, talk to Tongzi. He's the one who forced me to do this. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Yichuan's back hard, instantly leaving his skin and flesh torn apart. Then came the second, the third. For a moment, the air was filled with the smell of barbecue, accompanied by Yichuan's pig slaughtering screams. Ouch, it hurts, please let me put on my pants. Oh my god, I was forced to do this. It was Tongzi who told me to do it. It's none of my business. Fuck you, God, where are you going to strike? If I were even 1 centimeter shorter, I would poke a hole in you someday. Wrong, please be gentle, thank you. There's meat on the butt, you can split it anywhere. Outside the dormitory buildings. Everyone looked up at the sky. Everyone who was still in shock was stunned when they saw Yichuan in mid-air. Naked, wearing only a pair of boxer briefs, he was trapped in the air. It can be said that the image is completely destroyed. Especially what he said at this moment completely broke his usual handsome and cool image. A group of people opened the terminal to record, their mouths curled up wildly. Even Laogwei himself laughed. When one person saw that this person was Brother Yi, the live broadcast room burst into laughter for a while, and the barrage of comments scrolled wildly. Poochie, wow, ha ha ha, so you are this kind of Brother Yi. By the way, I want to buy the same boxer briefs as Brother Yi, and I have to buy the ones with cartoon pictures. He. I'm dying of laughter. I really want to get one. It's so cute. I love it, I really want to have a baby with Brother Yi. Brother Yi is still alive. By the way, which school is this? I want to buy Brother Yi's autograph. Brother Yi is really temperamental. In the crowd, Xiaoning Yan had a look of admiration on her face, Suing Shui covered her face silently, and Lin Wanner laughed heartily. The corners of the instructors' mouths twitched. This Yichuan is so real.